Chapter 605. The emergence of the evil dragons. All disciples of the Chen Alliance beheld this scene, their faces etched with concern and trepidation. Even the leaders among them, those at the divine law realm, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forth and shatter the enormous barrier of the sealing array. Zhou Ruoqing, the captain of a small team, clenched her teeth tightly, her delicate fists balled in determination. In this moment, she yearned to lend her assistance. However, she was bound by the irrevocable command of the Red Tyrant Alliance Leader, forbidding any unauthorized actions until further orders were given. The detestable leader, even now, remained absent. Zhou Ruoqing could not help but curse the unassuming man silently, questioning his worthiness as a leader for issuing commands while neglecting the well-being of the others. It was likely that the current predicament stirred similar sentiments among the disciples of the Chen Alliance. They, too, harbored grievances against Lin Chen. Initially, his words had ignited a fervor within their hearts, yet he had now vanished without a trace, as if he had fled the battlefield or concealed himself away. It must be said that, at this very moment, among the vast host of disciples numbering over 10,000, at least 1,000 felt profound disappointment and resentment towards Lin Chen. Such a leader would be better off not existing at all. In the face of the brazen taunts from Tian, the expressions of Hong Ba and Zun grew increasingly grave. "Do not presume that your sealing array can annihilate our Chen Alliance," Hong Ba declared with calm resolve. "Breaking this array is merely a matter of time." Zun let out a cold snort, his figure launching forth like a fierce tiger, hurtling towards Tian at great speed. In his hand, the ancient ruler of the ring spirit was thrust forward, unleashing a powerful strike. Instantly, a resounding explosion echoed as the ruler emitted an endless brilliance, forming a circle that surged forth towards Tian like a divine ring of protection. This circle was inscribed with numerous positions, etched with laws, as though the ruler had delivered a judgment upon Tian. Tian sneered repeatedly, pressing down with his black dragon claws upon this circle of brilliance, causing massive energy to collapse around it. An invisible net, brimming with sealing power, descended to suppress the circle of laws. Boom! The sealing power summoned by Tian firmly ensnared the circle of laws, crafting a prison that held it captive. At that moment, a formidable surge of energy ascended into the heavens. Hong Ba's hair billowed wildly as he stood resolute, his mouth agape as he roared towards the sky. A series of terrifying sound waves erupted from his throat, coalescing into a colossal tsunami that surged forth, threatening to engulf Tian entirely. This technique was the supreme art unleashed by Hong Ba. Yet what could the supreme art achieve? Tian maintained his icy demeanor, once more striking down with his dragon claws, conjuring a massive wall of sealing power that countered the impending tsunami of sound waves with overwhelming force. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions reverberated, causing the figure of Tian to tremble slightly as he retreated a step. The moment the colossal force unleashed by the tsunami-like sound waves erupted, it was overwhelmingly immense, impacting even Tian. As a member of the Blood Fiend clan, Hong Ba could not transform into a ferocious beast, yet he possessed innate strength, embodying the essence of a mid-grade imperial artifact. In a flash, he unleashed another supreme technique, generating an intangible shockwave from his fists, reminiscent of ripples spreading through space. Hurtling towards Tian with lethal intent, a display of the might of fist martial arts. Upon witnessing Hong Ba's lightning-fast assault, Zun responded with impeccable synergy. The blood moon mark on his forehead shimmered with a bewitching glow, and behind him, a fragmented crimson moon soared skyward, within which an ancient bell faintly materialized, exuding an aura reminiscent of primeval dawn. The emergence of the blood moon phenomenon immediately invoked the powers of the surrounding forces, causing the intertwining restrictive energies to ripple erratically. Without hesitation, Zun unleashed the blood moon phenomenon, crushing down upon Tian's figure. Humph! 10,000 dragons seal the king. Tian's countenance turned frigid as he let out a cold snort. The massive body of the ferocious dragon began to writhe violently. In an instant, the roar of myriad dragons resounded once more, asserting dominance over the realm. An intangible force coalesced around Tian, who, at that moment, became the sovereign of the entire formation. With a swipe of his dragon claw, countless ripples surged above the grand array. As a net woven from the shadows of ferocious black dragons descended from the heavens, carrying an aura of unparalleled sealing power. Boom. The explosions intensified with greater ferocity. However, to the astonishment of all, beneath the colossal net formed by the spirits of the black dragons, two terrifying divine abilities were inexplicably halted. Moreover, the dragon net, imbued with an immense presence, enveloped both Ouyang Zun and Hong Ba, transforming into a towering prison of dragon pillars that ensnared them within. Not good. Wang Lai, Lin Chen, and the strategist's expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively exclaiming. The faces of the senior members of the Chen Alliance behind them also turned exceptionally grim. Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun represented their most formidable fighting force. If they were to be sealed, it would spell disaster. In the blink of an eye, the Chen Alliance found itself at a disadvantage. Ouyang Zun's expression also shifted slightly. The ancient ruler in his hand emanated a more ferocious brilliance. As circles of decrees erupted forth, as though seeking to judge and shatter this prison. However, a wave of despair washed over Ouyang Zun as his decrees clashed against the prison, merely causing vibrations without yielding any shattering. Haha, cease your struggles. This has consumed a full 2/3 of the power of the 10,000 Dragon Seal formation, enough to confine you for a while, He Tiansha cackled maniacally. Subsequently, he lowered his head, gazing down with a disdainful expression. The grand spectacle had reached its climax, showcasing the terrifying might of our Black Dragon Brotherhood. The onlookers present could not help but feel their hearts race, as they understood that this battle had entered its most critical moment. With a thunderous roar, He Tiansha suddenly let out a bellow that pierced the heavens, and a pair of sharp, obsidian dragon horns erupted, sending forth two beams of darkness into the Black Dragon Valley. It was as if a signal had been sent. Come forth, He Tiansha exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Brotherhood, including He Wubian, shared in this exhilaration, unable to contain their fervor as they raised their voices in a resounding cheer. At last, the time has come for our Black Dragon Brotherhood to dominate. Ha! After such a long wait, we have gathered the bodies. Now let this pack of trash from the Chen Alliance experience our might. The terrifying Black Dragon army shall swiftly crush them into oblivion. At this moment, every member of the Black Dragon Brotherhood was filled with fervor and anticipation. Meanwhile, the representatives of various factions felt a knot of anxiety in their throats, aware that the devastating strike from the Black Dragon Brotherhood was imminent. Suddenly, an ominous aura surged from the depths of Black Dragon Valley, overwhelming in its grandeur, exuding a radiant light that caused the powerful figures present to change countenance. A palpable pressure emanated from the valley, radiating outward and instilling fear across the land. Even the esteemed disciples from the central court, Zhou Tianyun and He Chaoyang, were overtaken by a profound shock. This is a quasi-path artifact. High above Black Dragon Valley, a monumental object hung suspended in the air, a colossal fan, spanning an area of nearly a mile. This immense fan emanated an evil brilliance, adorned with a halo of a great path that sent chills down the spine. The vividly etched figure of an evil dragon seemed almost tangible, its piercing gaze captivating all who beheld it. The emergence of the quasi-path artifact left the entire venue astounded. Unlike the Blood Dawn Bell in Lin Chen's possession, which was also a quasi-path artifact yet limited by his inability to fully harness its power, this supreme royal artifact rivaled that of a demigod. While the energy-driven quasi-path artifact was akin to that of a half-respected being. Even though Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun had mentally prepared for the impressive capabilities of the Black Dragon Brotherhood, witnessing this scene caused their expressions to change dramatically. They were all too aware of the formidable power that quasi-path artifacts possessed. It was Lin Chen's prowess with the Blood Dawn Bell that had once made him the most talked-about figure on the continent. The expressions of the Chen Alliance's higher-ups shifted drastically, their bodies trembling slightly in response. Below, the faces of the Chen Alliance disciples were marred by profound fear, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the aura. This was the might of the path, merely the oppressive force of its presence. The faces of the powerful monarchs, Luo Yang and Luo Sha, turned pale in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the Black Dragon Brotherhood possessed such deep-rooted strength, revealing a quasi-path artifact. A profound silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the malevolent dragon fan suspended in the void, exuding an endless, piercing radiance. It seemed that the mere activation of the dragon fan would unleash a lethal blow upon the disciples of the Chen Alliance. Alliance Leader Hong Ba, what shall we do? Wang Lai, struggling to regain his composure from the shock, swallowed hard, and inquired of Hong Ba. The strategist and Lin Chen, upon hearing Wang Lai's words, also snapped back to reality, directing their gazes towards Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun. The upper echelons of the Chen Alliance, along with the disciples, fixed their attention upon Hong Ba, viewing him as their linchpin in this dire moment. The power of a quasi-path artifact is not to be underestimated. Hong Ba's voice, tinged with a slight rasp, resonated in the hearts of every disciple, as he solemnly declared, "We are no match for this artifact. If anyone wishes to leave, I shall not hinder you nor hold it against you. At least those who depart now may live to see another day." Wang Lai, Lin Chen, the strategist, and several initially terrified disciples fell into a heavy silence, all feeling a profound sense of helplessness beneath the oppressive might of the quasi-path artifact. Alliance leader Hong Ba, "I apologize, but I cannot squander my life in vain." Suddenly, one of the high-ranking members of the Chen Alliance spoke, his gaze fixed upon the menacing artifact, his fear evident as he turned to flee. With the first to break ranks, a wave of disciples soon followed suit. At that moment, dozens of high-ranking members exited, leaving the number of disciples below 5,000. Those who abandoned the Chen Alliance fled swiftly, while the Black Heaven Demon laughed maniacally, allowing them to escape without obstruction. Wang Lai, witnessing this spectacle, felt his face flush with indignation and could not restrain himself from cursing, "A pack of ingrates. How could so many of our disciples be such spineless wretches?" Lin Chen and the strategist shared his fury, their expressions icy and resolute. Alliance leader Hong Ba, "We shall confront the Black Heaven Demon. Even in death, we must take one down with us," Wang Lai shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage. "If I have a next life, I will ensure that the wretched Chen Ling pays dearly for this, allowing so many of our disciples to perish due to his reckless arrogance. I refuse to accept him as our leader." With Wang Lai leading the charge, the upper echelons of the Chen Alliance erupted in anger, vociferously cursing and preparing to confront the Black Dragon Heavenly Society. Lin Chen and the strategist were filled with profound disappointment. Indeed, this foolish decision had originated from that so-called Chen Ling. Without his influence, how could the Chen Alliance have faced such total annihilation? At this moment, not only the high-ranking officials but also the disciples of the Chen Alliance were stirred, their blood surging with fervor, their expressions fierce as they yearned for one final battle. Haibash and Ouyang Zun exchanged a glance, remaining silent in that moment. However, Tiansha, with a cold glare directed at the high-ranking members of the Chen Alliance, finally spoke, his voice dripping with disdain. "Since your Chen Alliance has reached this point yet remains united, I, Tiansha, shall grant you a tenth of my power, allowing you to meet the King of Hell sooner." As his words echoed, a thunderous sound resonated through the air, causing the temperature in the battlefield to plummet. The evil dragon fan, hovering above the Black Dragon Valley, began to tremble slightly, each quiver exuding a heart-stopping force. The onlookers, including the scattered cultivators, understood all too well that the Chen Alliance was doomed. No matter who they were, they would be obliterated beneath the might of this quasi-artifact. The quasi-artifact of the Black Dragon Heavenly Society is extraordinary. Its origins are indeed remarkable, Luo Yang remarked stiffly. The Chen Alliance cannot withstand this. It's really over, Luo Sha said, a hint of disbelief tinged with disappointment in his voice. I had thought the leader of the Chen Alliance could defeat Tiansha, that he was a formidable figure. It appears I was mistaken. Zhou Tianyan exchanged a glance with He Chaoyang, saying, "I am particularly interested in Ouyang Zun's unparalleled imperial artifact. Let us keep a close watch and ensure no one dares to seize it." He Chaoyang, adorned with an air of arrogance, displayed unmistakable disdain in his demeanor. At this moment, Chen Ling, you shall oversee. Today, I will reduce your Chen Alliance to ashes. Tiansha bellowed, his laughter echoing as he commanded the evil dragon fan, summon forth the endless army of black dragons and crush the entire Chen Alliance to dust. The high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Heavenly Society erupted in ecstatic cheers, their voices rising in a fervent roar. Suddenly, a dark beam shot up from the evil dragon fan, a buzzing sound emanating from all directions as the fan began to quiver ominously. A massive, terrifying, oppressive force surged forth from the evil dragon fan, as the dragon depicted on its surface seemed to awaken, like a slumbering monster finally roused from its deep slumber. The high-ranking officials of the Chen Alliance felt a crushing pressure upon their spirits, their faces paling in response. The disciples of the Chen Alliance trembled involuntarily, their hearts racing as if they might burst, an icy chill coursing through their bodies. The atmosphere was thick with tension, all eyes fixed in trepidation. The imminent eruption of a quasi-artifact's full might promised a scene of unparalleled horror. Haitian Shah felt an exhilarating rush, nearly overcome with the desire to dance in glee. Relishing the thought of bloodshed, the army of black dragons summoned by the evil dragon fan represented a staggering force. Haitian Shah perceived the members of the Chen Alliance as unwittingly aiding him, not only in summoning such a multitude, but also in validating the overwhelming strength of their black dragon army. Contemplate the overwhelming darkness that blankets the sky. The resounding roar of dragons echoing for miles, shaking the very heavens, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. Ha ha ha, the black sky fiend can no longer contain himself. Witnessing the fear and pallor etched upon the faces of those from the Chen Alliance, twisted by Chun Ling's tormented psyche, he revels in a moment of immense pleasure, unable to suppress a maniacal laugh. It is over, Chun Ling. Your Chen Alliance has met its demise. I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination, beyond imagination, beyond imagination. Ha! At this juncture, an immense explosion suddenly reverberates through the air, jarring and echoing in all directions. A terrifying aura surges skyward, imbued with an air of nobility, carrying the essence of sovereign authority. The black sky fiend stands as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his maniacal laughter abruptly ceasing. All present are momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at the unfolding scene. Even formidable figures like the mighty Emperor Luo Yang, Luo Sha, He Zhao Yang, and Zhou Tianyun, known for their mental fortitude, are momentarily paralyzed, expressions of shock, astonishment, and confusion adorning their faces. A ferocious beast's roar erupts, shaking the heavens and the earth, imbued with an ancient, supreme pressure. The high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Society, witnessing this, feel their very blood quivering in response. Before them stands a colossal beast, its wings resembling massive blades. Treading upon the clouds, gazing skyward, a single horn emanating an aura of antiquity that strikes the soul. Upon this titan stands a solitary figure, expression inscrutable. Above this figure, dark clouds swirl, from which emanates the regal essence of a sovereign. A colossal azure hand emerges, crashing down upon a diminutive figure. The astonished and horrified child of the remnant eye. This child, caught off guard by the overwhelming force of sovereign magic, finds himself in a state of shock and panic, desperately attempting to defend against the onslaught, yet his form is sent hurtling away, blood gushing forth. Break! Lin Chen commanded, eyeing the malevolent dragon fan that exuded boundless might. With a sudden motion, he seized 19 expressionless bodies of the divine flow realm. His hand crushed these stony-faced dragon-kin with terrifying pressure, wielding the power akin to a half-step supreme royal artifact. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with explosive reverberations. With each detonation, the once mounting force of the dragon fan began to erupt, its essence violently diminishing. The life force within the dragon fan was drawn from these dragon bodies. Once they were destroyed, that essence lost its potency, resulting in total annihilation. Roar! The majestic beast beneath Lin Chen unleashed a thunderous roar towards the dragon fan, its wings unfurling, stirring boundless gusts of wind, infused with divine authority, directed towards the malevolent artifact. Lin Chen has made his move. His hair billowed as he stood atop the formidable beast, his right hand rising sharply. Behind him, 9 ethereal manifestations of the 9 pure emerged, with 9 azure ancient dragons entwined around his arm, exuding an overwhelming pressure of the virtual dragons. Get lost, Lin Chen roared, delivering a mighty punch to the languid breath of the evil dragon fan, striking the black dragon depiction with the force of a landslide, shattering the earth beneath him. At that moment, the black sky fiend finally reacted, his eyes widening as a ferocious roar escaped his lips. Yet, Lin Chen's punch unleashed an unrelenting tide of power. A terrifying explosion reverberated, and without any energy to support it, the evil dragon fan was sent reeling back, crashing into the depths of the Black Dragon Valley, triggering a violent eruption. The vast Black Dragon Valley, stretching for miles, began to fracture, with countless fissures spreading across the towering cliffs. The mountains crumbled, and the entire valley collapsed. A chorus of anguished cries echoed throughout, hauntingly piercing the air. This scene left the onlookers in shock, rendered speechless, their breaths audible. As they stared in bewilderment at the unfolding spectacle, the colossal beast howled towards the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty, its wings thrumming, summoning a tempest of flashing winds and sacred might. Yet, atop this ancient and fierce creature stood a man, bracing his injured right arm. Blood streamed from Lin Chen's wound. Waves of pain assaulted his mind. He gasped for breath, his disheveled hair framing his fierce gaze as he stared at the black sky fiend and the assembled crowd. Who dares to touch my Chen Alliance? I shall annihilate your entire clan. Though pain laced his words, he summoned every ounce of strength to shout, his voice resonating like thunder, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of all present. Chapter 607. The Black Sky Fiend goes mad. Shock and horror filled the air. To witness a single punch send the evil dragon fan reeling was an astounding sight. Particularly, the man atop the beast's back uttered a seemingly mundane phrase that sent a chill coursing through their bodies, freezing them to the core. Gulp. An enigmatic presence within the realm of divine law was the first to swallow hard, shattering the oppressive silence. Finally, the stunned crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet the awe on their faces remained unyielding. Heavenly Father, just moments ago, this man sent a guiding artifact flying with a single punch. The sheer force of his blow was terrifying. The roar of the 9 dragons was beyond comprehension. Could it be that he is the leader of the Chen Alliance? The might of the Chen Alliance leader is truly formidable. This spells disaster for the Black Dragon Society. The spectators, who had previously believed the Chen Alliance was doomed, now wore expressions of exhilaration and fervor. The sudden reappearance of the leader of the Chen Alliance, after such a prolonged absence, has brought forth an astonishing and remarkable display of power, intensifying the suspense surrounding the ongoing war. The numerous high-ranking members and disciples who had abandoned the Chen Alliance were left in a state of shock and regret upon witnessing this scene. It was evident that they had underestimated the formidable combat prowess of this man, who had remained hidden for so long. This unexpected turn of events might enable the Chen Alliance to vanquish the Black Dragon Heavenly Society, potentially elevating them to the status of a super alliance in the north. Their regret now came too late. Not only were they astonished, Wang Lai, Lin Chen, the strategist, and the high-ranking officials of the Chen Alliance, along with the disciples, wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment. Wang Lai found himself struggling to articulate his thoughts at this moment. Lin Chen took a deep breath, recognizing that the power behind that last punch was nothing short of that of a supreme imperial artifact. The strategist quickly composed himself, refraining from speech. The emergence of this man and the divine might he displayed were indeed beyond their expectations. Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun were equally startled, never anticipating that Lin Chen would make such a dramatic entrance. Everything they had previously orchestrated was part of a plan targeting the Black Dragon Heavenly Society. Now, Lin Chen's powerful strike had shattered the quasi-artifact and crushed 19 dragon entities, effectively thwarting the Black Dragon Heavenly Society's scheme to summon their dragon army. She unfurled her immense, pitch-black wings, exuding an air of majesty, and the ancient pressure emanating from her being made the stunned black dragons tremble. She soared above the forces of the Chen Alliance, and Lin Chen, grinning, exchanged smiles with Wang Lai, Lin Chen, and the strategist. The three hastily returned smiles to Lin Chen, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. They had initially feared their leader would abandon them, only to be met with a dramatic reversal of fortune at this critical juncture. The strategist's pupils sparkled as he began to analyze the situation calmly. His previously indifferent gaze grew brighter. This leader was extraordinary, he mused, feeling a sense of relief as he regarded Lin Chen with newfound admiration. Lin Chen surveyed the disciples of the Chen Alliance, who were still enveloped in astonishment, silently gazing at him. However, in their eyes, he discerned a flicker of fervent excitement. Apologies for my tardiness. Lin Chen smiled down at the disciples, gesturing to his injured right arm with a feigned look of distress. But, don't you think you should give me a warm welcome? The excitement on the faces of the disciples erupted, each one brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, they could not contain their laughter, and a wave of joyous mirth swept through the crowd. Subsequently, it was unclear who initiated the applause. But in an instant, over 7,000 disciples of the Chen Alliance erupted into a thunderous ovation. The sound resonated through the air, and Lin Chen felt a profound force enveloping him. This power was enigmatic yet immensely potent, solidifying in its essence. Under its influence, The pain in Lin Chen's right arm began to diminish, and his injuries showed signs of recovery. At the very least, he no longer needed to support his arm. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Chen sensed an overwhelming fervor within this force. This was the power of faith. The Blood Elder smiled with satisfaction, explaining that faith is one of the primal sources of power, immensely formidable. He noted that Lin Chen had merely begun to establish faith in their hearts. Once they revered him as a deity, he would truly harness the power of faith. Lin Chen softly uttered the word faith, unable to suppress a smile. In a dire situation, he had turned the tide like a deity. How could the disciples of the Chen Alliance not be fervent, not hold faith in him? The great power emperor regarded this scene with astonishment, his imposing figure standing still as his expression subtly shifted. No one could discern what thoughts swirled in the mind of this 15th-ranked entity. The arm of the supreme artifact, Luoyang, murmured to himself, his eyes filled with grave concern. Luoshan nodded in agreement. The strength of the Chen Alliance's leader was anything but ordinary. Zhou Tianyun and He Chaoyang, two esteemed disciples of the middle court, found their expressions darkening. They had never anticipated that the leader of the Chen Alliance, whom they had looked down upon, would inspire such profound trepidation within their hearts. Humph. He Chaoyang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the spotlighted Lin Chen. Meanwhile, within the Black Dragon Heavenly Society, a silence fell among the high-ranking members, their faces reflecting sheer terror. In their minds, the evil dragon's fan was akin to a divine entity, and now, their deity had been forcefully cast aside. He Wubian felt an icy chill in his heart, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. How could Chen Ling possess such terrifying strength? With a resounding crash, the ground erupted, and a diminutive figure, blood trickling from his lips and his aura waning, ascended. The president, Chen Ling, has infiltrated our evil dragon hall's sacred grounds. He ambushed me, the blind-eyed youth exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The situation had completely reversed, yet his astonishment compelled him to shout in alarm. Upon hearing the blind-eyed youth's frantic cry, Zhou Tianyun, He Chaoyang, the great power emperor, Luoyang, Luosha, and others stood frozen in disbelief. The onlookers from various factions shared similar expressions of shock. The disciples of the Chen Alliance were equally astounded. Waves of incredulous gazes turned toward Lin Chen, who merely offered a faint smile, saying little. Soon after, they heard the Red Tyrant, with an expression of exasperation, addressing the members of the Black Dragon Heavenly Society. I told you repeatedly that our leader was in your sacred grounds, yet you refused to listen. Now it has come to this. Upon hearing those words, He Wubian was nearly driven to the brink of madness. How could he possibly accept such a thing? He Tianxia, enraged, rolled his eyes back in fury, almost spitting blood, only managing to swallow it back down. His chest heaved violently, and his gaze darkened with a terrifying intensity. Chen Ling, I shall bring about your demise. He Tianxia roared within, his eyes beginning to gleam with a frenzied madness, the blood-red and pitch-black depths of his gaze exceedingly fearsome. Chapter 608. The absolute power of domination. He Tianxia was incensed, completely lost to madness, his reason shattered by fury. At this moment, the painstakingly devised plans had all been laid bare, delivering a crushing blow to him. The grand ambition of the Black Dragon Society to dominate the chaotic ancient domain had now been rendered utterly futile. Chen Ling, I vow to ensure your suffering surpasses death. He Tianxia was enveloped by a terrifying malevolence, its dark aura wrapping around him, enhancing his sinister presence. The black scales of the fearsome dragon glinted with a piercing cold light, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. The pair of enormous crimson dragon eyes instilled fear in the hearts of many. The president, He Wubian, gasped in shock upon witnessing this, exclaiming, President, do not act impulsively. He could clearly see that the tides had turned in favor of the Chen Alliance. He Tianxia was now recklessly courting death. As he spoke, he extended his dragon-like claw to intercept He Tianxia. Those who obstruct me shall perish. He Tianxia's face contorted with rage, his blood-red eyes ablaze with fury, and he mercilessly unleashed the power of a mid-grade royal artifact, striking He Wubian with ferocity, sending him sprawling. Roar! He Tianxia let out a furious dragon roar, his blood-red eyes locking onto Lin Chen, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Seeking death? Hong Ba let out a cold snort, his aura flickering as he prepared to retaliate against He Tianxia. At that moment, the onlookers understood that the Black Dragon Society was doomed. With their president in a frenzied state, engaging in indiscriminate attacks, how could they still contend against the Chen Alliance? Even the scarred-eyed youth, sensing the precariousness of the situation, turned to flee, only to be abruptly halted by Lin Chen's voice. Senior Hongba, allow me to resolve my grievances with this He Tiansha. You go and eliminate the remnants of the Black Dragon Society. With that, Lin Chen leaped from atop the colossal beast, hovering in the air, radiating an imposing aura of sovereignty. Members of the Chen Alliance, heed my command. Flatten the Black Dragon Society and honor the spirit of our alliance. Lin Chen bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. Kill. In that instant, be it Wang Lai, Lin Cheng, or the strategist, all disciples of the Chen Alliance responded to Lin Chen's command, erupting into a thunderous cheer. In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent as all high-ranking members and disciples of the Chen Alliance surged forth like a torrent of steel towards the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Society, igniting the true chaos of battle. The blood-red eyes of the Black Heavenly Fiend were fixed intently on Lin Chen, disregarding the approaching high-ranking members of the Chen Alliance. The disciples of the Alliance echoed the words die repeatedly, their voices filled with desperation. The ominous black claws of the fiend reached towards the Black Dragon Valley, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that surged forth from its colossal talons and collided with the evil dragon fan. This fan, capable of leveling the entire valley, now emanated a feeble aura, stripped of its formidable power as a quasi-path artifact. Upon being struck by the two streams of dark energy from the Black Heavenly Fiend, the eyes of the vividly terrifying Black Dragon depicted on the fan flared with two beams of black light. These beams manifested as two formidable black dragons, their scales shimmering with an essence of the Tao, soaring forth to collide with the body of the Black Heavenly Fiend. With a roar, the fiend's aura surged dramatically, and its sharp, upward curving horns became even more powerful and terrifying, as if they were nurturing two malevolent entities. The fiend's body swelled to twice its size, accompanied by the sound of cracking as it ascended to the realm of a superior royal body. The evil dragon roared, and empowered by the mysterious essence of the evil dragon fan, the fiend's blood-red eyes glinted as it bared its fangs and unleashed a deafening roar towards Lin Chen. In an instant, a terrifying dragon's roar reverberated, manifesting as spiraling waves of pitch-black energy erupting from the fiend's gaping maw, crashing towards Lin Chen. The augmentation from the quasi-path artifact caused the Black Heavenly Fiend's physical form and magical power to swell, embodying the peak of the Divine Flow realm. As noted by Luo Yang, a frenzied peak existence in the Divine Flow realm was no trivial opponent. Luo Sha shifted his gaze towards the enigmatic figure of the man before him and spoke. Meanwhile, powerful figures such as the Great Force Emperor and He Chaoyang focused their attention on the battlefield where the Black Heavenly Fiend was engaged. The outcome remained uncertain. Although Lin Chen had made a stunning entrance, it was evident that he had sustained significant injuries and had only managed to severely damage the evil dragon fan through a series of tactics. They were eager to discern the true extent of Lin Chen's formidable strength. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lin Chen smiled subtly, his mind clear and focused. As he beheld the spiraling waves of dark sound energy rushing towards him, he swiftly shifted his form. Within the realm of the heavenly demonic gods, Lin Chen unleashed a punch, surging with the terrifying intent of the heavenly fiend, as if a demonic deity had descended. 999 spectral forms of demonic gods materialized, converging into a grand formation, unleashing a terrifying wave of lethal force. The supreme Tao technique shattered the roaring sound waves of the Black Heavenly Fiend into fragments. Unfazed, the frenzied fiend charged into the explosive aftermath, moving with rapid agility as 5 colossal dragon claws shimmered with 5 strands of sharp, pitch-black energy, each extending 10 meters in length. The 5 evil rending technique unleashed 5 pitch-black and sharp beams of sinister energy, which surged towards Lin Chen's head. Unperturbed, Lin Chen maintained a serene expression, directly observing the 5 dark rays as they struck his cranium. A resounding thud echoed, causing the powerful onlookers locked in battle between Lin Chen and the Black Heavenly Evil to widen their eyes in astonishment. The 5 piercing dark beams collided with Lin Chen's crown, producing a thunderous sound, resulting in the dragon scales on the 5 claws shattering simultaneously. The backlash from a half-step supreme imperial artifact was beyond the capacity of the Black Heavenly Evil to withstand. Lin Chen remained unflustered, as a formidable surge of demonic energy coiled around his left arm. In a flash, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the lower jaw of the Black Heavenly Evil's dragon head. The force of Lin Chen's blow sent the entire dragon head soaring upwards, causing its body to roll toward the sky. The sound of cracking bones reverberated in the hearts of the assembled warriors, instilling a sense of gravity and dread. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen emanated a keen intent, his figure darting forth like a beam of light while executing the ethereal slashing step. Dark flames erupted from Lin Chen's pupils, unleashing a potent penetrating force. With the eye of penetration activated, Lin Chen swiftly scanned his surroundings and identified the weakest point of the Black Heavenly Evil's body, which was glaringly located in its central abdomen. Having been launched away by Lin Chen's punch, the Black Heavenly Evil sensed an imminent threat of death, driving it into a frenzy. Ignoring the continuous cracking of its bones, two massive dragon claws erupted with a powerful, malevolent energy, accompanied by the sound of rushing torrents. The divine river technique manifested as a colossal, pitch-black river surged forth from behind the Black Heavenly Evil, roaring with might. Within its depths lay a supreme mystical art, centered and formidable. Kill! 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 The Black Heavenly Evil continued to roar, but in the next moment, its bellowing was abruptly silenced. A crescent-shaped, razor-sharp energy beam swiftly pierced toward the Black Heavenly Evil's abdomen, unleashing an overwhelming force. Even more terrifying was the fact that atop this sharp energy beam rested a talisman simulated from colossal magical power, radiating a sense of annihilation. With a piercing sound, the dragon scales on its abdomen were cleaved open by the dual forces of annihilation and sharpness. Dark blood poured down in torrents, and the aura emanating from the Black Heavenly Evil grew increasingly feeble. Lin Chen's form materialized upon the rigid black dragon's head, and without mercy, he delivered a kick aimed at the Black Heavenly Evil's skull. With a thunderous impact, the immense malevolent black dragon was crushed under the force of the kick, its skull shattering with a series of cracking sounds. All the observing warriors felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts. Gazing at the mysterious figure floating in the sky, their throats constricting, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, the fierce battle between Lin Chen and the Black Sky Fiend stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. Even the two esteemed disciples from the central courtyard felt profoundly shaken. This was an undeniable display of absolute strength, leaving no doubt about Lin Chen's formidable prowess. Chapter 609, Lin Chen's Intent. The frenzied Black Sky Fiend, empowered by the evil dragon Fan, had many monarchs convinced that he would severely injure Lin Chen. However, their expectations were dashed, replaced by an overwhelming sense of trepidation and awe towards this mysterious young man. In a matter of mere moments, the Black Sky Fiend was rendered powerless, failing to inflict even a scratch upon Lin Chen. How terrifying must the strength of this seemingly minor figure in the divine flow realm be? The towering figure of the mighty emperor exhaled deeply, his coppery eyes fixed on Lin Chen, unable to contain his astonishment. This young man had even instilled a flicker of unease within him. The depths of Lin Chen's strength, revealed in that fierce confrontation, struck even the mighty emperor with a sense of foreboding. This was ample proof of the extraordinary capabilities of their alliance's leader, who, at such a tender age, was indeed a genuine prodigy. The twin disciples of the Killing Hall, Luo Yang and Luo Sha, exchanged glances, reading similar waves of emotion in each other's eyes. The sounds of battle echoed across the skies. Ouyang Zun contended with the injured Cursed Eye Boy, while Hong Ba engaged the Boundless Black. The forces of the Chen Alliance surged forward like a spear, piercing through the crumbling Black Dragon Valley with magnificent momentum. And now, with the demise of the Black Sky Fiend, the countenances of all those from the Black Dragon Society turned ashen. His death left them feeling as though they had lost their pillar of support. The anxiety within them seemed to swell, reflecting in their expressions. Their formidable old president was currently unable to assist them, confirming that a terrifying enemy loomed above them. Fear and panic gripped the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Society, their morale plummeting, not to mention the dread experienced by the disciples of Black Dragon Valley, who were previously shaken by the crashing of the evil dragon Fan. Even the Boundless Black and Cursed Eye Boy were now overwhelmed by a powerful urge to flee. Lin Chen once again positioned himself atop Cici, who unfurled her majestic wings and plunged into the ranks of the Black Dragon Society's leadership. her dark wings stirring chaos and claiming the lives of those gripped by terror in a single strike. It was time to conclude this. Lin Chen mused internally. Recognizing that the opportune moment had arrived, he gestured to retrieve a weapon, only to find himself weaponless, grasping instead the sword of astral energy. He bellowed, "Brothers of the Chen Alliance, let us slay every last one of the Black Dragon Society." The collective momentum of the Chen Alliance surged once more, as their strikes grew even more ferocious and relentless. One by one, the high-ranking members and disciples of the Black Dragon Heaven Society were succumbing to a swift demise, their magical powers roaring and their treasures shattering. Countless streams of black blood gushed forth, staining the ground with an inky hue. The forces of the Chen Alliance were mercilessly slaughtering the disciples and leaders of the Black Dragon Heaven Society at a terrifying pace. The expressions of He Wubian and Canyin Tongzi turned ashen. They knew it was all over. Coupled with the ferocity of Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun, the sense of impending death loomed even larger for them. Fleeing, He Wubian's resolve solidified. He instantly unleashed a secret technique, a surge of black blood enveloping his body and propelling him swiftly towards the horizon. Canyin Tongzi similarly activated his own secret method to escape. Desperate to flee, Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun exchanged glances, their feet stirring up a tempest as they pursued like cannonballs. When Lin Chen's right hand shattered the skull of the former Seven Uncle from Blood City, the entire high command of the Black Dragon Heaven Society was obliterated. Not to mention the remaining disciples of the Black Dragon Valley, who were subjected to a complete and utter defeat at the hands of the Chen Alliance. As the curtain fell on the battle, the onlookers, including various factions and wandering cultivators, felt their blood surge with excitement. Yet they understood that a dominant force was soon to emerge, poised to rule the northern region of the chaotic ancient domain. Report to the Alliance leader, Wang Lai, visibly exhilarated, stood before Lin Chen, his voice resonating. Among the high-ranking members, protectors, hall masters, and captains, only 3 were injured, with 1 severely wounded. Lin Chen smiled. Acknowledging Wang Lai, Lin Chen, the strategist, and the blood-stained high-ranking members of the Chen Alliance with a respectful gesture, "Esteemed seniors, your efforts are greatly appreciated." This gesture elicited hearty laughter from all present, especially from Wang Lai and Lin Chen, who had previously harbored strong aversions towards Lin Chen. Their admiration for him grew as they recognized the prowess and strength of their leader, which exceeded their expectations. Subsequently, the high-ranking members were dispatched to assess the injuries among the Chen Alliance disciples and to lead them in collecting the wealth of the Black Dragons. Remarkably, out of the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples of the Chen Alliance, only a few had perished and several hundred were injured. This was an astonishing statistic from such a fierce clash between 2 great forces. Having endured this battle, the strength of the Chen Alliance had, in an intangible manner, ascended once more. Not only had the disciples of the Chen Alliance gained insight, but even the high-ranking members had increased their experience, preparing them for greater heights in the future. Meanwhile, Shishi stealthily departed from Lin Chen, unnoticed, transforming into human form. When Lin Chen sought him out, he had already trailed behind Zhou Ruoqing, his hands constantly seeking to take liberties. This led to Shishi receiving numerous slaps. Yet he wore a bright smile even after each reprimand. Truly, he was quite shameless. Lin Chen shook his head and withdrew his gaze, only to find the strategist's eyes fixed on him with fervor. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Senior strategist, is there something on your mind?" The leader replied honestly, "To speak frankly, your plan commands my admiration." The strategist, shedding his previous indifference, sincerely continued, "You have positioned yourself as the striking force, utilizing your skills to dismantle the Black Dragon Heavenly Society's schemes, while allowing the Red Tyrant to buy you time. This is indeed a remarkably precise calculation. Although it may be somewhat extreme, your execution has been highly successful." This marked the most extensive exchange between Lin Chen and the strategist to date. With an emphasis on praise, Lin Chen chuckled, neither confirming nor denying anything intentionally. "However, I fail to understand why you summoned those influential figures here," the strategist inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Lin Chen smiled at the strategist and gestured around him. "Take a look for yourself." The strategist turned to observe the surroundings. He quickly discerned that among the onlookers, several high-ranking members or leaders of various factions were beginning to converge towards Lin Chen's direction. Not even the likes of the mighty Emperor, Luoyang, Luosha, Zhou Tianyun, and He Chao were exceptions. The strategist's eyes brightened as a possibility emerged in his mind. What I aim to achieve is merely to have them serve as witnesses. I wish to announce to the entire chaotic ancient domain that our Chen Alliance is now the foremost power in the northern realms. Lin Chen spoke in a calm tone. Yet the strategist felt an absurd realization dawning upon him, that within the enigmatic leader's chest lay an immense and fervently pulsating ambition. Chapter 610. Lu Qingwei. The terrifying fluctuations spreading across the sky left countless individuals in speculation, with many still harboring hope that the old president of the Black Dragon Heavenly Society would intervene and obliterate the Chen Alliance in one fell swoop. However, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, confident that even with the blood-dawn bell in the hands of the great venerable Ruoqing, he could hold his ground against the opponent. Even with the evil dragon fan in play, which had already been sealed by Lin Chen and the high-ranking members of the Chen Alliance using their magical powers. On the third day, the great venerable Ruoqing conveyed news to Lin Chen that the old fellow had suffered significant injuries and managed to escape. Caution was advised for the future. The great venerable Ruoqing had also sustained considerable injuries and insights during this conflict, and had retreated into seclusion upon returning to the Chen Alliance. At this moment, within the imperial city of the Chen Alliance, the atmosphere was festive, adorned with lanterns and celebrating joy. The entire Tianling Mountain had plunged into a state of merriment. High-ranking figures from various factions, renowned rogue cultivators, and notable individuals such as the mighty emperor were all invited by Lin Chen to the imperial city. Presently, within the conference hall of the Chen Alliance, a grand banquet was laid out, attended by several hundred individuals. These attendees included high-ranking members from the northern factions of the chaotic ancient domain, as well as those featured on the chaotic rankings, including Luoyang and Luosha. Lin Chen sat at the head of the table, raising his cup, and addressed the assembly with a smile. This toast is dedicated to the esteemed elders present. I would also like to take this moment to express that as the foremost power in the northern chaos, should there be any shortcomings in the Chen Alliance, I hope everyone will be forgiving. The prominent figures present, their expressions subtly shifting, were engulfed by a myriad of thoughts, yet found themselves unable to decline. They all rose, adorned with smiles. Oh, the Ascendant Alliance has flourished so remarkably, lacking in no regard. One exclaimed, "Haha, we hope that the esteemed leaders of the Ascendant Alliance will look after us well. Our young and capable leader will undoubtedly propel the Alliance to greater heights. Should any troubles arise, please feel free to seek my assistance. I shall exert my utmost for our leader." At this moment, the high-ranking members of various factions radiated smiles, their words brimming with admiration and loyalty towards Lin Chen. They understood that this cup of wine presented by him was no ordinary drink. Consuming it meant their submission to the Ascendant Alliance. Yet, who among them dared to refuse? Everyone drank heartily, Lin Chen included. Of course, figures like the mighty emperor, Luoyang, Luosha, He Chaoyang, and Zhou Tianyun abstained from finishing their cups and remained silent. Lin Chen's face glowed with a flush, his demeanor seemingly imbued with a hint of inebriation. "Haha, everyone, let us rejoice. Indeed, these days have been joyous. Our Ascendant Alliance shall undoubtedly thrive alongside all of you." Laughter filled the air, with compliments directed at Lin Chen causing a flicker of pride to dance across his features. This young man truly embodies arrogance and grandeur, He Chaoyang observed, unable to restrain himself from whispering to Zhou Tianyun. "Should we teach this lad a lesson? Chaoyang, do not be deceived by the current bravado of others. Consider the repercussions of acting hastily," Zhou Tianyun advised, although he too felt a twinge of displeasure. "We have yet to fully grasp the true foundation of the Ascendant Alliance. To act recklessly against Lin Chen, who is not an easy adversary, would be unwise." While He Chaoyang acknowledged the validity of Zhou Tianyun's words, he masked his agreement, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chen and emitting a measured snort. Wang Lai, Lin Chen, the strategist, and Zhou Ruoqing, among the upper echelons of the Ascendant Alliance, were particularly elated today. Though accustomed to the nauseating flattery of their peers, they found solace in the praise directed towards Lin Chen, which resonated deeply within their hearts. They too raised their glasses to Lin Chen, whose actions as the enigmatic young leader had captured their admiration. Similar exchanges of silent communication occurred among Zhou Tianyun, He Chaoyang, Luoyang, and Luosha. Following this grand feast, they would relay the information back to their respective sections. As for how the Killing Hall and the Central Court would respond, it could not hinder the Ascendant Alliance from claiming the title of the foremost power in the northern chaotic ancient domain. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Chen took his leave, entrusting the proceedings to Hongba. At this moment, in a secretive location within the Imperial Cloud ancient city, the atmosphere was grim, housing an array of prisons. These were not ordinary cells, but rather crafted from a unique, imprisoning mineral, specifically designed to confine sovereign beings. In the deepest recesses of this prison, chains as cold and dark as the night, each the size of a human head, coiled around the massive body of a pitch-black dragon, rendering it utterly immobile. These obsidian chains are a formidable treasure of the heavens and earth. Once ensnared, one's struggle only serves to tighten the bindings. At this moment, the bound black dragon, drenched in blood, bears shattered scales upon its head, its once vibrant dragon eyes now dim and listless. This is the Black Heaven Fiend. Although Lin Chen has inflicted grievous wounds upon the fiend, he has refrained from delivering the final blow. However, the Black Heaven Fiend now resembles a mere husk of its former self. Upon hearing the resonant footsteps, the Black Heaven Fiend feebly lifted its head, and the once dull flames in its dragon eyes ignited with fierce brilliance. Lin Chen stood before the Black Heaven Fiend, towering above it, his demeanor tranquil as he declared, "Your Black Dragon realm shall meet its demise. The ambitions of your Black Dragon army lie in ruins, and your master has fled. Before me, you are reduced to nothing but an insignificant insect." The dragon's body trembled violently, and the eyes that once brimmed with resentment, hatred, and madness now flickered with a waning light. "Chen Ling, may you suffer a fate worse than death," the Black Heaven Fiend uttered feebly, even its curses sounding pitifully weak. Lin Chen gazed upon the fiend with a mixture of pity and disdain. "You were wrought by another, your innate intelligence twisted by the fan of the evil dragon. Indeed, your plight is lamentable. Yet, I can offer you one final opportunity." "One final opportunity?" The Black Heaven Fiend paused, bewildered. Lin Chen's countenance remained cold as he continued. "Inform me about the Reign Emperor and the whereabouts of your preparations. If you cooperate, I can restore you to the first level of the divine realm." The Black Heaven Fiend's body quivered, and its head bowed. Reflecting upon the once overwhelming power that coursed through its form, it now confronted the stark reality of its own impotence. The fiend fell silent. Lin Chen spoke again, as the leader of the Chen Alliance. "I am not as shameless as your Black Dragon realm. I assure you. Should I spare you, my allies will not trouble you." The Black Heaven Fiend abruptly raised its head. Lin Chen beheld bloodshot eyes brimming with madness as the fiend let out a deranged laugh. "Chen Ling, dream on. Your affection for the Reign Emperor will soon lead her to another embrace. You have destroyed everything I held dear, and I shall make you experience true suffering." Lin Chen's expression, previously indifferent, now turned frigid. The temperature within the prison chamber plummeted, and the Black Heaven Fiend sensed Lin Chen's wrath. Yet, in its twisted psyche, it reveled in a perverse thrill. "Let your rage consume you. I intend for you to lose your beloved." The fiend's manic laughter abruptly ceased as a chilling gleam flickered behind Lin Chen, swiftly piercing the fiend's neck. With a thud, the massive dragon head, now wide-eyed in terror, fell to the ground, producing a resonant thump. Lin Chen did not turn back, merely stating coldly, "What brings you here? This is the Chen Alliance. Do you wish to die?" A shadowy figure emerged before the Black Heaven Fiend's corpse, revealing a pair of icy eyes that regarded Lin Chen. "I am Lu Qingwei," she announced. The voice, as frigid as one's gaze, emanated from Lin Chen, his brows slightly furrowed as he fixed his intense stare upon Lu Qingwei. "I shall issue you another warning. This is the Chen Alliance. I possess information regarding the Reign Emperor." Lu Qingwei, undeterred by the palpable aura of menace surrounding Lin Chen, merely replied coldly. At that moment, Lin Chen was taken aback. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the Dark Nation not only engaged in assassination but also traded in various forms of intelligence, provided one was willing to pay an adequate price. "What is it that you desire?" Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 611. The Journey to the Bloodstained Prison. The woman from the Dark Clan, named Zhou Ruoqing, had unexpectedly trailed him into the Chen Alliance. Lin Chen chose not to expose her, for he was not intimidated by her presence within the alliance. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. However, faced with the erratic behavior of the mysterious Haitian Shah, Lin Chen found himself quite troubled, only to be taken aback when Zhou Ruoqing struck him down. Now, all Lin Chen wished to ascertain was Lu Yueqing's true intentions toward him? Was it the Dark Heaven Order, or the ancient and deadly hidden immortal technique? I shall pose a question to you first, Lu Qinghua stated coldly. Who entrusted you with the Dark Heaven Order? Is the shadow energy you cultivate derived from the hidden immortal technique? You have presented 2 inquiries. I regret to inform you that I can only respond to one, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The Dark Heaven Order was entrusted to me by an elder for safekeeping. He mentioned that it would aid me when the time was right. After a moment of silence, Lu Qinghua inquired, May I know the answer to the second question? What do you think? Lin Chen retorted. Lu Qinghua fell silent, standing there lost in thought. Lin Chen, feeling a headache coming on, sensed that this aloof girl from the Dark Nation had developed a peculiar interest in him. Although he had had limited interaction with Lu Qinghua, he could discern that she possessed a certain chilliness. This coldness differed from that of the Rain Emperor, whose chill emanated from the very marrow of his bones, while Lu Qinghua's was akin to the icy flow of her blood. Given this, if you wish to obtain information about the Rain Emperor, you must assist me in a matter, Lu Qinghua stated, adding, Furthermore, I must caution you. Do not let individuals from the Dark Nation discover that you possess the Dark Heaven Order, lest it brings about your demise. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded. Smiling, Thank you for your warning. I shall be cautious. However, what assistance do you require from me? The Void Blade Pool, Lu Qinghua said, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Chen's. Accompany me to the Void Blade Pool. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, unable to restrain his curiosity. What exactly is the Void Blade Pool? Lu Qinghua's cold expression shifted to one of astonishment. You truly do not know of the Void Blade Pool? Must I know? Lin Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. I have only recently arrived in the chaotic ancient domain. The Void Blade Pool resides in the southern part of the chaotic ancient domain. It is a sanctuary created by the essence of the Void Blade, resonating with the power of the void. If you wish to cultivate your shadow energy to the point of concealment and lethality, the Void Blade Pool is the optimal location. Lu Yueqing spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, stating that the Void Blade Pool appears once every 50 years. According to intelligence from our Dark Nation, the Void Blade Pool will manifest in just 10 days. Lin Chen felt a stir within his heart. A place suffused with the power of the void was indeed a treasure for him, as it was only with sufficient void energy that he could further comprehend the profound mysteries of the shadowy essence. Following the recent battle at the Black Dragon Conference, Lin Chen had increasingly sensed the terrifying potential of the hidden Immortal-'s ancient killing technique. He pondered deeply about the extent of its power if he were to master all 3 stages. I must consider this carefully, Lin Chen said earnestly. Lu Yueqing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she remarked that this upcoming Void Blade Pool represented an opportunity for him. Other major forces are still unaware of this intelligence, but I still need to contemplate, Lin Chen replied earnestly. What if I encounter danger? Lu Yueqing's cold, emotionless gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen's face, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. If you do not go, you will never obtain the information, Lu Yueqing said, turning her head away and departing, leaving him with a terse remark. Alliance Leader's manner, young man, you should go. This girl, Lu Yueqing, harbors no ill intentions toward you. Blood Old chuckled, adding that with the Dark Sky Order in hand, she might even protect him. Is that so, Blood Old? Can you tell me what this Dark Sky Order actually does? Lin Chen inquired, a look of confusion on his face. He found it hard to believe that Lu Yueqing, who had initially sought his life, would now protect him. You'll understand once you encounter that group from the Dark Clan. The chaotic ancient domain's outer regions merely hint at the Dark Clan's burgeoning power, Blood Old warned gravely. Be careful not to reveal the existence of the Dark Sky Order, especially now when the Chen Alliance is at a crucial juncture. I understand, Lin Chen replied with a nod. According to his agreement with Lu Yueqing, he would head to the Void Blade Pool the following day. The banquet continued in the conference hall. Upon his return, Lin Chen had made initial contact with 2 prodigies from the Killing Hall and 2 from the Central Court. Alliance Leader Chen Ling is remarkably accomplished. My brother and I pale in comparison, Luo Sha said with a light smile toward Lin Chen, while Luo Yang merely nodded in agreement. Lin Chen held a favorable impression of the 2 and engaged in conversation, forging a friendship. However, when Lin Chen toasted Zhou Tianyun and He Chaoyang scrutinized Lin Chen and self-deprecatingly remarked, Alliance Leader Chen Ling, what are you doing? We mere mortals hardly require your personal toast. Lin Chen maintained his expression, merely smiling as he replied, Brother Chuyang, you jest. In terms of cultivation, I am no match for either of you. As for my methods, they are merely childish tricks. This elicited slightly displeased expressions from Zhou Tianyun and He Chuyang, who took a moment to compose themselves. The next day, all attendees of the Chen Alliance banquet departed. Returning to their respective factions, Lin Chen convened another high-level meeting. In this particular meeting, Lin Chen primarily articulated his intended direction, revealing that he would soon be departing from the Chen Alliance for a period of time. What? Alliance leader, you have only just arrived, and now you must leave? Wang Lai exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise, unable to contain his curiosity. The others gazed at Lin Chen with expressions of confusion. Lin Chen offered a faint smile and remarked, esteemed seniors, my current cultivation is still far from sufficient. I have recently acquired some intelligence and plan to venture to a land of prodigious talent to enhance my abilities. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to ensure the proper management of the Chen Alliance. I estimate that for the time being, no one will dare to provoke us. At this moment, Lin Chen felt the urgency of time weighing heavily on him. With the enigmatic Taoist of heavenly secrets and the predatory gaze of several powerful factions, he understood the necessity of rapidly advancing his cultivation. Should his identity be exposed, he would be left with no choice but to face death. Hong Ba nodded in agreement, saying, Alliance Leader, this is indeed a sound plan. I shall collaborate with Alliance Leader Ouyang to manage the Chen Alliance. Wang Lai and the others concurred with Lin Chen's reasoning, their hearts brimming with anticipation for his growth. If he was already so formidable at the great perfection stage of spirit flow, how terrifying would he become in the future? As Lin Chen prepared to take his leave, he paused midway, a sheepish smile crossing his face as he remembered something he had forgotten. These items, please distribute them according to merit, he instructed. Everyone gazed at him in perplexity as Lin Chen raised his hand, summoning over 100 beams of sovereign light that coalesced into a flowing river. Each artifact exuded a powerful aura. The pressure of half-step supreme royal artifacts was utterly imposing. Haha, these treasures were obtained from the treasury of the Black Dragon Heaven Association. Lin Chen laughed heartily before vanishing from sight, leaving the senior members of the Chen Alliance in a state of astonishment. Wang Lai stared at the multitude of royal artifacts, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, while the strategist and his companions stood in utter disbelief. No wonder I found no treasures within the Black Dragon Heaven Association. The Alliance leader must have taken them all, Zhou Ruoqing murmured, unable to suppress her admiration for Lin Chen's prowess. Hong Ba and Ouyang Zun exchanged knowing glances, unable to stifle their hearty laughter. All the senior members of the Chen Alliance joined in, their spirits elevated with excitement. At the summit of Tianling Mountain, cloaked in black robes, Lu Qingyue's countenance remained cold and devoid of emotion, save for her strikingly serene eyes. Will you not hand over the intelligence to me first? Lin Chen inquired as he advanced toward her. Lu Qingyue met his gaze briefly before turning away, saying, I believe if I give it to you now, you will disrupt my plans. Therefore, let us first proceed to the Void Blade Pool. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, watching Lu Qingyue leave in haste. He raised his hand to observe the gray mark on his palm. For some reason, the unsettling feeling within him only intensified. I hope nothing unexpected occurs, he thought. Recalling the ailment afflicting Yu Huang's master, the unfeeling fairy, and glanced at Lu Qingyue's retreating figure. Only by journeying to the Void Blade Pool could he ascertain the situation. Chapter 612. Encountering bandits. Lu Qingyue's speed was indeed astonishing. Every time Lin Chen took flight, his toes would lightly tap the air, unleashing a formidable force equivalent to a half-step imperial artifact, propelling him to an astonishing speed. However, this level of prowess merely allowed him to match Lu Yueqing. This left Lin Chen increasingly perplexed about Lu Yueqing's true identity. It was evident that the technique she employed was no ordinary feat. Lu Yueqing provided Lin Chen with a brief overview of the Void Blade Pool, a powerful entity that emerged once every 50 years. Due to the turmoil in the chaotic ancient domain, its appearance had been hastened by 2 decades. Each time the Void Blade Pool emerged, it incited fierce competition among various factions. This occasion was no different. Nevertheless, the intelligence Lu Yueqing possessed was far more advanced than that of these influential entities, suggesting that if they traveled for 2 days, they could very well be among the first to reach the Void Blade Pool. However, Lu Yueqing did not disclose the purpose of their visit to the pool. Lin Chen was resolute in his belief that Lu Yueqing's insistence on bringing him along was not out of a desire to assist him in comprehending the ethereal shadows. As they hastened their journey, Lin Chen found himself troubled by thoughts of Master Yu Huang, prompting him to engage Lu Yueqing in conversation out of sheer curiosity. "Tell me, Lu Yueqing, why do you always shroud yourself in that dark robe?" he inquired. Lu Yueqing glanced at him without uttering a word, continuing her flight in silence. Lin Chen pondered aloud. "From the sound of your voice, you must possess a pleasing appearance. Is it a matter of inherent beauty?" Abruptly, Lu Yueqing halted, and Lin Chen felt a chill at his neck as a pitch-black dagger was pressed against his throat. "Do you wish to die?" Lu Yueqing asked coldly, the blade grazing his skin. "Do not presume that your robust physique renders you impervious." Lin Chen managed a nervous chuckle and replied, "I do not wish to die." "Then be silent," Lu Yueqing retorted, retracting the dagger and turning away. Lin Chen, feeling awkward, was at a loss for words. Lu Yueqing's propensity to brandish her knife left him somewhat on edge. He could not afford to be constantly wary of her. It was essential to note that a peak assassin from the Dark Clan, at the pinnacle of the Divine Flow realm, was more than capable of undertaking assassination missions at the Dao Diagram realm. "Your demeanor is quite cold," Lin Chen remarked after a moment's reflection. Lu Yueqing remained reticent. Observing her disinclination to engage in conversation, Lin Chen felt a sense of disenchantment and fell into silence, keeping pace with her flight. Lu Yueqing's attitude left Lin Chen feeling hurt. He had anticipated that this aloof individual would at least exchange a few words with him. Despite his lack of charm, he believed the Dark Heaven Order afforded him some consideration, yet Lu Yueqing granted him none. On this journey, Lin Chen had not brought Shishi along, as Lu Yueqing had insisted that he travel alone. Thus, the monotonous flight extended over 2 days. Throughout this period, the relationship between Lin Chen and Lu Yueqing remained lukewarm. He initiated conversation, yet she remained taciturn unless provoked. At this moment, they arrived at the southern lowlands of the chaotic ancient domain. In the southern region of the chaotic ancient domain lies the dominion of the Central Court, an authority against which none can withstand. This southern expanse is also the nearest area to the heart of the chaotic ancient domain, where Lin Chen discerned that a fine web of chaotic laws permeated the atmosphere, far more potent than that in the north. These intricate chaotic laws, upon entering one's body, would emit an essence of chaos. However, for Lin Chen, this chaotic essence posed little concern. In contrast to the north, the carnage in the south was far more brutal. The three dominant forces, the Central Court, the Dark Nation, and the Killing Hall, explicitly stated their indifference towards any acts of slaughter. In fact, the individuals of the Central Court even encouraged such behaviors, promoting growth through bloodshed. Thus, the northern region of the chaotic ancient domain had become a place of cannibalism. The location of the Voidblade Pool was nestled within an ordinary mountain range known as the Scorpion Mountains, which sprawled for hundreds of miles in the shape of a scorpion. Upon reaching the Scorpion Mountains, Lin Chen found no terrifying entities within the range, though he sensed the fluctuations of divine realms at numerous points. He could not help but question Lu Yueqing. "If your intelligence is erroneous, we may be doomed." Lu Yueqing merely cast a cold glance at Lin Chen and stated, "The Voidblade Pool is indeed within this mountain range. We shall search for it ourselves." With that, she prepared to rise and seek out the Voidblade Pool. This Voidblade Pool could not be detected through divine consciousness, possessing the ability to shield against such probing. Thus, they had no choice but to search various locations. Faced with Lu Yueqing's cold and obstinate demeanor, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, managing only a bitter smile as he calmed his restless spirit. However, the thought of seeking the Voidblade Pool amidst the vast stretches of the mountain range left him somewhat speechless. Even with their swift pace, eschewing the use of divine consciousness would inevitably consume a considerable amount of time. Whether they would even find it was a pivotal question. Suddenly, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and raised his gaze to meet Lu Yueqing's, only to discover that she had vanished from sight. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he too disappeared into thin air, concealing himself deeply. Moments later, a cacophony of voices erupted ahead, as a throng of figures surged forth. At the forefront was a youth with a waxen complexion, his face reflecting terror as he fled with great haste, clutching a treasured artifact tightly in his grasp. This was an entity of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Trailing behind the youth were a dozen or so burly men, their appearances rugged and muscular, some even portly. These men exuded an air of ferocity, particularly the sinister glint in their eyes, which conveyed an unmistakable sense of malevolence. "Boy, If you dare to flee any further, I will have you chopped into pieces, making your existence a living hell," bellowed the leading man, the only one among them possessing the power of the yin-yang mirror. However, he had no inkling that the pallid youth was fleeing with remarkable swiftness. Indeed. Consider how your brothers met their demise. This brat, had it not been for that piece of news, would have been dispatched without hesitation. Their brothers, a pitiful lot, dared to defy me. They deserve to be eliminated. This young man bears no resemblance to stone. Once captured, he shall be dismembered and fed to the ravenous beasts." The burly leader and the dozen or so ruffians behind him erupted into raucous laughter, their tones brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing their discourse, the leader sneered at the pallid youth, stating, "If you continue to flee, I assure you, your fate will be far more tragic than that of your feeble brothers." At that moment, the pallid youth was engulfed in sheer terror, his mind fixated solely on the thought of escape. Observing his relentless flight, the leader's expression twisted into one of irritation. Contemplating the rewards promised by their master, Chen San felt an overwhelming urge to accelerate his pursuit. Damn it! This brat dares to escape. Brothers, unleash your spells and bring him down. An ingenious plan materialized in Chen San's mind, prompting him to bellow with fervor. The ruffians behind him responded with exuberance, their spirits ignited as they channeled their energies. The pallid youth's expression grew even more fearful, sensing the chilling aura rising behind him. Was death imminent? Lin Chen, concealed in the shadows, observed the unfolding scene, pondering that they had encountered a group of robbers. He turned to glance at the hiding place of Lu Qingyue, only to find it utterly deserted. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the retreating figures of Chen San and his crew, spotting a dark silhouette trailing behind them. Intriguing, he mused, and swiftly darted in their direction. Chapter 613. Chen San. With a furious roar from Chen San, the ruffians behind him sprang into action, their excitement palpable as they unleashed their might. In an instant, the air was charged with the resonance of numerous spells, all aimed at the pallid youth. Chen San, with a disdainful grunt, summoned a low-grade imperial sword, cleaving the air with a mighty swing, directing a blade of energy toward the fleeing youth. The pallid young man acutely sensed the looming threat of death, his panic escalating as he fled with even greater urgency. Boom! The array of spells did not strike the youth directly. Instead, they collided with one another, producing a cacophony of explosive sound. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the epicenter of the blast. Instantly, the pallid youth was swept away by this invisible force, his body launched into the air, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a sinister smile, Chen San swiftly approached the pale-faced young man who had been knocked down, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The young man's expression contorted in agony as blood spewed forth uncontrollably. Soon, a dozen formidable figures surrounded them, their eyes glinting with malice. Chen San seized the young man's neck, lifting him with disdain. "Speak quickly, reveal the location of what you have seen, or face certain death." The warriors under Chen San's command echoed his threat with chilling laughter, instilling a profound sense of dread. The young man's eyes were wide with terror, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate his words. "Please," he stammered, clearly shaken. Chen San's anger surged upon witnessing the young man's fear. He raised his hand and struck the young man's face with a fierce slap. The impact left one side of the young man's face swollen, igniting a searing pain. With difficulty, the young man attempted to speak, but his words were muddled, revealing his inner turmoil in the presence of Chen San. "If you do not speak soon," Chen San threatened, his eyes narrowing, "I shall carve the flesh from your body." He brandished his imperial sword menacingly, his demeanor growing increasingly sinister. The young man trembled, his mouth opening in preparation to divulge the information. However, at that moment, a cold voice cut through the tension. "Release him. I will spare you this time." Chen San, startled by the abrupt voice, turned to see a figure cloaked in black robes, Zhou Ruoqing. For a moment, he hesitated, then discreetly probed with his consciousness, only to find the figure's aura remarkably ordinary. Discontent brewed within him. The implication of mercy seemed to suggest superiority. Yet, Chen San was aware that in this chaotic ancient domain of the north, many powerful individuals roamed, and he was but a mere speck in the vast ocean. "Who are you?" "I am Chen San, attending to matters for the Death Ancestor. I trust you will refrain from interfering," he replied, lowering his tone slightly to invoke the name of the notorious figure. The Death Ancestor was renowned within a 100-mile radius, his followers known for their brutality. Chen San had witnessed powerful factions yield to the Death Ancestor's influence, and he hoped that the black-robed figure would retreat upon hearing his name. To Chen San's dismay, the cloaked figure merely replied coldly, "You have one last chance. Either leave or perish." At this moment, not only did Chen San's face reveal an expression of extreme displeasure, but some of his subordinates also erupted in curses, exclaiming in outrage at the audacity of someone daring to speak to their master in such a manner. Chen San, though eager to retaliate, managed to restrain himself and inquired, "Esteemed friend, may I ask your identity?" This individual is someone specifically sought after by our revered Death Ancestor. Do you wish to provoke his formidable presence? In this instance, Chen San invoked the name of the Death Ancestor to intimidate the audacious figure cloaked in black before him. He had been instructed by the Death Ancestor to venture into the Scorpion Mountain range in search of a certain object, and the promised reward was exceedingly generous, stirring Chen San's ambition greatly. While he was on his quest, he fortuitously encountered a pallid young man and his companions. Chen San had intended to seize a minor fortune, but unexpectedly stumbled upon critical information, leading him to ruthlessly slay the two elder brothers of the pale youth. Dead, came the chilling utterance from Zhou Ruoqing, her voice frigid to the bone. Chen San's pupils constricted abruptly. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of unease surged within him. In the next instant, Zhou Ruoqing's figure vanished from his sight. The sound of piercing strikes echoed repeatedly, accompanied by a fountain of blood. To Chen San's ears, these sounds resonated like the summons of the Grim Reaper, sending a bone-chilling shiver down his spine. Several burly men crumbled in utter defeat before the sudden onslaught of cold brilliance, barely realizing they had met their demise. She truly is brutal, always brandishing her blade. Lin Chen muttered quietly, his form also transforming. At this moment, Lin Chen had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, having ascended to a half-step supreme imperial weapon, which rendered his stature even more imposing. Additionally, the alterations brought about by the devouring demon technique lent his visage an air of mystery and profundity. So much so that even the esteemed Hua Qing and his peers had nearly failed to recognize him upon their initial encounter. Chen San's pupils narrowed to pinpoints, engulfed in a paralyzing fear, unsure of how to respond. Soon, he beheld a man brimming with an aura of profound mystique suddenly materialize before him, intensifying his sense of dread. How can there be another? Chen San stammered. "You have one last chance to save your life," Lin Chen stated calmly. Gesturing towards Zhou Ruoqing, he added in a hushed tone, "If you do not cooperate, I cannot promise to shield you from her blade." Chapter 614. News. At this moment, Chen San was engulfed in terror, his heart shrouded in an overwhelming chill. He never imagined that the figure cloaked in black would show no respect for the Death Ancestor, executing such ruthless actions with terrifying prowess. Moreover, a mysterious young man had now appeared before him. Chen San's pupils flickered intensely. After a considerable while, he managed to suppress the fear swelling within him and cast a furtive glance at the figure in black nearby, stammering, "Is what you said true? Will you really let me go?" At this moment, Chen San could scarcely bear to witness the fate of his dozen or so subordinates. After years of being a bandit, he felt fear for the first time, fear of others' ruthless methods. Lin Chen glanced at Zhou Ruoqing, exchanged a subtle signal with her, and then remarked, "Of course. My words have always held weight. Moreover, you now have no choice but to trust me." The pallid-faced young man was utterly stunned by the scene before him. He had not anticipated that he would survive. His eyes, wide with astonishment, were fixed on the two individuals before him, rendering him speechless. After a moment of hesitation, Chen San, noticing the black-robed figure's silence, began to believe the words of this enigmatic young man. "What would you like to know?" "I shall divulge everything I know." At this juncture, Chen San, much like Lin Chen had suggested, recognized that he had no alternative but to place his faith in Lin Chen. "Why are you pursuing him?" Lin Chen inquired coolly, sensing ulterior motives. "Had this encounter not been fortuitous, he would already be your captive." In the shadows, Lin Chen astutely discerned that Chen San possessed sufficient capability to eliminate the pale young man. However, Chen San seemed intent on capturing him alive, thus complicating matters considerably. There must be some ulterior motive behind Chen San's actions, which was also why Zhou Ruoqing refrained from killing him. She understood that Chen San must possess crucial information. "The Death Ancestor sent us to search for something. When I chanced upon him, I overheard some news," which piqued my interest, prompting my actions against them. Chen Alliance said cautiously, fully aware that he had encountered someone formidable, someone unafraid of the Death Ancestor's ruthlessness. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Based on Chen Alliance's earlier remarks, it was evident that the Death Ancestor was a significant figure in the vicinity, and Chen Alliance was merely serving him. However, what intrigued Lin Chen was what the Death Ancestor sought in the Scorpion Mountain range. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Ruoqing, who met his gaze with her icy, beautiful eyes. Their connection broke as quickly as it formed. What is the Death Ancestor searching for? Lin Chen inquired with unwavering certainty. If you answer well, I assure you she will not harm you. Chen Alliance's heart leaped with joy, and he hastily replied, I do not know what the Death Ancestor seeks, but I am aware that he has dispatched his subordinates to search for it. Several local factions have also received orders to do the same. Noticing Lin Chen's furrowed brow, Chen Alliance's heart raced, and he quickly added, the Death Ancestor informed us that once we discover that item, he will certainly sense it. Lin Chen's brow relaxed as he smiled and asked, is that all? Do not dare to deceive me, Chen Alliance hurriedly affirmed, all the while secretly vowing to report this matter to the Ancestor upon his return. Chen Alliance felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that even the Death Ancestor could not deal with these two individuals. First and foremost, he needed to preserve his own life. And then he would demonstrate his prowess to you. Chen Alliance, he mused inwardly. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment before offering Chen Alliance a smile of gratitude. I intend to let you go. You may leave now. Chen Alliance's face lit up with joy, feeling a sense of relief from the brink of death. He immediately turned and fled with all his might, fully aware that he was no match for these two, and that his only recourse lay in inciting discord with the Death Ancestor. However, he had not ventured far when a chilling blade of light severed his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure in the black robe before him. I did not say I would spare you, Liu coldly replied. She had never actually promised Lin Chen that she would let him go. Lin Chen observed Chen Alliance's expression of unwillingness and sighed with a wry smile. At least afford me some dignity. I said he was spared. How can you still kill him? Liu cast a glance at Lin Chen, her cold eyes glimmering with disdain. What dignity do you possess? Lin Chen decisively retreated, turning away to avoid her scornful gaze. He addressed the pale-faced young man, brother, we are not villains. The young man, looking ashen, trembled at Lin Chen's words, casting a fearful glance at Liu before hastily replying, I understand. Thank you both for saving me. Lin Chen shot Liu a knowing look, amusement dancing in his eyes, as if to say, see how terrifying you are. Others are so afraid of you. Look at me once more, and I shall kill you, Liu warned, her expression turning icy. The young man's face paled further, and he dared not meet her gaze, his eyes fixed on the ground, unable to conceal the tremor of fear within him. Lin Chen found the scene amusing, but time was of the essence, so he inquired, dear friend, could you enlighten me as to why they are pursuing you? A flicker of anger crossed the young man's face as he replied vehemently, my brothers and I were originally on our way to the Chen Alliance. However, we stumbled upon a peculiar location in the Scorpion Mountain range, filled with strange powers. I witnessed the Yin-Yang realm beast being suddenly torn in half by some force. While we were discussing this, they discovered us and threatened to kill me. I only managed to escape. A trace of guilt crossed the young man's features as he recalled the deaths of his two brothers, feeling that he was to blame. Liu glanced at Lin Chen, her silence conveying a clear message. Ah, you wish to join the Chen Alliance, why? Lin Chen, disregarding Liu's peculiar gaze, asked curiously. The pale-faced young man's eyes sparkled with longing. Because people say that those in the Chen Alliance are fair, value relationships, and are the foremost alliance, without oppression. Thus, I yearn for the past. Alas, my talent may be confined to the realm of yin and yang, and I am uncertain if I shall succeed. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he recalled the demise of his two elder brothers, reigniting the flames of anger within him, his fists clenched tightly. I, too, desire vengeance. I must enhance my strength, but what troubles you? Lin Chen inquired with renewed interest. The young man, his complexion ashen, hesitated for a moment, perplexed as to why this formidable and enigmatic youth would ask such a question. Ultimately, he confessed with a bitter smile, my talent is insufficient. I fear being looked down upon by others. Oh, Lin Chen nodded, then continued, could you divulge to me the location of that peculiar place? The young man, taken aback, hurriedly replied, esteemed senior, that place is exceedingly terrifying. I advise you against going there. Fear not. I merely inquire out of curiosity, Lin Chen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Well, in that case, as you are my saviors, I shall certainly inform you, the young man stated earnestly. That location lies within a secluded valley in the western region of the Scorpion Mountain Range. It is exceedingly well concealed. Had it not been for sheer chance, I would not have discovered it. Lin Chen and Zhou Ruoqing exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of intrigue in the other's eyes. Thank you for the information. Lin Chen smiled, casually tossing the young man an object. May our paths cross again. This is a token of my gratitude. This gift may assist you in realizing your dreams. After uttering these words, Lin Chen and Zhou Ruoqing vanished from the young man's sight, leaving him in stunned silence. He gazed at the two extraordinary figures with envy, yearning for the day he could attain their level of prowess. Subsequently, he recalled the senior's parting words, his heart racing as he looked at the gift in his hand, nearly fainting from shock and exhilaration. For in his grasp lay an ancient and exquisite token, inscribed with the words Morning Alliance. He understood well that this token could only be bestowed upon true disciples by the higher echelons of the Morning Alliance. Chapter 615. Trouble approaches. After the pale young man relayed the information, Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue exchanged knowing glances, swiftly deciding to head north toward the Scorpion Mountain Range. This young man had indeed rendered significant assistance to Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue. After all, the concealment of the void pool would have posed considerable difficulties in their search. Moreover, Chen San's appearance had instilled a sense of pressure in both Lu Qingyue and Lin Chen. Chen Ling, your methods are truly impressive, Lu Qingyue suddenly remarked, startling Lin Chen from his contemplation. With a half-smile, Lin Chen glanced at Lu Qingyue and retorted, Pray, it is you who is excessively violent. Others are frightened by your blade. Lu Qingyue fell silent for a moment. Then a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's direction, causing his expression to shift. Do not wield your blade carelessly, he urged. I was merely jesting. Lu Qingyue remained silent, though the icy glimmer of her blade was retracted. I sense that the current situation is rather dire, Lin Chen remarked. Lin Chen suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Is the object that the Death Ancestor seeks the Void Blade Pool? Zhou Ruoqing fell silent for a moment. The information regarding the Void Blade Pool was the latest intelligence provided by the Dark Kingdom, and now that it had come to the attention of the Death Ancestor. What did that signify? It indicated that many individuals were fixated on the Void Blade Pool. Consequently, the danger factor for both Zhou Ruoqing and Lin Chen had significantly escalated. Perhaps he seeks something else, Zhou Ruoqing coldly remarked without glancing at Lin Chen. Let us hope so, Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head and sighing. I feel as though I am being summoned by someone, destined to toil under duress. Zhou Ruoqing fell silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat frosty. Lin Chen, unsure of what to say, chose to remain quiet. It was prudent to avoid provoking this woman who readily wielded her blade. In their silence, the two swiftly approached the northern region of the Scorpion Mountain Range. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of their precise location, thus they needed to meticulously search each area, particularly around the valleys, where their scrutiny was exceptionally thorough. Lin Chen had to concede that Zhou Ruoqing was indeed exceptionally astute. Their collaboration required no words. A mere glance or subtle gesture sufficed to convey their intentions. After expending the better part of a day in their search, Lin Chen and Zhou Ruoqing had scanned the majority of the northern Scorpion Mountain Range, only to be met with disappointment as there were no traces of the Void Blade Pool. However, a glimmer of hope lingered for Lin Chen. As they were drawing ever closer to their objective, navigating through clusters of trees, Lin Chen's vast consciousness spread throughout the forest like a spider's web. For some inexplicable reason, following Chen San's appearance, Lin Chen keenly observed an evident increase in the number of beings at the yin-yang and consciousness realm within the mountains. Zhou Ruoqing had clearly noticed this phenomenon as well, prompting them to recall the concerns articulated by Chen San. The Death Ancestor had dispatched minions to seek something. Aside from the Void Blade Pool, what other treasures might the Scorpion Mountain Range conceal? Lin Chen refrained from addressing this issue directly, as it pertained to Zhou Ruoqing and the Dark Kingdom. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoqing halted her steps, perched upon a branch, her strikingly beautiful yet frosty eyes wide open. What is it? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and came to a stop as well. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ruoqing spoke. Chen Ling, have you engaged in conversation with me in hopes of acquiring information about the Rain Emperor in advance? Lin Chen's expression faltered, and he could not help but chuckle ruefully. The reason for his increased verbal engagement during this time was largely due to matters concerning the Rain Emperor. He felt an unsettling premonition, a sense that something adverse was on the horizon. Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not wish for the outcome to be dire. So he had initiated conversation with Zhou Ruoqing to divert his attention. Lin Chen shook his head and frowned, saying, "Since we have arrived, let us resolve the issue regarding the Void Blade Pool." The words Zhou Ruoqing had uttered previously, that revealing the truth would disrupt his plans, were the principal cause of his unease. Zhou Ruoqing is undoubtedly aware of the matters concerning the Rain Emperor, hence she subtly conveyed some hints to Lin Chen. Presently, Lin Chen feels an urgent need to enhance his strength. Should any issues arise with the Rain Emperor, he must possess greater power to provide substantial assistance. Zhou Ruoqing, without uttering a word, rose onto her toes and swiftly vanished into the forest like a flash of lightning. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, running his fingers through his hair before quickly matching her pace. After expending 2 full hours, both Lin Chen and Zhou Ruoqing were shrouded in a dense aura of illusion, their figures seemingly dissipating under the scorching sunlight. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Lin Chen leaned forward, peering down with an expression of grave concern. The dark heavenly order within the illusory spirit mirror began to quiver slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Below lay the Void Blade Pool, a realization that struck Lin Chen with intense intuition. However, it was not the Void Blade Pool that caused Lin Chen and Zhou Ruoqing to wear somber expressions. Rather, it was the detection of several auras of the divine law realm surrounding the cliff's base, all emanating from the formidable presence of the Ganqi realm. The Death Ancestors people, Zhou Ruoqing transmitted to Lin Chen, a cold glint flickering in her hand as she declared, "Eliminate them all." "Miss Liu, must you always resort to violence?" Lin Chen replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Zhou Ruoqing shot him a glance, retracting her dark dagger. Lin Chen furrowed his brow once more. "Let us descend and assess the situation without being discovered." With that, Lin Chen leaped off the cliff, followed closely by Zhou Ruoqing. Both Lin Chen and Zhou Ruoqing descended silently into the depths of the chasm, making no sound. Upon their descent, the dark heavenly order in Lin Chen's possession trembled even more violently. Yet, he saw no trace of the Void Blade Pool. Confused, Lin Chen began to survey his surroundings. At the vast base of the cliff, vibrant spiritual energy flickered, yet 6 formidable figures of the Ganqi realm stood there, exuding an air of brigandage and menace. These 6 burly men meticulously searched the area, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Chen's keen eyes detected another disturbance. It was a dark formation clinging to the mountainside, composed of 5 flags that radiated an enigmatic energy. "Lin Chen, you are in trouble," Blood Elder sighed. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he quickly inquired, "What is it? Is there something peculiar about this formation?" Although he sensed that the array was not trivial, his knowledge of formations was limited, leaving him uncertain. Blood Elder paused before explaining. "That is a breath transfer formation, capable of allowing one's will and aura to manifest here, transcending a distance of thousands of miles. Setting up such a formation requires at least the cultivation of the Dao diagram realm." Lin Chen fell silent. He exchanged a glance with Lu Qingwei, discovering a fleeting look of disbelief in her cool gaze, prompting him to convey telepathically, "I believe our troubles have arrived." Chapter 616, Exposure. The Breath Relocation Grand Array is constructed upon the stone walls of this valley. The ancestor of death has been here. Lin Chen lowered his voice and remarked, "It seems this is indeed the location where the Void Blade Pool is set to manifest." Lu Qingwei retracted her gaze, opting for silence. Evidently, this revelation was unwelcome to her. Lin Chen remained uncertain about the circumstances within the Dark Realm, yet one thing was clear: the ancestor of death had acquired intelligence, undoubtedly from the Dark Realm. The prospect of an ancestor-level existence coveting the Void Blade Pool instilled a sense of pressure within Lin Chen. "What shall we do now? I can sense that the Void Blade Pool is near, though it has yet to emerge," Lin Chen pondered, pressing Lu Qingwei for her perspective. After all, she held the intelligence, and at this moment, he was merely a bodyguard by her side. "Let's assess the situation," Lu Qingwei replied coldly, casting a glance at Lin Chen. "Are you contemplating escape?" Lin Chen's expression darkened, feeling vexed. "Am I that kind of person?" Lu Qingwei turned to leave. According to her calculations, the Void Blade Pool required another 6 days before it would appear in the northern region of the Scorpion Mountains. The presence of 6 formidable warriors of the Qi realm was a result of Lin Chen's insistence, compelling Lu Qingyue to sheath her dagger. Lin Chen reasoned that since the ancestor of death had dispatched his subordinates, it was only a matter of time before he would arrive through the breath relocation grand array. With the concealment techniques of both Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue, he was not overly concerned about being detected by the ancestor of death. However, Lin Chen's intuition warned him that the ancestor's knowledge of the Void Blade pool was no trivial matter. Lu Qingyue shared this understanding, her inherent chill becoming even more disquieting. On the 6th day, Lin Chen felt fortunate that the 6 towering figures of the Qi realm had not been quietly eliminated by Lu Qingyue during these 6 days. It was indeed a stroke of luck for them. On this very day, the dark sky order within Lin Chen's illusory spirit realm began to tremble more violently, as if it might take flight at any moment. Lin Chen, the Void Blade pool is about to appear. I can sense a shift in the Void's power here. The Blood Ancestor warned. Once the Void Blade pool emerges, you must be cautious of the breath relocation grand array. Lin Chen nodded gravely, his gaze fixed on the transformations occurring at the valley's base. At that moment, Lu Qingyue's cool, beautiful eyes also reflected a hint of gravity. The 6 Qi realm warriors continued their search throughout the valley, their frustration palpable as they lamented the fruitlessness of their efforts after expending 6 or 7 days in vain. Yet, just then, an unexpected disturbance arose. In a secluded valley, the atmosphere suddenly began to ripple like the surface of water, intensifying with ferocity akin to boiling hot water. A terrifying storm erupted from this hidden place, unleashing a flurry of transparent, blade-like air currents that danced through the sky, wreaking havoc and swiftly engulfing the valley below in a tempest of sharp edges. The 6 formidable beings of the Gangxi realm were instantly taken aback by this sudden upheaval, their expressions shifting dramatically. "This is dire. We must defend ourselves against this onslaught of blades," they exclaimed, their bodies shimmering with a powerful aura as they braced for the overwhelming assault. Lin Chen and Lu Ruoqing, however, remained undaunted by the lethal barrage. Yet, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of exhilaration as he sensed the ethereal energy within him stirring in response to this sudden surge of spatial power. Deep within the valley, it seemed as if an enigmatic hand was forcefully tearing apart the very fabric of space, creating a towering rift that loomed ominously before them. From this gaping fissure emanated an unsettling void energy, akin to a colossal storm waiting to annihilate anyone who dared to cross its threshold. "Behold, the phenomenon the leader spoke of has emerged," cried one of the Gangxi practitioners, his voice filled with fervor. They could finally see an end to their monotonous journey. "Quickly, relay this to the boss." Another Gangxi being raised his hand, directing a jet of darkness into the array of spatial transference. Lu Ruoqing's gaze grew increasingly cold. The obsidian dagger in her hand exuded a chilling aura of impending death. Her eyes naturally fixated on the spatial transference array, while Lin Chen held his breath, equally focused on the unfolding events. Suddenly, the 6 banners atop the array began to tremble violently. "Haha, well done, my minions. Your task has been executed splendidly." A sinister laughter reverberated from the array, and an oppressive, malevolent energy swept through the valley. This aura carried the scent of death, and Lin Chen keenly observed that the flora within the valley, touched by this essence, began to wither and lose vitality, as if teetering on the brink of demise. The 6 Gangxi practitioners immediately knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the boss." At that moment, a towering figure emerged from the spatial transference array, clad in a long, black robe adorned with a skull motif on the back. The middle-aged man possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet was shrouded in an almost imperceptible aura of darkness, emanating a palpable sense of foreboding. The essence of death radiated from his very being. Both Lin Chen and Lu Ruoqing's expressions sharpened. It was evident they sensed that this deathly elder was no ordinary foe. The mere arrival of his presence was profoundly significant. The Death Ancestor nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping past the 6 burly men to the dark fissure that continually exuded a sharp, lethal aura, a flicker of heat igniting in his eyes. Subsequently, with a faint smile, he addressed the atmosphere within the spatial displacement array. "Brother Chaiyong, it appears the outcome aligns with your intelligence." Within the array, another powerful presence surged forth. Although it paled in comparison to the Death Ancestor's aura, it was still formidable. At that moment, Lin Chen and Lu Ruoqing felt a sudden weight in their hearts. There was yet another individual, A central presence flickered into being from the formation, revealing a haughty young man who stepped forth with measured confidence. Death Ancestor, this manifestation of my will cannot endure for long. The young man spoke to the Death Ancestor, his tone imbued with the familiarity of equals. The 6 robust men, upon seeing him, quickly bowed in unison. We greet the leader of the Chaoyang gang. The young man acknowledged them with a slight nod, his gaze, much like the Death Ancestors, fixated directly upon the gaping void. At this juncture, Lin Chen, observing the young man's appearance, felt a shift in his pupils. This young man was none other than He Chaoyang, the true disciple of the Central Court. What was he doing here? Did He Chaoyang seek to claim the Void Blade Pool? The Death Ancestor, noticing the fervor in He Chaoyang's eyes, remarked, "Ah, Chaoyang. This time we shall wholly consume all the energy within the Void Blade Pool." He Chaoyang withdrew his gaze, nodding with an air of pride. Naturally, any who dare to interfere shall be dealt with swiftly. A sinister smile crept across the Death Ancestor's face. As their eyes met, they quickly parted. The Death Ancestor's gaze shimmered with the essence of death, 2 beams of divine light piercing forth from his dark orbs, directed at Lin Chen and Lu Qingwei. Friends from the Dark Kingdom, how much longer do you intend to remain concealed? At this revelation, even Lu Qingyue's icy, beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of shock. Lin Chen's heart sank as well. They had been exposed. Chapter 617. Get out of the Scorpion Mountain Range. 2 piercing gazes, imbued with a chilling intensity, bore down on Lin Chen and Lu Qingwei, causing their bodies to tense involuntarily. They had indeed been revealed. Even Lin Chen, in this moment, could not mask the astonishment etched upon his features. It was crucial to note that he had employed the shadowy aura, combined with the dark sky command, to elude detection. Yet now, merely a fragment of the Death Ancestor had unraveled their whereabouts. In this shared glance, Lin Chen and Lu Qingwei discerned many unspoken truths. Their forms synchronously shifted toward 2 different directions, refraining from fully manifesting their presence. The 6 imposing men, upon hearing their ancestors' words, were visibly shaken, expressions of astonishment flooding their faces. They could hardly have anticipated that, at the bottom of this vast valley, 2 individuals were present. Where do you intend to go? The Death Ancestor retracted the piercing light from his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. You have revealed yourselves. Do not force me to take matters into my own hands. Indeed, Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue halted their movements in unison, their eyes gleaming with a cold light as they regarded the Death Ancestor. At this moment, they were truly convinced of their exposure. Their tracks laid bare under the scrutiny of their adversary's gaze. Playing hide and seek like this, what a surprise, He Chaoyang scoffed disdainfully. You people from the Dark Kingdom have a penchant for such games. Consequently, the figures of Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue fully manifested, their expressions unyieldingly icy. Lin Chen was already poised for battle, ready to erupt at any moment. The Death Ancestor's gaze shifted between Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue, his immense consciousness intertwining with both of them. Upon laying eyes on Lin Chen, a flicker of mild surprise crossed his countenance. However, it was but a fleeting moment. For the next instant, his expression returned to neutrality as he inquired, "By your attire, are you not from the Dark Kingdom?" Before Lin Chen could respond, He Chaoyang's incredulous voice resonated, laced with disbelief. "You are Chen Ling, the leader of the Chen Alliance?" This revelation immediately sparked a glint of astonishment in the Death Ancestor's eyes, while 6 towering warriors stood in utter shock. This seemingly enigmatic young man was, in fact, the current and prominent leader of the Chen Alliance. "Greetings to the Death Ancestor and my friend Chaoyang," Lin Chen said with composure, his face devoid of any panic, merely cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. He Chaoyang quickly regained his composure, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he smirked. "So that is the case. No wonder you infiltrated the Black Dragon Society so stealthily. Your true identity is that of a Dark Kingdom individual. It seems your reach is indeed extensive." Lin Chen merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Since He Chaoyang had already misconstrued his identity, there was no need for Lin Chen to clarify. "You are Chen Ling," the Death Ancestor expressed in astonishment. "I never imagined that the leader of the North's foremost power would belong to the Dark Kingdom. This revelation will surely unsettle the other major factions." As a figure of such stature, the Death Ancestor was naturally concerned about the shifts in the continent's power dynamics. He understood the remarkable confrontation that Lin Chen had led against the Black Dragon Society. His internal conjectures mirrored those of He Chaoyang. Only someone from the Dark Kingdom could master the art of assassination to infiltrate and challenge the old president of the Black Dragon Society. Indeed, Lin Chen did not deny being Chen Ling, yet he refrained from commenting on the latter part of the statement. Young and accomplished, the Death Ancestor assessed succinctly. His prior astonishment towards Lin Chen stemmed from the enigmatic aura that enveloped him, which even he could not penetrate. He Qiaoyang merely regarded Lin Chen with a cold sneer. What insights do you possess that allow you to trace our movements? Lu Qingyue inquired, her gaze as frigid as her voice. The Death Ancestor cast a fleeting glance at her, responding nonchalantly, how we discovered your presence is of no concern to you. What we must discuss now is the matter of the illusory blade pool. The 6 imposing figures stood guard before the Death Ancestor, their expressions tense. Though a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts, they remained poised for action. Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue exchanged a subtle glance, parting almost instantly. The illusory blade pool shall be ours, Lu Qingyue stated coldly, fixing her eyes on the Death Ancestor. Regardless of your methods of discovery, I advise you not to let me uncover them. Lu Qingyue understood all too well the significance of the Death Ancestor's means of detection to their shadowy realm. Moreover, based on her conjectures, had it not been for the current situation, she might have drawn her blade and swiftly eliminated the Death Ancestor to extract the truth. Lin Chen stood silently beside Lu Qingyue, seemingly in tacit agreement with her approach. Is that so? He Qingyang's voice suddenly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingyue. Incredulous at her audacity, the Death Ancestor chuckled, his previously ominous visage becoming even more terrifying. Do you not realize the extent of your vulnerability once your presence is revealed? Your strength is hardly formidable. Lu Qingyue scoffed coldly, retorting, and yet, confronting your thought manifestation is still within my capabilities. Both the Death Ancestor and He Qingyang had descended as manifestations, their power a mere fraction, less than 1/20th, of their true selves, allowing Lu Qingyue to feel confident in her ability to dispatch them quickly. A sleek, dark dagger materialized in Lu Qingyue's hand, glinting menacingly, causing the 6 formidable figures to shift uneasily. The true forms of the Death Ancestor and his allies were undoubtedly hastening toward them, making it imperative to eliminate the Death Ancestor and He Qingyang swiftly before entering the illusory blade pool. Witnessing Lu Qingyue prepare for action ignited a fire of rage within He Qingyang, who glared at Lin Chen, declaring, Chen Ling, do not presume that your alliance has made you the paramount power of the North, granting you the audacity to act so brazenly before our central court. Your alliance is but a feeble insect. Are you certain you wish to strike? The Death Ancestor regarded Lin Chen with a sinister smile, his eyes imbued with a chilling aura of death. Though he lacked the audacity to issue such a challenge directly, He Qingyang's imposing presence was sufficient to intimidate Lin Chen. Regardless of his lofty background, Lu Qingyue hesitated momentarily, her icy gaze shifting toward Lin Chen. She was acutely aware of his true identity, one that bore no connection to the shadowy realm, and he was likely a target for their pursuers. Thus, He Qingyang's assertion held truth. The strength of the Chen Alliance was negligible in the eyes of the central court. The smile that had graced Lin Chen's face began to fade upon hearing He Qingyang's words. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on He Qingyang, enunciating each word with deliberation. In He Qiaoyang's gaze flickered a hint of disdain as he looked down upon Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue, commanding them to vacate the Scorpion Mountain range. This matter could be brushed aside. Chapter 618, The 7-Foot Void Sky Sword. Leave the Scorpion Mountain range. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the arrogant expression on He Qiaoyang's face. The status and background of He Qiaoyang indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within Lin Chen. Brother Qiaoyang, do not overstep your bounds, Lin Chen remarked coolly. Even if you are a direct disciple of the central court, it does not grant you the right to bully others. Lu Qingyue, with her exquisite eyes, lingered on Lin Chen for a moment before remaining silent, standing there in contemplation. Their identities differed significantly. Lin Chen had much more to consider. Excessive, He Qiaoyang scoffed, his expression one of haughty disdain as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Do you think the strength of our central court is insubstantial? I care not for your identity. I will ask you one last time. Will you leave or not? The Death Ancestor stood beside He Qiaoyang, his eyes glinting with an aura of death as he regarded Lin Chen. Indeed, as the leader of an alliance, there were myriad considerations to weigh. Even though Lin Chen belonged to the dark faction, Incurring the ire of those from the central court required careful deliberation. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, instead transmitting a thought to Lu Qingyue. You should now reveal your purpose for coming to the Void Blade Pool. My situation is rather precarious. I cannot. Lu Qingyue replied decisively, her consciousness imbued with an icy clarity. Consider your own choices. Lin Chen's heart sank slightly, unable to suppress a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that even at this juncture, Lu Qingyue would maintain such high defenses against him. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had long since made his decision. And what if I refuse? Lin Chen inquired, casting a penetrating gaze at He Chaoyang. A chilling aura began to emanate from him as he slowly declared, I shall not leave the Scorpion Mountain range today. What will you do then? I detest being threatened. At this, He Chaoyang's expression darkened considerably, becoming exceedingly grim. Do you know whom you are addressing? The Death Ancestor bellowed from the side. Lin Chen cast a casual glance at the Death Ancestor. What qualifies you to speak to me? The Death Ancestor's countenance shifted dramatically, while the 6 burly men under his command wore expressions of palpable menace. Yet, upon realizing that this young man was the leader of the Chen Alliance, they hesitated. Chen Ling, you are courting death. He Chaoyang's voice turned chillingly severe, his eyes glinting like blades. Is that so? I fear nothing more than threats. Lin Chen's aura surged dramatically, a tremendous pressure crashing down like a mighty tsunami. He Chaoyang, Death Ancestor, how dare you 2 mere manifestations of thought challenge me? Lin Chen's voice thundered, I shall eradicate you first. At this moment, both the Death Ancestor and He Chaoyang's expressions soured. They had never anticipated that Lin Chen would dare to make a move against them. Chen Ling, you dare? He Chaoyang roared. His earlier arrogance towards Lin Chen was merely a tactic to suppress Lin Chen's momentum, engaging in negotiation while stalling for time. However, how could Lin Chen fail to perceive He Chaoyang's scheme? In the realm of the heavenly demonic gods, Lin Chen wasted no words. With a single punch, he unleashed the spectral forms of 999 demon gods, instantly enveloping the valley in a formidable array, shrouding both the Elder of Death and He Chaoyang. As they beheld the overwhelming presence of the 999 demon gods descending upon them, a heavy dread settled in their hearts. For they recognized the might of supreme sorcery. The Elder of Death, with a grim countenance, acted with lightning speed, summoning an aura of profound, deathly energy that ignited around him as he struck with his right hand. In an instant, a colossal black fist erupted from behind the Elder of Death, accompanied by a surge of chilling death energy. The valley reverberated with a cacophony of explosions as Lin Chen executed another supreme sorcery, conjuring a myriad of demons, each bowing their heads in meditation. A vast wave of mental force surged forth, terrifying in its potency. Both the Elder of Death and He Chaoyang, stifling their fury, retaliated simultaneously, unleashing 2 terrifying divine abilities against this immense mental onslaught. The entire valley quaked as chaotic energies clashed, the residual shockwaves forcing the Elder of Death and He Chaoyang to retreat repeatedly. Their ability to project mental avatars was already weak, after enduring Lin Chen's 2 devastating sorceries. Their energies were nearly depleted. Just when they believed annihilation was imminent, they were astonished to discover that Lin Chen and Lu Ruoqing had vanished before them. Both were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned towards the direction of the Void Blade Pool. Chen Ling, I will ensure your demise. He Chaoyang roared, his face dark with fury, unable to fathom being outmaneuvered. The Elder of Death's expression also shifted. Watching Lin Chen and Lu Ruoqing disappear into the fissures of the Void Blade Pool, a fierce murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Lin Chen held significant reservations about He Chaoyang. As the power of the Central Court was formidable, it was best for the Chen Alliance to avoid provoking them. Thus, Lin Chen feigned complexity, carefully calibrating their combat prowess while suppressing the power of his supreme sorcery. In doing so, not only did he deplete their ability to project mental avatars, preventing them from entering the Void Blade Pool, but he also ensured that there would be no catastrophic confrontation with the Central Court. The Elder of Death regained his usual demeanor, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and addressed He Chaoyang. Brother Chaoyang, do not be overly enraged. Their entry may not necessarily bode ill for us. He Chaoyang, seething with rage, paused at the Elder's words, contemplating, indeed, it could be a fortuitous turn of events. The ancient figure of death smiled faintly, remarking, the 7-foot void sword is not so easily subdued. Let us not even speak of the terrifying blades within the void blade pool. The combat prowess of the 7-foot void sword alone is sufficient to match that of the previous great sage. Indeed, He Chaoyang's eyes sparkled abruptly, and for reasons unknown. An absurd illusion arose in his heart. What if that young man truly succeeded? Unconsciously, He Chaoyang recalled the battle between Chun-Ling and the Black Sky Fiend. An uncertainty began to creep into his heart. That would be just perfect. The ancient figure of death chuckled ominously, transmitting a thought to He Chaoyang. The uncertainty in He Chaoyang's eyes intensified, his gaze sharpening with fervor. He fixed his eyes on the fissured entrance of the void blade pool, gritting his teeth and declaring, Chun-Ling, soon I shall make you kneel and plead for mercy. Chapter 619. The sharpness of the 7-foot blade at present. Lin Chen indeed did not dare to confront He Chaoyang. The situation had not yet escalated to that point of unavoidable conflict. Thus, Lin Chen directly conveyed a message to Lu Qingyue, instructing her to proceed to the void blade pool. Fortunately, the young lady was cooperative. The moment they leaped into the fissure of the void blade pool, an immensely potent force of the void surged toward them. Countless blades, densely packed, seemed to form several vast rivers with no visible end, each river brimming with overwhelming power. What a formidable array of blades! Lin Chen's body trembled as he exuded a torrent of astral energy, a powerful demonic intent sweeping forth. Instantly, he was enveloped in a royal cloak, the aura of a semi-legendary royal artifact resonating from him, as if forming an invisible field of force to protect both himself and Lu Qingyue. Boom, 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 boom. Invisible explosions erupted just a meter away from them, reminiscent of countless boulders plummeting from the sky, shattering upon impact. Lin Chen surveyed the world around him, which was filled with endless lethal blades, each possessing devastating destructive power. Previously, during his journey through the void, he had encountered void storms. And now this void blade pool bore an uncanny resemblance to those storms. Every erratically flying blade teemed with formidable destructive force. And Lin Chen keenly sensed that the deeper they ventured, the more powerful and overwhelming the chaotic blades became. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that within this void blade pool, there existed even more terrifying entities, though at this moment, he was unable to discern them. Chun-Ling, the blades here are crafted from the very essence of void energy. Upon shattering, they unleash a tremendous amount of void power, Lu Qingyue informed Lin Chen. You must refine your abilities, especially to the point where you can strike both lethal and illusory blows. This will require considerable time. We must hasten our efforts. After speaking, without casting another glance at Lin Chen, her swaying figure swiftly vanished into the boundless storm of blades. Upon her figure, a torrent of ethereal shadows surged, enveloping her entirely. With a black dagger in hand, she shattered the myriad of illusory blades, subsequently harnessing the power of the void through the ethereal shadows. Young one, if you were to completely absorb this blade pool, you could elevate the ancient art of hidden immortality to its second tier, Bloodlord exclaimed with delight, astonished that this girl had led him to such a remarkable treasure. As Lu Qingyue had mentioned, the notion of needing an extensive amount of time was, to Lin Chen, nothing short of a jest. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, having never realized that these immensely powerful illusory blades were infused with the force of the void. He then observed Lu Qingyue's speed of absorption, a smile slowly curving upon his lips. Blade pool, devour for me. Lin Chen's hair began to dance wildly at that moment, as a pitch-black vortex twisted and spun behind him, emanating a chilling, enigmatic power. The invisible aura surrounding Lin Chen dissipated instantly, the sound of collision fading into silence. And in a heartbeat, a multitude of illusory blades surged toward him. At that moment, Lu Qingyue, who was in the midst of absorbing the void's power, seemed to sense something amiss and glanced in Lin Chen's direction. Upon her gaze, a look of astonishment flickered in her clear, cold eyes. It was as if Lin Chen had become the very center of this blade pool, with the tumultuous illusory blades converging upon him. Lin Chen appeared akin to an insatiable abyss, continuously drawing in the flow. What is he doing, absorbing all these illusory blades? Lu Qingyue marveled inwardly, witnessing for the first time someone tackle the overwhelming onslaught of blades in such a manner. However, her expression shifted slightly. If this continued, would not Lin Chen's body be overwhelmed? She yearned to cry out, but for some inexplicable reason, the words caught in her throat. Do not worry. The method I cultivate allows for such immense absorption, Lin Chen conveyed a thought to Lu Qingwei. Oh, she responded, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, halting to observe the chaos unfolding around Lin Chen, as even the illusory blades near her were being consumed by him. At that moment, the devouring phenomenon behind Lin Chen radiated an immense absorptive force that extended far and wide. The illusory blades, drawn into the vortex of this phenomenon, transformed under its crushing influence, coalescing into a dense essence of void power that surged into Lin Chen's being. The ethereal shadows, unbeknownst to him, began to entwine around his entire form. The operational route of the ancient art of hidden immortality commenced its flow, bolstered by this colossal force of the void. Now, amidst the vastness, Lin Chen experienced an uncanny sensation, as though one foot stood in the realm of the void, while the other remained firmly planted in reality. Immersed in the essence of two disparate worlds. As Lin Chen's insights deepened, he began to perceive that he could traverse the starry expanse without the slightest exertion of magical power. The surrounding spatial forces seemed to elevate him, as if he were the child of the void itself. The void became his dominion. At any moment, he could seamlessly merge into the emptiness around him. Lu Qingwei, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, could not conceal her astonishment. Before her, Lin Chen had absorbed the entirety of the vast, over 10-mile-long void blade, and what was most staggering was the intensifying aura of void energy emanating from him. He was voraciously absorbing the void power of these blades. Lu Qingwei gasped in shock, striving to mask her astonishment and fear. If the scene at the void blade pool were to be divulged, it would likely incite turmoil across the entire continent. The void blade pool appeared only once every 50 years, drawing countless prodigies eager to harness its void power to refine themselves. Yet, Lu Qingwei had never heard of anyone absorbing the entire power of the void blade pool within mere hundreds of breaths. In the valley, He Chuyang and the Death Ancestor, both embodiments of thought, fixed their ominous gazes on the entrance of the void blade pool, their expressions imbued with malice. In that fleeting moment, they had conspired on multiple matters, devising a plan targeting Chen Ling and Lu Qingwei. This scheme brought a modicum of comfort to He Chuyang, for he believed that the currently prominent figure, Chen Ling, would eventually become a mere plaything in his hands. The Death Ancestor chuckled darkly, remarking, "Brother Chuyang, the blades of the void blade pool are akin to an immense ocean. Chen Ling and Lu Qingwei have entered, surely unaware of the 7-foot void heaven sword within. They only seek to absorb the void power." The Death Ancestor intentionally left his thought unfinished. He Chuyang sneered repeatedly, stating, "In that case, before they even encounter the 7-foot void heaven sword, our true forms will descend. With so many blades, even if Lin Chen possesses a half-step supreme imperial artifact, he will require considerable time to delve deep enough to reach the 7-foot void heaven sword. Hence, I find myself unconcerned." The Death Ancestor erupted into hearty laughter, as if celebrating an impending victory. "Humph, dare to play with me, and you shall discover the terror of my methods." He Chuyang's heart brimmed with cold schemes as he began to chuckle ominously. However, at that moment, the Death Ancestor suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Chuyang, look ahead." "What is that?" His tone betrayed an unmistakable shock. He Chuyang, momentarily taken aback, sensed something amiss and instinctively raised his head. The myriad sinister expressions on his face swiftly transformed into sheer astonishment. What?" he stammered, as he beheld a rift tearing open, seemingly melting space itself, growing ever larger. A 7-foot-long ancient sharpness rippled around the edges of this fissure, though it possessed only a mere 7 feet of sharpness. The aura it exuded was imbued with a mysterious and terrifying power, evoking a sense that it could shatter the entire Scorpion Mountain range. Furthermore, the overwhelming force of the virtual blade that had emanated from the fissure was now diminishing at a frenzied pace. Yet, as the initial shock faded, He Chuyang's countenance darkened profoundly as he bellowed at the Ancestor of Death to summon his forces at all costs, even if it meant igniting superior royal artifacts. He urged for haste. The Ancestor of Death's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he hastily infused dark energy into the spatial transfer array. At that moment, He Chuyang's face was so grim it seemed ready to spill ink. The 7-foot sharpness flickered, heralding the imminent emergence of the 7-foot virtual sky sword. What in the world has that accursed Chen Ling done? He Chuyang's heart seethed with fury as he contemplated the rapidly declining aura emanating from the fissure. yearning to rush in and investigate. However, his heart was not only aflame with anger but also tinged with a profound sense of dread. Chapter 620. The Terrifying Ancient Sword. The entire Scorpion Mountain range trembled slightly at this moment, as if it sensed the ancient pressure, filled with an endless sharpness capable of shattering all. Thus, it willingly submitted. The widening fissure exuded a terrifying aura, as the 7-foot sharpness flowed ominously from within. At this juncture, in the virtual blade pool, Lu Qingyue's gaze suddenly shifted, becoming exceedingly grave, her beautiful eyes involuntarily drawn toward the depths of the pool. Within the depths of the virtual blade pool, the ethereal blades, seemingly imbued with sentience, were being drawn toward Lin Chen by the terrifying suction of the devouring phenomenon, merging continuously with his being. The immense power of the void surged into Lin Chen, intertwining with his earthy-hued bones, endowing them with a further augmentation of void strength, rendering him even more formidable. Under the onslaught of this colossal void power, Lin Chen's physical form began to undergo intense fortification. Moreover, at this moment, as he operated the ancient art of annihilation of the hidden immortals, he fell into a state of profound comprehension. Supported by such overwhelming void power, Lin Chen swiftly grasped the methods of concealment and annihilation, having already reached Zhou Ruoqing's utmost expectations, yet he sought even greater understanding. The void, as the name suggests, is an alternate realm detached from the tangible world. The vast sky, the distant stars, and the extraterrestrial visitors all belong to the void. In this instant, Lin Chen seemed to embody a child of the void, free to traverse its expanses. The boundless void, in conjunction with the ancient art of annihilation of the hidden immortals, allowed him to traverse, conceal, and tear through the void at will, striking with fatal precision, instilling fear in countless powerful beings. Lin Chen murmured, his comprehension of the ancient art deepening with each passing moment. At this moment, he seemed to vaguely sense a membrane. If he could pierce through it, he would gain insight into a deeper realm. However, just then, an urgent voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Chen Ling, be careful." It was Lu Qingyue's voice, imbued with an unmistakable urgency. Lin Chen momentarily snapped out of his epiphany, slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Lu Qingyue speak with such intensity. "Lin Chen, trouble is brewing," Blood Elder suddenly sighed within Lin Chen's consciousness. Already immersed in this peculiar understanding, Lin Chen found his state disturbed by the two voices, leaving him bewildered as to what was unfolding. Could it be that He Chuyang and the Death Ancestor had launched an attack? Yet, in the next moment, Lin Chen's expression changed dramatically. He realized that the void blades he had been continuously absorbing were, in fact, slipping away from him. It was as if the phenomenon of his devouring had emitted countless threads, entwining around those void blades to draw them closer, but now, these threads were being severed inch by inch. The inexhaustible power of the void that had surged into his body suddenly vanished, causing Lin Chen's state of comprehension to rapidly shatter. All of this transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving Lin Chen no time to react. He immediately sensed a terrifying aura locking onto his body. This pressure caused Lin Chen to tremble, reminiscent of the oppression he felt when confronting the great sage of decay and flourish. His blood flowed sluggishly, and his breath quickened. This terrifying aura was none other than the oppressive force of a great sage. How could this be? Lin Chen exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. This is the pressure of a great sage. Lu Qingyue, how can you discern it? No one answered him. Lu Qingyue merely fixed her gaze intently on the depths of the void blade pool, her beautiful eyes icy cold. Following that chilling aura, Lin Chen peered into the depths of the void blade pool, and his expression changed dramatically. At that moment, the depths of the void blade pool revealed those liberated void blades still swirling chaotically. However, this time, the trajectory of their flight was markedly different. They exhibited a sentient-like precision in their cutting, as if drawn by a formidable entity. At the center of this storm of void blades lay a sword, an ancient blade, 7 feet long, deep black and profound, adorned with minimal engravings. The hilt bore an ancient seal, inscribed with the character for heaven. This was a sword that seemed to have emerged from the boundless void, and the overwhelming pressure of a great sage emanated from its every exhale and inhale. Lin Chen could even feel the 6 mysterious gate quivering faintly under the piercing aura of this ancient sword. This aura was profoundly familiar to Lin Chen. It was the essence of a quasi-Dao artifact, A quasi-Dao artifact possessed power comparable to that of a half-step great sovereign. Yet, it was evident that the ancient sword, continuously exuding its 7-foot edge, had undoubtedly suffered a decline in its realm. A terrifying sword, stretching to 7 feet in length, emanated a radiant aura that could not help but elicit admiration. Yet, its origins remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Chen's expression was gravely serious. It was evident that upon entering the Void Blade pool, he had sensed an ancient aura that was both faint and elusive. The emergence of this enigmatic ancient sword now corroborated his suspicions. When he had fervently absorbed the essence of the Void Blade moments ago, it was clear that he had inadvertently awakened this mysterious sword. A thought flickered through Lin Chen's mind, and he turned his attention to Lu Qingyue, inquiring, "Do you know anything about this sword?" Lu Qingyue, her cold gaze fixed upon the ancient sword gradually stirring to life, spoke with a tone imbued with intense, icy malice. "This is the 7-foot Void Heaven sword. Our troubles have just begun." Lin Chen chose to disregard the latter part of her statement, focusing instead on the implication of impending danger. Based on the aura exuding from the 7-foot Void Heaven sword, it was evident that it had only just emerged and required time to regain its full power. It resembled an ancient lion, having slumbered for eons, awakening in need of time to restore its vigor. "What do we do now?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at the expanding pitch-black fissure. Should they flee or remain? The divine aura emanating from the ancient sword attested to its formidable energy. A great sage could easily obliterate both Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingyue declared, "We cannot escape. I will explain later. Our only options are to either be slain by the 7-foot Void Heaven sword or to subdue it. These are our only paths forward." Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. The notion of subduing a quasi-Dao artifact seemed absurd. However, at that moment, an overwhelming killing intent surged into Lin Chen's heart. Instantly, every hair on his body bristled, and he propelled a punch forward, unleashing a chilling force imbued with the power of the void. A sudden flash of a blade collided with his fist, producing a deafening explosion that sent Lin Chen hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The blood coursing through his veins boiled violently under the impact of the blade's lethal aura. This mere flicker of a blade, casually unleashed by the ancient sword, weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. He observed as the 7-foot-long ancient sword began to oscillate slightly, emanating an intensely dark luminescence. The oppressive force of the ancient sage surged forth like a tidal wave. Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes grew even more solemn. The 7-foot Void Heaven sword was now fully awakening. She understood that this sword was not to be trifled with. A grave situation was unfolding. "What is happening?" "It seems the 7-foot Void Heaven sword is targeting me." Lin Chen sensed the ancient and formidable energy locking onto him, causing his heart to plummet. The eyes erupted with the power of the all-consuming eye of insight, as the pitch-black flames burned within the eye sockets. Lin Chen gazed at the 7-foot Void Heaven sword and immediately perceived the intensifying, intangible waves of vast magical power emanating from it. This entity was on the verge of complete awakening. Although the 7-foot Void Heaven sword was a quasi-Dao artifact devoid of a spirit, its intelligence was exceedingly formidable. It had recognized that Lin Chen, by absorbing countless phantom blades here, had drawn the ire of the Blood Elder, thereby marking him as its target, rather than Lu Qingyue. "Damn it," Lin Chen cursed, realizing that the might of a quasi-Dao artifact equated to that of a complete great sage. Even in terms of corporeal strength, it surpassed him by an entire tier. With the thought of the myriad demons, the overwhelming demonic intent surged forth from Lin Chen, manifesting ancient demonic figures behind him. Lost in contemplation, the vast thoughts interwove, forming an unparalleled demonic cloud that surged toward the 7-foot Void Heaven sword. As the sword sensed the impending threat, its ancient 7-foot blade quivered slightly, and a radiant beam of sword light shot forth from the character Tian inscribed on the hilt, cleaving the approaching demonic cloud asunder in an instant. A chilling voice resonated as the sword light was unleashed. Lu Qingyue suddenly appeared behind the 7-foot Void Heaven sword, brandishing a mysterious, ancient black dagger. With terrifying speed, she thrust forward, the overwhelming force of the void seemingly enveloping her dagger in an aura of unparalleled might. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his heart warmed by Lu Qingyue's willingness to act on his behalf. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he scanned the surroundings. "Be careful. Do not approach within 7 feet." he bellowed, and in that moment, 999 spectral demon gods rose behind him, weaving a formidable array of power that descended with crushing force. Though Lin Chen's warning came in time, it was too late. Lu Qingyue shot forward like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, her black dagger struck at the edge of the ancient sword's 7-foot range, unable to penetrate further, as if an invisible, terrifying barrier stood before her, unbreakable. 7-foot sharpness. Unparalleled domain, Lu Qingyue uttered, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. She attempted to pivot and retreat swiftly, but it was already too late. She felt herself locked in by a terrifying aura, as the 7-foot void heaven sword began to gather an immense power. Panic surged within Lu Qingyue as she realized that the combat prowess of her dark clan, once revealed, would plummet sharply. Now, she was laid bare before the 7-foot void heaven sword. How could she withstand a strike from a great sage? The radiance in her eyes began to dim. Suddenly, an overwhelming force struck the 7-foot void sword. In response, the sword unleashed a brilliant radiance, hurtling towards Lu Qingyue's form. However, due to Lin Chen's sudden domination of the celestial realm, the potency of this brilliance had diminished to less than 1/5 of its previous might. In that moment, Lu Qingyue appeared as a soulless puppet, staring vacantly as the streak of sword light tore toward her. What has happened to you? Lin Chen's voice resonated in Lu Qingyue's ears. He was now enveloped in an aura of primordial essence, exuding sharpness. With a swift motion, he grasped Lu Qingyue at the waist, pivoted, and delivered a powerful punch directly at the oncoming sword light. The impact sent Lin Chen hurtling backward, his right arm erupting in a horrifying explosion, blood cascading in torrents. At that instant, his right hand transformed into a bloodied appendage. Lin Chen's aura surged violently. Even at 1/5 of the sword light's original force, it was still immensely terrifying. Your hand. Lu Qingyue regained her senses, gazing at Lin Chen's blood-soaked arm. Unable to contain her alarm. Is it truly all right? Everything is fine, Lin Chen replied in a grave tone, fully aware that the adversary had awakened. Radiating an invisible sharpness within a 7-foot radius, a menacing presence that demanded distance. Lu Qingyue paused, observing Lin Chen's injured arm, softly querying. Are you certain your right hand is unharmed? Indeed, I am fine. Lin Chen shot her a sidelong glance, smirking. Since when did you become so tedious? In an instant, Lin Chen felt a chill as a dark dagger pressed against his arm. Lu Qingyue's cold voice pierced through the air. Say that again. And I assure you I will sever it. Lin Chen broke into a cold sweat, hastily shaking his head. This girl was as fierce as ever. Yet, Lu Qingyue suddenly murmured, Chen Ling, I am sorry. After speaking, she cast a deep, icy glance at Lin Chen, her demeanor returning to an unyielding coldness. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Qingyue would apologize to him. However, he surmised it likely pertained to matters concerning the Dark Nation, which held little significance for him. From the depths of the Xuanshang Monarch Tower, two formidable royal auras surged forth from Lin Chen's being, coalescing above his head and emanating a potent force. These two treasures remained undaunted under the pressure of the 7-foot void sword, showing no signs of trepidation. Were it not for Lu Qingyue's presence, Lin Chen might have unleashed the Blood Dawn Bell. Lu Qingyue regarded the two treasures behind Lin Chen with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, the dagger in her hand emanating an even sharper brilliance. As the 7-foot void sword trembled within the depths of the void blade pool, the countless ethereal blades scattered across the expanse of the pool parted automatically. The sword began to rotate, its tip pointed directly at Lin Chen, exuding a 7-foot brilliance, accompanied by a profound resonance that emanated from the 7-foot void sword itself. At this very moment, both Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue were on high alert, their bodies taut and poised to unleash their most formidable techniques. The ancient, gravelly voice emanated from the 7-foot void heaven sword, echoing like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Suddenly, the 7-foot void heaven sword vanished before Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue. Almost simultaneously, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with profound dread. Not good, Lin Chen shouted in anger, invoking the Xuanshang Monarch Tower and the 6 Xian Life and Death Gate to shield themselves overhead. In that instant, an ancient sword, 7 feet in length, materialized behind them, radiating a formidable brilliance and an overwhelming pressure that swept through the air. The term void slash, as its name suggests, refers to a strike that transcends the void. With that, the 7-foot void heaven sword descended heavily upon Lin Chen and Lu Qingwei. The strike of a quasi-Dao artifact possessed the might to carve through mountains and seas, enveloping them in an immediate sense of impending doom. Their lives hung by a thread. Chapter 622. The 5 Great Guardians Dreadful. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire being was tense, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He never anticipated that the 7-foot void heaven sword would suddenly strike from behind them. Initially, he had sensed its approach above, but now it was attacking from the rear. Realizing there was no time to turn, Lin Chen's body trembled as he summoned 2 powerful phenomena. Within the pitch-black void, 9 ancient void dragons writhed. Delivering a striking visual impact, their dispersed power terrifyingly potent. Lu Qingwei, aware of the dire situation, also conjured an apparition behind her. This manifestation depicted a radiant pattern. Yet amidst the brightness, a dark point suddenly emerged, shattering all illumination. The phenomenon, known as phantom stabbing light, is steeped in ancient myth and signifies an exceptionally advanced assassination technique. Even Lin Chen had yet to grasp its essence. The 7-foot void heaven sword, seemingly oblivious to the simultaneous emergence of the 3 phenomena, continued its relentless descent. A sound akin to fabric tearing resonated through the air as the sword sliced through the 3 manifestations with the ease of cutting through tofu. The aura of authority emanating from the sword intensified. Destruction, a force akin to obliterating with effortless ease. In this moment, the sword's sharp pressure bore down swiftly upon Lin Chen and Lu Qingwei. As they stood, their gazes narrowed, their pupils reflecting the increasingly vivid ancient blade. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the rapidly descending sword, sweat pooling in his palms. Damn it, survival first. In Lin Chen's heart, a silent curse escaped as he prepared to wield the quasi-Dao artifact to confront the formidable 7-foot void sky sword. Despite his earnest desire to conceal his identity, the moment demanded otherwise. However, at that instant, a streak of black light flashed before Lin Chen's eyes, so swift that even he could not discern its nature. With a resounding boom, a shockwave akin to an earthquake reverberated through the air, swiftly propagating outward. The entire void blade pool trembled under the impact of this colossal sound. The fissure widening ominously, causing several blades within the pool to be hurled out, shattering the boulders in the valley. Outside, He Chaoyang and the Death Ancestor were both taken aback by the overwhelming force emanating from the void blade pool. The 7-foot void sky sword has unleashed its power, the Death Ancestor remarked, astonished. He Chaoyang's expression darkened like ink, his gaze fixed intensely on the widening crack in the pool as if searching for some revelation. Could that fellow truly contend with the 7-foot void sky sword? How is that even conceivable? Upon hearing He Chaoyang's words, the Death Ancestor swiftly countered. The 7-foot void sky sword is a quasi-Dao artifact. No matter how formidable Chen Ling may be, he cannot possibly contend with such a weapon. Indeed, He Chaoyang replied, his head slightly raised in a haughty manner. I suspect Chen Ling is now resorting to his registered methods against the 7-foot void sky sword. Without that artifact, it appears Lin Chen's adversary is no longer worthy of our direct intervention. Chen Ling dares to provoke the 7-foot void sky sword. How audacious! He Chaoyang was astonished. He had not anticipated the swift emergence of the 7-foot void sky sword, an event that contradicted their intelligence and expectations, indicating that Lin Chen had likely engaged in some reckless endeavor within the void blade pool. The Death Ancestor remained fixated on the entrance, nodding frequently in agreement with He Chaoyang's musings. At that moment, an unexpected surge of black light shot forth from the array of spatial displacement. After the Death Ancestor absorbed this black light, his grim countenance softened slightly, and he conveyed a thought to He Chaoyang. Upon hearing the Death Ancestor's words, He Chaoyang could no longer suppress his mirth, exclaiming with laughter, "Ha! Chen Ling, fortune truly smiles upon us. I never anticipated that the 5 guardians were so close. This time, no matter the means you employ to escape, you shall ultimately fall prey to our pursuit." As his laughter gradually subsided, a mocking smile graced his face, his gaze piercing deeply into the fissure. Meanwhile, within the void blade pool, the terrifying tremors had ceased. Lin Chen and Lu Qingwei stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. The 7-foot void sky sword was neither Lin Chen's quasi-Dao artifact nor the ancient bronze coffin or the illusory spirit mirror. Instead, it was a palm-sized, pitch-black token, the dark sky order, that unleashed an ancient, overwhelming aura to counter the strike of the 7-foot void sky sword. Even the unparalleled brilliance of the 7-foot void sword failed to shatter the dark heaven command, leaving not a single crack upon its surface. This serves to illustrate the remarkable nature of the dark heaven command. However, Lin Chen, with his eye of insight activated, could keenly perceive that the immense ethereal energy originally contained within the dark heaven command was now rapidly depleting. Clearly, the effort to withstand the strike from the 7-foot void sword had consumed a significant portion of the command's power. Lu Qingyue's expression quickly returned to normal, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Although she possessed some understanding of the dark heaven command, she was unaware that it would manifest to protect its master. Lin Chen also regained his composure, frowning in contemplation, yet he could not fathom the reason for the dark heaven command's sudden emergence. I am born of the void, and shall fade with the void. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark heaven command, a voice of profound antiquity echoed forth, one that Lin Chen recognized all too well. It was the voice of Uncle Yunlin. Upon hearing this ancient incantation, the 7-foot void sword trembled, its formidable edge retracting as if drawn back by unseen tendrils. The entire 7-foot void sword subdued its overwhelming pressure, transforming into an ordinary longsword, while a humming sound seemed to articulate an unspoken message. What is this? Lin Chen could not help but voice his confusion, never having anticipated that the dark heaven command bestowed upon him by Uncle Yunlin would possess such a function. However, Lu Qingyue's gaze remained fixed upon the dark heaven command, and after a moment of silence, she murmured, "The king of the void. I am born of the void, and shall fade with the void." Is that not the phrase of the void king? Lin Chen turned his attention to Lu Qingyue, absorbing her words with rapt attention. What is the Void King? Could it be a title of Uncle Yunlin? Lu Qingyue, sensing the gravity of the situation, composed herself and glanced at the area where the 7-foot void sword was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Then, casting a cold glance at Lin Chen, she declared, "You were right to come here. Your opportunity has arrived." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lifting his gaze toward the 7-foot void sword. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared within the valley. Each of these individuals exuded a unique aura, yet all seemed to possess an overwhelming force akin to a surging river, instilling terror in the hearts of those nearby. Countless powerful beings within the Tianxia mountain range trembled under the influence of the 5 presences. 6 formidable warriors of the Gangxi realm immediately knelt, paying their respects to these 5 figures. The 5 beings, embodying the divine flow realm, swiftly approached the death ancestor and He Chaoyang, dropping to one knee before them. Good, very good. He Chaoyang's eyes glinted with a frigid, murderous intent as he gestured towards the entrance of the void blade pool, coldly stating, "Our enemies lie within. Be prepared to annihilate them as soon as they emerge." Understood, Master. The 5 guardians raised their heads in unison, revealing 5 identical, ghostly pale faces devoid of color. Chapter 623. Ambush within the void blade pool. The tempestuous blades, which had once danced wildly, now lay tranquil. It was evident that the command emanating from the 7-foot void heavenly sword had quelled the chaos, bringing serenity to the entire pool. Following the echo of an ancient utterance from the dark heavenly order, the 7-foot void heavenly sword fell into a profound silence, its murmurs now inscrutable. "Lin Chen, I perceive your fortune is remarkably auspicious," Blood Elder remarked with a hint of satisfaction. A flicker of realization sparked within Lin Chen. His gaze fixated on the magnificent 7-foot void heavenly sword, an undeniable yearning igniting in his eyes. To this day, he had possessed no weapon, no artifact of power. Now, this unclaimed 7-foot void heavenly sword was precisely what Lin Chen coveted. The aura of the dark heavenly order once again subsided, transforming into a shard of black light that seeped into the illusory spirit divine mirror. Through Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, he discerned that the invisible sharpness of the 7-foot void heavenly sword had also concealed itself, its formidable essence receding into the hilt. The sword spun gently before soaring to Lin Chen's presence, its ancient, robust hilt presented before him, quivering with anticipation. Buzz, 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 the 7-foot void heavenly sword vibrated. "Do you wish for me to grasp you?" Lin Chen inquired, observing the sword's tremors, sensing its awareness, while struggling to contain the fervor swelling within him. Lu Qingyue, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the scene, maintained her icy demeanor, yet within her heart, she could not suppress a sigh, acknowledging that this fellow's fortune was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, his character was commendable as well. The image of Lin Chen's blood-stained right arm surfaced in her mind. Although she recognized the immense significance of the 7-foot void heavenly sword to her, her frigid heart refrained from committing any lethal acts at this moment. Unconsciously, Lu Qingyue failed to realize that her gaze toward Lin Chen had softened, losing some of its previous chill. Noticing Lin Chen's hesitation, Blood Elder found it amusing. The lad clearly desired the sword, yet held back, due to some reservations. Take it, young one. Although this sword may not unleash its full might with your current cultivation, trust in the Dark Heavenly Order's capabilities. The 7-foot void heavenly sword willingly submits to you at this moment, Blood Elder teased, adding, however, do not expect the Dark Heavenly Order to assist you again. The spectral aura that had once lingered was now rendered non-existent by the sword strike. Lin Chen nodded, inhaling deeply, fully aware that the sword's abrupt transformation was due to the influence of the Dark Heavenly Order. Yet, his reluctance to take action stemmed from the fact that the sword's allegiance lay with the Dark Heavenly Order, not with him. Lin Chen had never been one to force his will upon others. Seize it, and you shall obtain power, an ancient voice echoed within Lin Chen's consciousness, hollow, desolate, devoid of any emotion. Lin Chen's body shivered slightly. The ancient bronze coffin spoke once more, urging him to recall how his beloved Qing Ro met her demise. In this world, for the sake of power, one must spare no expense. Blood Old, observing from the side, sighed and nodded in agreement with the words of the bronze coffin. After all, Lin Chen's methods at that time were indeed lacking. It was akin to the hundreds of treasures harvested from the Black Dragon Society, which could have elevated the Xianshang King Tower by an entire level. Yet, he selflessly bestowed them upon the members of the Chen Alliance. What Lin Chen truly needed was to enhance his own strength and deepen his foundation. In an instant, memories of Qing Ro flooded his mind. Faced with the formidable prowess of the celestial mechanism Taoist, Lin Chen felt utterly powerless. The thought of Qing Ro's azure eyes pierced his heart with a pang of agony. He had long vowed to prevent her death and vowed to personally annihilate that old scoundrel, the celestial mechanism Taoist. Suddenly, Lu Qingyue, who had been closely observing the changes in Lin Chen's expression, discerned a terrifying aura emanating from his eyes. His bloodied right hand extended, veins bulging, as crimson flowed from his fingertips, spreading across the entire 7-foot void sky sword. Follow me, and one day, I shall lead you to slay emperors, Lin Chen declared coldly. At that moment, he exuded an entirely different aura, a commanding presence. Boom. The 7-foot void sky sword erupted with brilliant radiance, its entire blade fervently absorbing Lin Chen's blood. In that instant, the entire void blade pool began to stir. All the blades danced, producing a resonant hum as if celebrating. Heaven has 7 feet. The earth has 7 feet. With my sword, 7 feet, I roam freely. An ancient phrase echoed in Lin Chen's mind, and at this moment, the 7-foot void sky sword seemed to merge with his very being. The hidden celestial ancient killing technique within Lin Chen surged like a violent ocean, operating frantically. At this moment, the devouring phenomenon behind him rose once more, emanating a tremendous force of absorption that spread throughout the corners of the void blade pool. Drawing in all the blades, the vast, dragon-like power of the void began to wash over Lin Chen's body. The 7-foot void sky sword continued to integrate into him, unleashing an overwhelming sharpness that surged into the heavens. In this moment of might, Lin Chen felt a profound enlightenment, as if transported into an infinite starry sky. Within this celestial expanse, stars moved through the void, and Lin Chen became the sole figure in this realm. He gazed up at the silently spinning stars, perceiving trails unfolding before him. These trails represented the paths of the stars, harmonizing with the heavenly laws, as if he had become a part of this vast void. With a single step, Lin Chen advanced, and the stars before him transformed once more. As he took a second step, he found himself inexplicably moving an entire meter through the void, and the stars shifted into a form entirely different from before. Faintly, it appears as though everything intertwines, forming a cyclical pattern. At the third step, as Lin Chen took his stride, the magical energy within his being manifested as an arcane trajectory, mirroring the celestial constellations above. An essence of completeness emanated from Lin Chen, and the dragon of magical energy within his consciousness surged dramatically. With the descent of his third step, his figure materialized a mile away. At that moment, the ancient art of hidden immortality surged within him, exuding an archaic charm. 3 steps of ascension, 3 steps of enlightenment. Humming. The entire 7-foot void heaven sword seamlessly integrated into Lin Chen's corporeal form, propelling him upright with sudden vigor. The bones of his body emitted a terrifying crackling sound, and a dazzling silver radiance erupted from the crown of his head. Bathed in a gentle silver glow, Lin Chen appeared as if clad in shimmering armor. Every movement exuded immense power, strikingly formidable. The color of his skeletal structure transformed into silver, embodying the essence of an unparalleled imperial artifact. At this moment, Lin Chen's body had become an exquisite imperial weapon, achieving the pinnacle of the divine flow realm. He sensed the terrifying sword residing within him and could not help but sigh, for his magical energy was insufficient to unleash the full might of the 7-foot void heaven sword. Unlike the Blood Dawn Bell, the sword required Lin Chen's own magical energy to wield its power. Even with 5 million units of magical energy coursing through him, he could not summon a single strike from the sword. Thus, the 7-foot void heaven sword, after bestowing its elevation upon Lin Chen, fell into a dormant slumber. Lu Qingyue gazed at Lin Chen, momentarily breathless, for she sensed the overwhelming pressure radiating from his being, rendering her breathless. He had grown even more formidable. The Lin Chen of yore had already struck a sense of peril in Lu Qingyue. Now, one could only wonder how terrifying he had become. Let us proceed, Lin Chen urged, tempering his aura and furrowing his brow as he addressed Lu Qingyue. If we do not hasten, danger may soon befall us. Lu Qingyue retracted her gaze, steadying her resolve, and coldly replied, once we escape successfully, I shall provide you with the intel regarding the Rain Monarch. Lin Chen nodded, harboring no objections. Lu Qingyue had initially brought him here with her own intentions, and now, with all the benefits accruing to him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their figures flickered simultaneously as they darted outward. However, just as Lin Chen stepped forth, an exceedingly menacing gust of wind surged toward his throat. An ambush. Chapter 624. Shock. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch that reverberated through the air, accompanied by a muffled groan. Before him stood a pallid young man, his gaze sinister, long hair flowing, emanating an unsettling aura. Reinforcements had arrived. Lu Qingyue spoke softly. There are still 4 auras, all of which belong to beings at the pinnacle of the divine flow realm. We must exercise caution. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze shifting forward, where he immediately noticed He Chaoyang casting a scornful look in his direction, repeatedly sneering. Chenling, let's see how you manage to survive. As He Chaoyang's voice faded, 5 formidable presences erupted simultaneously, intertwining in the sky. Just as Lin Chen prepared to unleash his own aura, he was astonished to discover that these 5 forces seemed to be merging gradually, coalescing into a terrifying pressure. Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting shock as they beheld 5 identical, pallid-faced youths in the sky. Astoundingly, these were 5 indistinguishable youths. Black flames erupted from Lin Chen's eyes, and a powerful penetrating force surged forth, sweeping toward the void. In that instant, upon activating his insightful eye, Lin Chen discerned that within the bodies of these 5 youths resided an incredibly decayed aura, akin to the deathly essence emanating from the Death Ancestor. Evidently, there was a shared power among these 5, allowing their auras to unify. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he took in He Chaoyang's mocking expression, contemplating the implications of 5 beings at the pinnacle of the divine flow realm merging their powers. Such strength was undeniably formidable. He Chaoyang, witnessing Lin Chen trapped, could not suppress a hearty laugh, declaring, I never expected you to emerge alive from the void blade pool. However, who asked you to be audacious enough to provoke me? Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. Humph, Lu Qingyue scoffed, gripping a mysterious black dagger, her eyes icy. Even in this precarious situation, she exhibited no fear. Who dies is yet to be determined. Lin Chen replied calmly to He Chaoyang, his demeanor betraying no hint of trepidation. He Chaoyang, internally seething with anger yet eager to seize the opportunity presented by the void blade pool, smirked darkly and commanded, attack. Unleash your strongest techniques and eliminate them. At that moment, a hint of amusement flickered across the Death Ancestor's face, a smirk that hinted at intrigue. Instantly, a chilling bloodlust surged forth, resembling a frigid storm sweeping across the landscape. In the sky, the five youths combined their auras into an enormous force, their pallid faces displaying a grim determination as they began to form intricate hand seals. Death's great heaven seal. The aura of death ignited around the five youths, their faces growing even more ashen as their magical energies surged forth, unleashing a haunting wail from their bodies. It was the scream of death. In an instant, the temperature plummeted sharply, and a wild wind swept through the valley, withering trees and turning grass to a sickly yellow as it passed. As this sudden phenomenon emerged, even Lin Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment at the eerie spectacle that seemed capable of siphoning life itself. Five young warriors occupied five distinct positions, each beneath which loomed an immense, ominous design. This design, pitch black, constantly morphed to reveal various scenes, each depicting a gruesome tableau of countless corpses and rivers of blood. At the center of this design was a mysterious visage, its features indistinct, with a pair of eyes that were dark and profound, imparting an overwhelmingly fierce visual impact. With a series of retching sounds, the five young warriors simultaneously expelled torrents of black blood, their forms swaying precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. Lin Chen quickly discerned that the life force emanating from these five individuals was plummeting rapidly. Chen Ling, be cautious. I know these five are the most formidable combatants under the command of the Ancestor of Death. This Death Great Heaven Seal is a technique that draws upon their life essence. It is said to have once slain a being on the cusp of the Dao diagram realm, warned Lu Qingwei with grave concern. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he gazed up at the sky, where the design exuded a palpable aura of death. He sharply flicked his finger, unleashing a powerful ray of brilliance from his fingertip. This beam struck the design with lightning speed, producing no sound, and it was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and unleashed a fierce punch, a torrent of celestial demonic intent erupting from his fist, forming a demonic deity that charged toward the design with intent to rend it apart. The five young warriors' faces turned ashen, as if they might collapse at any moment. In response to Lin Chen's assault, they chose to disregard it entirely. Indeed, as the demonic deity surged towards the celestial design, it detonated into nothingness before even making contact. Chen Ling, the deathly aura of this Death Great Heaven Seal can draw even spiritual energy and magical power into the realm of death. Thus, your attack is essentially futile. Lu Qingwei remarked, her dark dagger beginning to shimmer with a strange, ominous light, clearly preparing for a formidable move. Is that so? Then it becomes rather intriguing. Lin Chen replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just as he spoke, a hearty laughter echoed through the air. He Chengyang laughed uproariously. Chen Ling, the might of the Death Great Heaven Seal is beyond your capacity to withstand. You might as well resign yourself to death. The Ancestor of Death also sneered, remarking that even beings of the Dao diagram realm could find themselves ensnared by this technique, leading to profound difficulties. Both of you are doomed. Hearing their taunts, Lu Yueqing could no longer contain herself and retorted coldly, it is you who will meet your demise. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yueqing turned to Lin Chen and said, this time, I have dragged you into this. I am now prepared to unleash a forbidden divine technique that can aid your escape. She then produced a jade slip, tossing it to Lin Chen, saying, this contains all the information regarding the Rain Emperor. With that, Lu Yueqing tilted her head back, her cold, piercing eyes radiating intense frost, as swirling phantasmal energy began to envelop her. No need. Lin Chen spoke, casually tossing the jade slip in his hand, his gaze calm as it met Lu Yueqing's icy, beautiful eyes. With this, I shall confront the Death Grand Seal. After breaking it, I will swiftly take my leave. I suspect that the true form of the Death Ancestor is approaching. Lu Yueqing hesitated for a moment, initially intending to refuse, but upon observing Lin Chen's resolute expression, she bit her lip and stepped aside. Kill. The five youths, having regained a modicum of vitality, no longer lingered and shouted the command to attack. Instantly, the colossal diagram began to operate with a thunderous force, descending heavily upon Lin Chen and Lu Yueqing. In that instant, a tempest arose. An overwhelming aura of death loomed like a vast celestial canopy. At that moment, Lu Yueqing felt her entire magical essence being severely constrained beneath the weight of this formidable deathly presence. He intends to face the Death Ancestor alone? she remarked upon seeing Lin Chen step forward. He Qiaoyang, taken aback, regarded the terrifying diagram as it bore down and sneered. He is deluded, courting his own demise. The 6 formidable warriors, their expressions revealing contempt, echoed similar sentiments. What a foolish leader of the Chen Alliance, utterly naive. They mocked him, asserting that the combined might of the 5 guardians would surely bring him down, solidifying their reputation across the chaotic ancient realm. Who would have thought the Chen Alliance's leader would be so recklessly overconfident, merely seeking his own end? As the ridicule echoed around him, Lin Chen remained undeterred, advancing purposefully and staring down the descending diagram. Within the oppressive aura of the Death Grand Seal, mournful wails of tormented spirits reverberated, and a mysterious visage appeared to animate, its eyes gleaming with a fierce brilliance, seemingly enticing Lin Chen into a realm of endless bones. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who had been standing resolutely, sprang into action. He unleashed a straightforward, yet powerful punch directed at the collapsing massive diagram. He Qiaoyang, witnessing Lin Chen's singular strike, immediately grasped his intention to withstand it with the half-step supreme imperial artifact's might. This realization sent a surge of exhilaration through He Qiaoyang, who could not help but shout, "Chen Ling! The half-step supreme imperial artifact cannot withstand the deathly force of the Death Grand Seal. Await your demise as your body withers." Abruptly, He Qiaoyang's voice fell silent. A fierce silver radiance erupted from Lin Chen's fist, akin to a tsunami of terrifying power surging forth. With a resounding crash, the entire Death Grand Seal diagram began to shatter under the impact of this fearsome punch. The expressions of the 5 guardians turned ashen, and they were compelled to expel a torrent of blood, their internal forms utterly devastated by the unleashed force. One punch. With a single punch, the formidable Death Great Seal was shattered. One punch was all it took to annihilate the 5 exalted beings at the pinnacle of the godly flow realm. At this moment, both the Death Ancestor and He Qiaoyang stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the unfolding scene. The 6 formidable beings, their eyes widened in horror, found their legs trembling uncontrollably. Paralyzed by fear, the resounding clash reverberated within their hearts, akin to an explosion. Their singular thought was to escape. Yet they were horrified to discover that their legs would not obey, trembling fiercely in place, rendering them immobile. Chapter 625. The Great Escape. A tempestuous surge of energy swirled around Lin Chen, resembling a whirlwind. Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. While she was aware of Lin Chen's enhanced physique, she never anticipated that his power had escalated to such terrifying heights. Lin Chen had unleashed his right fist, the most fearsome aspect of his being. Evidently, his strength had not yet reached the level he had envisioned. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Though he had completely obliterated the Death Great Seal with that punch, his right hand had also endured considerable recoil, suffering a minor injury. Upon hearing Lin Chen's muttering, He Qiaoyang and the Death Ancestor nearly choked in disbelief. A single punch capable of shattering the Death Great Seal, which could vanquish a half-step Dao diagram realm entity, was deemed insufficient. However, their hearts were heavy with an overwhelming sense of dread. They had never imagined that Lin Chen not only survived beneath the 7-foot Void Sky Sword, but had also become even more formidable than before. What manner of monster was this? They forced themselves to suppress the tumultuous waves of astonishment within their hearts, steadying their gazes on Lin Chen. "Chen Ling, you have actually slain my 5 guardians," the Death Ancestor proclaimed, regaining composure. "Even if you are the leader of the Chen Alliance, my Death Sect members are not to be trifled with." Lin Chen cast a nonchalant glance at the Death Ancestor and replied, "Death Ancestor, I have no desire for idle chatter. Do not attempt to delay me." With that, Lin Chen ignored both the Death Ancestor and He Qiaoyang, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Qingyue as they prepared to soar into the skies. "Chen Ling, halt!" He Qiaoyang suddenly bellowed. "If you do not stop, I will ensure you regret it." Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue had already reached the summit of the mountain. Upon hearing He Qiaoyang's roar, Lin Chen turned calmly. "Regarding He Qiaoyang, do you still wish to confront me in your current state?" Despite being a true disciple of the Central Court with terrifying abilities, witnessing Lin Chen's overwhelming offensive power left even He Qiaoyang in trepidation. Now, Lin Chen's words ignited a spark of fury within He Qiaoyang. "Chen Ling, do not be so arrogant. If you dare to flee today, heh." He Qiaoyang began to laugh ominously, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. "Beware of your Chen Alliance. Upon hearing these words, the ancient being of death couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, Lin Chen was not a solitary figure on the chaotic rankings. Behind him stood the formidable Chen Alliance. This force could withstand several blows against a behemoth like the Central Court. He Chao Yang's smile grew increasingly sinister as he regarded the terrifying man before him. No matter how formidable Lin Chen's strength, in the presence of the Central Court, he was but an insignificant insect. Lin Chen's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted. A terrifying aura erupted from his eyes, flickering in an instant, causing both He Chao Yang and the ancient being of death to pause in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, a colossal fist, imbued with the force of a tsunami, surged toward He Chao Yang. The punch arrived at lightning speed, leaving He Chao Yang with no time to react. His eyes widened in shock, his body trembling, his pupils constricting into pinpoints as a chilling sense of death enveloped him entirely. In his sight, that fist grew increasingly clear and enormous within mere breaths. At this moment, He Chao Yang experienced an unprecedented sensation, a profound fear of death. The massive fist came to an abrupt halt mere inches from his nose, the accompanying wind from the punch striking his face painfully. Although Lin Chen had halted his fist, He Chao Yang remained momentarily stunned, his expression betraying a flicker of fear that crept across his features. You dare to touch the Chen Alliance? No matter the circumstances. I will ensure your demise first. Lin Chen's gaze pierced through He Chao Yang's pupils like a blade. He then withdrew his fist, and, in a flash of terrifying speed, took flight. Lu Qingyue cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen as he soared past her. Noting the terrifying aura that had briefly enveloped him had vanished, replaced once again by a calm demeanor. What a peculiar man. Reflecting on the chilling aura that had sent shivers down her spine, she found herself increasingly convinced that this Lin Chen was far from ordinary. Shaking her head slightly, she dismissed her thoughts and vanished from the mountaintop. In the valley, He Chao Yang remained rooted in place, haunted by the bone-chilling sensation and the terror he had just encountered. As the true disciple of the Central Court, with an unparalleled background, he could typically walk unhindered in the outer realms of this chaotic ancient domain. Yet, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. After a moment, He Chao Yang buried his fear deep within, only for an overwhelming fury to erupt upon his face. He roared into the valley, Lin Chen, how dare you humiliate me? I, He Chao Yang, will ensure you suffer a dreadful fate. The ancient being of death observed the ferocity on He Chao Yang's face and felt a stirring within. He quickly addressed the increasingly darkening expression of He Chao Yang. Brother Chao Yang, this Lin Chen may run fast, but he cannot evade fate. We shall inevitably bring about his demise. He Chao Yang cast a fleeting glance at the Elder of Death and said ominously, Once I acquire the 7-foot void sky sword, I shall take his life. The Elder of Death nodded in agreement. After a few minutes had elapsed, two formidable auras finally descended upon the valley. These two figures were indeed the Elder of Death and He Chao Yang. As their true forms manifested, two thought avatars simultaneously erupted, transforming into energy that surged into their bodies. Humph, they haven't fled too far, He Chao Yang mused, sensing the overwhelming power within him. With a cold snort, he became a beam of light and plunged into the void blade pool. At that moment, the Elder of Death revealed a sinister smile. They possessed a secret treasure that could be used to subdue the 7-foot void sky sword. Surely, the terrifying power of the sword would afford He Chao Yang immense benefits, possibly even the opportunity to usurp the position of the Chen Alliance. After all, once He Chao Yang obtained the 7-foot void sky sword, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar, elevating his status within the sect. If he were to annihilate the Chen Alliance, it would be a trivial task. Then, the Death Gang would seize the chance to eliminate the Chen Alliance. As the Elder of Death contemplated this splendid blueprint, he prepared to slip into the void blade pool to see how He Chao Yang was faring with the sword, only to be taken aback by a surge of terrifying murderous intent emanating from the pool. The Elder's expression shifted in shock as he wondered what had transpired. The next moment, he heard He Chao Yang's furious roar. Chen Ling, I will make you pay for stealing the 7-foot void sky sword. I will tear you limb from limb. Ah, kill, kill, kill. The frenzied shouts reverberated throughout the valley, reaching the heavens. The Elder of Death was momentarily stunned. As if turned to stone, the 7-foot void sky sword, a quasi-legendary artifact, had actually been subdued by Chen Ling. At that moment, in a certain part of the Scorpion Mountain range, Lin Chen, who had been stealthily moving, smiled at the sudden roar that echoed around him. He turned to Lu Qingyue and said, "The great escape has begun. Do not hold back your strength. Flee swiftly." Lu Qingyue comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded without uttering a word. Yet, as she heard He Chao Yang's frenzied cries, a peculiar sensation flickered in her heart, akin to a sense of delight. What emotion could this be? Lin Chen then took a deep breath, his body illuminating with a brilliant silver light, as if clad in silver armor. With each leap, he unleashed torrents of powerful energy from beneath his feet, propelling him with terrifying speed. Even Lu Qingyue had to employ her phantasmic energy and an ancient secret technique to keep pace with Lin Chen's rhythm. The speed of their escape was indeed an essential trait for a killer. This fellow is increasingly resembling a true assassin. Lu Qingyue gazed at Lin Chen's back, her serene and beautiful eyes flickering momentarily before she concealed her emotions. Their pace quickened significantly upon hearing the terrifying roar emitted by He Chao Yang, doubling in speed. At that moment, an extraordinarily formidable divine consciousness spread across a distance of over 100 miles. Resembling a colossal shadowy hand that engulfed everything as it extended from the depths of the Scorpion Mountains, casting a dark shroud over Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue. Realizing they had been locked onto, Lin Chen's expression hardened. He had not anticipated the Death Elder's divine consciousness to be so grotesquely powerful, spanning such an extensive range. "Chen Ling, be cautious. Even from this distance, the Death Elder's methods can still pose a threat to us," Lu Qingyue urged firmly. Although their sudden burst of speed allowed them to match the Death Elder, the hundreds of miles between them remained trivial for an entity of the Dao Map realm. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, the power of the Dao Map realm was formidable. He pondered how his chances would fare against such a being now. Previously, he had teamed up with the Seventh Prince, utilizing the Taiqing Tianxiang Talisman to defeat the Elder Mu Yu, albeit at a great cost. Now, with his body being a supreme royal artifact and possessing terrifying divine powers that devoured various phenomena, Lin Chen's heart yearned for a confrontation with the Dao Map realm. Upon hearing Lin Chen's thoughts, Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, quickly interjecting, "You must not act recklessly. The power of the Dao Map realm is not to be underestimated. You have only just entered the divine flow realm." "Very well, I shall exercise caution," Lin Chen replied with a smile, yet he felt little trepidation. However, his mind was currently preoccupied with matters concerning the Rain Emperor, leaving him with little energy to engage in a confrontation with the Death Elder. Yet, from behind them, two powerful and terrifying auras swiftly broke through the air. It was the Death Elder's true form, accompanied by He Chao Yang. "Kill, kill, kill. Death Elder, eliminate Lin Chen for me, and I shall offer you my unconditional support to command the northern regions of the chaotic ancient domain," He Chao Yang bellowed, his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes reflecting his madness. All his plans and schemes had crumbled due to Lin Chen, and the humiliation he suffered drove him to madness. Listening to He Chao Yang's words, the Death Elder smirked inwardly, finally hearing the words he had been waiting for. Despite Lin Chen's astonishing punch against the 5 guardians earlier, the Death Elder, being an ancient figure of the Dao Map realm, was not intimidated. He possessed his own means. Observing Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue from over 100 miles away, he sneered coldly and shouted, "Chen Ling, Lu Qingyue, your demise is at hand." The Death Elder began to form hand seals, unleashing waves of deathly radiance that soared into the sky. He raised his hand and struck down upon the towering mountains, a terrifying black light erupting from his palm and surging toward the mountain's base. The mountain trembled violently under the onslaught of this serpentine black light, shattering into countless fragments. The Death Serpent technique echoed with an immense roar from the Death Ancestor, whose gaze pierced through the air towards Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue. In an instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded, a resounding thunder reverberating from the earth, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds. Both Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue were momentarily stunned by this overwhelming force, their consciousness probing the surroundings as their eyes darted behind them. There, amidst the towering peaks, an enormous creature, stretching several miles, writhed violently beneath the ground. Its speed akin to lightning. Wherever it burrowed, explosions erupted, reducing the surrounding mountains to rubble. From above, one could observe a vast chasm, extending for dozens of miles, forming within mere breaths. What astonishing speed! Lu Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of divine ability is this? Lin Chen's figure came to an abrupt halt. First, deal with this menace. You should leave at once. Lu Qingyue glanced at Lin Chen's steadfast silhouette and, without hesitation, turned to flee. After Lin Chen's form had ceased its motion, a couple of breaths later, a deafening explosion shattered the air as a terrifying, pitch-black serpent. Its mouth agape in a grotesque snarl lunged towards him. This fearsome serpent exuded an aura of death, its roar unleashing a chilling wind of demise. Begone! Lin Chen bellowed furiously, an overwhelming intent radiating from his eyes. His hair billowed as a phantom of a wrathful demon flickered behind him, and a strange, transparent wave surged forth. With a resounding impact, the menacing serpent seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, its form momentarily frozen in midair. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy that struck the serpent's head, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. Death Ancestor, He Chaoyang, we shall not meet again. After obliterating the serpent, Lin Chen's body shimmered with silver light, an intimidating force emanating from him, as if he had transformed the silver energy into a pair of silver wings. This was a complete manifestation of energy, a pair of wings simulated from his own power. Soaring into the sky, Lin Chen was imbued with the essence of chaos, vanishing within a breath. Damn it! He Chaoyang's expression darkened as he erupted in curses, realizing that Lin Chen had escaped. Witnessing Lin Chen's speed, he comprehended the implications, his fury boiling within, seeking an outlet. However, the Death Ancestor merely smiled ominously, suddenly producing an object that emanated an intensely piercing aura, causing even He Chaoyang to tremble. He Chaoyang stared at the item in the Death Ancestor's hand, his tone laden with uncertainty. Even his knowledge as a true disciple from the central court faltered in this moment of doubt. At this moment, in the hands of the Death Ancestor, an unusual long arrow appeared, its body spiraled and adorned with ancient runes. The arrow's feathers were sharp, and its tip radiated an overwhelming sense of destructive brilliance. The aura emanating from this arrow was indeed that of an extraordinary imperial artifact, the Arrow of Divine Gift. The Death Ancestor let out a sinister chuckle. Aiming the arrow's tip at the swiftly moving figure of Lin Chen, his gaze tinged with malevolence. Upon hearing the Death Ancestor's words, He Chaoyang could not help but tremble, exclaiming in disbelief that it was indeed the Arrow of Divine Gift. He quickly closed his mouth, but his previously somber expression transformed into one of exuberant excitement. Chapter 627. A complete escape. He Chaoyang's suppressed emotions surged to life. He had not anticipated that the Death Ancestor possessed such a remarkable treasure. The Arrow of Divine Gift, one of the 6 treasures of the Divine Gift Master. Death Ancestor, how surprising it is that you hold such an item. His face gleamed with excitement as he thought that this would surely bring down Qinling. Once he succeeded, the accolades would be immense, and he would secure a substantial reward from the sect for the Death Ancestor. The Death Ancestor smirked inwardly, waiting for these very words. Drawing forth the Arrow of Divine Gift caused him immense pain. Such a potent item, comparable to a supreme imperial artifact, was a one-time consumable. Within the chaotic ancient realm, there existed only 6 of these arrows. Qinling, today you shall witness the might of a masterpiece crafted by the Divine Gift Master. With a chilling laugh, the Death Ancestor summoned deathly energy that coiled into a pitch-black bow. Grasping the Arrow of Divine Gift, his magical power surged like a torrential wave, and the resonant sounds of decaying dragon roars echoed around him as 500,000 dragons of magical energy surged forth. The dark arrowhead of the Arrow of Divine Gift emanated a cold, terrifying radiance, releasing an unsettling aura of murderous intent. He Chaoyang shivered, casting a fearful glance at the Arrow of Divine Gift, realizing that its terrifying reputation was indeed warranted. The Death Ancestor's eyes glinted with ferocity as, with a resounding bang, the Arrow of Divine Gift was released. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning striking down, a terrifying shockwave erupted in the sky. It was as if a divine light had pierced the heavens, leaving a trail of brilliance in its wake. The Arrow of Divine Gift transformed into a celestial beam. In the blink of an eye, piercing through the clouds with boundless might, spanning 10 miles in an instant. Lin Chen, with his silver wings unfurled, glided through the sea of clouds, his figure akin to a fleeting breeze, elusive and intangible. The speed unleashed by a supreme imperial artifact was not something the Death Ancestor could easily pursue. Lu Qingyue had long vanished without a trace, and Lin Chen paid little heed to her whereabouts, for he already possessed the intelligence provided by the Rain Emperor regarding Lu Qingwei. Having spent some time together, Lin Chen held a measure of trust in Lu Qingwei. However, thoughts of the Rain Emperor's issues began to disrupt his previously tranquil mind. At present, Lin Chen's methods are ruthless, not solely due to the words spoken by the ancient bronze coffin, but also because various matters requiring strength have descended upon him, leading Lin Chen to increasingly recognize the significance of power. Reign sovereign, none shall harm you. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly. The next moment, as he relaxed his grip, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Lin Chen, danger approaches. It is the Supreme Emperor artifact. Blood Elder bellowed, be cautious. Lin Chen nodded, his countenance now gravely serious, as he sensed the terrifying force of the impending assault. As Lin Chen turned around, he was immediately met with a blinding cold gleam slicing through the heavens, accompanied by a surging momentum that roared behind it. This streak of cold light seemed to merge with the sky itself, radiating an aura capable of shattering Lin Chen and annihilating all that is void. In just a few breaths, this divine arrow had already arrived at Lin Chen's brow. Humph! Lin Chen suddenly scoffed, as a talisman materialized between his eyebrows. This talisman intertwined with an aura of destruction, immensely intimidating, as if it sought to obliterate everything. A powerful silver light erupted from within Lin Chen, transforming into an invisible forceful fist that struck the divine arrow. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion ensued, as the divine arrow encountered significant resistance, becoming lodged in the talisman and rendered immobile. Shatter! Lin Chen's eyes flickered with authority, and the celestial demonic intent erupted from his gaze, unleashing a formidable presence that sought to strangle the divine arrow. Be careful! Blood Elder suddenly shouted. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he observed the divine arrow, which had been embedded in the annihilation talisman, begin to spin rapidly. A celestial essence surged from the divine arrow, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that was profoundly unsettling. Lin Chen's entire being trembled under this force, as if the body of his Supreme Emperor artifact were being crushed by an immense power, rendering him utterly unable to muster any strength. The annihilation talisman Lin Chen had conjured could not withstand the sudden and overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine arrow, which shattered it to pieces. The divine arrow then lunged fiercely toward Lin Chen's brow. His expression changed, taken aback by the terrifying potency that had erupted from this Supreme Emperor artifact, which had suppressed his very form. This aura was of the heavens, an oppressive force that mere mortals could not endure. Blood Elder roared. Is there truly someone capable of emulating the essence of the heavens? At this moment, Lin Chen felt a chilling dread coursing through him, disregarding Blood Elder's outburst. However, just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly manifested on Lin Chen's previously shaken visage. From the boundless abyss of magic, I have attained enlightenment. The divine light has opened before me, tearing downwards and illuminating my being. Suddenly, Lin Chen's lips parted to recount a fragment of the past, as the roaring river echoed behind him, reverberating fiercely. A terrifying river of divine power unfurled at Lin Chen's back. As this river manifested, towering wills arose from behind him, seemingly becoming the singular essence of this realm. These wills, unyielding and subduing the heavens, scorned the celestial decrees. Each silhouette of will was immensely grand. At their core lay a profound abyss of darkness. Even the divine arrow, imbued with a trace of celestial essence, trembled under the immense pressure. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions resounded in the sky, sending waves of terror rippling through the air. The ancestor of death and He Chaoyang flew with all their might toward the source of the explosions. Faced with such a cataclysmic display, they exchanged glances, witnessing the gleam of joy in each other's eyes. Indeed, the supreme imperial vessel of Chunling could not withstand the onslaught of this celestial aura. The ancestor of death rejoiced, fully aware of the exceptional might of the supreme imperial vessel. Thus, he had summoned the divine arrow to dismantle Lin Chen's form. Now, as anticipated, everything had unfolded successfully. Haha, ancestor of death, I shall reward you handsomely this time, He Chaoyang thought, filled with delight at the prospect of Lin Chen perishing in the explosion. His grievances released in a radiant smile and hearty laughter. Yet, abruptly, the ancestor of death's smile vanished, and He Chaoyang's expression froze. Amidst the ceaseless explosions, a silver light flickered From behind Lin Chen, a pair of enormous wings unfurled, sweeping powerful gusts and breaking through the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. The ancestor of death stared in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Lin Chen had escaped. At this moment, both the ancestor of death and He Chaoyang were engulfed in tumultuous waves of disbelief. They never anticipated Lin Chen could evade the divine arrow's blockade. And from his aura, it seemed he had sustained no harm. How could this be? The ancestor of death, momentarily dazed, regained his senses, a deep wariness now glimmering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the terror that the divine arrow possessed. Yet now, Lin Chen had seemingly shattered it, sending a chill through the ancestor's psyche. That boy is not to be trifled with, he mused, as all previous thoughts regarding Lin Chen dissipated. He Chaoyang, equally shocked, struggled to swallow hard, his countenance still filled with disbelief. He Chaoyang, constrained by the presence of the ancestor of death, found himself unable to express his astonishment too overtly, fearing the loss of face. Thus, he suppressed the tumult of emotions swelling within him. When he attempted to utter some harsh words to the ancestor of death, they instead morphed into a lamentation of disappointment. What a worthless arrow bestowed by the heavens. Upon uttering this phrase, a deep sense of regret flooded He Chaoyang's heart. Under the peculiar gaze of the ancestor of death, his face burned with embarrassment. Chenling, you have seized my treasures and humiliated me. I shall not let you escape unscathed, he silently vowed. However, at that moment, he resolved not to confront Lin Chen head-on. Amidst the billowing clouds, Lin Chen's figure resembled a streak of light, slicing through the heavens and vanishing in an instant. Within the span of a single hour, he had traversed over 5,000 miles, leaping across several mountain ranges. Such distance would require a considerable amount of time for both the ancestor of death and He Chaoyang to catch up. Lin Chen mused to himself, as the silvery radiance enveloping him dissipated entirely. His aura was once again retracted, transforming him into an ordinary being of the divine flow realm. Lin Chen, I never anticipated that your divine flow would wield such formidable strength, Blood Elder remarked approvingly. When the Blood Celestial Demon Sovereign formed the divine flow, he only subdued 5 supreme techniques. Lin Chen smiled and replied, it was merely luck. You rascal, Blood Elder chuckled, then continued in a somber tone. Do you realize that the more supreme techniques integrated into your divine flow, the greater its power? Up until now, I have yet to encounter anyone as monstrous as you who has fused 7 or 8 techniques. Lin Chen scratched his head and said, Blood Elder, I too did not foresee such terrifying power. However, let us discuss more serious matters. Blood Elder chuckled before his voice turned grave. Take a look at your current location. It appears rather peculiar. Lin Chen queried, his eyes suddenly ablaze with dark flames as he gazed downward. Through his penetrating vision, he discovered the land beneath him, several dozen miles down, to be extraordinarily bizarre. This terrain was dotted with mountains of various sizes, as well as expansive plains. Yet, regardless of their nature, every part of this land was riddled with numerous ravines, all of which bore witness to strange formations. These ravines were evidently carved by sharp blades, and within them surged an intense and formidable demonic aura. While the presence of sword chi ravines was not shocking in itself, the sheer scale of these ravines across dozens of miles was astonishing. Could such extensive devastation have been wrought by a great sage or a great sovereign engaged in battle here? Lin Chen inquired of Blood Elder. Blood Elder shook his head. I cannot say. I merely sense that this land is quite odd, for the intensity of the demonic fluctuations within these ravines varies significantly. Are you implying that these ravines were not formed by a single strike? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. Speculating in this manner yields little insight. If only Liu Qingyue were here. Liu Qingyue's presence here, with her intelligence, assured Lin Chen that he would certainly discern the nature of this peculiar land. He is already thinking of that girl. I find her rather delightful. The elder couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Chen decisively retreated. However, his heart was troubled by concerns regarding the Rain Emperor's news, and he wished not to dwell on it further. His body tensed as he swiftly descended towards the land below. The more Lin Chen pondered the fate of the Rain Emperor, the stronger his unease became. This foreboding cast a slight pall over his current mood. As Lin Chen's first foot landed on the rugged terrain, his gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a fierce sword aura surged towards him, tearing through the air with considerable force, imbued with a palpable demonic intent. The potency of this sword aura was formidable. akin to that of a mid-grade royal artifact. Without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed a punch, shattering the sword aura into fragments. Who goes there? Why do you strike? Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowing as he unleashed his consciousness, seeking the source. To his slight dismay, he could not perceive anyone. It is I who ought to be asking that question. A cold voice, tinged with an undercurrent of malevolence, resonated from afar. What brings you to the territory of the sword demon? The mention of the sword demon momentarily stunned Lin Chen, and a flash of realization struck him. He recalled the chaotic rankings he had studied, recognizing that the fourth-ranked entity was indeed this sword demon. How could this place belong to him? Chapter 629, The Poison of 10 Years. Lin Chen quickly understood the reason behind the sword aura-filled ravines that spanned several dozen miles. The sword demon, according to Lin Chen's recollections, had made a name for himself this year in the chaos ancient domain, ruthlessly slaughtering several factions with Dao map-level existences. His methods were exceedingly brutal. Moreover, he was exceptionally adept with the sword, seemingly transforming into a sword demon, unparalleled in swordsmanship, with no one knowing his true origins. Now, Lin Chen found himself in the territory of this sword demon. So, it is you, the renowned sword demon. I happened to pass by and, unable to quell my curiosity, stopped here, Lin Chen said, cupping his fists. I apologize for intruding, and I shall take my leave immediately. The sword demon possessed formidable cultivation. Being in existence within the Dao map realm, Lin Chen had no desire to offend him further, since the other party was displeased with his presence. He prepared to turn and depart. Just as he was about to leave, the cold voice laced with demonic intent rang out once more. Wait. Lin Chen halted his steps, furrowing his brow and inquiring, What is it, senior? After a moment of silence, the sword demon's voice returned, cold as ever. What is your name? Taken aback by the question, Lin Chen pondered its significance but responded nonetheless. I am Chen Ling. Could it be you are the leader of the Chen Alliance? The tone of the other party seemed to carry an additional emotional nuance. Lin Chen offered a faint smile. Indeed, I am the leader of the Chen Alliance. However, in comparison to my predecessors, the position of the Alliance leader is hardly significant. The sword demon fell silent, leaving Lin Chen in a state of perplexity. The records indicated that this sword demon was a solitary individual, one who would kill without the need for justification. Yet, he had suddenly posed numerous inquiries. Lin Chen, eager to uncover the matters concerning the Reign Emperor, preferred to limit his interaction with this enigmatic figure. Senior, if there is nothing further, I have pressing matters to attend to, Lin Chen stated, bowing slightly before turning to depart. Naturally, he remained vigilant, anticipating any sudden movements from the sword demon. For in such a chaotic ancient realm, acts of murder and treasure theft were commonplace. Wait, the once cold voice now took on a slightly lowered tone. A gust of wind swirled around Lin Chen, and a shadow swiftly appeared before him. This figure, shrouded in a black robe, emanated an aura of demonic energy. With an ancient sword, radiating a suppressed killing intent, slung across his back. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Lin Chen, ever prepared to unleash his abilities, maintained a facade of composure as he furrowed his brow in inquiry. The sword demon remained silent for a moment before a voice, one that Lin Chen found somewhat familiar, reverberated through the air. Lin Chen. At this, Lin Chen's body involuntarily trembled slightly. The audacity of this individual to address him by name stirred a tempest within Lin Chen. Yet outwardly, he remained unfazed. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am Chen Ling, not Lin Chen. Is that so? Lin Chen, Chen Ling. The sword demon intoned gravely, the black robe suddenly exploding into shards. A familiar, expressionless face materialized before Lin Chen, causing his expression to shift in astonishment. You bear the mark of the Reign Emperor, and I can sense his aura. If you are not the Reign Emperor, then you must be Lin Chen. The sword demon declared, his countenance devoid of emotion, yet infused with a hint of demonic intent. Lin Chen's expression underwent a transformation. His demeanor became remarkably placid. So much so that even Blood Old felt a twinge of surprise. Sword Wu Dao, Lin Chen stated with serene composure, it has been a long time. Lin Chen had never anticipated that this sword demon would be none other than Sword Wu Dao. Indeed, it has been a considerable while, Sword Wu Dao replied, casting an impassive glance at Lin Chen. Your cultivation has become even more formidable. It appears you have encountered significant fortuity in these past 3 months. Lin Chen glanced at the gray mark upon his left hand, recalling that the Rain Emperor was an entity entrusted to Sword Wudao's spirit, thus gaining clarity. Sword Wudao. Lin Chen maintained his calm tone. You two have grown stronger. Their previous clash during the Battle of the Celestial Prodigies had seen Lin Chen and Sword Wudao pitted against one another, with Sword Wudao ultimately aiding him. They were meant to be allies, yet an invisible barrier had arisen between them due to a woman. Moreover, Lin Chen's identity, once known only to the members of the Chen Alliance, had now been exposed. Rest assured, I shall not divulge your identity. Jian Wudao spoke coldly, his hollow gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lin Chen nodded. Now that Jian Wudao had made such a declaration, he would abide by it. Lin Chen still held a degree of faith in Jian Wudao. With that in mind, Lin Chen offered a faint smile to Jian Wudao and said, "Until we meet again." He turned to leave. Deep down, Lin Chen thought Jian Wudao was a commendable man, yet at present, Jian Wudao seemed ensnared by his emotions. Only when Jian Wudao truly overcame the psychological barrier within himself could Lin Chen and Jian Wudao become both rivals in love and friends. Yu Huang. Jian Wudao uttered the two words with a certain stiffness, causing Lin Chen to halt in his tracks. Jian Wudao continued in a cold tone, Lin Chen, you are aware of Yu Huang's situation, are you not? Lin Chen turned around, fixing his gaze intently on Jian Wudao. I know that Yu Huang is currently in trouble, but I am unaware of the specifics. Jian Wudao's eyes remained as impassive as ever as he stated, Yu Huang's master, the Heartless Fairy, fell victim to the Dao poisoned 10-year fruit 9 years ago. Now, in this 10th year, there is no antidote. The Heartless Fairy cannot be saved. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, about to respond when a heavy voice interrupted. The Dao poisoned 10-year fruit. I'm afraid that on the sacred spirit continent, there is no one capable of unraveling its toxins. A sense of dread began to weigh down Lin Chen's heart. Indeed, the Dao poisoned 10-year fruit was a venom birthed from the great Dao, capable of infiltrating the Emperor's path and essence. It was terrifying. Even an Emperor would succumb to its poison within a decade. Blood Old sighed. Once afflicted by this Dao poisoned 10-year fruit, there is essentially no hope for rescue. Lin Chen's heart sank completely. The notion of poisoning an Emperor was unfathomable, and the absence of salvation was equally disheartening. Recalling the information passed down to him by Shui Yu's father, Lin Chen felt a chill enveloping his chest. Due to the Heartless Fairy's predicament, whoever saved her master would have her hand in marriage. Yu Huang, is this the reason you are willing to surrender yourself? Lin Chen's heart ached painfully. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of calmness. Even if his heart were to twist in anguish, he could not afford to show excessive emotion in front of Jian Wudao. You, like me, desire Yu Huang, Jian Wudao stated expressionlessly. Lin Chen, although I am reluctant to entrust Yu Huang to you, I am even more unwilling to see her fall into the hands of those worthless beings. Lin Chen suppressed the ache in his heart, his brow furrowing. Jian Wudao. What do you mean? My meaning is this. Jian Wudao's hollow gaze flickered with a spark for the first time as he looked at Lin Chen. We must join forces to save Yu Huang. At the very least, we need to unite to eliminate our common rival. Chapter 630, Preparing for Ascension, Joint Effort to Eliminate Rivals. A smile unexpectedly graced Lin Chen's lips as he fixed his gaze on Jian Wudao. Jian Wudao, this is the first time you have expressly proposed an alliance. And what of it? The flicker of divine light from Jian Wudao quickly faded, returning to a cold demeanor. What I need you to convey is whether you will collaborate with me. Lin Chen, with equally tranquil eyes, fixed his gaze upon Jian Wudao, demanding a reason for this partnership. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart was engulfed in profound pain, his consciousness fluctuating violently. Blood Elder, well aware of Lin Chen's plight, could only sigh, unable to articulate further. Although Lin Chen appeared calm, it was merely the calm before the storm. The situation was one of desperation for both parties. As Blood Elder advised, that girl, Rain Empress, speaks thus for the sake of her master. It is a matter of compulsion. Why must you feel such heartache now? Lin Chen took a deep breath, refraining from elaborating to Blood Elder, choosing instead to maintain his silence. After a moment of contemplation, Blood Elder remarked, the Blood Demon Sovereign once said, a true man, upon witnessing his beloved in distress, must offer his assistance. Lin Chen nodded, his fists clenched tightly as he exhaled slowly. What Blood Elder articulated resonated deeply with Lin Chen's intentions. He understood Rain Empress's heart. She did not willingly surrender herself, but was compelled to do so. leaving her with no choice. Thus, he must devise a means to resolve the toxicity of the 10-year poison fruit inflicted by the heartless fairy. Jian Wudao regarded Lin Chen coolly, stating, "The enemies are formidable. Our alliance may yield a chance of victory." Lin Chen inquired about the foes associated with the 10-year poison fruit and whether there existed a remedy. The terror of this poison weighed heavily on his mind, prompting his urgent questions. Blood Elder hesitated, fully aware of how to counteract the 10-year poison fruit's venom, yet the thought of the price to be paid rendered him silent. In his heart, Lin Chen was of utmost importance. All else was inconsequential to Blood Elder. "I do not know," Jian Wudao replied. Lin Chen's expression darkened. If no solution existed, how could they hope to save anyone? Jian Wudao cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen and added, "However, it is rumored that the Damling clan possesses knowledge of how to neutralize the 10-year poison fruit. Moreover, as far as I know, the Damling clan is currently preparing, and their young clan leader harbors deep affections for Reign Empress." Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Blood Elder gasped in surprise, realizing the Damling clan had also arrived in the Holy Spirit continent. What an unforeseen development. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is peculiar about this Damling clan?" Blood Elder explained, "Members of this clan are prodigious in alchemy. They cultivate and engage in battle through the use of medicinal pills. While their strength may not be overwhelmingly formidable, healing and detoxification are indeed their specialties. Had you not mentioned them, I might have forgotten this clan entirely." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen could not help but exclaim, "I did not anticipate such a clan exists. In that case, we must pursue a course of action with the Damling clan." Blood Elder shook his head and scoffed, "You are indeed correct, Jian Wudao. If you venture forth alone, confronting the Damling clan would be akin to courting death." Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Jian Wudao. "You know the whereabouts of the Damling clan, do you not?" "Of course." Jian Wudao responded with a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. "You have chosen to collaborate with me. Before we proceed, I wish to pose a question." Lin Chen regarded Jian Wudao with an impassive expression. "What prompts your decision to ally with me?" "There is no need for excessive inquiry. We merely require mutual benefits and an assurance of loyalty," Jian Wudao replied coldly. Before them lay an immense mountain range, characterized by magnificent trees that towered above, obscuring vast expanses of vision. Lin Chen's formidable spiritual awareness swept through the area, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that ignited the tranquil forest into chaos. Beasts within a several-mile radius fled in terror from Lin Chen's overwhelming presence. "Since you have chosen to cooperate with me, I would request your assistance," Lin Chen said, turning to face the distant, cold countenance of Jian Wudao with a faint smile. "What brings you here?" Jian Wudao exuded a chilling aura, his eyes fixed coldly on Lin Chen. "Before encountering you, I had already intended to journey to the Damling clan. Yet you have brought me to this place." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Assist me by ensuring others keep their distance." Jian Wudao's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Lin Chen, speaking each word deliberately. "Time is of the essence. Are you not aware of this?" Lin Chen regarded Jian Wudao with an indifferent expression, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. "Let me make it clear, Jian Wudao. Anyone who dares to covet the Reign Emperor's favor, as long as he is insincere, will meet a most dreadful end." In that instant, Lin Chen's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. His gaze evoked a memory in Jian Wudao of a certain creature, a wolf, fierce and predatory. "I am on the verge of ascending to the Dao diagram realm. You best pay close attention," Lin Chen bellowed. Those words left Jian Wudao in a state of shock. The notion of ascending to the Dao diagram realm seemed utterly implausible. As an individual who had already reached that realm, Jian Wudao was acutely aware of the tribulations he had endured to attain such mastery. Yet here stood this man, poised to enter that very realm in an instant. "Lin Chen, I must concede that you have surprised me greatly," Jian Wudao remarked, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Chen, whose imposing presence radiated a palpable pressure. It was undeniable that this man named Lin Chen had indeed astonished them all. Despite having cultivated the heartless sword cannon, Jian Wudao typically remained emotionally detached, save for matters concerning the Reign Emperor. However, at this moment, Jian Wudao was unexpectedly stirred by a surge of curiosity. He was eager to discover how Lin Chen had ascended. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his entire body vibrating subtly, as a vast, invisible aura emanated from him, effortlessly dismantling the towering trees around him. The 7 feet void sword remained dormant within Lin Chen's being, and despite his attempts to initiate communication through his spiritual consciousness, it was as if his efforts had vanished into the abyss. The events surrounding the Rain Emperor had made Lin Chen acutely aware of the significance of his current strength. To contend with those ancient races and procure the antidote for the 10-year path poison, what was required was power. The Dao diagram realm. I, Lin Chen, shall arrive. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with fervor as his spiritual consciousness stirred. Suddenly, a dark, translucent stone emerged from the illusory spirit mirror. This obsidian stone resembled the pupil of a human eye, radiating a mystical sheen, yet within its thumb-sized form lay countless secrets that Lin Chen could not fathom. Upon gazing at this dark stone, Jian Wudao's expression shifted from profound confusion to one of intense astonishment. "This is the extreme Dao stone," he exclaimed. Years prior, when Lin Chen and the Rain Emperor descended into the mysterious region of the Ghost God Valley, they had encountered the grave of the Celestial Fiend Emperor. Within the hollowed eye sockets of the Celestial Fiend Emperor's remains were two extreme Dao stones, which the Rain Emperor sought for their ability to assist individuals in attaining the Dao diagram realm. Even Jian Wudao had only heard tales of these stones, never expecting that Lin Chen would possess one in reality. Extreme Dao stone, aid my ascension. Lin Chen's heart raced as he flicked his finger. A drop of blood fell upon the extreme Dao stone. In an instant, a phenomenon of devouring power erupted from behind Lin Chen, emanating an overwhelming force. The extreme Dao stone began to tremble, emitting a piercing hum, as a beam of black light burst forth, enveloping Lin Chen's figure. In that moment, the sound of the Dao resonated continuously, akin to bubbling springs, penetrating the depths of one's heart. Waves of Daoic essence radiated from the black light, revealing an intense will within Lin Chen's mind, a fervent determination to attain the Dao, to ascend, wagering everything in the process. This was what was termed as extreme, the pinnacle of aspiration. At this juncture, Lin Chen felt enveloped by the black light, and to his astonishment, the myriad powers within his being began to radiate resplendently. The seeds of divine abilities within his 4 C's of consciousness trembled in unison, as if yearning to break free from Lin Chen's awareness. Lin Chen lacked experience in ascending to the Dao diagram realm. However, the urgency of the moment compelled him to act thus. Now, he found himself uncertain of the path to take next. The Dao diagram realm, as it was described, involved weaving all divine powers into a comprehensive map of martial abilities. Upon observing Lin Chen's current predicament, Blood Elder immediately exclaimed, his voice penetrating the depths of Lin Chen's consciousness. The so-called martial Dao divine diagram encapsulates the essence and will of martial arts, establishing a connection between the martial realm and the cosmos, wielding powers that defy comprehension. Thus, one can unleash its utmost potential. This is the realm of the Dao diagram. Lin Chen's body trembled, as if he had suddenly grasped an elusive truth. It was as though he treated the mystical powers within him as a cherished offspring, nurturing them with care, allowing them to flourish and grow. The Dao diagram integrates the entirety of martial arts into a singular manuscript, Lin Chen murmured, faintly sensing the existence of that delicate membrane. Yet, despite this awareness, Lin Chen found himself unable to penetrate it. The barrier appeared far more formidable than the vast chasms that lay beneath him. At that moment, Lin Chen abruptly recognized that the enigmatic black light enveloping him seemed irresistibly drawn to his form, swiftly merging with his very being. In an instant, a profound consciousness surged within him, radiating an array of intricate hues. His blood began to be infiltrated by this black light, imbued with the essence of the Dao, exuding an aura reminiscent of that sacred path. Each assimilation inflicted a sharp, needle-like pain upon his skin. Nonetheless, this pain was a paradoxical blend of suffering and ecstasy. His bones and every fiber of his being were being invaded by this black light, an unceasing flow of energy coursing through every pore. At this moment, Lin Chen felt the Dao's essence emanating from his every gesture, harmonizing with the forces of nature. This black light was transforming Lin Chen's body, as if sculpting him into a vessel of the Dao itself. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed through the air, as a slender fissure suddenly appeared on the obsidian surface, rapidly expanding. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying brilliance erupted from the shattered stone, sending tremors through the surrounding land and mountains, stirring the chaotic laws of the heavens and the primal energies of the universe into a tempestuous explosion. This radiant light was a manifestation of the Tao, birthed from the primal stone of the ultimate path. Smooth and serpentine, it surged upwards before piercing Lin Chen's brow. At that moment, as Lin Chen's body continued its metamorphosis, he felt a tremendous force erupt beneath him, shattering the ground. An array of formidable auras surged behind him, igniting in response to the infusion of that radiant Tao light, which directly connected with the myriad martial wills and mystical techniques within Lin Chen's form. These auras, each embodying distinct intentions, ethereal, noble, vengeful, and wrathful, converged to manifest towering figures standing resolutely behind Lin Chen, united in their shared journey through life and death. The essence of divine powers has fully evolved, and the next pivotal step is the transcendence into the realm of divine insight, culminating in the formation of the Tao diagram. Jian Wudao observed this scene, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his gaze. The moment of ascension has finally arrived, marking the most critical juncture. In Chapter 632, The Ascendancy to the Tao Diagram Realm, Part 2, the entirety of Lin Chen's being is enveloped by the intent of divine powers. These divine intents are immensely formidable. Even Jian Wudao cannot help but feel a surge of astonishment within. Each martial technique and spell embodies a distinct will, emanating waves that signify varying levels of power. At present, Lin Chen bears an array of divine techniques, such as the Hunyuan slashing technique, the Ta Ching Nine Void Art, the Tiansha Yanluo Sutra, and the hidden immortal annihilation technique, each capable of causing ripples in the external world. Behind Lin Chen stand 7 or 8 towering wills, all accentuating his presence and rendering him extraordinarily majestic. With such a multitude of formidable divine powers, how can Jian Wudao contain his astonishment? Even with the assistance of the ultimate stone of the extreme path, merging these potent intents proves exceedingly arduous. Jian Wudao, having ascended to the Tao diagram realm, is acutely aware of the sheer ferocity that arises from the collision of these techniques. He himself had nearly perished while attempting to harmonize 2 terrifying arts, thus understanding the inherent dangers. As Lin Chen integrates a thread of ultimate intent within himself, he is imbued with an indomitable courage. In this moment, he seems to shatter the shackles obstructing his path, dispelling all worries from his heart. His will surges forth, vast and formidable, as if he has been driven to a desperate edge, unleashing the greatest potential of his being. His eyes gradually begin to open. All divine powers, heed my command. Merge as one, step into the righteous path, and coalesce into the supreme Tao diagram. Lin Chen suddenly roared. His will, infused with the ultimate intent, became overwhelmingly powerful, compelling all to submit to his resolve. In an instant, the wills of several divine techniques seemed to resonate with Lin Chen's thoughts, erupting in unison. The first to awaken was the will of the hidden immortal annihilation technique. The dark figure behind Lin Chen vanished into the boundless sky, exploding into countless icy glimmers, simultaneously striking at the various divine wills. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a demon god reverberated through the air. The Tiansha Yanluo Sutra unleashed its might, the wrath of the demon god rippling forth, shattering the blades of light into fragments. The resounding roar of 9 ancient dragons followed suit. As 9 azure dragon phantoms flickered about, each tail swipe unleashing formidable force against the other entities. The Hunyuan slashing technique also erupted with an overwhelming killing intent, soaring skyward. Unstoppable. This was a battle of divine intents, although it did not unleash overwhelming might. Jian Wudao could sense the tremors of his own divine techniques resonating in response to this conflict. However, amidst the fierce clash of formidable powers, a majestic will suddenly descended, overwhelming all in its path. A voice, shrouded in obscurity yet resonating with immense authority, echoed forth. I subdue the heavens. All in the world shall bow before me. This profoundly noble intent unfurled like an enormous net, crushing all divine wills beneath it. It was the hand of fate, the sole entity amidst the great powers that dared to speak. To subdue the heavens, such a will was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. The wills of the great powers ignited in collective fury, erupting in response to the audacity of the hand of fate. Enough. A chilling voice, akin to thunder, reverberated with supreme intent. Lin Chen's voice, imbued with an almost magical allure, instantly quelled the tumult of the divine wills. In that fleeting moment, a devouring phenomenon emerged from Lin Chen's back, his voice taking on an unparalleled gravitas. "You are all dependent upon my existence. It is I who shall elevate your power to its zenith. I am your master. I command you. Regardless of your might, I am your sovereign, your king." His words pierced the earth and shattered the heavens, each syllable imbued with an arcane force, exuding the essence of the Tao. At this moment, a faint azure light flickered at Lin Chen's brow, an ancient aura permeating the wills of the great powers, unbeknownst to him or Jian Wu Dao. "You must merge as one. Within the realm I govern, you shall reach your pinnacle. You grant me strength, and I bestow upon you growth." Lin Chen's voice rose in fervor as the devouring phenomenon converged, transforming into a martial arts diagram. In an instant, the will of the devouring phenomenon surged skyward, enveloping the divine wills in a vast darkness. The pitch-black, enigmatic radiance seemed to coalesce into an immense compendium, emanating waves of the Taoist essence and supreme intent. It was as if Lin Chen's utterance had resonated within their very souls, for the wills of the divine arts offered little resistance. One by one, they merged into the whole. As these wills integrated, Lin Chen's momentum escalated step by step. The true essence of the Tao aids me in crafting this diagram. A brilliant white light erupted from Lin Chen's eyes, as if it had summoned the very forces of heaven and earth, merging into his being. The true essence of the Tao, Jian Wu Dao, witnessing this gleam, could not help but tremble, a complex expression flickering across his gaze. Upon the infusion of this essence into the diagram, a tremendous rumble ensued, dark clouds gathering above, hinting at the roiling of thunder. The martial arts diagram was on the verge of completion. Jian Wu Dao, observing this scene, understood the impending developments with clarity. However, in a surprising turn of events, Lin Chen executed an action that left Jian Wu Dao utterly astonished. Suddenly, Lin Chen's form soared into the air, hovering before a terrifyingly powerful tome. His body began to resonate with explosive sounds, reminiscent of popping beans. From behind Lin Chen, a colossal demon emerged, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a maniacal fervor, empowered by the will of the utmost path, sweeping away all doubts and concerns. In that moment, only an indomitable resolve to forge ahead remained. Instantly, the demon behind Lin Chen assumed a seated position, closing its ferocious eyes. Beneath the immense demon's form, a pitch-black pool materialized, roiling with ferocious waters of malevolence. Lin Chen was, astonishingly, attempting to breach the realm of the demon bone tranquil pool as he ascended to the path diagram stage, a level that the demon emperor, Shao, had never achieved in his lifetime. The vast, inky tome seemed to obscure the entire sky, plunging everything around into darkness. Yet amidst this gloom, Lin Chen stood as the sole sovereign. As the martial arts divine diagram came into existence, behind Lin Chen loomed the ancient demon's corpse, towering and suspended in the air, with a bottomless dark pool beneath it. The demon bone tranquil pool illustrated an ancient, enigmatic existence, symbolizing the profound mysteries of antiquity. This was not merely a phenomenon. It represented a realm and a formidable embodiment of power. At this moment, Lin Chen's silver skeleton was ensnared by a sudden onslaught of black, demonic energy, infused with the essence of malevolence, seemingly intent on merging with Lin Chen's exquisite royal physique. In his eyes now resided no contemplation, no calmness, only the relentless pursuit of the ultimate path. The current Lin Chen was entirely consumed by this extreme will. The challenge of breaching the realm of the demon bone tranquil pool was far from trivial. Jian Wu Dao's changing complexion stemmed from the realization that the will encapsulated within the extreme path stone had wholly overtaken Lin Chen's independent resolve. Furthermore, Jian Wu Dao understood all too well the terrifying and formidable nature of the demon bone tranquil pool's realm. At this juncture, Lin Chen, who had only just begun to consolidate the martial arts divine diagram, was essentially courting death by attempting to consolidate the demon bone tranquil pool. Blood Elder's expression also shifted dramatically within his consciousness as he bellowed at Lin Chen, urging him to halt and be cautious of death. The very concern that Blood Elder had harbored was now materializing. Lin Chen's fervor for power was excessively impatient, and he was woefully unprepared. At this moment, the will of the extreme path stone had seized a significant advantage. Yet, Lin Chen could hear nothing. The path of the heavenly calamity Yamasutra continued to operate frantically, channeling immense malevolent energy into his bones. Suddenly, A drumming sound erupted from Lin Chen, reverberating intensely throughout his being. The silver bones surged back. The infernal magic force retaliated. Exploding directly within Lin Chen's body, blood flowed from all 7 orifices of Lin Chen at that moment. The dark magic water within the abyss trembled violently, and the skeletal remains of the magic deity that suppressed the abyss roared towards the heavens in unison. A terrifying power emanated from this bizarre phenomenon of the bone that subdued the abyss, shaking the very foundations of the world. Even the gradually forming martial arts divine diagram seemed to sense this overwhelming force, causing the wills of various techniques to stir restlessly once more. At this juncture, advancement appeared impossible. All efforts could be rendered futile. A sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere as Sword Wudao's gaze sharpened, and the ancient sword behind him erupted with a terrifying royal intent, illuminating the heavens and the earth. With a clang, Sword Wudao swiftly drew forth the mysterious ancient sword, striking forward, unleashing a breathtaking surge of demonic intent, as fierce sword energies infused with this dark essence erupted forth. These spiraling sword energies coiled like a great serpent, striving to ensnare the tumultuous manifestation of the bone that subdued the abyss, as if aiming to bind it completely. The explosive sounds emanating from Lin Chen intensified, echoing the increasingly fearsome roars of the magic deity's remains. As the upheaval of the bone intensified, the damage inflicted upon his body grew proportionately. Yet, in this moment, his will was wholly consumed by the supreme intent, leaving him oblivious to his physical state. As the sword energies began to bind the skeletal remains, they gradually sank into the abyss, unleashing a thunderous roar. The spirals of sword energy shattered without hesitation, obliterating all that stood in their path. This cannot continue. Lin Chen will inevitably perish, Sword Wudao thought gravely, as a torrent of demonic energy began to envelop him. The ruthless sword intent also shrouded Sword Wudao's form. He understood that the magic bone suppression had failed, and that the only option left was to forcibly destroy it. Lin Chen, you must awaken. Do not forget that you still need to assist the Reign Emperor. Your father must slay the Blood Elder, roared the Blood Elder within Lin Chen's consciousness. He understood that Lin Chen was at a critical juncture. At that moment, Lin Chen's extreme will quivered slightly, seemingly stirred by the Blood Elder's words. Indeed, amidst the depths of this supreme intent, an enraged voice thundered, "Extreme will, how dare you intrude upon my consciousness? I have cultivated the heart of an emperor. My mind remains unwavering. Do not push me into a corner." Suddenly, a radiant surge of Tao's essence erupted within Lin Chen's body. The true essence of the Tao surged violently, and in that instant, even the relentless explosions of the infernal magic intent within him were slightly subdued. Lin Chen's will expanded more profoundly within this supreme intent, even surpassing the extreme will itself. He began to reclaim control over his body, his first words resonating, "Blood Elder. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Blood Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. The revival of Lin Chen's will signified a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, radiating a divine light as he declared, "Sword Wudao, behold how I shall prove my path." Sword Wudao, poised to strike, momentarily hesitated. The suppressive force of the true essence of the Tao had, at that moment, lost its efficacy. Two distinct energies clashed fiercely, unleashing a tremendous power. Inevitably, Lin Chen spat out copious amounts of blood. In that moment, his gaze sharpened immensely, and he suddenly bellowed, "Heavenly Calamity Jade Tablet, suppress them." In Lin Chen's hand appeared a jade tablet, imbued with an ancient aura of calamity, reminiscent of a primordial ancestor. This tablet was the very object bestowed upon him by the long-haired man from the demon steel, naturally infused with his supreme essence. As the ancient, ancestral aura of calamity emanated from the tablet, the raging stream of calamity within Lin Chen's body obediently receded like a tide. The explosive turmoil within him ceased. Lin Chen began to dominate the operation of the Calamity Yamasutra, causing all the malevolent energy to swiftly withdraw from the exquisite royal bone artifact within him. The chaotic manifestation of demonic bones behind him also calmed down, gradually dissipating from view. At this moment, Lin Chen let out a profound sigh of relief, though a lingering trepidation remained in his heart. Indeed, he had been overly hasty, suddenly ascending to the Tao diagram realm without any preparation, which was immensely perilous. Fortunately, Lin Chen had confidence in the jade tablet given by the man from the demon steel, and it did not disappoint him. He exchanged a glance with Sword Wudao, their icy gazes colliding. Lin Chen nodded, his bloodied figure soaring to the center of the obsidian tome. Lin Chen began to evolve his martial arts divine abilities. A day later, both Lin Chen and Sword Wudao soared through the boundless sky. Sword Wudao glanced at Lin Chen, whose aura had transformed into something profoundly mysterious, as if he were subtly merging with the essence of the heavens and earth. This was the advantage of possessing a fragment of the true essence of the Tao, which even astonished Sword Wudao. At that moment, Lin Chen exuded an aura that could only be described in 2 words: terrifying. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Chen inquired about the location of the Danling clan, for he had yet to ascertain its precise whereabouts. Sword Wudao coldly gazed ahead and replied, "I have already gathered the necessary intelligence. The Danling clan resides upon a celestial mountain." Lin Chen's body trembled at the mention of this name. It was the first time he had heard it. Indeed, Sword Wudao's eyes grew increasingly frosty and grave. The Jade Lotus Celestial Mountain. It is said to nurture immortals. The word immortal signifies an ethereal existence, embodying unparalleled strength. Even Lin Chen held but a vague impression of the concept of immortality. However, he distinctly recalled that while perusing ancient texts within the Lin family, he encountered numerous depictions of immortals. These beings possessed the power to command the very forces of nature, referred to as celestial beings. The stronghold of the Danling clan, as articulated by Jian Wudao, was a celestial mountain. My boy, to be honored with the title of celestial mountain, it must at least be of the quasi-Dao artifact level. Moreover, such a celestial mountain is birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with an unfathomable might. Elder Shui remarked casually that the Danling clan possessed 3 celestial mountains, and their descent upon the Holy Spirit continent was accompanied by one of these mountains, indicating a substantial investment. Lin Chen gasped in astonishment at the formidable strength of the Danling clan. The true extent of their power can only be grasped once you traverse into the human realm, Elder Shui stated, choosing not to elaborate further before vanishing. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Jian Wudao, furrowing his brow. The Yulian Celestial Mountain is an entity of quasi-Dao artifact status. How shall we gain entry? I possess a method, Jian Wudao replied nonchalantly. Thus, under Jian Wudao's guidance, Lin Chen swiftly made his way to the location of the Yulian Celestial Mountain. This mountain was situated perilously close to the heart of the chaotic ancient domain. In this region, the intertwining laws of chaos were exceedingly potent. Lin Chen witnessed a yin-yang mirror being corroded by these chaotic laws, resulting in the demise of its companions in a single breath. However, the chaotic laws posed no threat to Lin Chen and Jian Wudao. Yet, Lin Chen's intrigue regarding the depths of the chaotic ancient domain intensified significantly. As Lin Chen and Jian Wudao ascended a great mountain, standing atop its peak, they beheld an expanse of ethereal clouds. Both Lin Chen and Jian Wudao restrained their auras as they drew nearer to the inner sanctum of the chaotic ancient domain. The presence of formidable beings escalated, and the violence escalated correspondingly. Lin Chen, this is a void traversal talisman, to be used once. Here are 2 for you. Utilize them for entering and exiting. Jian Wudao tossed him 2 talismans radiating void energy. Lin Chen grasped the talismans in his hand, and with a swift glance, he discerned the profound void energy contained within. The talismans housed a mysterious array that coalesced this void energy, manifesting a formidable power. Judging by their efficacy, these talismans were invaluable. The Yulian Celestial Mountain is nearby, Lin Chen inquired. Jian Wudao did not respond to Lin Chen's query. Instead, he suddenly revealed an ancient basin forged of bronze, intricately adorned with ancient script and exquisite patterns, its surface rippling with glistening, transparent water. This is a lower-grade imperial artifact. I acquired it after vanquishing 2 members of the Danling clan, Jian Wudao stated coldly. The multicolored basin is specifically used by the Danling clan for opening gates. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that Jian Wudao's knowledge stemmed from his lethal encounters with the Danling clan members. In the hands of Jian Wudao, the mystical energy began to flow as he flicked a finger into the basin of water. Instantly, the crystal-clear water began to ripple, emanating a cascade of vibrant colors that danced upon the surface like a magnificent bridge, shooting forth towards the eastern horizon. Before long, at the terminus of this resplendent light, a portal began to materialize, faintly shimmering into view. Lin Chen stepped into the kaleidoscopic glow, concealing his presence, and activated the void-traversing talisman to enter the Jade Lian Fairy Mountain. Suddenly, Jian Wudao exclaimed, his figure transforming into a beam of light, gliding along the luminous spectrum. Lin Chen, not to be outdone, swiftly followed, arriving at the portal's threshold. Both activated their talismans simultaneously, vanishing from the external world. As they crossed the threshold, the basin of vibrant water began to fracture, splintering into countless pieces, extinguishing all traces of its former brilliance. The moment Lin Chen appeared on the Jade Lian Fairy Mountain, the hidden immortal great killing technique surged to life, enveloping him in ethereal shadows, rendering him ghostly and imperceptible. Jian Wudao, too, employed a secret technique, shrouded in sword intent, seamlessly merging with the surrounding landscape, hiding deeply from detection. Jian Wudao's breath caught. How could you master such a divine art? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, deliberately allowing Jian Wudao to sense his presence. Otherwise, given Jian Wudao's cultivation, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to detect Lin Chen. Jian Wudao cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to proceed outward. They found themselves in a cave, where the water glimmered and the light shifted, the rich spiritual energy rising in wisps of white mist. Upon taking his first step into the Jade Lian Fairy Mountain, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from beneath his feet. Indeed, this mountain was formidable, otherwise it would not bear the title of a fairy mountain. Lin Chen reigned in his consciousness, refraining from probing further to avoid disturbing the terrifying entities that resided within. Guarding the entrance of the cave were two members of the Damling clan, resembling the yin-yang mirrors. Lin Chen observed them closely, noting that the Damling clan bore little resemblance to ordinary humans, their fingers long and delicate, exuding a distinct aroma of elixirs. Their power fluctuations were neither magical energy nor physical cultivation, but rather a potent resonance of medicinal prowess, their magical essence cultivated within their pills. Although the Damling clan did not rank among the mightiest of the myriad races in the human realm, they were revered as the progenitors of elixirs, and most great clans would avoid offending them. Blood Old spoke with fervor about the time when Blood Heavenly Demon Sovereign nearly annihilated the Damling clan. Lin Chen's interest piqued, recalling how the young princess of the Damling clan had once been audacious enough to provoke the Blood Heavenly Demon Sovereign, unaware of her own audacity. In a fit of anger, the master nearly annihilated the Damling clan. However, he ultimately spared them. The little princess of the Damling clan subsequently became the master steward. Blood Elder chuckled softly, his expression seemingly immersed in the fervor of bygone days. Lin Chen listened with a furrowed brow, feeling as though Blood Heavenly Demon Sovereign had orchestrated this deliberately, conveniently appointing the little princess as his personal steward. Nevertheless, Lin Chen refrained from probing further and began to scrutinize the Jade Lian Immortal Mountain. As he looked up, he was immediately captivated by the intertwining wisps of white mist in the sky, with faint dragon shapes swirling within. These were manifestations of abundant spiritual energy and magical power. Occasionally, vibrant, exotic birds flitted across the sky, and the air was crisp and clear. Lin Chen beheld palatial structures perched atop the peaks, and to his astonishment, he observed mortals tilling the land, merchants bustling about, and several human cities standing tall among them. This was not merely an immortal mountain. It was, in fact, a miniature world. Lin Chen could not help but exclaim, "Within dwell mortals, while the heights are occupied by cultivators. The scenery of mountains and rivers, with birds and beasts soaring together. This truly resembles a paradise described in ancient texts." However, Lin Chen also sensed the presence of several formidable beings within the Jade Lian Immortal Mountain. "Lin Chen, our target is the young clan leader, Luo Wuyao," Jian Wudao stated coldly. Lin Chen glanced at Jian Wudao, acknowledging the name. Indeed, Jian Wudao pointed towards the depths of the Jade Lian Immortal Mountain, his expression impassive. As the young clan leader, Luo Wuyao would undoubtedly be located deep within. "We must tread carefully. According to my intelligence, there may be great sovereigns among them." Lin Chen was taken aback, inhaling deeply as a sense of immense pressure enveloped him. How could one act under the scrutiny of a great sovereign? Chapter 635, Gathering Intelligence, Second Update, Seeking Monthly Votes. Great sovereigns embody a terrifying power. Although Lin Chen had cultivated the hidden immortal annihilation technique to a new realm, he still lacked the confidence to evade a great sovereign's gaze. Furthermore, with a great sovereign present, how could they contend with Luo Wiao? Jian Wudao, are you jesting? Lin Chen chuckled wryly. If a great sovereign is here, our success is not merely challenging. Great sovereigns are ancient beings who remain secluded, dedicated to their own cultivation, rarely intervening in clan affairs. Jian Wudao replied coldly, casting a glance at Lin Chen, possessing the ability to devour anomalies and having cultivated the essence of phantoms. I initially found it daunting. However, I no longer feel that way. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Jian Wudao had also developed a penchant for banter, albeit this did not seem entirely jocular. Indeed, the ability to devour anomalies could assimilate the essence of a race, transforming it into one's own aura, rendering detection nearly impossible, even by a great sage, unless it was a great sovereign. What are your plans? Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze growing solemn as he regarded Jian Wudao. Luo Yang is a collateral disciple of the Luo family. He has been living in obscurity for a decade, and the Luo family has not concerned themselves with him. In the realm of the mortal world, Luo Yang, who found himself in a precarious position within the Luo family, unexpectedly attained an immortal status, commanding respect and indulging in a life of luxury with multiple wives. This existence brought him immense satisfaction, contrasting sharply with the harsh realities of his familial surroundings. However, this time, Luo Yang set out on a journey back to the Luo family estate. The reasons were twofold. He had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the threshold of the semi-divine realm, and it was the coming-of-age birthday of the young clan leader. As a member of the Luo family, it was imperative for Luo Yang to attend. He also harbored intentions to curry favor with certain individuals within the family, aspiring to annihilate the Li family, who had been adversaries in the mortal realm, particularly captivated by the beauty of the Li family's young lady. As thoughts of her beauty danced through his mind, a smile graced Luo Yang's face. Suddenly, a young man appeared before him, and upon casting a glance, Luo Yang realized he could not discern the young man's aura. He chose to bypass him and continued on his path toward the Luo estate. Unexpectedly, a powerful hand seized him by the back. With a hint of annoyance, Luo Yang turned to address the stranger, inquiring about his intentions, unaware that he was indeed a disciple of the Luo family. Just then, his eyes widened in shock as countless dark rays erupted from the young man's back, engulfing him like a ravenous abyss. After Luo Yang was consumed, Lin Chen felt a dramatic shift in his own essence, now suffused with a potent aura reminiscent of alchemical elixirs. To his astonishment, he discovered that his magical energy had taken on the form of a pill. Although merely an imitation, it was strikingly realistic. However, if Lin Chen unleashed his true powers, it would undoubtedly reveal his presence. At that moment, Lin Chen stabilized his aura at the level of the formidable realm, presenting himself to the outside world as a being of the divine flow. Orphaned at a young age, Lin Chen had wandered alone until this return. He exchanged a subtle smile with the hidden figure, Jian Wudao, and remarked on the perilous nature of his abilities. Jian Wudao cast a glance at Lin Chen, acknowledging the terrifying power of his technique. "You are aware of my secret," Lin Chen observed, narrowing his eyes before shifting his tone. "What do you intend to do? You cannot simply enter as you please." "I shall make you my weapon," Jian Wudao coldly replied. Suddenly, the ancient, merciless sword behind him began to tremble. A fierce sword intent enveloped Jian Wudao's form as the ancient sword unsheathed itself. In an instant, Jian Wudao transformed into a beam of light, merging with the unparalleled imperial weapon. With a resonating hum, the ancient sword vibrated, exuding a force capable of shattering mountains and seas. The unity of man and sword was formidable. Lin Chen, overwhelmed by the expansive consciousness that surged forth, recognized the singular aura of the ancient sword and marveled at its might. Jian Wudao, renowned as the second true inheritor of the Sword Immortal sect, wielded remarkably potent techniques. The ancient sword spun gracefully before it surged toward Lin Chen's brow with lethal intent. Lin Chen let out a faint smile, flicked his finger, and his fingertip collided with the sword's tip, unleashing a surge of invisible energy that erupted instantaneously. Grasping the heartless ancient sword firmly in his hand, Lin Chen executed a sword maneuver, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood surging through his veins. Men have an innate attraction to weapons akin to swords, the sovereign of armaments. As he caressed the blade of the heartless ancient sword, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The sensation of wielding a sword was unlike any other, igniting a fervor within him. He found himself increasingly eager for the moment when the seal on the 7-foot void sky sword within him would be lifted. Lin Chen, do you wish to perish? The heartless ancient sword vibrated ominously, a voice filled with venomous disdain echoing in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing that his hand was still stroking the sword's blade, and in a fright, he hastily dropped it, a shiver coursing through him. By the heavens, the alchemy city. Within the Jade Lotus Fairy Mountain, there stood the grandest city, rivaling the imperial cloud ancient city of the Chen Alliance. The streets bustled with the denizens of the Danling clan, with various elixirs visible at every turn. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the children of the Danling clan casually consumed these elixirs like candies, relishing their delightful flavors while simultaneously enhancing their cultivation. At that moment, Lin Chen had assumed a different appearance. With a massive ancient sword slung across his back, his jet-black hair framed a face adorned with a subtle smile. Towering in stature, he emanated a potent aroma of elixirs and an air of authority. This presence made many of the Danling clan members wary, recognizing him as a formidable expert. However, Lin Chen sensed an unusual atmosphere in the alchemy city, festooned with decorations, where every face radiated a vibrant smile, though some appeared ominously somber, as if a significant event had transpired, prompting a celebration. What has occurred in the alchemy city? Lin Chen couldn't help but inquire. The sword Wu Dao remained silent for a moment before responding. You should inquire further. Lin Chen nodded, aware that their target was Luo Wuyao, the young clan leader, who undoubtedly hailed from a prominent family. His primary objective was to ascertain the situation of the Luo family. The drunken immortal pavilion was a tea house Lin Chen had his sights set on, for even cultivators cherished moments of leisure. Naturally, tea houses run by cultivators were prime targets, often yielding surprising intelligence. Upon entering the drunken immortal pavilion, Lin Chen observed the presence of two formidable figures at the spirit flow realm, alongside several at the Qi realm, with a multitude existing in the yin-yang mirror and sea of consciousness realms. Truly, the Danling clan possessed an astonishing concentration of skilled practitioners within a single tea house, leaving Lin Chen secretly astounded. Maintaining his composure, he ascended to a private booth on the upper floor, where a servant, brimming with cheer and humility, approached him. Esteemed elder, what may I serve you? What do you have? Lin Chen inquired casually, while his spiritual sense spread out like an intricate net, probing every corner of the drunken immortal pavilion. Yet, he furrowed his brow slightly upon discovering that the VIP rooms within the pavilion possessed a mechanism to shield against spiritual sensing. Here, we have exquisite teas such as Yulong Mountain Water Tea, Mountain Breeze Tea, and Galloping View Tea. A young attendant enthusiastically enumerated dozens of varieties. Naturally, Lin Chen's mood was not inclined towards tea, and he casually waved his hand, indicating to serve whatever. The attendant felt immense frustration. If the request was so casual, why inquire so extensively? Suddenly, however, he felt a weight in his hand as a Chinquan bag fell into it. I seek a piece of information from you. Should your answer be satisfactory, all of this shall belong to you, Lin Chen stated with a gentle smile. The attendant's heart leapt with joy, and he nodded eagerly. Very well, esteemed senior, please ask whatever you wish. I will share any knowledge I possess at once. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then inquired. Why is the immortal pill city so festooned with lights? Is there some joyous occasion? Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression immediately morphed into one of peculiar awkwardness. Lin Chen even sensed several astonished gazes directed towards him. Chapter 636, Entering the Luo Residence. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, appearing on the verge of anger. The attendant quickly became alert. He realized that the young man before him was not to be trifled with. He hurriedly replied, No, I merely found it curious. Such significant matters in the immortal pill city. How could you, esteemed senior, be unaware? A hint of wariness flickered in the attendant's eyes. Lin Chen's expression softened slightly. I have been traveling recently to enhance my cultivation. Is there perhaps some joyous event regarding the young clan leader Luo Wuyao? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the attendant's wariness dissipated. Judging by his aura and manner, Lin Chen was certainly a member of the Danling clan. The astonished gazes nearby also receded. Returning to their own affairs, the attendant explained, This time, It is the coming-of-age ceremony for the young clan leader, hence the festive decorations. However, it is rumored that a significant figure from our Danling clan has returned, an event even more momentous than the young clan leader's ceremony. Though I am not privy to the details. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It was indeed the coming-of-age ceremony for Luo Wuyao. As for the attendant's subsequent comments, Lin Chen paid little heed. If it is the coming-of-age ceremony, we could take advantage of this opportunity to procure the antidote's formula. However, this would also heighten our peril. Jian Wudao coldly analyzed. A coming-of-age ceremony for a young clan leader would certainly attract the presence of great sages. The appearance of a grand master is less certain. What? Are you afraid? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, his voice chilling. This time, even if it leads us into the dragon's lair or the tiger's den, we shall venture forth. I would naturally not retreat, Jian Wudao responded coldly. Lin Chen paused briefly before slowly stating, we have no retreat. Subsequently, Lin Chen dismissed the attendant, managing to gather a wealth of information in the process. He then settled down in the tea house, secretly discussing with Jian Wudao how to approach the Luo residents, preparing their strategy. At that moment, a resounding voice suddenly echoed throughout the drunken immortal building. Welcome, Steward Luo, to the drunken immortal building. Lin Chen's gaze shifted with the sound, and he immediately beheld two figures gracefully entering from outside. Both individuals were enveloped by a powerful current, an aura of immense strength. They were both beings of the divine flow realm. The middle-aged man leading the way was clad in simple, unadorned garments, with an embroidered dark purple character for Luo on his chest, exuding an air of formidable authority. This individual was Luo Cheng, the steward of the Luo residence. The figure behind him was a skilled warrior from the Luo family, serving as Luo Cheng's personal guard in the city of Xiandan. It was not the city lord who managed affairs. Rather, it was the Luo family that governed all matters. The steward of the Luo family essentially served as the executive officer of Xiandan, tasked with implementing every decision made by the Luo household, a position of considerable power. Indeed, upon Luo Cheng's arrival, several presences of the divine flow realm within the Zue Xian Tower saluted him, while those of the Qi condensation and Yin-Yang mirror realms naturally did not warrant mention. The only one who did not pay his respects was Lin Chen. Luo Cheng's gaze swept across the Zue Xian Tower, momentarily lingering on Lin Chen's face before retracting his attention. Steward Luo, I have arranged for you a private room of the highest grade. This remark came from the manager of the Zue Xian Tower. No need, Luo Cheng replied, gesturing towards an empty seat beside Lin Chen. I shall take that seat. I merely wish to enjoy a cup of tea. There are no matters to discuss. Very well. The manager responded dutifully, knowing well of Luo Cheng's daily tea-drinking habit. Luo Cheng, accompanied by his guard, settled into the elegant seat next to Lin Chen. The manager swiftly served the tea, which shimmered like jade as Luo Cheng took a delicate sip, savoring it and exclaiming, "What excellent tea!" At that moment, Lin Chen finished his cup in large gulps, shaking his head as he remarked, "This tea is inadequate." Luo Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly and offered a warm smile toward Lin Chen, exuding a sense of amiability. "My young friend, if the tea does not please you, what is your reasoning?" Lin Chen met Luo Cheng's gaze, showing no sign of fear, and replied calmly, "The quality of tea is determined by the heart of the drinker. You live a life of ease, untouched by bitterness. Thus it may be good tea for you. Yet I traverse the realm of death. No matter how exquisite the tea, it only leaves a bitter taste in my mouth." This bold declaration startled many of the divine flow and Qi condensation beings who had been observing Luo Cheng, prompting them to exchange incredulous glances. Is this person ill to dare speak so to Steward Luo? Is he courting death? Everyone knows that Steward Luo is revered as the Tea King in Xiandan. Such audacity. The youth today seem unafraid to confront authority, truly courting their demise. They lack understanding of the laws of survival. Their thoughts were communicated through silent mental exchanges, unheard by others. However, anyone who overheard Lin Chen's words would undoubtedly consider him extraordinarily audacious. Defying an elder is tantamount to inviting death. The guard behind Luo Cheng narrowed his eyes, as a formidable aura emanated from him. The guardian, with a lightning-fast figure, hurled a punch toward Lin Chen, enveloped in a rich aroma of medicinal pills. A fiery red pill hovering between his clenched fists. The fire control great pill fist unleashed a terrifying strike. The pill pulsating with an overwhelming heat that seemed capable of melting anything in its path. One could scarcely imagine the kind of injury it would inflict upon a practitioner at the level of the Ganqi realm. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. Indeed, it was a peculiar combat style. Nevertheless, he too made his move, delivering a seemingly unremarkable punch amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. A torrent of medicinal energy erupted from him, coiling around his arm. The Guardian's eyes glinted with disdain upon noticing Lin Chen's refusal to employ any pills, daring to block his formidable blow. However, when their fists collided, the fiery pill within the Guardian's grasp unleashed a cataclysmic flame that surged forth. Just as one might expect Lin Chen to falter, the Guardian's expression shifted dramatically. Boom! The Guardian was sent sprawling backward, a metallic taste of blood filling his throat as he involuntarily coughed up crimson. His entire being detonated against the stone floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Lin Chen stood atop the elegant platform, gazing down at the fallen Guardian, coolly declaring, "You are no match for me." The spectators were left in utter shock, astonished at the young man's formidable prowess. Seeking death, enraged by Lin Chen's contempt, the Guardian sprang back to his feet, legs poised to unleash a powerful counterattack. Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the air. "Xiao Li, stand down. Apologize to this young man at once." The Guardian, referred to as Xiao Li, momentarily froze, the fire of his earlier fury cooling slightly. Though reluctant, he begrudgingly inclined his body toward Lin Chen and stammered an apology. "I apologize for any offense caused." "Quite all right." Lin Chen cast a glance at Luo Cheng before turning to leave the tea house. However, at that moment, Luo Cheng's voice echoed behind him. "Young brother, please wait. I, Luo Cheng, have a question to ask." Lin Chen turned back, clasping his hands in respect. "I am aware of the esteemed name of Steward Luo. What inquiry do you have? Please, do not hesitate." Luo Cheng nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Given your remarkable strength, why do you still endure such hardships?" "My parents are deceased. I am left all alone." Lin Chen replied succinctly, implying that his solitude was the source of his struggles. "I see," Luo Cheng remarked, a profound light flickering in his eyes. He continued, "Might I ask if you would consider assisting me, Luo? Although my capabilities are limited, I assure you that I can spare you from hardship." Upon hearing this, the cultivators within the drunken immortal pavilion could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Unbeknownst to many, this enigmatic young man has garnered the esteemed attention of Luo Cheng. While jealousy may simmer in their hearts, they are acutely aware that the young man's prominence is a testament to his formidable prowess. Lin Chen feigned indifference, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, before nodding towards Luo Cheng. "I am Ning Chen, a solitary wanderer who has encountered fortuitous circumstances. Now, having attained considerable strength, I wish to assist our Danling clan. I hope, Master Luo, that you will extend your understanding towards me." "Naturally," Luo Cheng replied, a smile gracing his features. "This evening, during the young clan leader's coming-of-age ceremony, since you have joined the Luo family, I shall personally accompany you to familiarize yourself with our household." Lin Chen's face brightened momentarily before he composed himself and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Luo." Luo Cheng smiled, his deep-set eyes capturing the intricate nuances of Lin Chen's expressions. The plan to enter the Luo estate was nearing fruition. "Lin Chen, you are indeed a remarkable individual," remarked Jian Wudao coldly, though there remains much to be accomplished. Just as Lin Chen felt a sense of relief, Jian Wudao's biting sarcasm prompted an eye roll from him. "Damn it, this pretense is truly exhausting. If you think I am lacking, why not demonstrate your own skills? I am not adept at such things." Chapter 637. The Supreme Rebirth Elixir of Slaying Immortals. Thus, amidst a sea of envious gazes, Lin Chen departed alongside Luo Cheng, heading towards the Luo estate. Luo Cheng had come to the drunken immortal pavilion primarily due to his daily tea-drinking ritual. With the young clan leader's coming-of-age ceremony set to commence that very evening, he felt compelled to oversee the affairs of the Elixir City to avert any mishaps. "Follow me, Lin Chen. While I cannot guarantee your ascension to the upper echelons, I can assure you that your existence will be far superior to what it is now," Luo Cheng stated earnestly. "Your potential far exceeds my own." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Luo Cheng's deep gaze as he casually inquired, "Ning Chen, I am genuinely intrigued. As a member of the Danling clan, why do you not employ the art of Dan manipulation, instead opting for combat?" "The combat methods of the Danling clan are indeed peculiar," as Blood Elder had previously elaborated to Lin Chen. This seemingly casual question bore an underlying intent of probing. The reason I have not utilized the art of Dan manipulation is simply that I fortuitously consumed a great strength king pill in the chaotic ancient domain, Lin Chen replied, gesturing towards his own physique with a subtle smile. Surely, Master Luo is aware of the effects of the great strength king pill. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Cheng's eyes, though he adeptly concealed it, revealing nothing outwardly. The guardian beside him appeared utterly perplexed. I never imagined such a pill existed. The formula for the great strength king pill had been lost during the ancient wars, Luo Cheng mused, astonished at Lin Chen's fortunate circumstances, his gaze now tinged with wonder. In response to Luo Cheng's astonishment, Lin Chen merely smiled enigmatically, saying little, which only heightened the air of mystery surrounding him. The great strength king pill. It is an exceedingly terrifying elixir, possessing unparalleled refining power. The potential contained within this single pill is sufficient to transform a person into the embodiment of a quasi-Dao artifact. With the achievement of such a formidable corporeal form, Ning Cheng would undoubtedly abandon the pursuit of mastering pill techniques. This explanation is indeed quite reasonable. Of course, Lin Chen's ability to arrive at this conclusion is largely due to the guidance of Blood Elder. When Blood Heavenly Demon Sovereign sought to annihilate the Danling clan, he possessed extensive knowledge regarding their affairs. My lord, as per my probing, this individual indeed emanates a truly formidable force, imbued with the unique aura of our Danling clan. Based on my speculation, he is undoubtedly a member of the Danling clan, the protector conveyed telepathically to Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng subtly nodded, agreeing. It is beneficial that he belongs to our Danling clan. This person harbors immense potential and is a master in his own right. I lack the confidence to defeat him. You have accomplished a significant feat this time. The protector promptly replied, My lord, all credit belongs to you. Luo Cheng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, upon entering the drunken immortal pavilion, he had immediately discerned Lin Chen's extraordinary nature. As the steward in such a significant position, he had encountered countless individuals and possessed a keen eye for discerning talent. However, due to the current exceptional circumstances, Luo Cheng had instructed the protector to investigate Ning Cheng's true background. The outcome did not disappoint him. All right, we have arrived. Luo Cheng gestured ahead, smiling as he said, Ning Cheng, you left our immortal pill city quite some time ago, and now the Luo mansion has transformed dramatically. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the mansion, and following Luo Cheng's indication, he beheld a magnificent residence rising before him, complete with rockeries, ponds, and verdant courtyards. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, reminiscent of a secular royal palace, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, for within his eyes, the true essence of the Tao was in motion, revealing more than mere appearances. He perceived that the grand mansion exuded a formidable aura, all interconnected as one. Lin Chen, this Luo mansion is an embodiment of a terrifying elixir, known as the Supreme Rebirth Killing Immortal Pill. When fully activated, this pill possesses the capability to rival a great sovereign, Blood Elder promptly elucidated to Lin Chen. The Supreme Rebirth Killing Immortal Pill. Lin Chen could only inwardly lament the profound heritage of the myriad races in the human realm. For a single city embodies a force comparable to that of a great sovereign. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure, remarking, The Supreme Rebirth Killing Immortal Pill indeed feels far more daunting in its presence. Haha. Luo Cheng laughed heartily, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Let us hurry inside for the young clan leader's coming-of-age ceremony. I shall introduce you to him. Lin Chen understood that Luo Cheng was satisfied with his assessment, so he merely smiled, refraining from further comment, and entered the Luo mansion alongside him. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen remained cautious, wary of revealing any hint of discord. With Luo Cheng having occupied such a position for many years, he possessed deep cunning and could easily discern subtle clues. Should Lin Chen's true identity be exposed, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. After all, they now find themselves within the esteemed Danling clan, a realm replete with exceptional talents. Upon entering the Luo residence, Lin Chen became enveloped by tendrils of pure and potent Dan Qi. The members of the Luo family, including Luo Cheng, naturally reveled in absorbing this essence, their magical powers gently ebbing and flowing. Possessing the ability to devour, Lin Chen was unperturbed by the baptism of Dan Qi, In fact, his rate of absorption surpassed that of Luo Cheng and the Guardian by a considerable margin. Behind him, 18 small whirlpools materialized, a manifestation of the absorbed Dan Qi. The presence of these 18 whirlpools outnumbered the young clan leader S by 1, prompting Luo Cheng to ponder the astounding talent of this newcomer. Could it be that the great strength Heavenly King Dan possesses such enigmatic effects? His intrigue towards Ning Cheng deepened. The young clan leader is likely in the reception hall. You should accompany me, Luo Cheng said with a faint smile, placing a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder and gazing intently at him. This may very well be a rare opportunity for you. Lin Chen, understanding the implication, inclined his head and responded with a hint of a smile. It was evident that Luo Cheng was astonished by Lin Chen's aptitude and was eager to introduce him to the young clan leader. Although Lin Chen felt a tinge of confusion, this development was undoubtedly good news for both him and Jin Wudao. Lin Chen, I sense no less than 7 formidable presences, including 2 great saints, Jin Wudao conveyed secretly from within the ruthless ancient sword. Be cautious and do not reveal any signs. 5 in the Dao map realm and 2 great saints. This Luo residence is indeed a den of dragons and tigers, Lin Chen remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Upon hearing his sentiment, Jin Wudao chose silence, fully aware of the precarious nature of the Danling clan, which posed a life-threatening challenge for both of them. Should Lin Chen reveal even the slightest hint of his true identity, the subsequent exposure would render their escape from this supreme reincarnation elixir nearly impossible. Yet, I must acquire the prescription, Lin Chen thought as he followed Luo Cheng toward the reception hall, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whenever he narrowed his gaze, a fervor would ignite within him. Chapter 638. The blood-crazed warrior. At this moment within the Luo residence, numerous figures were in constant motion, each exuding a formidable aura and distinct Dan might. These individuals, all powerful members of the Danling clan, gathered from various corners of the Yulian Immortal Mountain, with many having emerged from the mortal realm. The Luo family, being the most prominent clan within their lineage, was hosting this assembly for Luo Wuyao's coming-of-age ceremony, drawing these formidable beings together. As Lin Chen traversed the hall, Luo Cheng introduced him to several prominent figures of the Danling clan, and Lin Chen's presence gradually began to capture the attention of others. This elicited a bittersweet smile from Lin Chen, yet he felt powerless. After all, he was the one favored by Luo Cheng, which naturally drew the attention of other families. After more than an hour, Lin Chen was escorted by Luo Cheng to the grand reception hall. Within this hall, not even one's spiritual sense could penetrate, and the aura emanating from the various chambers was undeniably formidable. It was evident that this reception hall was a significant part of the supreme reincarnation killing elixir's power. The 2 guards at the entrance were both formidable figures of the Ganqi realm. As Luo Cheng walked ahead, the guards promptly saluted him. Luo Cheng waved his hand and inquired about the presence of the young clan leader inside. One of the guards cast a glance at Lin Chen, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes, before promptly reporting, "My lord, the young clan leader of the bloodthirsty tribe is inside, but he seems to come with ill intentions. He has been inside for an hour now." Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng's brow furrowed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He gestured, "I shall investigate the situation immediately." Casting a glance at Lin Chen behind him, he added, "You shall accompany me." This was directed at the 2 guards, who had no objections. The guard assigned to Luo Cheng remained outside, watching as Lin Chen and Luo Cheng entered the reception hall. As they stepped into the grand hall, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown slightly, sensing a concealed yet potent atmosphere that radiated a sense of murderous intent, a prelude to battle. His gaze swept across the hall, where 3 individuals were present. One was a young man seated upon the golden throne of the reception hall. This youth, adorned in a long robe embellished with platinum, possessed striking features. His sword-like brows, starry eyes, and fair complexion were accentuated by a few strands of dark hair cascading from his forehead. He exuded a terrifying aura of alchemical power, commanding respect. Lin Chen recognized him as Luo Wuyao, the young clan leader of the Luo family. From Lin Chen's perception, this youth was likely a figure of the Doubter realm. To the left of Luo Wuyao sat another young man in a snow-white fur coat, his chest exposed, revealing a robust physique. Scars marked his cheeks, imparting an air of brutality, particularly evident in his eyes, which radiated a chilling ferocity that deterred direct gazes. The hall's murderous aura emanated from this young man. Lin Chen sensed that this youth was formidable, with terrifying cultivation and a body brimming with explosive power. Behind this young man stood an elder, hands clasped behind his back, his countenance resolute, exuding an iron-blooded aura, embodying decisiveness and strength. From this elder, Lin Chen detected a hint of danger. It was clear that he was no ordinary figure, but one who had endured numerous trials and tribulations. As Lin Chen and Luo Cheng entered, the gazes of the three individuals converged upon them. Having met the young clan leader and the renowned Kuang Tian, Luo Cheng promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Lin Chen followed suit, acknowledging both with a respectful gesture. The man known as Kuang Tian offered a nod, signifying acceptance of the greeting. However, Lin Chen barely received a glance from him. Instead, the young clan leader of the Danling clan, Luo Wuya, directed his attention towards Lin Chen, inquiring about his identity. Luo Cheng swiftly stepped forward, opting not to publicly reveal Lin Chen's identity. Instead, he communicated through spiritual sense to Luo Wuya, clarifying Lin Chen's background. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Wuya's visage, quickly replaced by a warm smile directed at Lin Chen. Brother Ning Cheng, now that you have entered our Luo residence, rest assured that we shall treat you well. Lin Chen returned the smile and clasped his fists, expressing gratitude for the young clan leader's consideration, affirming his commitment to contribute his efforts. Luo Wuya was pleased with Lin Chen's demeanor and was about to speak further when the man referred to as Kuang Tian interrupted with a wave of his hand. Luo Wuya, it is time to discuss serious matters. Refrain from trivialities. What I require is a straightforward answer. After his declaration, Kuang Tian cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, a chilling aura of menace emanating from him, sending shivers down one's spine. Luo Wuya's expression darkened slightly. Though he concealed it well, Lin Chen, however, keenly sensed the shift. A quick glance at the iron-blooded elder behind Kuang Tian revealed that the elder was also scrutinizing him. Lin Chen swiftly withdrew his gaze and transmitted a thought to Luo Cheng, inquiring about the origins of Kuang Tian, who was audacious enough to confront their young clan leader. Luo Cheng's eyes glinted ominously as he responded, "This man, Kuang Tian, is the young clan leader of the Kuang blood clan. They harbor intentions concerning a mysterious formula of ours. To think he would show up at our young clan leader's coming-of-age ceremony, believing that our Danling clan would be intimidated by them." Kuang blood clan. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and upon hearing about the mysterious formula, his heart quickened. Clearly, at this critical juncture, the young clan leader of the Kuang blood clan, Kuang Tian, had designs on the Rain Monarch as well. In this world, many prodigies sought the favor of the Rain Monarch. Jian Wudao coldly remarked, "I have some information about Kuang Tian. He is a formidable opponent." Lin Chen remained silent, choosing not to respond to Jian Wudao. Instead, he engaged in a conversation with the iron-blooded elder. "Young man, the Kuang blood clan ranks quite high among the myriad of clans. They are inherently combative, possessing the blood of the wild. Whether it be Kuang Tian or other members of the Kuang blood clan, their bloodline breeds arrogance, and their strength is formidable. They are referred to as Kuang blood warriors." The elder explained. The title of Kuang blood warrior sounded impressive to Lin Chen, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The elder did not address Lin Chen's curiosity further, but instead chuckled, "That young girl of yours possesses an aura that even I cannot decipher. She undoubtedly has an extraordinary background and is strikingly beautiful. It is not surprising to see a coveted figure like this." Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Blood Elder, expressing his discontent with the lengthy and unnecessary explanations. However, he could not refute Blood Elder's words. Given the Rain Emperor's talent, aptitude, and beauty, it was hardly astonishing that men across the realm would be enamored. Yet, Lin Chen could not deny that he harbored a growing disdain for both Luo Wuyao and Kuang Tian, particularly for Kuang Tian. Nevertheless, he skillfully concealed his feelings, ensuring that neither of them noticed. As Kuang Tian spouted his arrogant claims, Lin Chen chose silence, waiting for Luo Wuyao to speak. After all, should these two engage in a fierce dispute, Lin Chen would be the one to emerge victorious in the end. His primary objective was to procure the formula. Luo Wuyao ceased tapping his slender fingers against the golden throne, fixing his gaze on Kuang Tian with an unyielding intensity. A subtle air of authority emanated from him, revealing the demeanor of a superior. "Kuang Tian, do not harbor any illusions about coveting our Danling clan's formula. I, Luo Wuyao, have personally deemed your proposed terms entirely unacceptable." His words effectively silenced Kuang Tian's audacious propositions without reservation. Lin Chen glanced at Kuang Tian, noting how his previously fierce countenance had grown even more menacing, resembling an enraged deity. The atmosphere in the grand hall seemed to chill, as if the very air had dropped in temperature. A spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Chen thought to himself. Chapter 639. A move how audacious of you, Luo Wuyao, to refuse me. Kuang Tian's eyes widened in fury, his robust physique presenting a striking visual impact. You should recognize the generosity of my offer. Luo Wuyao's expression darkened. Anyone subjected to such a roar would feel considerable displeasure, especially as today marked his coming-of-age ceremony. Kuang Tian, I have stated that your terms are rejected, and that is final. There is no room for negotiation. Do not entertain thoughts of acquiring the formula, Luo Wuyao replied with a cold snort, displaying his unwavering stance. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Despite the arrogance of the Guangxue clan and Kuang Tian's evident rage, it was unlikely that a battle would ensue beneath the auspices of the supreme reincarnation elixir. Very well, Kuang Tian glared at Luo Wuyao, holding his gaze for a moment. When he noticed no hint of retreat in his opponent's eyes, he slowly rose to his full height, his imposing stature radiating the essence of a warrior. Luo Cheng's expression shifted slightly. He understood Kuang Tian's temperament and quickly moved to position himself in front of Luo Wuyao. Step aside, Kuang Tian bellowed at Luo Cheng. Towering above him, his gaze terrifyingly intense. A palpable aura of menace surged forth from his eyes, resembling an invisible dragon of malevolence that erupted from Kuang Tian, penetrating Luo Cheng's own gaze. Luo Cheng's body trembled, his expression shifting momentarily before he quickly masked it. However, this did not escape Lin Chen's keen perception. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Merely through his gaze, he had instilled fear in Luo Cheng, a seasoned veteran. The prowess of Kuang Tian was indeed formidable, if it were not for Luo Wuyao's remarkable alchemical skills. The threat posed by Kuang Tian would far exceed that of Luo Wuyao, as Jian Wudao coldly analyzed. Lin Chen nodded. In comparison with Kuang Tian's imposing presence, Luo Wuyao was evidently lacking. Step aside. This does not concern you, Luo Wuyao commanded sternly. I still do not believe that Kuang Tian dares to take action against me here. Luo Cheng, observing Kuang Tian's furious countenance, hesitated for a moment upon hearing Luo Wuyao's words, but eventually moved aside. Kuang Tian did not spare Luo Cheng a glance, striding directly before Luo Wuyao. With a mighty gesture, he placed his hands on either side of the golden throne, his furious gaze no more than half a meter from Luo Wuyao's eyes. Luo Wuyao, you should be well aware of our confrontation 2 years ago. You are far from my opponent. I advise you to relinquish Yuhuang. In terms of strength and talent, you are utterly unqualified to compare with me. The revelation of this past event caused even the steadfast Luo Wuyao to exhibit a visibly grim expression. It was true that his strength was slightly inferior to Kuang Tian's, but to have this brought up now felt like a slap in the face. That was 2 years ago. Do not bring it up now. Luo Wuyao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Kuang Tian. Moreover, you must understand that even with your formidable strength, you cannot unravel that poison. The request of Yu Huang was clear. Whoever could aid her mentor, the merciless fairy, in dispelling the toxins of the 10-year fruit, would have her allegiance. Despite Kuang Tian's impressive strength and the backing of a powerful clan, what significance did that hold? Kuang Tian's arrogant demeanor faltered as he regarded Luo Wuyao's somber expression. Are you certain you will not comply? You are aware of my methods. Should you push me to the brink, none of us will walk away unscathed. As a member of the Kuang blood clan, their bodies were infused with a wild blood and arrogant essence. Once provoked, they would fight fiercely and without mercy. This was the nature of the Kuang blood clan. Luo Wuyao felt a heavy burden due to this reality. If he truly angered Kuang Tian, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate with great ferocity, showing little restraint. The reason he had engaged in this back and forth with Kuang Tian for an hour was precisely this. Otherwise, no foreign entity would dare to act recklessly on the territory of their Dan Ling clan. Kuang Tian, I advise you to exercise some rationality. As the young patriarch of the Kuang blood clan, do not let your personal grievances jeopardize the fate of your entire clan, Luo Wuyao said, his expression taut. Upon hearing Luo Wuyao's counsel, Kuang Tian's arrogance only intensified, and a smirk spread across his face. You are afraid, Luo Wuyao. Indeed, you are a coward. Even if I were to barge in right now, You wouldn't have the audacity to rally your forces to expel me. This utterance caused a noticeable change in the expressions of Luo Wuyao and Luo Cheng. The humiliation of being labeled cowardly was a blatant slap in the face to the Damling clan. Rage ignited within Luo Wuyao's chest, leaving him grappling with an agonizing choice, to endure or to confront. Regardless of the path chosen, neither option promised any advantage. In that moment, he found himself in a quandary, for as a young clan leader, he bore the weight of numerous considerations, prioritizing the greater good. A flicker of disdain appeared in Kuang Tian's eyes, his malevolent aura intensifying. Though the members of the Kuang blood clan were notoriously arrogant, Kuang Tian, as the young clan leader, possessed a measure of wisdom. He recognized Luo Wuyao's predicament, caught in a web of indecision. Sensing this vulnerability, he believed that by presenting a substantial incentive, he could secure the coveted formula. However, amidst the palpable tension, a voice suddenly broke through the silence. Young clan leader, this Kuang Tian has insulted you. We simply cannot tolerate it. Lin Chen stepped forward, addressing Luo Wuyao with a calm demeanor. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, all eyes turning to Lin Chen. Luo Wuyao, whose thoughts were in disarray, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this fellow named Ning Cheng attempt to shatter the stalemate, especially since there was an implied challenge in his tone. Before Luo Wuyao could chastise him, Lin Chen swiftly continued, however, considering the peace between our two clans, you must prioritize the greater good, young clan leader. A small concession can avert larger discord. Therefore, I humbly request to assist you in resolving this matter. Upon hearing Lin Chen's initial remarks, Luo Wuyao's expression softened slightly. Yet, as he listened to Lin Chen's subsequent words, a flicker of joy ignited within him. He had not anticipated that this Ning Cheng would boldly step forward to help him navigate this situation. Regardless of Lin Chen's intentions, Luo Wuyao was certain he could devise a strategy to deal with Kuang Tian, his plan undoubtedly involving using Lin Chen as a scapegoat. Oh, Ning Cheng, do you have a solution to prevent Luo Wuyao from losing his temper? He inquired hastily. Luo Cheng, initially shocked by Lin Chen's intervention, quickly grasped the implications of his words and chose silence, allowing Ning Cheng to bear the brunt of the blame. Ning Cheng, you can't hold me accountable. It was you who chose this moment to step forward. Luo Cheng sighed internally. He had intended to nurture Lin Chen, but given Luo Wuyao's stance, it seemed he would be cast as the sacrificial pawn. Recovering from the surprise sparked by Lin Chen's decision, Kuang Tian's furious gaze locked onto him, radiating a chilling menace. If you fail to produce anything of substance, I will have you killed right here. The words sparked discontent in Luo Wuyao's heart. Yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Even if Kuang Tian were to truly kill Ning Cheng, Luo Wuyao would never seek vengeance for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, with a cold smile, regarded the actions of Luo Wuyao and the others with disdain, his gaze unwavering against Kuang Tian's furious glare. He simply raised a finger, proposing a single decisive blow. Whoever loses must depart, and once the outcome is determined, no one may question it. The entire Hall of Remembrance fell into an eerie silence. Ning Cheng's proposal had indeed struck like thunder. However, Luo Wuyao's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. He perceived Ning Cheng's words as an attempt to undermine him. Had he not heard Kuang Tian proclaim that he was not Luo Wuyao's match? Now he wished to resolve the matter with a single stroke. Nonsense. Seeing Luo Wuyao's grim demeanor, Luo Cheng understood the gravity of the situation and promptly rebuked Lin Chen. Ning Cheng, you are in the Luo residence. What authority do you have to dictate such significant matters? Can you bear the consequences if something goes awry? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, and just as he was about to explain, applause suddenly erupted. Kuang Tian clapped his hands, offering a smile to Lin Chen. Young man, your proposal is quite commendable. I suggest we settle it with a single strike to avoid further discord. He then turned his gaze to Luo Wuyao, a sinister smile playing on his lips. What do you think, Luo Wuyao? Do you prefer an all-out war, or are you inclined to resolve this with a single blow? Or perhaps, Kuang Tian's tone deepened ominously, you wish to be a coward? Luo Wuyao's breathing quickened as he faced the audacious countenance of Kuang Tian, his thoughts leaning towards expelling him. Anger surged within him, not only directed at Kuang Tian but also at Lin Chen. Initially, Luo Wuyao had considered Lin Chen a promising talent for future endeavors. Yet he never anticipated that this young man would inadvertently ensnare him in such a predicament. Had it not been for Kuang Tian's aggressive stance, Luo Wuyao would have already unleashed his wrath upon Lin Chen. Luo Cheng was equally incensed. Lin Chen's thoughtless suggestion had entangled him in this mess. For he was the one who had brought Lin Chen into this situation. Thus he bore responsibility. Observing the changes in the young lord's expression and demeanor, Luo Cheng realized that Ning Cheng was bound to face dire consequences. Confronted by the brazen and disdainful countenance before him, Luo Weiyao gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. Just then, as if by design, Lin Chen's voice interrupted Luo Weyao's statement. Young master, I have not yet finished my suggestion. This remark ignited the fury within Luo Weiyao. With a resounding clap, he struck the armrest of the golden throne, producing a thunderous sound, causing the throne to tremble as if it might shatter under the force of his blow. Who do you think you are to interrupt? Ro Weiyao bellowed. His eyes ablaze with fury, a trace of authoritative majesty emanating from his brow, exuding the aura of a king. Luo Cheng, shaken by Ro Weyao's outburst, hastily directed his ire at Lin Chen, commanding, Ning Cheng, get out of here at once. From this day forth, have no association with my Luo family. Lin Chen remained unmoved. Yet suddenly, Huang Tian pivoted, fixing his gaze upon Lin Chen, his voice booming over Ro Cheng and Ro Weiyao. Kid, what else do you have to suggest? He then cast a glance at Ro Weiyao and laughed heartily. Fear not, Ro Weiyao. Whatever the matter, I shall bear the burden. Just speak freely. Huang Tian held a favorable impression of Lin Chen, relishing the words spoken, which sparked his delight. However, Huang Tian's support for Lin Chen only incited Ro Weyao's ire further. He began to suspect that Lin Chen might be an agent of Huang Tian, deliberately stirring chaos against him. Lin Chen stepped forward boldly, locking eyes with Ro Weiyao, and amidst Ro Weyao's seething glare, declared loudly, I believe that as the young clan leader, your esteemed position and unparalleled prowess render Huang Tian unworthy of facing you. Let me engage him instead. One strike shall determine the victor. This proclamation left everyone present momentarily speechless. Ro Weyao's expression morphed dramatically, first anger, then astonishment, followed by confusion, ultimately settling into a peculiar incredulity. You wish to challenge Huang Tian? Are you seeking death? Yet, Ro Weiyao could not deny that Lin Chen's earlier remarks had somewhat alleviated his rage. With relief came anger, as Huang Tian's previously jovial demeanor soured, akin to a bitter pill. How dare this impudent youth, who had yet to reach the Tao diagram realm, presume to outshine him? You court death, Huang Tian roared, his form flashing before Lin Chen, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, akin to a mountain descending upon Lin Chen. A formidable wave of malevolence erupted from Huang Tian's eyes, crashing towards Lin Chen. Under the oppressive atmosphere of Huang Tian's terrifying aura, even Luo Cheng felt a tremor of fear. Yet, Lin Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. In contrast to Luo Cheng, he appeared remarkably composed. This subtle reaction did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who inwardly acknowledged Lin Chen's superior cultivation, at least sufficient to withstand Huang Tian's intimidation. Do not presume that withstanding my pressure is a mark of greatness. Huang Tian glared at Lin Chen, his robust physique hidden beneath a white coat, joints crackling ominously as he prepared for confrontation. Luo Weiyao initially anticipated that Huang Tian would directly confront Lin Chen. However, to his astonishment, Huang Tian suddenly pivoted, directing his scornful gaze towards Luo Weiyao. Luo Weiyao, he declared disdainfully, I shan't waste breath on you any longer. Come down and let us settle this with one decisive strike. Should you continue to prattle, I shall ensure your blood spills across the ground. Luo Weiyao was incensed by Huang Tian's brazen provocation, pondering the audacity of this man who dared to act so recklessly on his territory. Did he truly believe that Luo Weiyao would cower before him? A single strike to determine the victor. Whoever loses must leave, Luo Weiyao retorted coldly. His once handsome and fair countenance now transformed into a darkened visage. If he endured any longer, he would indeed become a coward. A fierce glint flickered in Huang Tian's eyes, his aura beginning to ascend ominously. A sound akin to boiling liquid resonated from his body, his blood seemingly seething. At that moment, a faint yet palpable aura of blood enveloped Huang Tian, as if he had transformed into a warrior drenched in crimson. The current Huang Tian exuded an aura of terrifying ferocity, embodying the essence of a demon steeped in grievous sins. Luo Wuyao's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware that Huang Tian was not to be trifled with. 2 years prior, he had suffered defeat at Huang Tian's hands, and his understanding of Kuang Tian's prowess rendered him uncertain about this decisive strike. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to press on resolutely. With a low exclamation, "Creation Golden Sovereign Pill," Luo Wuyao summoned a surge of alchemical energy that erupted like a tidal wave, clearly preparing to make his move. However, in this pivotal moment, a resolute voice rang out, imbued with an icy sharpness. "I say, Kuang Tian cannot even defeat me. You are unworthy to engage in battle with our young clan leader. Come down. A single strike from me is sufficient to vanquish you." Chapter 641. The sound of a falling needle. Lin Chen's unexpected interjection momentarily stunned both Luo Wuyao and Kuang Tian. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Kuang Tian's fury surged. Astonished that this insignificant member of the Danling clan dared to provoke him, the young clan leader of the Quanxua clan, was he not effectively courting death? Luo Wuyao was also taken aback, his momentum in channeling the creation Golden Sovereign Pill faltering as he cast a bewildered glance at Lin Chen. What was this individual thinking? Provoking Kuang Tian at such a critical moment? Not only were Luo Wuyao and Kuang Tian momentarily stunned, but even the battle-hardened elder and Luo Cheng were momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Chen's audacious words. Soon, Luo Cheng felt a surge of rage. Aghast that the person he had brought, Ning Cheng, would bring such disgrace upon him. He bellowed, "Ning Cheng, what are you? Kneel and apologize to young clan leader Kuang Tian at once, then be gone." Lin Chen remained steadfast, unmoving, his feet firmly planted. Kuang Tian reacted with remarkable swiftness, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, revealing a bloodthirsty grin tinged with contempt. "Do not provoke me. You are not worthy to be my adversary." Immediately, a flicker of sanguine light enveloped Kuang Tian. His hair began to rise as if caught in an invisible tempest, and his eyes ignited with a piercing, bloodthirsty luster that made the onlookers tremble. An overwhelming battle intent radiated from Kuang Tian, causing the entire assembly hall to quiver under the weight of his formidable presence. Luo Wuyao's expression shifted, snapping back to reality as the aura of his medicinal pills intensified. He understood that Kuang Tian was poised to unleash a fierce confrontation. Though uncertainty gnawed at Luo Wuyao's heart, he resolved that he could not afford to falter in this moment. Kuang Tian flashed a bloodthirsty smile at Luo Wuyao, clearly preparing to unleash a devastating move. Suddenly, his voice fell silent, only to be interrupted by a thunderous shout. "Young master, be cautious." This voice resonated like the thunder of 1,000 galloping steeds, reverberating in the ears. Yet, Lin Chen had already made his move, delivering a lightning-fast punch aimed at Kuang Tian's back. Kuang Tian sensed the lethal intent approaching from behind and swiftly turned, muscles in his arm bulging as he unleashed a punch of his own, infused with a flickering sanguine glow. The resounding explosion echoed through the hall as a terrifying force surged between their fists. Kuang Tian staggered backward 3 steps, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen's unmoving figure. His face, once filled with malice, now bore a hint of astonishment, though it quickly morphed back into a more intense ferocity. Such formidable physical prowess, Kuang Tian's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with an icy light akin to blades. "But how dare you initiate an attack against me? You have willingly walked into your own demise." Lin Chen remained silent, as if tacitly affirming Kuang Tian's assertion. In contrast, Luo Wuyao was taken aback, realizing that Lin Chen's earlier punch had unleashed an extraordinary power, akin to that of a superior imperial artifact. The efficacy of the great power Heavenly King Pill was indeed remarkable. This Ning Cheng is truly a talent, but regrettably, he has provoked Kuang Tian. Luo Wuyao mused internally, unable to suppress a shake of his head. In his eyes, Lin Chen had already become a marked man. Luo Cheng was similarly astonished by Lin Chen's strength, yet as he witnessed the wrathful Kuang Tian, he sighed inwardly. While Ning Cheng's might was undeniable, his lack of prudence in human affairs was glaringly apparent. Such a prodigy, ignorant of the times, was destined for downfall. The iron-blooded elder cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen, then averted his gaze, not dismissing the astonishment that Lin Chen's mid-grade imperial physique had incited within him. Though it was merely a fleeting moment of surprise. "Kuang Tian, I have stated my intent. Let us determine the victor with a single exchange." Lin Chen gazed intently at the increasingly malevolent expression on Kuang Tian's face and earnestly remarked, "If I cannot defeat him, how can you challenge our young clan leader?" This statement brought a secret sense of satisfaction to Luo Wuyao. who inwardly resolved that once this young man was thoroughly beaten by Kuang Tian, he would have an opportunity to intervene. Kuang Tian, whose aura of menace thickened, uttered a single word that exploded forth like a detonation, transforming into an overwhelming wave of murderous intent that permeated the entire assembly hall. A pristine white fur coat fell from the air, while Kuang Tian's figure vanished from sight, leaving only the resounding roar that echoed like thunder. The entire assembly hall began to tremble, and from above, the scene would reveal that the doors and windows were exuding a fierce crimson glow. This alarming surge of energy drew the attention of formidable figures within the Luo residence. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling of the hall shattered instantaneously, and all prohibitive formations were reduced to ashes in that fleeting moment. The expressions on Luo Wuyao and Luo Cheng's faces shifted dramatically. Above the assembly hall, Kuang Tian revealed his terrifyingly muscular torso, veins pulsating ominously, emanating a fearsome aura. He directed a punch at Lin Chen below, unleashing a ripple of energy that spread outward like waves across water. He had entered his blood frenzy state, exponentially increasing his combat prowess. Luo Wuyao could not help but speak in a low voice, as the oppressive force radiating from Kuang Tian instilled a slight dread within him. Years prior, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Kuang Tian in this very state. Now, witnessing Kuang Tian re-enter this mode, it was evident that Lin Chen had genuinely provoked him. Under the impact of this overwhelming presence, Luo Cheng swallowed hard, casting a glance at Lin Chen, and swiftly distanced himself from him. This Ning Cheng was doomed. Yuan Tian de Luo Palm. Kuang Tian's cold voice rang out as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Chen, eliciting astonishment from the onlookers. In an instant, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was collapsing, with countless energies converging to form an enormous hand, imbued with profound De Luo essence. Its might was limitless, capable of annihilating all in its path. Luo Wuyao felt a jolt of alarm surge through him. He abruptly rose from his golden seat and urgently called to Lin Chen. Quickly flee. This is beyond your capacity to handle. Should Lin Chen meet his demise, Luo Wuyao would undoubtedly feel a profound heartache, for Lin Chen's talent, strength, and potential were immense, and with proper development, he could undoubtedly rise to the level of a great sage. Thus, Luo Wuyao could not stand idly by and watch Lin Chen face obliteration, prompting his immediate counsel. However, as the boundless might of the primordial heavenly great palm descended upon Lin Chen, he executed a remarkably astonishing maneuver. With a slight bend of his knees, he propelled himself skyward with immense force, delivering a punch that surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. This action elicited an involuntary exclamation from Luo Cheng, who exclaimed in disbelief, "He has lost his mind." It was not only Luo Cheng who was taken aback. Even the iron-blooded elder was utterly flabbergasted by Lin Chen's audacity. He had witnessed reckless bravery before, but nothing quite like this. "Since you seek your demise, then perish." Kuang Tian first hesitated, then clasped his hands in the air. Observing the collision between Lin Chen's fist and the overwhelming pressure of the primordial heavenly great palm, a cold smile creeping across his face. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated, unleashing a torrent of silver light akin to 1,000 silver arrows shooting forth in every direction. An aura of dread emanated from the explosion. "This is bad." The iron-blooded elder's expression shifted dramatically as tumultuous waves surged within him. He never anticipated that the young man concealed such profound power. The primordial heavenly great palm shattered like a broken mirror, releasing a blinding cascade of silver light. A figure clad in dazzling silver armor pierced through the sky, delivering a punch with unfathomable speed directly at Kuang Tian. Kuang Tian's expression momentarily faltered. As he sensed the ancient, draconic force behind the blow, his countenance changed drastically. The 17 layers of heaven shield, a series of ancient shields, began to levitate before him, forming an impenetrable defense. Lin Chen's fist struck the first ancient shield with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless ancient shields shattered, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. A tsunami-like force crashed into Kuang Tian, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. As the silver light radiating from Lin Chen dissipated, he appeared unscathed, landing before the astonished Luo Wuyao amidst the shocked gazes of onlookers. He pointed to his bleeding right arm, slightly panting, and remarked, Young master, that fellow is indeed formidable. He has wounded me severely. Nevertheless, I am relieved to report that I have triumphed. Lin Chen concluded with a radiant smile. Luo Wuyao stared in disbelief at Lin Chen, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 642, Establishing Authority. With a single strike, Lin Chen had sent Kuang Tian, the young master of the bloodthirsty clan, flying. This shocking spectacle left many experts of the Damling clan utterly astounded. Who is this young man, who possesses such extraordinary prowess that he could repel Kuang Tian with a mere punch? Whispers of his identity wove through the powerful consciousnesses interlaced above the Luo residence. I employed a secret technique to investigate, and indeed, this young man is one of our Damling clan. When did our Damling clan give rise to such a remarkable body-refining genius? Let us not dwell on that for now. Since this youth can repel Kuang Tian, it bodes well for our clan. We shall further probe into his identity later. For now, let us continue to observe. These several auras emanate a formidable sacred light, belonging to several great saints within the Luo residence. The appearance of Lin Chen will undoubtedly attract their attention, and it is indeed a striking and formidable event. At this moment, within the conference hall, where the ceiling has been shattered, Luo Wuyao sits upon his golden throne. Gazing at Lin Chen, whose face radiates a brilliant smile, an inexplicable sense of trepidation and fear rises within him. Ning Cheng, to think that you are so extraordinarily powerful. Luo Wuyao suppresses the fear and anxiety welling up inside him, contemplating that this young man is one of their Damling clan members, and has come specifically to seek his support. This realization fills Luo Wuyao with an uncontainable sense of delight. This Ning Cheng is truly a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze towards Lin Chen grows increasingly gentle. The mastery of an unparalleled imperial artifact is indeed rare, even among the higher-ranked clans. The crowd observing has grown larger. Naturally, they are figures of status and importance. Refraining from approaching too rashly, their communication is conducted through private exchanges of spiritual consciousness, and their gazes towards Lin Chen shimmer with intrigue. How audacious to strike at the young clan leader! They are courting death. The iron-blooded elder, whose expression was previously devoid of emotion, suddenly glares with fury, a palpable murderous intent radiating from him, clearly prepared to confront Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression turns icy. He desires to make a bold statement and is unperturbed by dealing with such an opponent. However, the pressure exerted by this iron-blooded elder is far greater than that from Kuang Tian. Cease at once. A cold voice resounds through the hall. Kuang Tian stands up from the shattered remains, his gaze dark and brooding. The myriad veins upon his muscular frame glow an ominous crimson. The iron-blooded elder shows no hesitation, merely snorts coldly, retracting his aura and refraining from attacking Lin Chen. Kuang Tian, young clan leader, I concede, Lin Chen states calmly, bowing slightly to Kuang Tian, displaying neither trepidation nor fear. This composure and charisma earn him quiet admiration from many onlookers. Kuang Tian's eyes fixate intensely on Lin Chen, the hostility within them intensifying. In response to Lin Chen's bow, he remains silent, but suddenly his eyes widen, and a tremendous killing intent erupts from him. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanishes, leaving behind a trail of blood light. The stabbing dragon's celestial feather spear, Kuang Tian's form swiftly disappears, soaring above Lin Chen, exuding an aura akin to the ocean's roar. In his hand, he conjures a terrifying spear, its tip resembling a sharp dragon's tooth, with two white light trails seemingly trailing behind it, imparting a sense that it could pierce through anything. As the formidable muscles of Kuang Tian flexed, the spear was hurled forth, piercing through the air towards Lin Chen. The surrounding atmosphere ripped apart as though the spear had cleaved through the very ocean, its might boundless, shattering mountains and rivers alike. With a cold snort, Lin Chen summoned forth a dazzling silver light that surged upward, coalescing into a gleaming silver armor. The ancient sword behind him trembled with a resonant clang, and with a mere flick of his finger, Lin Chen unleashed the sword from its sheath, releasing a torrent of sword energy as immense as dragons, forming a grand and chaotic sword array directed at the oncoming spear. Boom, boom. The clash of two formidable forces erupted, as Lin Chen wielded the ancient sword to successfully counter the onslaught. Lin Chen, you could handle this on your own. Why summon me? Jian Wudao's tone was laced with irritation. He had never anticipated Lin Chen's audacity, compelling him to withstand the impact of such a formidable technique. Even the entity residing within the unfeeling ancient sword, Jian Wudao's true self, felt the brunt of the energy surge. Chuckling lightly, Lin Chen acknowledged that this was indeed his intention. However, he refrained from further discourse with Jian Wudao. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he propelled himself forward. A torrent of potent silver light erupting from his toes. Lin Chen's figure surged forth like an arrow loosed from its bow, barreling towards Kuang Tian with a fist aimed squarely at his heart. The air around him resonated with a colossal roar, as if a tempest had been summoned with his every move. Kuang Tian's pupils constricted slightly as he observed Lin Chen's advancing strike, instinctively recalling the terrifying power it bore. Yet, a cold smile crept upon his lips. A supreme royal artifact, is it? Allow me to demonstrate the might of this technique. As the formidable force rushed towards him, Kuang Tian pointed sharply, the brilliant crimson light around him intensifying ominously. Annihilating Heaven's finger. With a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt erupted, shaking the earth beneath them. A wave of destructive energy surged from Kuang Tian, enveloping the skies in a torrent of magical might. The onlookers, powerful beings in their own right, were struck with dread as their expressions turned pale. The annihilating Heaven's finger was unleashed, an ancient and unparalleled technique from the bloodthirsty clan, capable of obliterating 3,000 souls with a single strike. Only Kuang Tian had mastered it. This young man is in dire straits. Should we intervene? Murmured the three great saints, while the surrounding crowd buzzed with concern. The annihilating Heaven's finger. Heavens! This is a technique of unmatched destruction, and it seems this youth has unwittingly provoked Kuang Tian, inciting him to unleash such a devastating blow. A chilling aura of destruction enveloped the atmosphere, sending tremors through Lin Chen's very being. His brows arched as he sensed the waves of annihilation cascading from the heavens, yet he pressed forward with unyielding ferocity. This move bears tremendous power. The cold voice of Jian Wudao resonated within Lin Chen's mind. Your strength alone is insufficient. I am acutely aware of that, Lin Chen retorted with confidence. My abilities have never faltered. A wild grin spread across Kuang Tian's face as he thrust a finger forward, unleashing an endless torrent of crimson light from behind him. An overwhelming aura of destruction surged toward Lin Chen, as if an unfathomable force sought to obliterate all existence. A colossal, ancient finger hurtled toward Lin Chen, imbued with a terrifying and overwhelming power, as if it aimed to annihilate the very heavens. Die for me, Kuang Tian bellowed. At that moment, Lin Chen's form collided with the terrifying finger, capturing the attention of all present. What nonsense is this will of destruction? Submit to me at once. Lin Chen's furious charge abruptly halted, and he raised his hand to unleash a talisman that shimmered with ancient light, emanating the true essence of annihilation, causing the very souls of onlookers to quiver in response. Surrounding powerhouses turned pale. Three great saints stood in utter disbelief, while Kuang Tian's expression morphed into one of profound shock. The genuine aura of destruction emanating from the ancient character of annihilation was of supreme terror, and the will of destruction radiating from that finger was formidable beyond comprehension. Indeed, Lin Chen, brandishing the talisman inscribed with the character for annihilation, surged forward with a punch aimed at the finger, the talisman descending with it. The destructive essence emanating from the horrific finger recoiled violently beneath the talisman's might, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat. A resounding crash echoed as an overwhelming force surged forth like an ocean, causing the terrifying finger to tremble violently under Lin Chen's blow. The talisman emitted a radiant glow, infused with supreme annihilation, resulting in the finger fracturing into countless shards. The onlookers gazed in horror at the spectacle, astonished that the finger of annihilation had been shattered by this young man. Unbeknownst to them, their gazes toward Lin Chen were now tinged with fear. Such formidable strength warranted their trepidation. Luo Wuyao abruptly rose from his gilded seat, unable to contain his astonishment. How could the finger of annihilation be destroyed? At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Luo Wuyao. He had not anticipated that Ning Cheng possessed such terrifying prowess, capable of disintegrating even the finger of annihilation. Particularly, the talisman he had invoked sent shivers down Luo Wuyao's spine. Lin Chen, undeterred by the astonished gazes surrounding him, sliced through the air with unwavering determination, launching a punch toward the astonished Kuang Tian. With a sudden crash, the iron-blooded elder appeared before Luo Wuyao. raising his hand to unleash a phenomenon akin to 1,000 galloping steeds, effectively blocking Lin Chen's punch. Staggering back 3 steps from the force, Lin Chen found himself at a disadvantage, while the iron-blooded elder, unwavering and resolute, remained steadfast. "Let us cease this here," the elder remarked, his gaze piercing, infused with a chilling light. As the crowd swelled and the 3 formidable figures emerged, he deemed it unwise to strike Lin Chen in such a public setting. Ignoring the elder's words, Lin Chen's attention shifted to the face of Kuang Tian. With a fist clasped in greeting, he flashed a brilliant smile, declaring, "Young Master Kuang Tian, I have bested you in 1 move, totaling 2 victories. Should you not consider departing from the Damling clan?" Kuang Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and Lin Chen, maintaining a serious demeanor, audibly proclaimed, "I trust that young Master Kuang Tian is not the sort to break his word. A single move determines the victor. Would you truly be so shameless as to disregard our agreement?" The onlookers, who had initially been struck with awe, quickly regained their composure, their fear of the young man dissipating. The atmosphere lightened as they could not help but burst into laughter at Lin Chen's teasing remarks. Meanwhile, Kuang Tian's previously volatile expression turned a shade of green. "You!" Kuang Tian seethed, his rage palpable, under the relentless pressure of Lin Chen's consecutive assaults. His formidable physique bore the marks of battle, presenting him as a vanquished foe. Though filled with fury, he found himself at a loss for words. Shocked by the unexpected power unleashed by the talisman wielded by the young man, which had obliterated the destructive intent of his finger technique, the annihilation of heaven. Without it, his supreme royal artifact would have sufficed to counter such an attack. "Young master, the situation has turned against us. It would be prudent to withdraw. We shall have ample opportunities to seize the prescription," the iron-blooded elder advised, sensing the turmoil within him, though he maintained a facade of calm. Kuang Tian, despite his reluctance, recognized the precariousness of his position. Even if he unleashed his hidden cards to eliminate the insufferable Lin Chen, the Damling clan would not idly witness the fall of such a prodigy. "I shall remember you," Kuang Tian hissed through clenched teeth, casting a venomous glare at Lin Chen. After uttering this threat, he donned his pristine white cloak once more, taking flight with the iron-blooded elder towards the exit of Yulian Immortal Mountain. This encounter had thoroughly disrupted the plans of the Kuang Tian clan, leaving Lin Chen to navigate the depths of the intense enmity and murderous intent that had radiated from Kuang Tian's gaze. However, who could blame him for being ruthless against his romantic rival? "Ha, Ning Chen, you are quite remarkable indeed." Luo Wuyao watched as Kuang Tian left in defeat. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, regardless of the outcome, he had gained the upper hand in this contest. Such is the nature of man, when faced with a romantic adversary. A slight advantage brings immense delight. This sensation was something Lin Chen and Jian Wudao could not escape. Luo Cheng witnessed this scene with astonishment, followed by elation, silently affirming his judgment of Lin Chen. Just as he was about to approach Lin Chen to offer encouragement, he was taken aback by Lin Chen's indifference. This left Luo Cheng feeling both angry and resigned, suspecting that his previous demeanor had displeased Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled at Luo Wuyao and stated earnestly, "It was to be expected. That fellow was exceedingly overconfident. I can hardly contend with the young clan leader, yet he dares to challenge me beyond my level. What folly!" Despite Lin Chen's deep-seated disdain, he was somewhat bemused to find that he had a knack for flattery. This declaration elicited a hearty laugh from Luo Wuyao, who began to regard Lin Chen with increasing fondness, though his gaze also hinted at other, less innocent sentiments. Ning Chen, apart from his status, excelled in every conceivable aspect when compared to Luo Wuyao. A surge of potent consciousness infiltrated Luo Wuyao's mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. He then smiled at Lin Chen and said, "Ning Chen, you have achieved a great feat. You shall henceforth be under my patronage. I shall now introduce you to the 3 elders of our Luo residence." Lin Chen's face brightened immediately, and he clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his appreciation for the young clan leader's support. A flicker of envy passed through Luo Cheng's eyes, but he felt powerless. In every regard, Lin Chen surpassed him. As he observed Lin Chen and Luo Wuyao depart, a shadowy smile crept across his face. "Ning Chen, you believe our young clan leader to be easily swayed?" Luo Wuyao, fulfilling the request of the 3 great sages, escorted Lin Chen into a grand hall. The aura within this hall was far more potent than that of the conference hall. fortified with formidable restrictions and intricate formations that were nearly indestructible. This was indeed a forbidden area of the Luo residence. Inside the hall stood a lean elder bearing 2 golden hammers. Upon entering, Lin Chen immediately sensed the extraordinary presence emanating from them, imbued with the essence of royalty and formidable power. Moreover, the Blood Elder informed Lin Chen that the core of these golden hammers comprised 2 elixirs, exuding energy comparable to that of a supreme imperial artifact. This was Lin Chen's first encounter with an exceptional imperial artifact whose formation was centered around elixirs, and its aura was overwhelmingly potent, causing a shiver of trepidation to run through him. The Elder, known as the Elder of Strength, was indeed a great sage. Lin Chen, be cautious. There are 2 other great sages concealed here, Jian Wudao warned coldly. Should you expose yourself, I shall not come to your aid. Lin Chen merely rolled his eyes, too apathetic to respond to Jian Wudao's lack of camaraderie. As Luo Wuya entered, he respectfully clasped his hands to the lean old man and said, Master Li. This is Ning Cheng. Lin Chen also saluted Master Li alongside Luo Wuya, addressing him with the same title, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. Rather, it appeared quite composed. After listening to Luo Wuya's telepathic communication, Master Li observed Lin Chen's calm demeanor and subtly nodded, acknowledging the young man's admirable poise in the face of his presence. When Master Li spoke, his voice seemed imbued with a sense of power. You have acquired the great power King Dan. Truly, it is your fortune. In the future, your achievements are destined to reach great heights. Thank you for your praise. Master Li, Lin Chen replied hastily, clasping his fists. However, my path is still long, and I hope you will look after me in the days to come. Master Li merely responded with an affirmative grunt and fell silent, taking a seat as if lost in contemplation. With Master Li's silence, Lin Chen and Luo Wuya naturally followed suit, refraining from conversation. Lin Chen sensed that the other 2 great sages were discreetly observing him, intensifying the operation of his devouring magic, making his aura more indistinguishable. At that moment, several veiled thoughts were exchanging silently. This young man appears unproblematic. I just used a secret method to probe, and he is indeed of the Danling lineage, mused Master Li's consciousness. Is being of Danling lineage not a reason for potential defection? That is a valid point. However, this young man's talent is indeed formidable. According to legends, the great power King Dan within him harbors even more terrifying medicinal properties yet to be refined. I consulted ancient texts, and it is said that the efficacy of the great power King Dan can elevate one to a semi-respectable realm. This young man has absorbed most of it, and what remains is exceedingly potent. Master Li's voice wavered slightly. What do you mean? Precisely. Let him venture to that place. It would be beneficial for him. I concur with the elder's opinion. This idea is splendid, another sage affirmed. Master Li chose not to elaborate further, as he too found merit in the suggestion. Considering the situation before them and the other prodigies contending for the reign emperor title, Master Li stated, we must consult Wuya's opinion. The other 2 sages nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the silent hall was not oppressive. Suddenly, Master Li raised his head and addressed Luo Wuya. Well, let Ning Cheng engage in some trials against the immortal gate. It would greatly benefit him. Luo Wuya's expression shifted to one of surprise, his voice rising in bewilderment. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Master Li's consciousness transmitted an explanation into his mind. At that moment, Luo Wuya's demeanor became somewhat erratic, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Lin Chen frowned slightly, curious about what negotiations were taking place between Luo Wuya and Master Li. Nevertheless, he was eager to extricate himself from the presence of these 3 great sages and investigate the whereabouts of the medicinal formulas at the Luo residence. His intuition urged him that the formulas were not in Luo Wuya's possession, but rather hidden within some corner of the Luo estate. Suddenly, Luo Wuya seemed to have made a resolute decision. Gritting his teeth, he nodded towards Elder Li, then exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Lin Chen. Elder Ning Cheng and I have discussed your commendable performance, and we are prepared to bestow upon you a significant gift. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Elder Li, who wore a stoic expression, before turning his attention back to Luo Wuya. He quickly cupped his hands in respect and inquired earnestly, what boon does the young clan leader intend to grant me? Luo Wuya, satisfied with Lin Chen's response, paused briefly, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen as he spoke slowly. This time, You shall accompany me to participate in the adult ceremony of the young clan leader, where you will receive the baptism of the Killing Immortal Sect. What is the Killing Immortal Sect? Lin Chen asked, confusion etched on his face. Internally, however, he was deeply perplexed. What could Luo Wuyao possibly wish to achieve by allowing him to partake in this adult baptism? Chapter 644. The arrival of the Rain Sovereign Lin Chen was baffled as to why Luo Wuyao would invite him to his coming-of-age ceremony. He was well aware of the significance of such rites, having been thoroughly educated by Blood Old on the matter. In every prominent clan, each newly appointed young clan leader undergoes an internal baptism during their coming of age, which serves to enhance their cultivation through the clan's inherent resources. For instance, the formidable Kuang Tian had not yet participated in the adult ceremony of the Bloodthirsty clan. Had he done so, his combat prowess would have been exponentially greater. This exemplifies the terrifying depth of the myriad clans in the human realm, particularly the great clans, whose profound legacies are truly awe-inspiring. Yet, why would Luo Wuyao wish for him to partake in such a baptism? Lin Chen suspected that the other party harbored ulterior motives. It was important to note that such profound baptisms were not accessible even to some high-ranking direct descendants of the clan, as the energy required could only be harnessed after extensive accumulation. Blood Old spoke gravely, as an outsider unfamiliar with their intricacies. How could they allow you to squander their resources? Lin Chen found this reasoning quite plausible. However, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to agree. Isn't it too grand for the young clan leader to allow me to participate in this adult ceremony? Lin Chen exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, rendering him somewhat incoherent. His reaction elicited subtle nods of approval from Luo Wuyao and the three esteemed elders present. After all, such privileges were rarely afforded to outsiders. Ning Cheng, having received the great strength Heavenly King's pill, your future is boundless. We, of the Danling clan, evaluate individuals based on their talents and capabilities. Clearly, you have earned this qualification, Luo Wuyao remarked with a smile directed at Lin Chen. As the shock on Lin Chen's face gradually subsided, he regarded Luo Wuyao with a serious expression and solemnly declared, I, Ning Cheng, shall not disappoint the young clan leader's expectations, nor the nurturing of the esteemed elders. Hearing these words, Elder Li's typically stoic visage cracked into a faint smile. At this moment, the Luo manor was imbued with a festive atmosphere, bustling with powerful figures from the Danling clan and other races who came to extend their congratulations. Lin Chen also noticed that among the illustrious guests within the manor, there were several cultivators from the human realm, each personage of considerable standing, with at least dozens of them present. In this moment, Lin Chen beheld a myriad of extraordinary races, the single-winged clan with wings sprouting from their backs, the flame-wreathed fire clan, and the earth rock clan, resembling colossal stones. The diversity of beings left Lin Chen utterly astonished, broadening his perspective of this world, which indeed harbors endless wonders. As he observed the floating stones before him, he realized that, had he not sensed their aura, he would never have believed them to be entities of the astral chi realm. This thought, however, earned him the disdain of Blood Elder, who frequently admonished Lin Chen, reminding him that there was still much for him to learn and that he should not be overly arrogant at this stage. Moreover, he pointed out that the races Lin Chen had encountered thus far were not particularly formidable. Once he laid eyes on the ancient physiques, he would be left dumbfounded. Truly understanding what it meant to encounter a prodigy, Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless, reflecting that his holy vein physique was indeed referred to as a sinful constitution, though it had yet to awaken. Nevertheless, witnessing such a multitude of ancient races further emphasized the significance of power to him. While residing on the Holy Spirit continent, he had perceived the dominant factions as omnipotent, unaware that beyond the Holy Spirit continent lay an even more terrifying realm for mortals. He had yet to encounter that girl from the Dark Clan, who might have provided some valuable intelligence. Shaking his head, he followed the figure of Luo Wuyao into the main hall of the clan leader. In the main hall, there resonated no less than 7 or 8 auras of the Dao Map realm, all belonging to members of the Danling clan. The envoys dispatched from various factions were predominantly figures of the Divine Flow realm. No one seemed to preside over the gathering. Instead, a massive banquet table was laid out, adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. The Danling clan's renowned elixirs were also plentiful, their enchanting fragrances wafting through the air. Much like the divine law elixir Lin Chen had previously encountered, he now beheld no fewer than 10 such potions. Luo Wuya sat among his kin, engaged in lively conversation, when suddenly someone inquired about the whereabouts of the young man who had battled the young master of the Guangtian clan. Such a prodigy, they declared, must not be hidden by your Danling clan. He must be brought forth for all to witness. This suggestion instantly ignited a commotion in the hall, as many gazes filled with reverence turned towards Lin Chen. They were eager to discern the nature of this remarkable young man, for their races required this vital information. As the focus of the gathering shifted to Lin Chen, given the astonishing nature of his recent battle, Luo Wuya's expression momentarily stiffened. He then called out to Lin Chen, his tone reminiscent of an elder addressing a junior. Ning Cheng, please come forward and introduce yourself to everyone. In the corner, Lin Chen was lost in contemplation when unexpectedly, Luo Wuyao called out to him. Upon noticing the collective gaze directed towards him in the grand hall, he understood the situation and raised his wine cup. Smiling as he addressed the assembly, I am Ning Cheng, the protector of the young clan leader. Everything I have now is due to the generous care bestowed upon me by the young clan leader. Today, I raise this cup to express my gratitude to all of you. Luo Wuyao's expression softened slightly. Ning Cheng was adept at social niceties and had given him considerable face. The crowd frequently toasted Lin Chen, yet he declined each offer, which surprisingly did not provoke resentment among them, for their fear of him lingered unmitigated. This allowed Luo Wuyao to regain the spotlight, becoming the center of attention once more. Lin Chen secretly exhaled in relief. His authority had been established, averting potential provocation. However, at that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly permeated the clan leader's hall, not a deliberate display of power, but rather a natural emanation of charisma. The attendees seemed to sense it, collectively turning their gaze towards the entrance. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the wine glass, his breath momentarily faltering. He could distinctly hear several men's breaths quickening, their hearts racing in response. At the threshold appeared a stunning woman. Her figure was enchanting, adorned with a snow-white shawl that emitted delicate flurries of snowflakes. Her complexion was flawless and radiant, captivating all who beheld her, especially with her aloof demeanor that stirred an intense desire for conquest within the hearts of onlookers. This woman was known as the Ice and Snow Goddess, a figure whom countless men aspired to conquer. A myriad of astonished gazes flickered to life among the assembly. Her mere presence commanded admiration and attention. Yu Huang, with an impassive expression, disregarded the admiring glances cast her way as she strode forward, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Upon witnessing Yu Huang's entrance, Luo Wao momentarily lost himself in awe, but quickly regained his composure, his heart elated at the realization that she had indeed come to his coming-of-age ceremony. Gazing upon her exquisite and captivating visage, accompanied by her haughty demeanor, he felt an intoxicating desire to win her over. Taking a deep breath, a subtle smile graced his lips as he approached Yu Huang with grace, exuding charm and elegance. Yinning, you've come. Why didn't you let me know? Chapter 645, The Disappearance of the Prescription, Yu Huang's Arrival, enchanting the entire assembly. Even the female cultivators had to concede that this woman's perfection made them feel overshadowed, quelling any rising jealousy. As Yu Huang gazed at the gentle expression of Luo Wuyao, she could not deny that, in many respects, he was indeed a man who appealed to women. Step aside. The autumn rain lingered, yet Xiaoyu remained expressionless, casting not a glance at Luo Wuyao. The awe evident in the eyes of the onlookers gradually faded, returning to a state of normalcy. Upon witnessing the Rain Emperor's indifferent demeanor towards Luo Wuyao, they began to understand the situation, their gazes towards him tinged with something peculiar. Luo Wuyao's smile faltered slightly, but he swiftly masked it, feeling no sense of defeat. Instead, a profound yearning for conquest surged within him. At the very least, she had not rejected his endearing appellation. Yuning. With such thoughts, Luo Wuyao found himself unperturbed by the onlooker's scrutiny and addressed the Rain Emperor with a smile. Yuning, I appreciate your presence at my coming-of-age ceremony. I assure you, I, Luo Wuyao, shall not disappoint you during this rite of passage. The crowd couldn't help but nod in silent approval, recognizing Luo Wuyao's evident infatuation with the Rain Emperor. Even if it wasn't pure infatuation, maintaining his smile in the face of such coldness was no small feat. Xiaoyu, however, did not spare him a glance, merely bypassing him without turning her head. Her voice icy as she said, Young Master Luo, Yuning is not to be summoned by you. Please show some decorum. This declaration caused Luo Wuyao's countenance to shift, a shadow of displeasure crossing his features. In broad daylight, he had faced a blatant rejection, a slap in the face. Any man in his position would find it unbearable. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, further exacerbating Luo Wuyao's agitation. Yet, he understood that the Rain Emperor's nature was one of cold indifference. She harbored no warmth for anyone. Indeed, he had yet to witness her display affection towards any male. Haha, I have long admired the illustrious Rain Emperor. A member of the Danling clan exclaimed, sensing Luo Wuyao's discomfort and breaking the previously awkward silence, reviving the atmosphere. The Rain Emperor remained seated quietly, accepting toasts from various attendees with an impassive expression, not uttering a single word. Her demeanor was so frosty, yet it effortlessly drew the gaze of many. Seated among the crowd, Luo Wuyao's peripheral vision continually swept over the elegant silhouette of the Rain Emperor, igniting an unquenchable fire within him. To conquer such a transcendent beauty would be an unparalleled satisfaction. Grasping his cup, he downed its contents in one swift motion, resolutely vowing, Rain Emperor, I, Luo Wuyao, will undoubtedly conquer you. In a corner, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, surprised to see the Rain Emperor in attendance. However, he could surmise her presence was primarily for the medicinal formula. Gazing at the familiar figure he had not seen in ages, Lin Chen stifled the turbulence within him. Moreover, he keenly sensed that the unfeeling ancient sword behind him emanated a different aura than before. Does she even perceive my presence? Lin Chen pondered silently, glancing at his right hand, where the Rain Emperor's mark still lingered. Kid, stop daydreaming. The origins of this mark elude even me. While she may not sense your aura, she will certainly detect the essence of Sword Wudao, blood, old remarked languidly. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at the emotionless ancient sword, recognizing that Yu Huang was undoubtedly familiar with it. His gaze then swept over Luo Wuya, who was keenly fixated on Yu Huang. And Lin Chen could discern the meaning behind that gaze. It was akin to the way she might look at a beautiful woman. Damn it, once I obtain the prescription, I will deal with you, Lin Chen thought to himself, never one to show mercy to a rival in love. Of course, the sword Wudao behind him would also not hold back. However, Lin Chen could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Where on earth was the prescription? At that moment, Lin Chen's expression sharpened as a cold glimmer flickered in the corner of his eye, directing his attention to a shadowy corner of the grand hall. It is I. A chilling voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The familiar tone belonged to Lu Qingwei. Lin Chen let out a subtle sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that the elusive presence he sensed earlier was none other than Lu Qingwei. Yet, he was slightly taken aback. What brought this fierce woman here? Chen Ling, your aura has grown stronger, Lu Qingwei remarked coldly. Had I not given you the jade token last time, I might not have been able to detect that it was you. Now, I am quite curious about your identity beyond being the leader of the Chen Alliance. Lin Chen shrugged, replying, what identity could I possibly have? Just a nameless pawn. Lu Qingwei did not speak further, but Lin Chen keenly sensed her proximity, closing the distance between them. With Lu Qingwei's inscrutable stealth techniques, she could easily evade the perception of even a typical great sage, provided she did not reveal any trace of murderous intent. Unless the opponent possessed something specifically designed to counter such abilities, akin to the Death Ancestor, who wielded artifacts meant to target the dark races. Thus, no one would realize that their main hall had been surreptitiously infiltrated. What brings you here? Lin Chen's voice lowered slightly. I was just contemplating some inquiries to put to you, and here you are. You seek the prescription, do you not? Lu Qingwei spoke as if she was privy to Lin Chen's thoughts. How did you know? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Qingwei's voice. Isn't it typical for men to think with their lower halves? Lin Chen promptly retreated, weary of explaining himself to this cold-blooded woman who was quick to brandish a blade. However, I can assist you, Lu Qingwei suddenly declared, causing Lin Chen to startle. This Lu Qingwei intends to help me? Lin Chen had no doubt that, with the dark race's unfathomable intelligence network, she must have knowledge of the prescription's whereabouts. What do you wish to gain from me? Lin Chen steadied his emotions and asked in a low voice. Lu Qingwei surveyed the usual atmosphere of the grand hall, her gaze lingering momentarily on her own icy, flawless visage before retracting it. You are aware of the Kill Immortal sect, are you not? I need you to help me procure a specific elixir from within their ranks, known as the Creation Reviving Pill. Creation Reviving Pill, Lin Chen repeated, committing the name to memory. Similarly, he once again inquired of Blood Elder, "What exactly is the creation elixir?" Blood Elder was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Why do you ask about this? The creation elixir is a pill that allows one to take a half-step towards enlightenment. Possessing its own spirit and wielding formidable magical power, its lethality comparable to that of the Tao diagram realm. Should someone consume it, their magical power would surge thrice. Yet such elixirs have nearly vanished from the Holy Spirit continent. It is likely that only the Danling clan possesses them." Lin Chen was astonished. He had never anticipated that the creation elixir would possess strength on par with the Tao diagram realm. This effect was indeed tantalizing, even to him. "Very well. I shall agree to your request." Lin Chen did not hesitate. He was already drawn into accompanying Luo Wuyao to the Slay Immortals sect for the baptism. And this was a perfect opportunity to retrieve the creation elixir. Lu Qinghua cautioned, "Be wary of your life. The Slay Immortals sect is not easy to infiltrate, especially if you force your way in. You are likely to be discovered by the great sage, or even killed on the spot. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Her words were lengthy this time, yet Lin Chen merely smiled with unwavering determination, saying, "Fear not, I must obtain that prescription." After a brief silence, Lu Qinghua continued, "The prescription lies within the Slay Immortals sect, where there exists a 100-pill record that contains a remedy for the Tao poison from 10 years past." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart ignited with fervor. He could hardly believe that the prescription was indeed located within the Slay Immortals sect. Is this not a stroke of fortune for me to acquire the 100-pill record and obtain the prescription? Chapter 646. The coming-of-age ceremony begins. The arrival of the Rain Emperor undoubtedly elevated the atmosphere within the Grand Hall once more. Those present were acutely aware that the Rain Emperor's visit was primarily for the sake of the Danling clan's prescription. Luo Wuyao, with a cup in hand, unceremoniously took a seat beside the Rain Emperor, face alight with mirth, stating, I believe you should not refuse my address." The Rain Emperor, however, did not deign to cast a glance at Luo Wuyao, nor did she respond to his words. Lin Chen observed Luo Wuyao's failed attempts to engage her, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. No matter how charming Luo Wuyao appeared, the Rain Emperor's aloof demeanor remained unchanged, unaffected by his presence. With Lu Qingyue's intelligence, Lin Chen now felt he possessed a measure of confidence regarding the unfolding situation. The audacious plan he harbored remained undisclosed to Jin Wudao. There would be ample time to discuss it later, as the forthcoming actions promised to be exceedingly perilous. Annoyed, Luo Wuyao was acutely aware of the numerous eyes upon him, all vying for the Rain Emperor's attention, not just him, the young clan leader. He sneered inwardly and transmitted his thoughts to the Rain Emperor. "I know you came specifically for the prescription, but if you wish to avoid its destruction, I trust you understand what must be done." At this, the Rain Emperor abruptly turned, her icy yet beautiful gaze fixed upon Luo Wuyao, her expression devoid of warmth as she coldly remarked, "Do not overstep your bounds." "Certainly. I hold you in great affection. How could that be excessive?" The smile upon Luo Wuyao's face grew increasingly vibrant. Regardless of Yu Huang's aloof demeanor, under Luo Wuyao's influence, she still yielded to him. Luo Wuyao continued to engage Yu Huang in lively conversation, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes. What astonished everyone was the remarkable transformation in Yu Huang's attitude towards Luo Wuyao, which was a stark contrast to her previous coldness, as she occasionally responded to him. Although such gestures may seem trivial, they all understood Yu Huang's nature, making this behavior exceptionally significant. Could it be that Yu Huang truly harbors feelings for this young man? Many from other races could not help but ponder silently. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the shift in Yu Huang's demeanor towards Luo Wuyao, which was no longer as frigid as before. He believed Yu Huang was not one to change her attitude so easily. After careful consideration and observing Luo Wuyao's beaming expression, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking to himself, Luo Wuyao, I suspect you are utilizing your medicinal prowess to coerce Yu Huang. I shall see how you manage to maintain your smile later." It seemed that Lin Chen's thoughts resonated with the icy aura emanating from Jin Wudao within the merciless ancient sword, as he too sensed the discontent towards Luo Wuyao. Finally, as evening approached, Elder Li and the 3 esteemed elders of the saint level arrived at the venue. The coming-of-age ceremony was about to commence. For reasons unknown, Lu Qinghua spoke briefly to Lin Chen before departing, choosing to wait outside the Yulian Xianshan for good news from him. We welcome everyone to congratulate our young clan leader on participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. I am confident that after this significant event, our young clan leader will shine even brighter. Elder Li's gaunt face revealed a hint of a smile at that moment. Luo Wuyao rose and stepped forward, with Yu Huang closely following behind him. A wave of astonishment flickered in the eyes of many as they observed Luo Wuyao and Yu Huang standing side by side, their minds racing to decipher the meaning behind Yu Huang's actions. However, judging by her expression, it seemed there was no forced display of disdain. Luo Wuyao scanned the crowd, cupping his hands in greeting, and proclaimed, "Today, I am filled with immense joy, not only because I am to undergo the baptism, but also due to Yu Huang's special arrival today, which amplifies my delight. I eagerly anticipate the new me that will emerge after this coming-of-age ceremony. Likewise, Yu Huang, do you not have something to convey to me?" Instantly, all eyes converged upon Yu Huang, awaiting her response, including Lin Chen's gaze. "Best of luck. I shall await you outside the Killing Immortal sect," Yu Huang stated, her expression devoid of emotion, her tone as frigid as ever. A commotion erupted among the crowd, for when had they ever witnessed Yu Huang offering blessings to another, especially waiting for Luo Wuyao outside the Killing Immortal sect? Many cultivators present exchanged glances filled with envy. To earn the favor of the Rain Emperor, it seems that Luo Wuyao is indeed the first among the crowd thus far. Immediately, members of the Luo family began to lead the applause, and as they took the initiative, the rest followed suit, creating a crisp sound that filled the grand hall with an atmosphere of joyful celebration. Lin Chen also joined in the clapping, yet his gaze remained chillingly indifferent. Luo Wuyao's smile blossomed even more as he sensed the astonishment and surprise in the eyes of those around him, filling him with immense pride. He raised his hand to silence the applause, which ceased instantly. Luo Wuyao then announced that today he had another piece of news. Ning Cheng from our Danling clan would also participate in the coming-of-age ceremony alongside me. Lin Chen stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself beside Luo Wuyao, and with a courteous gesture towards the audience, a smile graced his face. The crowd erupted in excitement. The news of Ning Cheng's participation in the coming-of-age ceremony was resounding. Ning Cheng's talent and strength were fearsome, capable of suppressing even the likes of Quan Tian. If he were to partake in the ceremony, it would herald the emergence of a truly extraordinary genius. The audience burst into applause, this time in unison, the sound far more vigorous than that which had been given to Luo Wuyao. Those present were acutely aware that Lin Chen's talent and cultivation far surpassed that of Luo Wuyao. Yet alas, Lin Chen was not the young clan leader. The Rain Emperor cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, lingering for a moment with a contemplative expression. However, Lin Chen did not return the gaze. He was well aware of the Rain Emperor's suspicions regarding his identity, especially considering his connection to Jian Wudao. Luo Wuyao, keenly observing the Rain Emperor's actions and the reactions of the crowd, felt a surge of discontent. He immediately began a discreet exchange with Elder Li. "Elder Li, can you handle this matter effectively?" Elder Li replied with a faint smile, "Young clan leader, only the direct bloodline of the Luo family can activate the object within the Kill Immortal sect. Once you do, no matter how formidable Ning Cheng's strength, he will not escape your grasp, and all the power of the great Power King Pill will belong to you." Luo Wuyao nodded solemnly, steeling his resolve. He had initially admired Lin Chen, but now, realizing that Lin Chen's strength and talent far exceeded his own, he felt the pressure of being the young clan leader, mingled with jealousy. When Elder Li first proposed this scheme, he had hesitated, but now he agreed without a second thought. He, Luo Wuyao, was destined to be the foremost prodigy of the Danling clan, an existence capable of overpowering Quan Tian in the future. Ning Cheng, do not blame me. I must obtain the Rain Emperor's favor and become the young clan leader of the Danling clan, a true prodigy among the myriad clans, and you shall be a significant part of my grand endeavor. Luo Wuyao mused coldly within. The 387th coming-of-age ceremony of the Danling clan officially commenced. Elder Li suddenly bellowed with authority, a terrifying power emanating from him, accompanied by a sacred aura. The remaining two esteemed elders also acted in unison, their formidable powers surging forth, emanating an aura of sanctity as they directed their energies into the main hall of the family estate. In an instant, 3 beams of holy light descended, each alighting upon Luo Wuyao, Lin Chen, and Yu Huang, causing their figures to vanish in a flash. The three esteemed beings collaboratively activated a grand formation derived from the supreme reincarnation-killing elixir, transporting the trio to the mysterious depths of the Danling clan, home of the killing immortal sect. The rite of passage commenced. Chapter 647, The Immortal Killing Spirit Elixir Pool, first update of the major outburst. 3 strands of holy light descended from the heavens, imbued with the essence of unparalleled elixirs and sacred principles. Lin Chen merely felt himself being swept away by this divine radiance, as if a colossal hand was grasping them and propelling them deeper into the heart of the supreme reincarnation-killing elixir. It appeared that the killing immortal sect resided within this elixir, indicating the presence of a core formation. The voice of Blood Elder was grave, if they were indeed inside. Lin Chen, your endeavor to seize the prescription would undoubtedly become significantly more challenging. Lin Chen's expression grew serious. This supreme reincarnation-killing elixir rivaled the magnitude of a great sage. Intruding into the core of such a being, should one attempt a forced robbery, escape would be nearly impossible. After some contemplation, Lin Chen decided to share his plan and the information he had gathered with Jian Wudao. After all, it would be rather unkind to drag others into a perilous situation without due consideration. Upon hearing Lin Chen's account, Jian Wudao coolly inquired about the reliability of the Dark Clan individual. Lin Chen shook his head, responding earnestly, regardless of her credibility. We must first locate the 100 elixirs record before confronting Luo Wuyao. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting death. Jian Wudao fell silent for a moment before remarking, how does she know you will assist her in acquiring the creation vitality elixir? At this mention, Lin Chen felt a surge of pride, asserting, my reputation has always been impeccable. However, Jian Wudao, upon hearing this, shook his head and coldly stated, since you have acquired the intelligence, there is no need to aid her, lest you invite your own demise. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, yet this indirectly indicated Jian Wudao's stance. Even if it meant facing certain peril, they must venture forth. Moreover, Yu Huang was attentively monitoring the situation outside the killing immortal sect. As Lin Chen's feet touched solid ground, the holy light enveloping him abruptly vanished. In that moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming and rich essence of elixir energy saturating this enigmatic space. Without even absorbing it, Lin Chen sensed the elixir energy infiltrating his being, invigorating him immensely. What an immense concentration of elixir energy. Should I absorb it all, my strength would surely see a significant enhancement. Lin Chen mused as he began to swiftly survey his surroundings. All around him was a vast expanse of white, as though he were enveloped in a world of mist. Yet this mist was composed of concentrated elixir energy, stretching endlessly, a testament to the formidable potency of this place's elixir essence. As Lin Chen's consciousness extended into this mist-laden realm, he found himself enveloped in an unsettling void, akin to descending into an unfathomable abyss. Yet, in this moment, he keenly sensed an ancient presence before them, exuding a terrifying aura of medicinal spirit energy. This, it seemed, was the target of Lin Chen and his companions, the infamous killing immortal sect. Yueying, the killing immortal sect lies ahead. The medicinal spirit energy in this area can serve you well, allowing you to absorb and refine your essence, which will undoubtedly be beneficial for you. Luo Wuyao said gently to Qiu Yueying, a smile gracing his features. With an expression devoid of emotion, Yu Huang merely uttered an indifferent "oh," before her icy gaze shifted to Lin Chen, inquiring, since when did our Danling clan acquire such a prodigy? Luo Wuyao's eyes followed suit, landing on Lin Chen, his expression subtly darkening. He had not anticipated that despite his tenderness and attentiveness towards Yu Huang, which included veiled threats, he would only receive a cold response. Moreover, this Ning Cheng had audaciously prompted Yu Huang to inquire about Lin Chen, which irked Luo Wuyao immensely. Ning Cheng is merely one of my subordinates, Luo Wuyao stated dismissively. Upon hearing Yu Huang's question directed at him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that the more attention he garnered, the more Luo Wuyao would harbor resentment towards him. However, he remained indifferent to Luo Wuyao's feelings. Lin Chen chose not to respond to Yu Huang, for revealing his identity in this situation would jeopardize the entire plan regarding the medicinal formula. Thus, he stood there, cold and detached, the relentless ancient sword resting upon his back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the killing immortal sect. Yu Huang's expression turned contemplative before she withdrew her gaze. Maintaining her haughty demeanor, her breathtaking visage never having graced anyone with a smile. Ning Cheng, accompany me to the killing immortal sect, and do not embarrass me. Luo Wuyao commanded icily, the warmth he had shown Yu Huang vanishing entirely, as if he were a different person. This fellow truly harbors animosity towards me. Yet, the three of us have always been rivals in love. Once I obtain the medicinal formula, I shall deal with you, Lin Chen mused inwardly, while outwardly responding with utmost respect, as you command, young master. Luo Wuyao was pleased with Lin Chen's demeanor, yet he let out a slight cold snort. Believing that Lin Chen was indeed fearful and obedient, a notion that eased Luo Wuyao's mind regarding the affairs to come. With a gentle smile directed at Yu Huang, Luo Wuyao waved farewell before turning, his expression immediately turning frosty as he soared into the depths of the ancient aura's expanse, with Lin Chen closely following. Yu Huang did not watch the retreating figures of the two. Instead, she floated in midair, beginning to absorb the medicinal spirit energy. Her cold yet stunning eyes gradually closed. After several breaths, Lin Chen finally beheld the legendary killing immortal sect. In this boundless white expanse, an ancient portal stood tall, seemingly the terminus of this ethereal realm. Waves of formidable medicinal spirit energy surged forth from within this ancient gateway, transforming into colossal clouds of medicinal essence that scattered in all directions. This ancient portal, towering at 5 meters, is intricately adorned with a profoundly mysterious furnace, within which flames flicker and dance. In stark contrast, the surrounding area is marred with a chaotic array of scars, from which emanates a faint yet chilling aura of ancient malice. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Chen's face. The killing immortal gate, this is the very heart of our entire Luo family. Luo Wuyao, noticing the shock on Lin Chen's visage, spoke with pride, stating that within this killing immortal gate lies a self-sustaining expanse of land spanning 20 miles, wherein countless treasures of our Danling clan are sealed. Lin Chen's astonishment deepened, his voice trembling slightly as he gazed up at Luo Wuyao with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for valuing me so highly and bringing me to such an immensely significant place. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to serve you. However, within Lin Chen's heart, a fervent excitement began to stir. To think of the treasures sealed within, what magnitude of wonders must they possess? If even the creation elixir is among them, might there be other extraordinary treasures lurking within? Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled the exhilarating sensation of raiding the Black Dragon Society's treasure haul, a thrill akin to that of a bandit. Now, he found himself stepping into the sacred grounds of the Danling clan. You need not pledge yourself to such extremes. Simply provide me with the remaining medicinal power of the great power King Dan within you, Luo Wuyao mused to himself, a smirk forming at the thought of the Rain Emperor's peculiar interest in Lin Chen. The thought of Lin Chen's talents and potential left him feeling irked. How could the proud young master of the Danling clan allow an outsider to overshadow him? Of course, Luo Wuyao would not voice these sentiments aloud. Instead, he stated coolly, "Very well. It is gratifying to see my guidance yield results. Allow me to inform you of what to be mindful of during our purification process." Lin Chen regarded him earnestly, nodding in agreement. Luo Wuyao gestured toward the killing immortal gate, saying, "Inside the killing immortal gate, there exists a place known as the killing immortal spiritual Dan pool. This pool is imbued with the essence of killing immortal will and contains the elixirs of numerous spiritual pills, capable of enhancing one's physical form and amplifying their innate Dan source, with effects of unparalleled potency." Once more, a look of yearning illuminated Lin Chen's face. Luo Wuyao, pleased with Lin Chen's demeanor, then adopted a grave expression. However, this killing immortal Dan pool also harbors terrifying destructive power. You must heed my commands at all times. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Lin Chen, taken aback, promptly assured him, "I shall certainly follow your guidance, esteemed clan leader." That is reassuring, Luo Wuyao thought, a surge of excitement bubbling within him. With Lin Chen now at the killing immortal gate, how could he possibly escape his grasp? The mere thought of the formidable power of the great power King Dan ignited a fervor in Luo Wuyao's heart. He produced an ancient token, resplendent and translucent, with ethereal Dan flows coursing through it, inscribed with an enigmatic character for Dan. With a flick of his finger, Luo Wuyao propelled the token towards the killing immortal gate. The killing immortal gate, grant me passage. In an instant, a dull yet resounding sound reverberated through this vast, white expanse. The killing immortal gate has opened. A terrifying force of attraction emanated from within the gate, as if an invisible hand grasped Lin Chen and Luo Wuyo, pulling them into its depths. Seated amidst this white world, the Rain Emperor, after the echo of the ominous sound, reopened her icy, beautiful eyes, now shimmering with a hint of curiosity. Upon entering the 20-mile radius created by the killing immortal gate, Lin Chen immediately sensed an aura of formidable power lurking within this territory, making his heart race. Even he, upon stepping into this realm, could not help but shiver, instinctively wary of the menacing energies subtly pulsating around him. An ancient essence brewed within the killing immortal gate, reminiscent of the primordial chaos from eons past. Moreover, the spiritual essence of the elixirs here was far more potent than that of the outside world, with faint echoes of dragon roars and phoenix dances resonating in the sky. These spiritual essences transformed into dragons and phoenixes, taking on tangible forms of immense strength. As Lin Chen gazed into this world, he beheld countless spiritual essence dragons swirling around him, with new dragons continuously forming and then dissipating into the air, transforming into elixir spirit energy, vanishing from sight. Clearly, these elixir spirits were expelled by the killing immortal gate, dispersing into the surrounding white realm. Furthermore, within this 20-mile expanse, Lin Chen discovered 10 ancient palaces. Each palace was adorned with intricate and imposing formations, radiating an aura akin to supreme imperial artifacts. It was evident that these palaces housed treasures of extraordinary value. The essence emanating from these 10 palaces was not what caused trepidation. Rather, it was the powerful aura subtly revealing itself from within each of the 10 halls, each distinct and immensely potent. Within these halls lay the coveted treasures of the Danling clan. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Blood Old urged Lin Chen, remember to collect all 10 palaces. It will not only amplify your strength exponentially, but also fortify your alliance tremendously. Lin Chen merely chuckled, saying little in response, as he found himself drawn to another aura. The 10 palaces formed a colossal circle, encircling an ancient, vast pool at the center. This pool, steeped in antiquity, harbored a statue at its heart, an ancient figure, alluring yet indistinct in features, emanating an aura of age but lacking any overt power. Within the pool, a liquid resembling pure white essence surged, filling an expanse of 2 miles. Within these elixirs, a faint ancient aura of slaughter flickers, and within them brews a terrifyingly immense energy, the essence of the elixirs. Grander than the celestial seas, the spiraling dragons of elixir spirit energy that continuously surge forth are manifestations born from this pool. With every breath, dozens of these dragons ascend. And astonishingly, the elixir liquid within this pool shows no sign of diminishing, as if it were boundless. This is the slaughtering immortal elixir pool, the sanctum of our baptism. Luo Wuyo spoke to Lin Chen with a calm demeanor, revealing that beneath the infinite elixir liquid lies a trace of ancient intent of slaughtering immortals, an unfathomable terror. Lin Chen nodded, indeed sensing that within this slaughtering immortal elixir pool, there resided an extraordinarily fearsome ancient aura, subtly shimmering, a supreme aura of annihilation. However, could it be that Luo Wuyo would so easily allow himself to undergo such refinement? Young master, what are those 10 palaces? Lin Chen could not help but swallow hard. His eyes filled with astonishment. 10 exceptional imperial artifacts. They shimmer with a certain Taoist essence, far more terrifying than the ancient sword I fortuitously acquired. Luo Wuyo glanced at the ancient sword behind Lin Chen, which subtly emanated a ruthless and regal intent. Indeed, this sword was no ordinary weapon. Inwardly, Luo Wuyo scoffed, thinking of Lin Chen as a naive bumpkin. These 10 palaces house some of the precious treasures brought by our clan to the Holy Spirit continent. They comprise 1/3 of our Danling clan's wealth. As Lin Chen stepped into the slaughtering immortal gate, Luo Wuyo's impatience waned, for at that moment, Lin Chen appeared to him as a caged tiger, ready for slaughter. Only 1/3? That's astonishing. I had no idea our clan possessed such a vast treasure. Lin Chen exclaimed involuntarily. Luo Wuyo secretly pondered how this outsider could be privy to such confidential information, yet he relished the shock evident on Lin Chen's face. Regardless of Lin Chen's profound cultivation and great fortune, he was still merely a bumpkin. By the way, Young master, previously I killed a few members of the bloodthirsty clan. They mentioned something about 800 elixir record. What is that? It sounds quite formidable, Lin Chen casually inquired, seemingly recalling something. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuyao's expression darkened with murderous intent. The 100 elixir record? Humph. Those scoundrels of the bloodthirsty clan simply seek to lay their hands on our Danling clan's formulas. He then shot Lin Chen a glance, adding, "It would be of no benefit to tell you about the 100 elixir record." Lin Chen felt a pang of unease. Was he expected to search through all 10 palaces one by one? However, it matters not to inform you. The 100 elixir record is located within the strongest palace. Heavily protected, even those in the Dao diagram realm would find it difficult to enter the slaughtering immortal gate, let alone retrieve it, Luo Wuyao stated nonchalantly. The mention of the 100 elixir record brought to his mind the Rain Emperor. Once he succeeded in his baptism and harnessed the potent energy of the great strength Heavenly King elixir within Lin Chen, he would possess sufficient qualifications to claim the 100 elixir record. Upon obtaining the coveted Baidan Lu, the conquest of the Rain Emperor became merely a matter of this one proposition. Lin Chen cast a glance at the most imposing palace, elated to discover that Luo Wuyao had indeed divulged the precise location of the Baidan Lu. He began to ponder whether he should confront Luo Wuyao directly and seize the Baidan Lu. Meanwhile, the mere thought of the Rain Emperor's haughty yet enchanting visage, coupled with her alluring and graceful form, ignited an intangible flame within Luo Wuyao's core. Envisioning the ice goddess, revered by thousands, reduced to a state of surrender beneath him, elicited an exhilarating thrill. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Wuyao could hardly contain his impatience, urging Lin Chen to act forthwith and join him in the baptism. Chapter 649, Absorption, Third Update of the Great Outburst. Pressured by Luo Wuyao, Lin Chen felt a cold smirk form within him. Armed with the precise location of the Baidan Lu, he contemplated whether to unleash his pent-up frustrations on Luo Wuyao. Lin Chen had always considered himself a man of impulse rather than reason. His desire to strike Luo Wuyao stemmed purely from personal disdain. Lin Chen, I believe now would be the worst time to turn against him, Blood Elder chuckled ominously. You must realize that creating a ruckus upon entry would undoubtedly attract the attention of the outside Danling clan's great sages. How will you escape then? After some contemplation, Lin Chen acknowledged the wisdom in Blood Elder's words. Blood Elder continued, now is the perfect opportunity to delve into the Danling clan's treasures, particularly the killing immortal spirit Dan pool, where you can absorb its essence. Once Luo Wuyao completes his coming-of-age ceremony and is obliged to retrieve the Baidan Lu, you will only need to decisively confront him to effortlessly claim it. The Baidan Lu was housed within that grand hall, and Lin Chen understood that obtaining it would require significant effort, with the potential for unwanted disturbances. After reflecting, Lin Chen resolved to refrain from confrontation for the time being, only to resort to it if absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, he harbored suspicions regarding Luo Wuyao's intentions, uncertain of what lay beneath the surface. Perhaps his concerns were magnified by rivalrous emotions. Shaking his head, Lin Chen smiled at Luo Wuyao and declared, Young master, I am prepared and ready to heed your command. As the young master of the Luo family, Luo Wuyao possessed a calm demeanor and advised Lin Chen, you shall descend into the killing immortal spirit Dan pool alongside me. But take heed. Once inside, you must remain motionless, preserving your initial posture upon entry. Lin Chen nodded earnestly, signaling his understanding. The pool is brimming with limitless spirit liquid. All you need to do is maintain your form and absorb it, refining your essence. After 3 days, the will of the killing immortal will emerge to further refine your body. Luo Wuyao elaborated as he soared towards the spirit pool, with Lin Chen following closely behind. As Lin Chen drew closer to the killing immortal spirit pill pool, he increasingly sensed its extraordinary nature. The energy contained within was not only pure, but also immensely vast. Given 3 days to absorb it, Lin Chen would undoubtedly gain significant benefits. Initially, he had contemplated abandoning Jian Wudao to prevent him from reaping such rewards. But considering the potential dangers associated with the pill pool, it was wiser to keep him nearby. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, Jian Wudao, unaware of his thoughts, quietly expressed heartfelt gratitude, which brought Lin Chen great joy. Ning Cheng, remember, do not act recklessly. Luo Wuyao bellowed at Lin Chen, his figure immediately swirling above the killing immortal spirit pill pool before finally descending into its depths. Instantly, a potent aura of medicinal pills surged forth from Luo Wuyo. Akin to an ancient celestial dragon, an unusual phenomenon began to manifest above his head, depicting an ethereal figure of a Taoist engaged in alchemical practices, brimming with strength. As streams of spirit liquid were continuously absorbed by Luo Wuyo, the old alchemical phenomenon was discerned at a glance by the elder, who exclaimed in admiration, recognizing why Luo Wuyo was esteemed by the Luo family. His prowess in alchemy was indeed formidable, and as the direct heir of the Luo family, his speed in absorbing the spirit liquid was equally astonishing. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the alchemical visage behind Luo Wuyo, and upon witnessing his rapid absorption of the spirit liquid, each intake resembling a dragon of liquid essence entering his form, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. Luo Wuyo, noticing Lin Chen's prolonged gaze, secretly smirked. Although his current strength did not surpass that of Ning Cheng, when it came to absorbing the spirit liquid, he was the foremost within the alchemical city. Let you enjoy these 3 days. Soon, despair shall be yours, he mused silently. As the aura of the alchemical phenomenon intensified, Luo Wuyo focused intently on absorbing the spirit liquid to refine his being. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he fixed his attention on the statue nearby. In an instant, he vanished, appearing beside the statue of the woman, effectively blocking Luo Wuyo's line of sight. So much spirit liquid. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with a terrifying green light, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. Dark, swirling energies began to emanate from his entire being. He refrained from summoning the devouring phenomenon to avoid Luo Wuyo's incantations and instead activated the devouring magic arts, unleashing countless black tendrils from his form. Within Lin Chen, the devouring magic arts activated with tremendous force. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, startling Luo Wuyo from his meditative state of absorbing the spirit liquid. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld dozens of colossal dragons formed from the spirit liquid flowing continuously into Lin Chen's vicinity. With each inhalation and exhalation, legions of spirit liquid dragons materialized. In comparison to the solitary dragon of elixir spirit under Luo Wuyao's control, this is truly a case of the minor confronting the major. Luo Wuyao trembled several times, rendered speechless, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. According to the records of their elixir spirit clan, aside from the first ancestor, no one had ever possessed the ability to absorb the strength of dozens of elixir spirit dragons. Could it be that this detestable Ning Cheng is, in fact, the reincarnation of the ancestor? Luo Wuyao glanced at his own elixir spirit dragon, which was exhaling, and instantly felt dwarfed by Ning Cheng. This must be the effect of the mighty king elixir. Luo Wuyao silently seethed, vowing that in 3 days, he would seize the remaining power of the mighty king elixir entirely for himself. With a surge of indignation, Luo Wuyao's countenance darkened significantly, and he began to absorb the elixir spirit liquid with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, concealed behind a statue, activated his devouring magic to absorb the elixir spirit liquid. As he felt the momentum within himself, he began to transform with each intake of the elixir spirit liquid. In chapter 650, titled The Ancient Will to Slay Immortals, Lin Chen's every breath drew in dozens of elixir spirit dragons into his being. With each infusion, Lin Chen's aura intensified. Should a powerful observer scrutinize Lin Chen's form, they would discern a faintly glowing chart of Tao radiating from within him. The immense spiritual energy and vitality brought forth by these elixir spirit dragons were cleansing the Tao chart within Lin Chen. The potency of the Tao chart varies in strength. Each individual's Tao chart can culminate in a peak of 100 Tao traces. However, Lin Chen's Tao chart is capable of condensing 400 Tao traces. At this moment, the voice of the Blood Elder resonated with supreme authority. To step into the realm of the Tao chart, one must master 10 divine techniques to construct the Tao chart. Upon ascending to the realm of the Tao chart, these 10 divine techniques can give rise to the initial Tao traces. Tao traces are the very essence of the Tao coalescing into ethereal marks, drifting within the Tao chart. The greater the number of Tao traces, the more formidable the Tao chart becomes. At present, Lin Chen, having initially condensed 13 divine techniques, possesses merely 13 Tao traces. While others can condense a maximum of 100 Tao traces, I am capable of condensing 400. Once I achieve this, I shall be unparalleled among peers. Upon hearing the Blood Elder's introduction, Lin Chen felt his heart ignite with fervor. "Hurry and absorb," Lin Chen bellowed, as torrents of elixir spirit dragons surged into his being. An aura of resolute ferocity began to shimmer within him. These elixir spirit dragons transformed into colossal energy, circulating within Lin Chen's Dao chart. Upon introspecting his Dao chart, one could discern 13 distinctly different wills in operation. This was the essence of divine techniques. These 13 Dao traces were the key to solidifying the Dao chart. Lin Chen incessantly absorbed the vast elixir spirit dragons, and within the Dao chart, his true essence of the Dao began to manifest. A series of ethereal traces of the Dao began to materialize slowly, gradually shimmering within the Dao diagram. Over the course of 3 days, Luo Wuyao's state of mind nearly twisted in turmoil, yet he could only suppress the tumult within. This was due to Lin Chen's astonishingly rapid absorption of the dragon's essence, coupled with the increasingly formidable aura emanating from that direction, which incited an overwhelming jealousy within Luo Wuyao. During these 3 days, Lin Chen had successfully condensed 10 Dao traces, while the dragon's essence he absorbed was of an extraordinarily terrifying caliber. It was evident to Luo Wuyao that the level of the immortal slaying elixir pool had significantly diminished by several meters. Jian Wudao also reaped considerable benefits. The aura of the ruthless ancient sword grew significantly stronger, with Dao rhythms flickering within, clearly indicating the condensation of several Dao traces. As the 3 days elapsed, Luo Wuyao's voice suddenly resonated, grave and serious. "Ning Cheng, I am about to activate the immortal slaying will to refine our bodies." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to keenly perceive the rapid decline of the essence within the elixir pool, as if a terrifying abyss at the bottom were continuously siphoning the elixir away. The latent murderous intent that had been subtly radiating transformed at this moment into something far more terrifying, an ancient aura beginning to flicker ominously. "What an overwhelming killing intent!" Jian Wudao exclaimed. Being from the lineage of sword cultivators, he was naturally acutely sensitive to such murderous energy. Suddenly, an ancient tremor resonated within Lin Chen's being. The 7-foot void sky sword, long sealed away, sensed the encroaching killing intent and quivered slightly, releasing a faint wave before subsiding into silence. Remarkably, even this quasi-Dao weapon, sealed away, was stirred momentarily by the faint killing aura. "Lin Chen, be cautious. This killing intent is exceedingly ancient. Though it is but a wisp, it undoubtedly belongs to a fearsome entity from antiquity. Its power should not be underestimated." The voice of Blood Elder conveyed a profound gravity. At this moment, Luo Wuyao, holding an ancient token inscribed with the word kill, wore a face that had been dark for 3 whole days, now finally revealing a hint of a chilling smile. "Ning Cheng, when the immortal slaying will surges from the depths of the pool, it will purify your flesh. Remember, do not resist," Luo Wuyao stated with an unperturbed demeanor. Feeling the ancient and dignified killing aura that enveloped the entire pool, his heart stirred with excitement. Lin Chen nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed intently on the pool's depths, pondering the true might of the ancient immortal slaying will. As if to validate Lin Chen's thoughts, Luo Wuyao, brandishing the token, suddenly bellowed, "Immortal slaying will, heed my command. Annihilate all under heaven." A terrifying explosion reverberated from the depths of the pool, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened from slumber. A formidable aura of murderous intent surged forth, akin to a blade from the primordial wilderness, piercing through the land surrounding the entire killing immortal sect within a 20-mile radius. The palaces housing 10 exquisite imperial artifacts trembled in unison. The atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying. Lin Chen's countenance shifted slightly, and his gaze sharpened with an unparalleled intensity. This malevolent energy sought his very life at this moment. Within a certain forbidden area of the Luo residence, 3 great sages resided. "Ha! The child of no remedy has finally activated the will of the ancient killing immortal." One elder laughed heartily, as if sensing something. Another sage elder chuckled as well, stating that the will of the ancient killing immortal could annihilate the life essence within our Danling clan's bodies. Even Lin Chen, formidable as he was, would struggle to escape the lethal embrace of the killing immortal's will, ultimately leading to his corporeal destruction. The potency of the great power Heavenly King's elixir would be unleashed, allowing for a renewed convergence. The will of the ancient killing immortal is inherently a tool to temper the fundamental abilities of our Danling clan. Should it be fully activated, even my life essence would be thoroughly eradicated, the elder scoffed, asserting that regardless of Ning Cheng's prowess, as a member of the Danling clan, he could not evade the deadly grasp of the killing immortal's will. As a Danling clansman, he was innately linked to his life essence, the wellspring of his entire power. This ancient will, a remnant of bygone eras, possessed a unique efficacy specifically designed to eradicate life essences. Originally, this killing immortal's will was meant to be controlled by each successive young clan leader to refine their own life essence. Yet this time, it had compelled Luo Wuyao to exert his full strength. A conspiracy had irrevocably commenced. Chapter 651. Confronting the Ancient Will. The terrifying murderous intent enveloped the entire 20-mile expanse. The ground quivered slightly, and even the palaces housing the exquisite imperial artifacts trembled under the influence of the ancient killing immortal's will. This was merely a fragment of the ancient will in motion. Yet such a slender thread could generate such a formidable aura. One could only imagine the intensity of its full form. Lin Chen felt every fiber of his being tense, for this overwhelming ancient menace had him in its sights. The entirety of the killing immortal's essence was singularly focused on him, Lin Chen. In that moment, he comprehended that Luo Wuyao possessed something capable of wielding the ancient killing immortal's will, specifically aimed at him. What puzzled Lin Chen, however, was the motive behind Luo Wuyao's pursuit. Had he inadvertently exposed himself? Regardless of the reasons, Lin Chen's eyes turned frigid. This fragment of the killing immortal's will lurked within the roiling Danling pool, conveying to Lin Chen the sensation that within this pool lay a blade from antiquity, glimmering with a lethal sheen, poised to strike at any moment. Young clan leader, why does this murderous aura solely target me? Lin Chen feigned difficulty in swallowing, a subtle tremor of trepidation flickering across his visage as he could not help but voice his concern. Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, Luo Wuyao felt a surge of excitement that swept away the gloom and fury of the past 3 days. Unable to contain himself, he laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Ning Cheng, do you not understand? The ancient will of the killing immortal is specifically aimed at eradicating you." As he spoke, Luo Wuyao's laughter faded, and a rare, cruel smile appeared on his handsome face. "Why must it kill me?" Lin Chen's expression shifted, and he could not help but raise his voice in inquiry. "Humph. The ancient will of the killing immortal possesses a unique power that, for reasons unknown, can directly annihilate the life source of our Danling clan. In ancient times, our progenitor found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate such a threat to our clan, ultimately vanquishing the killing immortal but leaving behind this lingering will." Luo Wuyao sneered repeatedly, explaining that this remnant of the killing immortal's will, when fully activated, could obliterate a life source of the great sage level. Originally, this was intended to refine my life source, but now, compelled by the presence of the great strength King Dan within you, I must employ the will of the killing immortal to destroy your life source and extract the medicinal essence of the great strength King Dan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was struck with sudden clarity, though he couldn't suppress a peculiar laugh. He had never anticipated that Luo Wuyao, in summoning this remnant of the killing immortal's will, harbored ambitions for the great strength King Dan within him. According to Luo Wuyao's reasoning, as a member of the Danling clan possessing a life source, the residual potency of the great strength King Dan resided within Lin Chen's life source. By invoking the will of the killing immortal to annihilate Lin Chen's life unit, all the remaining potency of the great strength King Dan would belong to Luo Wuyao. What a clever scheme. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the depth of Luo Wuyao's machinations, realizing that he had been plotting this conspiracy without his awareness. Indeed, it was an exceptionally astute calculation. However, you deceitful Luo Wuyao, despite my unwavering loyalty to you, how could you dare to treat me this way? Lin Chen erupted in fury as he raged against Luo Wuyao. Unfazed by Lin Chen's explosive outburst, Luo Wuyao felt a sense of exhilaration welling up within him. No longer indulging in mockery, he eagerly sought the great strength King Dan, raising a command token and bellowing, "Killing immortal's will. Obliterate the essence of the Dan medicine without reservation. Unleash your full power to destroy." Immediately, under Luo Wuyao's command, the entire killing immortal Dan spirit pool erupted into chaos. The Dan spirit liquid boiling as if it were scalding water. A terrifying killing intent swept through the skies, and descended upon the earth. With a thunderous roar, the Dan spirit liquid of the pool was violently cleaved in two, revealing an unfathomable abyss within, flickering with boundless killing intent and a formidable array in terrifying operation. A chilling glimmer emerged from the endless darkness, as the will of the killing immortal, like a frigid blade, suddenly pierced forth from the depths of the abyss, aiming to strike down upon Lin Chen. An ancient roar resonated from this fragment of the killing immortal's will, imbued with boundless murderous intent, as if no one could thwart the heart filled with overwhelming malice. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo Wuyao's body trembled uncontrollably, as his life source pill instinctively reacted to the fear emanating from this formidable power. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold, greedy smile spreading across his face as he gazed at Lin Chen. He yearned for Lin Chen to be struck down in a single blow, so that the remaining potency of the Great King Pill could be unleashed. Get lost, Lin Chen bellowed, an eruption of silver light bursting forth from his form. Clad in shimmering silver armor, with hair billowing like a tempest, he resembled a deity of war descending from the heavens. He launched a powerful punch directly at the essence of this killing intent, unleashing the full might of his supreme imperial artifact. The impact sent Lin Chen staggering back several meters, his blood surging violently within him. The wisp of killing intent quivered in midair, experiencing a significant counterattack. What immense power! Lin Chen could not help but exclaim. He was astonished that this wisp of killing intent could withstand the full force of his supreme imperial artifact, even disregarding its peculiar ability to slay the life source of the Danling clan. The sheer lethality it possessed was immensely formidable. It was no wonder that the 7-foot void sword within him had stirred slightly in response to this oppressive aura. The killing intent is unparalleled. Ning Chen, your supreme imperial artifact is utterly ineffective. Luo Wuyao laughed heartily at the sight, his eyes glinting with insatiable greed. After all, it was this supreme imperial artifact that had allowed Lin Chen to subdue Quangtian so thoroughly. Lin Chen's fingers radiated with spiritual light as he shouted, "Ancient sword, unsheath, slay all." Without indulging in any further discourse with Jin Wudao, he seized the emotionless ancient sword, channeling his power into a devastating strike against the wisp of killing intent. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Jin Wudao, unable to contain his frustration at being wielded as a mere weapon, roared in his consciousness. Lin Chen merely chuckled, offering no further words, and delivered an even more terrifying blow toward the killing intent. Bang! Once again, Lin Chen was violently repelled, the emotionless ancient sword slipping from his grasp, quaking intensely. Buzzing incessantly, Jin Wudao, trapped within the sword, was jostled violently, his blood surging chaotically. At this moment, Jin Wudao's gaze turned cold with terror. Yet before he could unleash his wrath, he beheld the wisp of killing intent descending upon Lin Chen like an unmatched blade, gathering all its lethal energy at Lin Chen's brow. This made Lin Chen's brow twitch, his gaze momentarily dazed, as if he could see the wisp of killing intent transcending space, poised to obliterate his consciousness. In that moment, the wisp of killing intent emitted a lethal aura, a will to kill that could not be countered by mere force or divine abilities. This unpredictable and uncanny attack rendered any defense futile. Luo Wuyao, witnessing this scene, could not contain his exhilaration, laughing loudly. Ning Chen, cease your futile resistance. The will to slay immortals will directly obliterate your life source, rendering you utterly defenseless. At this moment, Luo Wuyao's heart began to race with fervor. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lin Chen, as if he beheld the fabled pill of the mighty king of force materializing before him, reflecting on the previous oppression by Quangtian and the indifference of the Reign Emperor. Luo Wuyao's confidence surged, compelling him to roar that he, Luo Wuyao, was on the brink of ascension. Chapter 652, Identity Exposed, the sixth surge of the Great Eruption. Outside the slaying immortal gate, three great saints interwove their consciousnesses. The elderly took the lead, piercing through various formations and restrictions, directing his focus towards the slaying immortal gate. As if sensing something, a smile crept upon Elder Li's face. The ancient will to slay immortals had been fully summoned by Wu Yao, poised to annihilate that Ning Chen. Splendid. Another great saint laughed heartily, his mood exceedingly buoyant. A third great saint, however, wore a cold smirk, stating that since the ancient will to slay immortals had erupted, Annihilating Ning Cheng's life source would merely take a few breaths. Very well. Elderly nodded in agreement with the words of the other saint, declaring, "Let us proceed to the slaying immortal gate and prepare to welcome Luo Wuyao." The two other great saints did not oppose Elder Li's suggestion, and thus, the three saints soared towards the slaying immortal gate. Meanwhile, within the slaying immortal gate, this ancient and terrifying will to slay immortals pierced deeply into Lin Chen's mind. Aiming to shatter his resolve, this was a primal will of slaughter, intent on annihilating all in its path. Luo Wuyao's eyes widened as he witnessed this scene. His heart racing with anticipation, focused intently, for he yearned to witness the destruction of Lin Chen's life source. However, at that very moment, Luo Wuyao suddenly felt an icy chill penetrate his heart. His gaze hardened as he beheld an ancient sword, glinting with a cold light, rushing towards him with deadly intent. Humph! Merely a supreme royal weapon devoid of energy support, daring to attack me? How foolish! Luo Wuyao was incensed, astonished that Lin Chen's weapon would audaciously interrupt his moment of historical significance. In a flash, Luo Wuyao retaliated, delivering a powerful palm strike. Waves of spiritual energy from countless pills surged forth, and from his strike emerged 10 pills, each brimming with tremendous power. Bang! The ancient sword trembled violently as the 10 pills erupted with terrifying force, akin to a giant's full-strength punch, halting the sword's relentless advance. A smile flickered across Luo Wuyao's face. Yet, in the next instant, a voice, cold as ice, echoed ominously, "You are doomed." Luo Wuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a figure emerging from the ancient sword, a living man exuding a formidable and chilling aura. In a moment of astonishment, Luo Wuyao was taken aback upon discovering that his adversary wielded an ancient sword. With a single sweeping strike, an endless surge of sword energy erupted forth, shattering all of his elixirs into halves. "What manner of being are you, wielding the essence of man and sword to infiltrate my Damling clan?" As the young clan leader of the Damling, Luo Wuyao possessed extensive knowledge and immediately bellowed at Jian Wudao. At this moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. He had never anticipated that the ancient sword carried by Ning Cheng was a manifestation of a profound sword cultivator's unity of man and sword, evading the scrutiny of the Damling clan's formidable warriors. Who was this person? Why did Ning Cheng bring this sword here? As Luo Wuyao cast another glance at Lin Chen, his expression transformed dramatically. He beheld a strand of the intent to kill an immortal piercing Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, causing Lin Chen's body to shudder violently. A terrifying Dao diagram surged forth from Lin Chen's back, a pitch-black illustration shimmering with 13 distinct divine lights, with 23 traces of the Dao weaving like celestial dragons across the starry sky, emanating an aura of mysterious and formidable power. The entire immortal-slaying Damling pool seemed to react to the emergence of this diagram, beginning to churn violently. The Dao diagram of their Damling clan was no match for such martial arts. It bore no trace of Damling energy. This revelation left Luo Wuyao utterly astounded. Ning Cheng was not even a member of the Damling clan. This shocking news struck him like a divine thunderbolt, immobilizing him entirely. The intent to kill an immortal, merely a remnant thought, dared to annihilate him. Today, he would shatter that final remnant completely. A surge of dominance radiated from Lin Chen. Countless formidable wills erupted from the martial arts diagram behind him. The nobility of subduing the heavens, the ancient dragon soaring through the void, the stealthy assassins hidden within the cosmos. All these wills erupted simultaneously, crashing down upon the intent to kill an immortal. Instantly, the remnant thought embedded in Lin Chen's mind came to an abrupt halt, unable to withstand the onslaught of such terrifying martial wills. The sound of cracking echoed as Lin Chen was enveloped in a blinding silver light, utterly obliterating the intent to kill an immortal. The martial arts diagram then sank into Lin Chen's being, vanishing from sight. After consolidating various divine powers into the diagram, it allowed its wielder to cultivate their own will within. This time, in confronting the immortal slaying intent, Lin Chen unleashed his hand of subjugation, the 9 ethereal manifestations, and the ancient techniques of stealthy annihilation, effortlessly crushing the ancient will to kill immortals. Suspended in the air, Lin Chen regarded Luo Wuyao with a cold gaze, the corners of his lips curving into a smirk. Luo Wuyao was left speechless, utterly astonished. How could this be? This person before me clearly radiates the aura of the Damling clan, yet is not one of us. Moreover, several elders within the clan have scrutinized him, finding no discrepancies. Yet now, the ironclad truth rendered Luo Wuyao utterly speechless. Luo Wuyao, I never imagined you would still wish to harm me in the end. I had intended to spare your life. It now appears that such necessity has faded. Lin Chen remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Jian Wudao. I leave him to you. Jian Wudao's gaze turned frigid, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth from him. The heartless ancient sword trembled to life, and the murderous intent surrounding them converged like an intricate web towards Luo Wuyao. A colossal black hole surged behind Lin Chen, descending into the tranquil waters of the killing immortal pill spirit pool, exuding a terrifying pull. The essence of the damling liquid began to flicker around Lin Chen once more, as pure and unblemished pills commenced their gathering within his being. These pills, while distinct from the law spirit pills, shared a similar nature, encapsulating the might of a dragon of magical power. Originally, this damling liquid was intended for the crafting of spiritual pills. Yet, upon being consumed by Lin Chen's devouring anomaly, it transformed into a torrent of pills. Quickly seize the moment, or our situation will become perilous. As Jian Wudao lunged towards Luo Wuyao, he did not forget to convey a cold message to Lin Chen. Upon witnessing the emergence of that pitch-black black hole behind Lin Chen, Luo Wuyao's complexion darkened, for he had clearly discerned Lin Chen's true identity. Lin Chen, the embodiment of sin. In Chapter 653, the creation of the life-generating pill, the phenomenon of devouring had been profoundly documented across various races, particularly among the Damling clan, who had narrowly escaped the overwhelming onslaught of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. Thus, they held a keen interest in the sacred vein body. When the devouring anomaly manifested behind Lin Chen, it stirred a tempest of shock within Luo Wuyao. He had never imagined that this Ning Cheng was, in fact, Lin Chen. Recognizing the aura emanating from Lin Chen, Luo Wuyao suddenly comprehended. Was the legendary power of the devouring anomaly finally being unleashed? Lin Chen, how dare you infiltrate our Damling clan? What is your true intention? Luo Wuyao could not contain his rage, sensing that Lin Chen might be executing some sinister scheme. Reflecting on the immense effort he had expended, Luo Wuyao was seized by a spasm of despair. All his plans were crumbling. Furthermore, the will of the killing immortal had been shattered by Lin Chen, rendering his body incapable of undergoing the forging and refining process. In a fit of fury, it felt as though Luo Wuyao's chest would burst with rage. However, his answer did not come from Lin Chen, but rather from a terrifying beam of sword light descending from above, wielding the power to cleave mountains as it aimed to obliterate Luo Wuyao. Luo Wuyao's expression shifted dramatically as the ancient image of the old Lord's alchemy manifested behind him, radiating the formidable essence of pills, instantly shattering the sword light into fragments. Jian Wudao's demeanor remained indifferent, as spirals of demonic energy began to entwine around the heartless ancient sword, significantly augmenting its power. Luo Wuyao undoubtedly sensed the pressure exerted by Jian Wudao, compelling him to forcibly suppress his rising fury. These despicable individuals, daring to covet the interests of the Damling clan, truly deserve their fate. The vision of the old lord refining pills manifested, as flames erupted from the furnace, transforming into countless fiery chains that surged toward Jian Wudao's form. Falling leaves, devoid of sentiment, Jian Wudao coldly articulated, his figure flickering like autumn leaves, swirling through the skies. Yet with each movement, he unleashed a relentless torrent of merciless sword energy, infused with swirling devilish aura, tearing through the atmosphere with boundless force. This seemingly erratic dance of falling leaves was, in fact, a manifestation of sword intent, slicing through the flames conjured by the old lord's alchemical vision, reducing them to naught but void. Jian Wudao's prowess was sufficient to firmly suppress Luo Wuyao. Meanwhile, at this moment, Lin Chen, having summoned the devouring vision, continuously absorbed the essence of the elixirs. While a profound aura surged forth from his being, he directly unleashed the Zhan Yuan Piaomiao step. Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the grand hall at the center, radiating the most formidable energy, and with just 4 strides, he arrived before its entrance. Above Lin Chen's head, 6 colossal portals of ghostly deities ascended, converging to form a formidable gate of demonic might. The 6th Xian Life and Death Gate, an exceptional imperial artifact, combined their energies into an overwhelming force. Under Lin Chen's command, it surged forth with terrifying demonic intent to suppress the vast palace. "No!" Luo Wuyao exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror as he could not contain his roar upon witnessing Lin Chen's assault on the palace. The old lord's alchemical vision behind him was equally fearsome, unleashing a torrent of flaming tongues that bore down upon Jian Wudao. Luo Wuyao was acutely aware that Lin Chen's actions were aimed at the palace, targeting the essence of the 100-Dan record. For seasons, devoid of sentiment, Jian Wudao countered Luo Wuyao's eruption, once again employing a ruthless sword intent. 4 terrifying beams of sword light manifested, representing the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each embodying distinct powers, as they tore through the flaming tongues hurled by Luo Wuyao. Despite Luo Wuyao's fierce onslaught, he could not breach Jian Wudao's defenses. The Dao marks within Luo Wuyao surged significantly, while Jian Wudao also reaped substantial benefits from the Damling Pool. Frustrated and driven to madness by Jian Wudao's obstruction, Luo Wuyao unleashed a barrage of over 100 elixirs, each radiating diverse energies of immense potency. The colossal gate of ghostly deities collided with the palace, releasing an inexhaustible torrent of formidable power, akin to a celestial mountain descending, shaking the very foundations of the realm. The palace's protective barriers manifested in response to this strike, but without a doubt, they were shattered by the overwhelming force of the immense gate. The palace trembled continuously, its aura waning. For the energy of the palace was not comparable to that of the 6 Xian Life and Death Gate, which was bolstered by Lin Chen's vast magical prowess. The mixed Yuan disruption slash unleashed a breathtaking sharpness that pierced the heavens. In that moment, Lin Chen's form transformed into an unparalleled divine blade, emitting a luminous arc reminiscent of a crescent moon as it cleaved towards the palace. This radiant arc was imbued with boundless power to shatter illusions. The might of the mixed Yuan disruption slash, an unparalleled technique, was formidable, especially now with Lin Chen's vast magical prowess from the Dao diagram realm propelling it directly against the palace's grand entrance. The barriers guarding the door cascaded in response, but were obliterated in an instant by Lin Chen's strike, resulting in a resounding explosion as the entrance shattered completely. Within the span of 2 exchanges, this magnificent imperial palace had been unsealed for Lin Chen. Luo Wuyao's complexion paled slightly, his hands trembling involuntarily as he watched Lin Chen dart into the palace like a bolt of lightning, causing his heart to seize with trepidation. "Lin Chen, the 100-Dan record belongs to me. No one shall take it." Luo Wuyao bellowed towards Lin Chen, as a vast expanse of golden light surged behind him, emanating a menacing aura that drew a frown from Jian Wudao. "Creation Golden Sovereign Pill, unleash your wrath." A golden pill manifested behind Luo Wuyao, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that formed the likeness of a man. From this pill emanated a trace of sovereign energy. A brilliant golden light erupted from the creation Golden Sovereign Pill, manifesting into a colossal golden serpent that lunged at Jian Wudao with a gaping maw, as if it could crush a mountain into dust. Jian Wudao's brow furrowed at the sight. The potency of this golden serpent rivaled that of supreme techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Chen surged into the grand hall, where the atmosphere was ablaze with light and energy, with barriers continuously rising and falling amidst the operation of the Great Formation. Lin Chen's gaze fixated on the innermost recesses of the hall, where a crystalline jade box lay, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, 100-Dan record. "At last, I have found the 100-Dan record," Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully upon sighting it. "With this, obtaining the formulas will be no obstacle." With a sweeping motion, Lin Chen reached for the 100-Dan record, conjuring an illusory hand from the surrounding pressure that shattered the barriers, reaching out for the coveted record. However, at that very moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged from the depths of the hall. A white hand emerged from the shadows, forming a fist that collided with Lin Chen's ethereal grasp. Boom! Lin Chen's heavenly hand was instantly shattered. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen unleashed his vast spiritual sense, promptly detecting the presence of a Dao diagram realm entity concealed deep within the hall. In his haste, he had overlooked this crucial detail. However, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by the peculiar force emanating from the Dao diagram realm, which, much like the Damling clan, exuded an immense aura of medicinal essence. "Which young fool dares to challenge the 100-Dan record of my Damling clan?" A commanding voice resonated from within. With a cold snort, Lin Chen's gaze ignited with a layer of dark flames as he peered deeper into the source. All obstacles were effortlessly pierced through by his keen insight. Upon his gaze, he was momentarily stunned, for he beheld a pill, pristine and white as jade, adorned with a total of 13 intricate lines that radiated profound Tao intent. Known as Tao marks, the overwhelming aura emanated from this very pill. Lin Chen, this is the voice of the creation life pill, echoed the voice of the Blood Elder. Brimming with excitement, I never anticipated that this creation life pill would guard the 100-dan record. Lin Chen, your acquisition comes without any effort. This pill, which had obstructed his path, was indeed the creation life pill. Chapter 654, The Treasure Seizure, 8th Update of the Great Outburst. It had already been 3 days since they entered the Slaying Immortals sect. The Rain Empress opened her icy, beautiful eyes and scanned the vast whiteness of the sky, distinctly sensing 3 waves of energy. Her flawless, pale hands began to shimmer with mist, twinkling in and out. Rising to her feet, her snow-white cloak fluttered like dancing snowflakes around her. The scene was breathtaking. Even the 3 ancient figures in the sky cast admiring glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. The Rain Empress's gaze once again focused on the Slaying Immortals sect. Jian Wudao, you need not expend yourself on my behalf, she coldly mused in her heart. His spirit was tethered to hers, allowing him to sense her myriad emotions. He believed her words conveyed a truth he could grasp. She required no assistance. At this moment, within the Slaying Immortals sect, Luo Wuya, having summoned the creation golden sovereign pill, had become extraordinarily formidable. With a mere gesture, countless golden rays surged forth, imbued with the essence of a grand sovereign, enhancing its terrifying power. Meanwhile, Jian Wudao was engulfed in surging demonic energy, his ruthless sword aura seemingly forming a domain of sword intent. With waves of relentless sword energy emanating all around, exuding an unsettling air of mercilessness. As the two engaged in fierce combat, Lin Chen, within the palace, could no longer contain his laughter after a brief silence. Ha ha ha, my luck in visiting the Danling clan this time is simply unparalleled. He certainly could not forget the transaction with the girl Lu Qingwei. In the future, if he wished to acquire more intelligence from that source, he had to take the creation life pill with him. Unlike Jian Wudao, Lin Chen was a man of integrity. Anyone outside his clan who dared to lay hands on the 100-dan record deserved to perish. Upon hearing Lin Chen's maniacal laughter, the creation life pill instantly emitted a terrifying killing intent. The pill shot forth from within, swiftly arriving before Lin Chen, its 14 Tao marks bursting forth with formidable might. A strand of Tao energy enveloping the creation life pill, bearing immense power as it descended upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression suddenly turned grave, exuding an aura of lethal intent. A radiant silver light surged from his body as he struck fiercely towards the creation life pill, which was being propelled by the intertwining Tao traces. With a resounding boom, 2 colossal forces erupted simultaneously, sending the creation life pill reeling under the impact of Lin Chen's punch, while his own form remained immovable. The power unleashed by the 14 strands of Tao traces was utterly insufficient to contend with his exquisite imperial artifact physique, rendering the creation life pill incapable of withstanding such force. Who exactly are you, a transcendent being? The tone of the creation life pill shifted slightly, unable to suppress its astonishment. As a medicinal pill, it possessed mastery over 14 strands of Tao traces. Yet its might paled in comparison to that of a true Taoist realm, as it had not mastered any divine technique. I shall subdue you, Lin Chen declared coldly. With a sudden shift of his feet, he flickered above the creation life pill, his massive hand reaching out to grasp it. A terrifying pressure descended like a waterfall, crushing down upon the creation life pill. The surrounding force roared like a ferocious tiger, all converging under Lin Chen's hand, akin to a tidal wave, with each compression unleashing colossal strength. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of relentless explosions echoed from the creation life pill. Despite the continuous operation of the 14 Tao traces, they could not withstand the encroaching pressure from all directions. In an instant, it felt as though a prison had formed, halting the creation life pill's movement and preventing its escape. You dare unleash such wrath? The creation life pill emanated a furious aura. Even in death, I will not allow you to succeed. As soon as the words left its mouth, The 14 Tao traces on the creation life pill began to emit a fierce radiance, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept through the hall. Lin Chen, stop it. It intends to self-destruct. The elder shouted in alarm. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, glimmering with an icy brilliance. You shall not self-destruct. Suddenly, a colossal bronze tower erupted from Lin Chen's body, expanding immensely, with a gaping black hole appearing at its base. 9 ethereal manifestations rose behind Lin Chen, 9 ancient dragons of Ta Ching weaving through the void, instantly enveloping the creation life pill, intertwining around it. The ancient aura of the void stilled the Tao traces that threatened to detonate. In an instant, the Xinjiang Monarch Tower descended with lightning speed, engulfing the creation life pill, which was comparable to the Taoist realm. Concurrently, the 5 elements yin-yang illusory array activated within the tower, combining the suppression array and the devouring array. All 3 formations working in concert to bind the creation life pill within the Xinjiang Monarch Tower. I did not expect this pill to possess such tenacity, Lin Chen mused, shaking his head, his eyes igniting with fervor once more. With a swift motion, he grasped the crystalline jade box, which fell into his hands. Gazing upon the 3 ancient scripts above, Lin Chen could hardly contain his elation. The Biden Lu was finally in his possession. As soon as he emerged from the grand hall, Luo Wuyao's eyes began to redden. He instinctively understood that Lin Chen's safe return signified something profound. Lin Chen, swiftly return the Biden Lu to me, or you shall perish in the city of immortal pills. Luo Wuyao bellowed. However, Lin Chen merely flashed a radiant smile at Luo Wuyao, nearly causing the latter's nose to crinkle in fury. Yet, Lin Chen exchanged a knowing nod with Jian Wudao, indicating that their task had been accomplished. Jian Wudao cast a cold glance at the furious Luo Wuyao and said, Lin Chen, we must depart swiftly. The situation here is on the brink of exposure. The devouring phenomenon continued to ravenously consume the essence of the elixirs within the pool of the immortal slaying pill. The accumulation of elixirs within Lin Chen had reached an astonishing magnitude. Humph, Jian Wudao, how can you speak so? Lin Chen shook his head, then turned to Luo Wuyao and chuckled. Ah, young clan leader Luo, it appears you possess quite an abundance of treasures here. With a swift turn, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the other 9 palaces. Luo Wuyao momentarily froze, before his expression shifted dramatically. Lin Chen, I strongly advise you against such foolish actions, otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Jian Wudao cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, but remained silent. I despise threats, Lin Chen said nonchalantly, his lips curling into a devilish smile. And as a rival, do you truly believe I would let these treasures slip away? Lin Chen's form floated in the air as his hand reached out forcefully toward one of the palaces, immediately exerting a tremendous pressure as he grasped at it. Meanwhile, the 6 Xian life and death gate soared forth, aiming to suppress another grand hall. The contents hidden within these remaining 9 palaces were immensely tempting to Lin Chen. After all, they contained a third of the Danling clan's foundational wealth. How could it be anything but extraordinary? Chapter 655, Exposure, the 9th surge of the Great Eruption. At this moment, outside the slaying immortal gate, in a world shrouded in white mist, 3 venerable saints, unyielding in age, occasionally cast glances at the Rain Emperor while closely monitoring the fluctuations of the slaying immortal gate. What is happening? The elder Li's gaze toward the Rain Emperor was infrequent, as he was more eager to see what transformations Luo Wuyao would undergo after integrating the Great Power King pill. Thus, he kept his watchful eyes on the slaying immortal gate, only to observe an unexpected tremor emanating from it. Why would the slaying immortal gate tremble? Uncertain of the situation, Elder Li continued to observe, only to find that the tremors grew increasingly pronounced. Moreover, he deeply noted that the Danling's spiritual energy being exhaled by the slaying immortal gate was dwindling significantly. The other 2 saints also recognized this phenomenon, both perplexed and unaware of the underlying cause. Could it be that Luo Wuyao has merged with the great force Heavenly King's elixir, causing a tremendous upheaval? What is the situation? Li Lao's brow furrowed involuntarily as he addressed the other 2 great saints, Elder 2 and Elder 3. Let us all present our tokens and open the killing immortal gate. One of the great saints glanced at the Rain Emperor and chuckled. Li Lao, even the Rain Emperor remains calm. Why should we be anxious? Moreover, given the current momentum, it is highly likely that Wuyao has already absorbed the essence of the great force Heavenly King's elixir and is in the process of merging it. If we open the killing immortal gate now, what if it disrupts Wu Yao? The other great saint echoed, indeed, the day of Wu Yao's ascendance is imminent. In his eyes, the wild blood tribe's wild sky will be but an insignificant ant. Upon hearing the two elders' words, Li Lao exhaled in relief, pride evident in his expression as he declared, Wu Yao's extraordinary talent is destined for greatness, and that Ning Qingming is undoubtedly here to assist Wu Yao in achieving enlightenment. We shall wait for Wu Yao to emerge. The two great saints exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, the atmosphere light and joyful. At this moment, within the killing immortal gate, the battle between Luo Wu Yao and Jian Wu Dao grew increasingly terrifying. As Luo Wu Yao watched Lin Chen wielding his power and continuously subduing palace after palace, the veins in his eyes filled with more and more blood. Luo Wu Yao was on the brink of madness. The elixir essence from the killing immortal's elixir pool was being relentlessly siphoned away by Lin Chen, draining a full third of their Danling clan's foundation. Each withdrawal carving into Luo Wu Yao's heart like a knife, excruciatingly painful. The entire killing immortal gate trembled more violently. Lin Chen unleashed his brute force, forcibly dismantling 3 exquisite imperial palaces. The elixir essence pool had, astonishingly, been drained by a third, coalescing into over 100 million elixirs. These elixirs were all living embodiments of magical power. The land within the killing immortal gate, spanning a radius of 20 miles, quaked increasingly, with some peripheral areas beginning to fracture. The treasures of the 3 palaces brought Lin Chen immense satisfaction. He mused that the riches contained within these palaces must be extraordinarily bountiful. Although Lin Chen was still unaware of the exact contents within these 3 palaces, he was acutely aware that their origins were undoubtedly exceptional and formidable, likely surpassing even those of the Black Dragon Society. Lin Chen, this small world of the killing immortal gate cannot endure much longer. Blood Lao exclaimed urgently. If you continue to seize more, this small realm may collapse. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he cast a reluctant glance at the remaining palaces, inwardly cursing himself for not having taken them all down sooner. With a commanding presence, Lin Chen gazed at the 4th palace, suppressed under the 6th mysterious life and death gate. He raised his hand and unleashed supreme magical power. Dark clouds rolling in from the horizon, lightning flickering. A colossal azure hand, imbued with overwhelming pressure, descended heavily towards that palace. The palace of the exquisite royal artifacts succumbed to the relentless bombardment from the 6 mystical gates of life and death, unable to withstand the onslaught, and consequently fractured open, unleashing a myriad of resplendent treasures that shimmered forth. The Xianshang Monarch Tower soared once more, gathering numerous nascent treasures into its embrace, while Lin Chen meticulously conjured various magical symbols to seal and subdue them. In this instance, Lin Chen successfully amassed the treasures of 4 palaces. The heavens echoed with the sound of shattering, as pieces of land began to collapse at an alarming rate. The entire expanse of land, spanning 20 miles, quaked violently, teetering on the brink of destruction. The Shaxian sect could no longer endure. Luo Wu Yao's frenzied gaze beheld this scene, and he could not help but utter in shock. The Shaxian sect represented a significant heritage brought by their Danling clan to the Holy Spirit continent, with a third of its foundation now half pilfered by Lin Chen. And yet again, it faced impending annihilation at his hands. Luo Wu Yao cast a venomous glare at Lin Chen, his body igniting with surging alchemical energy, and swiftly darted toward the Shaxian sect's portal. Lin Chen, flee swiftly. Jian Wu Dao, disinterested in further discourse, transformed into a beam of sword light and sped towards the Shaxian sect, following in Luo Wu Yao's wake. Lin Chen, too, felt the urgency. Although he hesitated to abandon the remaining palace, preserving his life took precedence, and thus he hastened toward the entrance of the Shaxian sect. In this vast, white expanse, the Shaxian sect trembled with increasing ferocity. Not only did the gazes of the 3 great saints converge here, but even Yu Huang took notice. As if struck by a revelation, Elder Li suddenly bellowed, Wu Yao is emerging. It seemed the benefits he had reaped were so immense that even the Shaxian sect struggled to contain them. The other 2 great saints regarded the entrance with eager anticipation. The commotion caused by the Shaxian sect undoubtedly signified that Luo Wu Yao had acquired the Great Strength King pill, yielding tremendous advantages. At last, a gaping fissure appeared at the entrance of the Shaxian sect. Elder Li and the other 2 saints donned smiles, preparing to celebrate the emergence of the individual. However, to their astonishment, Luo Wuyao, disheveled and with blood-red eyes, tumbled forth from within, rolling and scrambling. Elder Li and the two saints were momentarily taken aback, and even Yu Huang was slightly stunned. Witnessing this, Elder Li and the two saints saw the young clan leader of the Damling clan, a figure of great renown and elevated status, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting, "Our foundation has been stolen." Elder Li and the two saints were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. How could one who had obtained the Great Strength King pill appear so foolish? Just then, a beam of sword light shattered forth, heralding the emergence of Jian Wudao. Following closely behind, Lin Chen emerged as well. Upon exiting, Lin Chen immediately prepared to unleash the 6 mystical gates of life and death upon Luo Wuyao, having been preoccupied with gathering riches and neglecting to eliminate this rival. He had long harbored disdain for Luo Wuyao and would not let the opportunity slip by. However, as Lin Chen summoned the 6 mystical gates of life and death, he beheld the 3 astonished great saints hovering above. Lin Chen's powerful physique trembled instantly, his heart tightening with trepidation. How could these 3 old fellows be here? It was a dire situation. He had been exposed. Chapter 656, Citywide Uprising, 10th Update of the Great Outburst. At this moment, the 3 mighty saints were profoundly shaken by the scene before them. What on earth was happening? How could the King of Strength still be alive, and astonishingly accompanied by another individual? At this juncture, Luo Wuyao was utterly devastated by Lin Chen's relentless assault on his sanity, sobbing uncontrollably. His dignity as a young clan leader utterly shattered. Yet, he could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. He had squandered a third of their foundational strength, leaving it all in ruin. Even these venerable elders of the saints would likely weep bitterly if they were to find themselves in such a predicament. Lin Chen was also taken aback. He had never anticipated that these 3 old men would lie in wait outside. Were they here to witness their young clan leader's display of majesty? However, Lin Chen quickly regained his composure. He had foreseen such an eventuality, though he had not expected to encounter the 3 mighty saints so swiftly. What shall we do? The voice of Jian Wudao was chillingly cold. We must fight our way out. Clearly, Jian Wudao had anticipated this situation long ago. Yet, the Rain Emperor was not far off, observing. Any man would wish to exhibit his prowess before the woman he cherished, and Jian Wudao was no exception. Lin Chen's complexion turned a shade of green as he erupted in a torrent of curses directed at Jian Wudao. "Fight! Are you out of your mind? We need to flee." As he spoke, the essence of chaos radiated from him like an ocean, shimmering silver light enveloping him, clad in armor of brilliance. With his feet dancing upon the ethereal path of Zhang Yuan, he maximized his speed and fled into the distance. Jian Wudao reacted swiftly, merging with his sword, unleashing a torrent of demonic and sword energies that propelled him forward with remarkable speed, soaring through the air. Witnessing Lin Chen and Jian Wudao harness their powers to escape, Elder Li finally snapped out of his stunned confusion. His expression turned ominously dark. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the situation, he concluded that these 2 individuals could not be allowed to escape. They must be captured. Second Elder, Third Elder, activate your tokens simultaneously. Use the Supreme Rebirth Slaying Immortal Pill to seal this place off. Do not let these 2 scoundrels escape. Elder Li bellowed, brandishing a token imbued with profound energy. The other 2 mighty saints reacted with equal swiftness, their expressions grave as they produced their tokens and infused them with immense magical power. Boom! The 3 tokens erupted simultaneously, releasing beams of light that surged into the depths of the white, misty world. Lin Chen, fleeing at breakneck speed, felt a sudden jolt in his brow. It was as if an iron curtain descended from above, sealing off the entire expanse of the white world surrounding him. Sensing this ominous energy, Lin Chen's heart sank. His greatest fear had materialized. The 3 mighty saints had joined forces to activate the rebirth-slaying immortal pill, effectively sealing them in. What should we do? Jian Wudao coldly inquired. Firmly believing that Lin Chen must possess a strategy to confront the situation, for he would not have recklessly leaped into this predicament otherwise. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, on the verge of unleashing a tirade about what else could be done, when unexpectedly a familiar, chilling voice resonated in their ears. "Lin Chen, how did you end up here?" Qiu Yuning emerged from the mist, ethereal and graceful, akin to a goddess descending from the heavens. "What brings you here?" Lin Chen asked in astonishment, recalling that she had been merely spectating from the sidelines. However, he chose not to dwell on this query and swiftly urged, Yu Huang. The situation is dire. It would be prudent for you to distance yourself from us. We have already been misunderstood. Yu Huang, with an impassive expression, gestured behind them. Both Lin Chen and Jian Wudao turned to gaze in that direction, only to behold the formidable figure of Elder Li, his hair billowing, eyes wide with fury, and his countenance dark as he glared at the trio. Yu Huang, I never imagined you would ally yourself with these two, daring to treat our Danling clan with such disdain. Today, I shall ensure you remain here forever. Upon uttering these words, a terrifying aura surged from Elder Li, dispersing the surrounding mist, as a menacing wave of energy emanated from him. Meanwhile, the other two great saints activated their tokens, sustaining the operation of the Great Formation. Their faces twisted in cold smirks as they regarded Lin Chen and his companions. This is bad. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, every hair on his body standing on end as he sensed the overwhelming oppressive force radiating from Elder Li. Should this divine ability strike, the three of them would face unimaginable devastation. Blood Dawn Bell manifest. Lin Chen swiftly produced his ultimate trump card, a colossal crimson bell materializing and enveloped in the essence of Tao. The million law spirit pills he had prepared earlier began circulating within the bell without reservation, generating an immensely terrifying aura. Quasi-Tao artifact? The other two great saints, along with Elder Li, were momentarily taken aback. Quasi-Tao artifacts were exceedingly rare within their Danling clan, and it was astonishing that this youth possessed one. As the Quasi-Tao artifact made its appearance, Elder Li's hand faltered slightly. Yet, regaining his composure, he wasted no time and fiercely directed a palm strike towards Lin Chen. Great power-shattering palm. A colossal, illusory hand loomed, within which hovered a pill exuding an overwhelming force, akin to a tidal wave crashing down upon Lin Chen. The sheer might was terrifying. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he activated the Blood Dawn Bell, not aiming at Elder Li's palm, but instead directing his energy skyward into the vast white expanse, unleashing a thread of terrifying Tao might. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, as if the entire misty world quaked, creating a vast rift in the heavens. The two great saints' faces paled, their bodies surging with countless rays of holy light as they frantically poured their magical energy into mending the gaping void. As Jian Wudao urged Yu Huang to flee, he shouted loudly, tossing the prescription aside, reminding her to leave him a copy. Jian Wudao's expression shifted slightly. However, Lin Chen would not grant him much time for contemplation. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending both Yu Huang and Jian Wudao flying. A terrifying blue radiance emanated from Yu Huang, clearly intending to tear through the pressure. Yu Huang, cease your foolishness. Jian Wudao's cold voice resounded, releasing countless strands of demonic energy that entangled Yu Huang, yanking her into a massive rift. Taken aback by Jian Wudao's unexpected prowess, Yu Huang gazed down at Lin Chen with her icy, beautiful eyes, unable to react in time. As Lin Chen witnessed those frigid eyes vanish, the rift rapidly began to close. Escape was no longer an option. Alas, I find myself playing the hero once again, Lin Chen sighed wryly, gazing at the terrifying giant palm descending upon him. Silver light erupted around him as he summoned his might, striking down upon the enormous illusory palm with all his strength. Watching Lin Chen single-handedly confront the palm, an expression of disdain curled at the corner of Li Lao's mouth, though his countenance soon darkened as he focused on the point where the rift was sealing. With a commanding voice that resonated throughout the entire Xiandan city, he declared, Ning Cheng, along with Yu Huang and an unknown sword cultivator, have infiltrated our Danling clan's sacred grounds. They have now escaped into Xiandan city. Pursue them with all your might. I shall reward handsomely. This authoritative proclamation sent shockwaves through Xiandan city, igniting a wave of astonishment and disbelief. The atmosphere became charged with an overwhelming intent to kill, sweeping across the land. The city erupted into chaos. In chapter 657, titled Holy Might, Luo Cheng's expression morphed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Ning Cheng, who had previously shown him such indifference, was actually an enemy of the Danling clan. Members of other races felt a sense of relief. Strangely, upon learning that Ning Cheng was an adversary, they felt less pressure, as the thought of him becoming a formidable force was daunting. Suddenly, the city was filled with the sounds of battle. The faces of the crowd were alight with excitement. The venerable ancestors of the Danling clan unleashed their auras, their immense divine consciousness weaving through the skies above Luo's residence. Jian Wudao, with Yu Huang in tow, soared into the heavens, wielding the ruthless ancient sword that emanated a torrent of sword energy, shattering layers of restrictions and tearing apart the defenses of Luo's estate. Yu Huang's expression remained frigid, as cold as ice. Within her enchanting form lay an aura of extreme chill, seemingly discontent with Lin Chen's actions. Yet, Jian Wudao was too preoccupied to attend to Yu Huang's feelings, for several ancestors of the Danling clan hovered above, their expressions as frigid as the winter sky. In other parts of the immortal elixir city, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of countless killings, shaking the very heavens and earth. "How did you arrive here?" The Rain Emperor queried, observing the growing throngs around him, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly addressed Jian Wudao. "I am collaborating with him," Jian Wudao replied, his merciless ancient sword glimmering with a chilling light, aimed at several ancestors of the Danling clan, inciting their fury. Jian Wudao then produced a crystalline jade box, and upon sighting it, the eyes of the Dao Diagram Realm ancestors turned crimson with rage, for their treasured Baidan record had been seized. Ignoring the feral glares that resembled those of beasts, Jian Wudao turned his gaze to the Rain Emperor, stating, "This is what I have procured for you." He tossed the Baidan record into the Rain Emperor's hands, which were delicate and pale, gripping it tightly. At that moment, within the inner sanctum of the supreme reincarnation-killing immortal elixir, Lin Chen unleashed a punch directed at the mighty shattering palm. A tremendous force erupted from his fist, charging toward the colossal strike. Boom! The vast palm imprint shattered, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power that sent Lin Chen reeling, as if struck by a massive boulder. His blood surging violently, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He had never anticipated that the casual strike from the old man of strength would possess such terrifying might. "Humph." The elder, arms crossed, gazed intently at Lin Chen and remarked, "Ning Cheng, how is it that you possess mastery over the Quasi-Dao artifact while exhibiting such formidable physique? Capable of mimicking our Danling clan?" The other two great sages, their eyes ablaze with fury, regarded Lin Chen as if they wished to extinguish him with their gaze. Lin Chen responded with a cold smirk, choosing silence. However, Luo Wuyao, beside the elder, erupted with rage, exclaiming, "Elder, he is Lin Chen, the embodiment of sin. We must eliminate him swiftly. He has decimated 1/3 of our clan's foundation." At that moment, Luo Wuyao harbored a desire to flay Lin Chen alive with 1,000 blades, a testament to his deep-seated hatred. "What? He is Lin Chen?" The elder and the two great sages exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that this young man before them was the very Lin Chen rumored to be dead. Yet, the elder soon came to a realization, understanding the terror of the devouring anomaly, which explained how Lin Chen had evaded his scrutiny and taken advantage of the chaos. However, a surge of boundless fury welled up within the elder, realizing that 1/3 of their clan's foundation had been obliterated by Lin Chen. A feeling akin to having one's heart bleed. "A millennium ago, your master oppressed our Danling clan, and now, his successor dares to strike against us. Lin Chen, I shall ensure your demise." The elder bellowed in wrath, pointing a finger at Lin Chen, summoning a fiery red elixir that surged toward him like a blaze. In the realm of celestial demons, Lin Chen wore an expression of indifference. The revelation of his identity had been anticipated, but the crucial matter now was how to escape from the grasp of these three eminent saints. He unleashed a powerful punch, and an overwhelming surge of demonic intent erupted. With 999 spectral figures of demons suspended in the air, exuding an immense force, a fiery red elixir was expelled, colliding with the myriad spectral forms of the demons, unleashing a terrifying blaze akin to a tornado that enveloped the entire formation in a searing inferno. From this sea of flames, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed, as three colossal fire fists, imbued with dreadful power, emerged from the conflagration, hurtling towards Lin Chen. This marked the second strike of the elixir. With the technique known as the Hunyuan Breaking Void Slash, countless blades of brilliance surged from Lin Chen, forming a crescent-shaped arc that shattered the illusory fists layer by layer. Truly, he was worthy of the notorious reputation of the sinful body. Li Lao, with a cold chuckle, observed Lin Chen's series of actions and remarked, Now we can settle the scores from millennia ago along with this current one. Lin Chen merely scoffed. Despite the tumultuous energy surging within his body, he feigned disdain and retorted, "Do you really think you can handle me?" The other two saints, incensed by Lin Chen's contempt, glared at him in fury and turned to Li Lao, asking, "Shall we strike together and eliminate this brat?" "Humph," Li Lao snorted, his gaze fixed on the disdainful Lin Chen, a fire of anger simmering within him, yet he maintained his composure and instructed, "Second Elder, you should coordinate with the upper echelons. The Rain Sovereign and that enigmatic swordsman are formidable foes. We must not allow them to employ their secret techniques and escape." The second elder flashed a sinister smile at Lin Chen, then retracted his overwhelming magical power, lifting the iron-like suppression. Lin Chen sensed that he could once again move freely. However, the second elder took flight, which caused Lin Chen's heart to sink slightly. He had not anticipated that the Rain Sovereign would follow them. Now facing enemies on all sides, "Lin Chen, prepare to meet your end," Li Lao bellowed, his form suddenly vanishing from sight, as an overwhelming white light surged around him. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he felt a terrifying pressure descending upon him. In that moment, he experienced the sensation of being grasped by an unseen hand. The oppressive force emanating from Li Lao made him feel as though his very soul trembled. This was a suppression of might. "Lin Chen, this is bad. Li Lao has unleashed his saintly might." Shui Lao shouted urgently, "Quickly activate the Quasi-Dao weapon. He has only released a wisp of his saintly power. If he goes all out, you will surely perish." Lin Chen's expression changed. He recalled hearing Shui Lao speak of the Dao marks of the Dao diagram realm and the saintly might of the saint realm. Just a wisp of saintly power could trample all living beings for 1,000 miles. Chapter 658, The Great Battle Against Li Lao. The rolling saintly might obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun, resembling a celestial mountain descending to crush all ants beneath it. At this moment, it seemed as if the elderly had transformed into the sovereign of this realm, becoming a sanctified being within this expanse. Lin Chen felt an intense surge of blood coursing through his veins, each breath growing exceedingly burdensome, as if the very air had acquired an immense weight. Even the flow of his magical dragon began to slow down. Were it not for his possession of an extraordinary imperial artifact, he could scarcely fathom what might transpire under the operation of such divine might. An overwhelming pressure, a formidable oppression. "Break!" Lin Chen roared, as 1,000,000 spirit elixirs began to circulate within the Blood Dawn Bell. This million comprised a vast reservoir of over 100 million elixirs, drawn from the elixir pool. With the operation of the spirit elixirs, an aura of divine authority surged from the Blood Dawn Bell, as if a colossal giant had risen behind Lin Chen, supporting the torrent of sacred might cascading downwards. With the influence of the aura emanating from the Blood Dawn Bell, the oppressive force bearing down on Lin Chen became significantly lighter. He felt liberated from the weight of pressure. The Blood Dawn Bell murmured, recalling a time a millennium ago when it was a formidable artifact, now reduced to such a fate. "Lin Chen, you are unworthy of possessing such a quasi-divine instrument." Elderly sensed the aura radiating from the Blood Dawn Bell, looking down upon Lin Chen with a frigid expression. His massive hand lunged towards Lin Chen, summoning 3 beams of divine light from the heavens. The pressure that had previously been exerted intensified threefold. As he grasped, the 3 beams of sacred might unleashed their force, seemingly shattering everything in their path. Lin Chen's countenance shifted. Under the stimulation of these 3 beams of divine power, he felt as if his very being would be obliterated. His blood boiled, his magical energy was obstructed, and even the skeletal structure of his extraordinary imperial artifact faced tremendous suppression. "Break from me," Lin Chen bellowed, igniting 5,000,000 spirit elixirs within the Blood Dawn Bell. An extraordinary wave of energy emanated from the bell, with divine light swirling, cultivating an immense aura of authority that targeted the 3 overwhelming beams of sacred might above. The aura brewed from 5,000,000 spirit elixirs was unleashed with a force that seemed to sweep through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the Luo residence, shaking the very foundations of existence. Onlookers, who had encircled Jian Wudao and Qiu Yuning, displayed expressions of astonishment, taken aback by the sudden tumult below. Could it be that Ning Cheng possessed such formidable strength? The ground trembled slightly as a beam of sacred light burst forth from the Luo residence, descending upon the earth, revealing the second elder, who landed before the Rain Emperor and Jian Wudao. Reign Emperor, and you, lad, none of you shall escape the Damling clan today. The second elder declared with a chilling smile. Meanwhile, within the Luo residence, Luo Wuyao stared wide-eyed at the terrifying wave of energy that swept forth, hastily retreating. He had never anticipated that Lin Chen possessed such formidable power, capable of withstanding even the formidable assault from elderly. Lin Chen's body was jolted backward repeatedly. Under the pressure of the 3 strands of sacred might, although the Blood Dawn Bell mitigated a substantial portion of the force, it was still largely obliterated. Yet, the residual waves from the explosion inflicted considerable harm upon Lin Chen. A sweet taste filled his throat. Had he not swallowed forcefully, he might have coughed up blood. The sacred might was truly terrifying. Lin Chen pondered heavily. This was his first direct confrontation with a great sage, and it was the first time he comprehended the sheer horror of such a being. Merely unleashing 3 strands of sacred might nearly overwhelmed the 5 million lost spirit pills contained within the Blood Dawn Bell. Had it not been for Lin Chen's sudden inspiration in the Damling pool, drawing enough lost spirit pills, his predicament would undoubtedly have been dire. Elder Li's assault showed no signs of abating, as the sacred light pressure emanating from him intensified, enveloping the heavens and earth, rolling forth. At this moment, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, flicking his fingers to release a crystal-clear pill. As this pill was propelled forth, it unleashed a torrent of overwhelming battle intent. In that instant, Lin Chen felt as though they had been transported to a battlefield where countless mortals clashed, saturated with an immense and fervent battle spirit. The drums of war resounding. The pill shimmered with 10 strands of sacred light, each radiating with fierce might. A terrifying figure emerged from the pill, clad in battle armor and wielding a golden sword, the essence of battle intent sweeping across the cosmos. This was the will of a battle king, imbued with the might of the sacred bones, as it surged toward Lin Chen, striking down with a sword. The force of this strike felt as if it could cleave through the very fabric of space, shattering the myriad formations of the supreme rebirth killing immortal pill surrounding them. This sword bore the power to sever celestial mountains. Lin Chen's entire being bristled with dread. Under the terrifying will of the Battle King's strike, he experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to a hand gripping his throat, instilling a profound chill within him. The 10 strands of sacred might erupted simultaneously, propelling the Battle King's intent as it descended with a cleaving force. The magnitude of this power was capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. Lin Chen sensed the looming threat of death. Under this imminent peril, his eyes turned crimson. Channel 1 million lost spirit pills into the Blood Dawn Bell, he commanded. Instantly, a wave of profound pressure surged from the bell. The entire Blood Dawn Bell began to resonate, each toll sending shockwaves through the surrounding energy. As a terrifying strand of Tao might emerge from its depths. With a resounding clang, the Blood Dawn Bell struck once more, unleashing a torrent of Tao might that surged forth violently toward the Battle King's sword. The heavens and earth reverberated with a cataclysmic explosion. The interior of the supreme rebirth killing immortal pill began to tremble violently. Like a tidal wave of energy, it surged with unfathomable speed, overwhelming Lin Chen's form, which was unable to withstand the force. He was violently hurled away, his body barely able to endure the impact thanks to the protection of an exquisite imperial artifact. Though he managed to hold on, he nonetheless coughed up blood, 2 mouthfuls staining the ground. His internal organs had suffered considerable shock. Had he not cultivated the 5 elements refining spirit technique, they might have been thrown into disarray. The residual energy unleashed was indeed terrifying. The old man of strength showed no signs of disturbance. Seeing Lin Chen still alive sparked a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He coldly remarked, "It seems you possess quite a few spirit pills, able to withstand the might of my 10 strands of sacred power." Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning through gritted teeth, as the Blood Dawn Bell continued to radiate brilliance behind him. "If you spare us, I can promise not to destroy the Pill City. You are well aware of the power of a quasi-divine weapon." At this moment, Lin Chen boldly proclaimed before the old man, threatening to annihilate the Pill City. Luo Wuyao trembled with rage, unable to fathom Lin Chen's audacity, even in such dire circumstances. He dared to utter such grandiose threats. The old man of strength was furious, looking down at Lin Chen with a cold smile, stating, "It appears you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation." Lin Chen met his gaze with a mocking smile, remaining silent. His outward bravado masked an inner turmoil of despair. His strength was merely a facade. The eruption of 10 strands of sacred power demanded 10 million spirit pills for defense. How many strands of sacred power had this man condensed? 20 strands of sacred power. Let us see how many spirit pills you possess to counter that. The old man's face contorted into a sinister smile, reminiscent of a demon. The emergence of 20 strands of sacred power rendered Lin Chen, an even blood-old, speechless. The force unleashed would be cataclysmic for Lin Chen. Even if he could withstand it, how many waves could he endure? A sense of dread began to sink within him. Chapter 659. The madness in his eyes. Lin Chen's body tensed, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. The old man's words struck Lin Chen like a bolt from the blue. He could hardly fathom the simultaneous eruption of 20 strands of sacred power. The Blood Dawn Bell, now transformed from its former glory, had lost its essence, resulting in a significant decrease in its potency. While he could still resist, how long could the 100 million pills he possessed last? Lin Chen, the old man's words do not seem to be mere bluster. Blood-old remarked gravely. Moreover, you are currently trapped within the supreme reincarnation-killing elixir, greatly increasing the difficulty of escape. Lin Chen nodded, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he worried for Jian Wudao and Yu Huang. After all, neither bore quasi-divine weapons. How long could they endure under the crushing weight of a great saint's sacred power? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he gazed at the old man of strength, whose expression was filled with cold laughter. A fleeting, maniacal smile crossed Lin Chen's face. Even though you possess 20 strands of sacred might, I, Lin Chen, remain unafraid. Lin Chen raised his head, his countenance radiating an overwhelming majesty as he charged towards Elder Li like a cannonball. He unleashed a powerful punch, revealing countless phantoms of the demon gods, all exploding with the force of supreme imperial artifacts. A flicker of surprise crossed Elder Li's face. He had anticipated Lin Chen would be paralyzed with fear. Yet here he was, launching a counterattack. How intriguing. A cold chuckle echoed in Elder Li's heart, his gaze still reflecting a contempt for mere ants. However, this is a path to self-destruction. Elder Li struck decisively, pointing a finger at Lin Chen, and 2 strands of sacred might erupted in brilliant light, pressing down upon Lin Chen with unparalleled authority. Boom! Lin Chen's form was jolted backward, descending rapidly, while a fierce expression surfaced on Elder Li's face. A terrifying aura of medicinal essence soaring into the sky. The oppressive force began to shimmer, clearly indicating that Elder Li was prepared to unleash his lethal intent. 1 million lost spirit pills, activate. As Lin Chen plummeted, he summoned the Blood Dawn Bell, stepping onto its surface. The copper bell resonated, its aura circulating. Under Lin Chen's command, it transformed into a terrifying streak of light, soaring into the heavens. Lin Chen intended to escape. Not good. This wretch intends to flee. Elder Li's gaze sharpened. No wonder Lin Chen had been the first to strike. It was all a ruse to deceive him. He could not allow Lin Chen to escape here. Supreme Reincarnation Killing Immortal Pill, activate. Elder Li produced an ancient token, channeling immense magical power, causing a thunderous explosion to resonate across the wide expanse of sky. Lin Chen immediately felt a tremendous pressure bearing down upon him. At the boundary of this white world, colossal winds, fire, and lightning spiraled and surged forth, cascading like an ocean. Break for me! Lin Chen roared, channeling 5 million lost spirit pills within the Blood Dawn Bell, unleashing a terrifying force that struck outward. Boom! The tempest of wind, fire, and lightning was abruptly cleaved open by Lin Chen, creating a vast breach. Sensing the overwhelming sacred might surging from behind, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and once more activated 4 million lost spirit pills within the Blood Dawn Bell. The speed of the bell surged again, as if leaping through space, vanishing from Elder Li's sight. Damn it! Elder Li cursed, his figure also vanishing rapidly. This was a miscalculation on his part, allowing Lin Chen to seize the opportunity and escape from the supreme reincarnation killing immortal pill. At this moment, above Dan City, in the Luo residence, the sky was interwoven with 2 terrifying pressures, sacred light suffusing the air as 2 elders unleashed their might. Surrounding them was a throng of Danling clan members, forming a colossal circle of no fewer than several hundred individuals, all of whom were above the divine law realm, a force of extreme terror. At the center of this circle stood Emperor Yu and Jian Wudao, both of whom felt an immense pressure beneath the sacred might. The unyielding ancient sword and the umbrella of the Ming Emperor, two exquisite imperial artifacts, were engulfed in immense magical power soaring in the sky. Yet, under the divine might, these two supreme treasures found themselves precariously balanced on the edge of destruction. Humph, you possess some abilities, though you have not been annihilated in an instant. Can you withstand the force of my 10 strands of divine might? A profound, murderous intent surfaced on the face of the second elder, clearly preparing to unleash the 10 strands of divine power. The surrounding members of the Danling clan understood that the intervention of the two great saints would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences for the two traitors, leaving them with no chance of survival. Jian Wudao's expression was as frigid as a slab of ice. His heart was weighed down heavily. Although he recognized that they were in a perilous situation, he had not anticipated it would deteriorate to such a dire state. Surrounded by enemies and facing the great saints, how could escape even be considered? However, at that moment, two terrifying auras suddenly flickered from within the Luo residence. The surrounding divine beings of the Danling clan were irresistibly drawn to these formidable energies. Could it be that some powerful figures were emerging? Even the second and third elders turned their gazes downward. With a thunderous roar, the palatial structures within the Luo residence rose from the ground, shattering as the grand formations on the surface were blasted open. The blood dawn bell, like a bolt of lightning, appeared beside Yu Huang and Jian Wudao. Hundreds of eyes widened in astonishment and shock at this spectacle. Was that not a quasi-artifact, upon which stood a figure? Upon the blood dawn bell stood Lin Chen, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled and panting heavily, yet his gaze was chilling enough to instill fear. Everyone's attention was abruptly drawn to him. Was this not the infamous Ning Cheng? Jian Wudao and Yu Huang exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring each other in coldness. Immediately thereafter, the figure of the elderly materialized in the sky, looking down with a fierce gaze fixed upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you think that escaping outside will grant you a chance to live? Elderly sneered. This time, I will obliterate you in one strike, leaving you no opportunity. The surrounding individuals had almost forgotten about this matter, but now, with Elderly's reminder, they recalled that the one claiming to be Ning Cheng was none other than the notorious Lin Chen, the embodiment of sin. The members of the Danling clan harbored a unique hatred for the Blood Sky Demon Lord. In an instant, hundreds of eyes, glimmering with a cold light, fixated on Lin Chen. 3 great saints, 7 or 8 ancestors, and hundreds of divine beings. If they were to strike together, what kind of devastating energy would that unleash? The onlookers from other clans held their breath, captivated by the scene. How could they have anticipated that the successor of the Blood Sky Demon Lord would once again emerge within the Danling clan? Lin Chen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart as he cast a glance at Yu Huang, the pressure mounting within him. Yet beneath this terrifying strain, the madness in Lin Chen's eyes intensified, growing ever more formidable. Chapter 660. Madness, the heir of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. Humph, this Lin Chen must perish. The sinful body is reviled by all. How can our Danling clan let him escape? Let us unite to slay him. We must repay the humiliation bestowed upon us by the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. Lin Chen is indeed a prodigy, and if we do not eliminate him now, he will surely bring calamity in the future. The surrounding divine realm beings all emanated murderous intent, their eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity, eager to unleash their lethal strikes and rend Lin Chen asunder. Amidst the crowd stood Luo Wuyao, his gaze as cold as a serpent S. His sanctification had been ruined by Lin Chen. Everything had been destroyed by him. He was among the most vehemently resentful of Lin Chen present. Elderly, second elder, third elder, swiftly eliminate this sinner. Luo Wuyao bellowed, his voice resounding with urgency, demanding that they strike down Lin Chen without granting him a moment's respite. Luo Wuyao's roar stirred the 3 great saints. Naturally, it also drew Lin Chen's icy gaze. Various other races and rogue cultivators present were riveted to the unfolding scene, unwilling to divert their eyes. The sinner, Lin Chen, who had seemingly perished for 3 months, now found himself encircled by the formidable powers of the Danling clan. Could he possibly survive? Jian Wudao remained expressionless, having anticipated this very moment. However, he had not foreseen that within this life and death predicament, a sliver of survival would remain untouched by them. Thank you, the Rain Emperor addressed Lin Chen, astonishingly disregarding the 3 great saints looming above amidst such dire circumstances. Preposterous. Before Lin Chen could respond, Elderly roared in fury, his form beginning to radiate with blinding holy light. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, as if an ancient celestial dragon coiled itself around the world. The second elder and third elder also unleashed their holy might, an overwhelming force that was nothing short of terrifying. Elderly struck first, and as he did, countless rays of holy light shimmered, coalescing into 20 strands of holy power. These threads gathered within a single pill, which glowed a fiery red and appeared to conceal an ancient figure within its essence. The power emanating from these 20 strands was both heart-stopping and fearsome, and Lin Chen immediately felt an immense weight bearing down upon him. The Blood Dawn bell hovered above, shielding him. The second elder and third elder also commenced their actions, each forming pills that contained 10 strands of holy might. The formidable power of these 10 strands was equally daunting, as if capable of obliterating entire mountains and rivers. The skies above the Luo estate were enveloped in a staggering 40 strands of holy might, causing the supreme reincarnation killing elixir to tremble in response. Everyone retreat, Elderly commanded. The pressure radiating from the 20 strands of holy might formed a sealed cage, trapping Lin Chen, the Rain Emperor, and Jian Wudao within its confines. Although the Danling clan harbored an intense desire to extinguish Lin Chen and relieve their pent-up resentment, the overwhelming pressure compelled them to retreat swiftly. The visitors, too, hastily withdrew, as the formidable energy fluctuations warranted only their distant observation, their expressions alight with excitement. The Blood Dawn bell began to tremble ominously. The exquisite imperial artifacts, the Rain Emperor and the Sword of No Way, quaked violently, as if on the verge of collapse should the sacred might remain unfurled. Their power had dwindled to nearly nothing in this moment. Rain Emperor, Sword of No Way, retreat behind me. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, adorned in silver gleaming armor. Yet he could not suppress the boiling of his blood. The two, Rain Emperor and Sword of No Way, found their plight even more dire than Lin Chen's. Channeling immense magical energy to withstand the pressure, each step feeling like an arduous burden. Upon reaching Lin Chen's rear, he promptly urged, quickly, infuse your lost spirit pills into the Blood Dawn bell. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the two spoke no further, unleashing a cascade of lost spirit pills into the Blood Dawn bell, totaling over 30 million. Instantly, the aura emanating from the bell surged, causing it to sway gently, resonating with profound echoes that pushed back the invisible majesty, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. Humph! Elderly emitted a cold snort. The medicinal pills hovering before him exuding boundless murderous intent, fixated on Lin Chen. Kill him. Even if it is a quasi-Dao artifact, how can it withstand this strike? He bellowed, raising his hand to unleash the terrifying pills aimed at Lin Chen. The critical moment had arrived. All present held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. Yet, at the instant when the three great saints prepared to act, Lin Chen's thunderous voice erupted. Stop this at once. A surge of demonic fury radiated from Lin Chen, embodying the wrath of a demon king. His voice reverberated powerfully, shaking the entirety of the immortal Pill City, momentarily stunning everyone. The actions of the three great saints involuntarily halted, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen, unsure of his intentions. Luo Wuyao, momentarily taken aback, quickly sneered at Lin Chen. Are you about to concede? Let me tell you, if you bow 1,000 times and destroy your own consciousness, surrendering all the treasures and techniques you have seized, I shall grant you this chance to atone. Elder Li's penetrating gaze remained locked on Lin Chen. Should the youth choose to surrender, he might spare his life, at most rendering him a cripple. Sword of No Way and Rain Emperor had long since deemed the situation untenable and were unaware of any further stratagem Lin Chen might possess. Upon hearing his fierce shout, they could not help but turn their eyes toward him. Humph! If you dare to kill me, the entirety of Immortal Pill City shall be annihilated. Lin Chen declared with a cold laugh, his eyes ablaze with madness. All present were momentarily taken aback. Killing Lin Chen would result in the destruction of the entire Immortal Pill City. The members of the Danling clan, after a moment of shock, rapidly came to their senses, barely restraining themselves from cursing. Do you really think you are the Bloodheaven Demon Lord? Luo Wuyao sneered. Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? Now that you are frightened, let me tell you, it is too late. Elderly also chuckled coldly. Enough of your nonsense. It seems you are unwilling to surrender. Now, I shall act on behalf of heaven and eliminate this scourge. Elderly radiated a terrifying aura of murder, advancing menacingly towards Lin Chen. His figure surged forward, fingers curling as he prepared to launch a pill imbued with formidable pressure. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Everyone was taken aback. This Lin Chen had truly gone insane, still laughing at such a critical moment. Suddenly, the Blood Dawn bell trembled, releasing an unparalleled might that erupted from its depths. The ground of the Luo residence shook, and the entire immortal Pill City trembled. The sky darkened ominously, as if a terrifying blood moon had appeared in everyone's eyes. A surge of Tao might ascended from the Blood Dawn bell, reminiscent of an emperor descending upon the world. In that instant, Lin Chen's expression was filled with madness. As he laughed, he also roared, 100 million Law Spirit pills, ignite for me. The remaining Law Spirit pills within his body ignited in unison, an astonishing total of 100 million. Elderly, along with the second and third elders, looked on in shock and horror at Lin Chen's actions. This Lin Chen had truly lost his mind. Chapter 661. The Great Sovereign of Cloud Pills above the immortal Pill City. A blood-red moon radiated crimson light, tinting the sky with a faint sanguine hue. The terrifying aura of the Tao surged into the heavens, and in a daze, people seemed to see figures of humanity kneeling in reverence before the blood moon. Within this blood moon flickered the ethereal image of a grand bell. The ground quaked as if an apocalyptic disaster were imminent. The Blood Dawn bell, having consumed 100 million Law Spirit pills, unleashed a power capable of shaking mountains and rivers, its oppressive force overwhelming. The might of 40 holy presences was thoroughly suppressed in that moment. Lin Chen and Elderly were both astounded, gazing at the Blood Dawn bell that emanated a majestic aura of Tao, beads of cold sweat forming on Elderly's brow. The second and third elders, too, were stunned by the terrifying pressure radiating from the bell, their hearts trembling with unease. This immense power instilled in them a profound sense of danger. The quasi-artifact rivaled the realm of a half-respected being, and with Lin Chen burning through 100 million Law Spirit pills, the bell's might was fully unleashed. If the spirit of the Blood Dawn resided within, the resulting power would be even more fearsome. Luo Wuyao's pupils flickered intensely, as he and those surrounding him felt the suffocating weight of this terrifying pressure. If this force were to focus solely on him, it would likely be enough to crush him under its sheer oppression. Luo Wuyao sensed a profound fear surging within him, causing his body to instinctively retreat, hoping that the disciples of the Danling clan would obscure his figure from Lin Chen's gaze, for he was terrified of death. However, at that moment, a terrifying intent locked onto Luo Wuyao. Lin Chen's face bore a slight, menacing expression as he observed Luo Wuyao's attempt to conceal himself, inquiring, "Where do you intend to flee, young clan leader Luo?" Luo Wuyao's body stiffened, and he turned around, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Lin Chen smirked derisively, retorting, "Young clan leader Luo, did you not intend to kill me? I shall take your life now." "No, I do not wish to kill." Luo Wuyao began to vehemently deny Lin Chen's accusation, but unexpectedly, the aura of a terrifying quasi-Dao instrument locked onto him. Luo Wuyao trembled uncontrollably. Although the oppressive force of the Blood Dawn bell was not directed at him, the chilling sensation enveloping his heart rendered him speechless, as if his throat were blocked by shards of ice. Only fear remained in his eyes. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Those from the Danling clan who had vocally vowed to kill Lin Chen now tightly sealed their lips. The prominent clans and wandering cultivators, witnessing Lin Chen's overwhelming might, dared not utter a word. "Lin Chen, do not harm the young clan leader." Elderly, witnessing Lin Chen's actions, immediately changed countenance and shouted. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from Luo Wuyao, coldly snorting, and ominously declared, "Did you not seek my life? 3 exalted saints, huh? If you provoke me, I shall unleash this might upon your immortal Pill City." Elder Li's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Lin Chen would possess such a hidden card, having prepared an immense wealth of 1 million spirit pills. Casting a glance at the Blood Dawn bell pulsating with Tao energy, he felt a surge of trepidation, fully aware of the terror that this strike would entail. With a grim gaze fixed on Lin Chen, Elderly, clutching 20 strands of holy might, dared not act recklessly. "What do you intend to do?" he asked solemnly. "Lin Chen, I advise you not to act impulsively. You must realize that within our immortal Pill City, the esteemed Yundan exists. Should you truly wish to annihilate the city, the Yundan will undoubtedly intervene. At that moment, Elderly had no choice but to invoke the name of the long-hidden Yundan. The term exalted signified a terrifying power. On the entire sacred spirit Grand Road, an exalted one could dominate vast expanses. Even among the major sects, the exalted stood as pillars of strength and heritage. The members of the Danling clan felt their fears slightly abate. After Elder Li's words, they recalled that within their Yulian immortal mountain, an exalted figure existed. If Lin Chen were to truly unleash the terrifying might he had been cultivating, their exalted would surely intervene. Luo Wuyao's complexion also softened, as a sense of calmness settled within him. He was certain that Lin Chen would not dare to act recklessly, for the esteemed figure was not easily provoked. What of the esteemed figure? Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose, chilling and foreboding. Even if the esteemed figure intervenes, I can still annihilate a portion of you. The expression on Elder Li's face changed dramatically. Lin Chen's words struck at his vulnerable point. Luo Wuyao's countenance darkened further. The fleeting sense of security he had felt evaporating. Lin Chen, what do you intend to do? Elder Li's forehead twitched, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. He was well aware that Lin Chen refrained from taking action, clearly seeking to negotiate something. Lin Chen cast a glance at Yu Huang and Jian Wudao behind him and coldly commanded, "Have them leave." Lin Chen, Jian Wudao hesitated for a moment, opening his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent. Yu Huang's beautiful eyes shifted to Lin Chen, her expression impassive as she stated, "If we are to leave, we shall do so together." Lin Chen's tone grew grave as he replied, "Yu Huang, Jian Wudao, you must depart first. I shall join you shortly. The current situation necessitates my control." At this, both Yu Huang and Jian Wudao fell silent. Indeed, it was imperative for Lin Chen to wield the quasi-artifact to manage the unfolding circumstances. Elderly fell into silence, while Luo Wuyao instinctively exclaimed, "Elderly, we cannot let them escape." Lin Chen's icy gaze immediately fixated on Luo Wuyao, causing him to shiver as his earlier bravado dissipated. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his gaze and declared, "Elderly, I grant you 10 seconds to consider." Elderly gritted his teeth, and the expressions of the second and third elders were equally grim. Lin Chen had indeed dealt a blow to their Danling clan's pride. "Let them go," Elderly said, his face ashen. No one dared to voice dissent, for they lacked the courage to oppose him. Lin Chen's reckless demeanor instilled dread in every heart present. Lin Chen nodded to Jian Wudao and Yu Huang, and after a brief moment of silence, they wasted no time, unleashing their full speed toward the exit. The blood dawn bell continued to resonate in the sky, emanating a formidable aura that compelled onlookers to watch helplessly as Yu Huang and Jian Wudao made their escape. They departed safely, and none dared to hinder them. Lin Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, a voice from above, belonging to the Blood Elder, echoed with a dark expression, "Lin Chen, they have already left. You must swiftly withdraw the aura of the quasi-artifact." Lin Chen snorted coldly, replying, "I have yet to leave. Do you think me so foolish as to withdraw the aura?" Elderly immediately erupted with fury, angrily pointing at Lin Chen, denouncing him as shameless. The expressions of the other two esteemed figures soured as well, every member of the Danling clan appearing increasingly grim. Elderly calmed his breath, his gaze dark as he regarded Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you are now heavily surrounded, with no path for escape. Even if you unleash the aura of the quasi-artifact, you shall not survive. If you are willing to surrender and relinquish the Danling clan's secrets, we may allow you a chance at survival. This is indeed a commendable proposal. If you relinquish the essence of the Danling clan, might you permit me to depart?" Lin Chen appeared to waver, engaging in negotiation. Observing Lin Chen's apparent indecision, Elderly felt a surge of elation and promptly remarked, "Lin Chen, you speak truthfully." However, within Elderly's heart, a cold smirk lingered. He was merely biding his time, awaiting the awakening of the esteemed Yun Dan. Once that moment arrived, he vowed to subject Lin Chen to unspeakable torment. Elderly communicated his thoughts to the other two great sages and to Luo Wuyao. Initially, Luo Wuyao was engulfed in fear and confusion, questioning why the esteemed Yun Dan had yet to intervene. Upon hearing Elder Li's explanation, clarity dawned upon Luo Wuyao, and he gazed at Lin Chen with a chilling glare. "Lin Chen, you may revel in your bravado, but once the esteemed one awakens, your fate shall be sealed." "Humph, Elderly, can you guarantee my safe passage?" Lin Chen inquired. "Of course," Elderly replied, feeling a sense of relief as he offered Lin Chen a faint smile. The Damling clan has never been one to break a promise. Very well, Lin Chen acquiesced, his gaze intense as he regarded Elderly. I accept your terms. Elderly, alongside the two great sages and Luo Wuyao, felt a surge of joy. It seemed Lin Chen had indeed fallen into their trap. They were certain that Lin Chen would not dare to act against them. The authority of a great sage was not something he could challenge. Thus, Elderly keenly discerned Lin Chen's thoughts and offered him a tempting proposition, leading him into a deal. You are far from my equal, Elderly mused inwardly, stifling his contempt. Yet, on the surface, he maintained a benign demeanor as he regarded Lin Chen. However, Elderly felt a twinge of regret. He realized that he could not control this quasi-Dao artifact. Lin Chen spoke nonchalantly. I can no longer contain this impending force. In an instant, a cataclysmic aura emanated from the Blood Dawn Bell, a torrent of ferocious energy poised to erupt, causing the very heavens and earth to change hue. At that moment, the expressions of Elder Li and others shifted drastically. Why did Lin Chen dare to act? No one had the answer to his query when a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of Yulian Immortal Mountain. As a quasi-Dao artifact, every inch of Yulian Immortal Mountain began to tremble terrifyingly. The overwhelming pressure of 1 billion Law Spirit pills surged forth. Chapter 662. Let Him Go, Part 1. As a quasi-Dao artifact, Yulian Immortal Mountain quaked uncontrollably. Countless boulders cascaded from its interior, and the ground trembled as if a mudslide had erupted. Fear gripped every onlooker. At that moment, Luo Wuyao, the young clan leader, had lost all dignity beneath the oppressive weight of the atmosphere, his face reflecting sheer terror. Elderly trembled in his entirety, not from rage, but from disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin Chen would possess such audacity to unleash such a terrifying force. Beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, a blood-red dawn erupted forth with a burst of radiant light, as if tracing back to the very end of the infinite path. This singular manifestation of Dao might, resembling a towering pillar of divine illumination, bore an overwhelming pressure that threatened to obliterate all in its wake. The Elderly felt the weight of impending doom bearing down upon him, gasping for breath amidst the terror of this cataclysmic strike. In a moment of desperation, he roared, "Kill, kill, kill." He raised his hand, unleashing a concoction imbued with the essence of 20 strands of sacred might towards the fearsome Dao force cascading from the heavens. The second and third elders, their faces pale with dread, were similarly spurred into action by their instinct for survival, hurling their own elixirs into the fray. The ancestral figures of the Dao diagram realm, shaken from their trepidation, summoned forth their own survival instincts, manifesting their Dao diagrams and launching their treasured artifacts, each leaving trails of Dao marks and showcasing their formidable power. In an instant, a torrent of colossal energy erupted from the members of the Damling clan, roaring forth with the strength to shake the very heavens, directed at the impending Dao might. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of the Yulian Immortal Mountain, leaving all present in awe and terror. The powerful beings from other clans within the Luo estate reacted with palpable fear, scattering in all directions. In that fleeting moment of impact, the combined forces of sacred might, Dao marks, and artifact power were utterly annihilated, crushed by an overwhelming force. A profound dread enveloped the Damling clan, as the last flicker of hope within their hearts was extinguished. This torrent of Dao might descended with terrifying velocity, embodying a destructive force that stripped away the will to resist from everyone present. Even the three great saints found themselves powerless against this ominous might. As the Dao force surged downward, it would collide with the three saints in the span of a single breath, leaving them with nothing but wide eyes to witness the impending doom. Were all things destined to be obliterated by this malevolence? Elderly, witnessing the shattering of their offensive, felt his eyes redden and his complexion pale. He bellowed, "Yun Dan, great venerable one, if you do not act now, when will you?" In that critical moment, as all seemed poised to succumb to annihilation, an ancient hand emerged from within the Yulian Immortal Mountain, spanning countless distances with an unfathomable swiftness, reaching out to seize the Dao might with a fierce grip. Bang! This colossal hand, with 5 iron fingers and a mysterious palm, seemed to originate from a celestial prison. Upon grasping the Dao force, it crushed it within its grasp, causing a cataclysmic energy storm to erupt from between its fingers. The halls of the Luo estate were instantly obliterated, reduced to rubble, as the protective formations crumbled under the onslaught. Those monks unable to escape were annihilated without a trace. Leaving the Luo estate in utter desolation, its once great mansion now laid to waste, suffering immense damage. Elderly, breathless and sweating profusely, remained momentarily dazed, as the weight of the annihilating force he had just witnessed flooded his mind, leaving him chilled to the bone. The other members of the Danling tribe, along with several envoys from different clans, were all engulfed in shock and horror. The sensation of being yanked back from the brink of death was both exhilarating and heart-pounding, overwhelming enough to cause some to faint on the spot. Lin Chen was in a frantic flight, his aura soaring skyward, stirring the winds and clouds as his speed reached its zenith. Just as he had anticipated, the esteemed elder of the Danling tribe had indeed awakened. Were it not for the Blood Elder's knowledge of certain secrets, Lin Chen might have fallen for the old trick of the Strength Elder and found himself in dire straits. Lin Chen paid no heed to the battle unfolding around him. A singular thought consumed him. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Within mere breaths, his eyes suddenly sharpened. The exit was now less than 10 miles away. However, at that moment, the Strength Elder, with his formidable mental fortitude, quickly regained his composure and, with a change of expression, bellowed, "Elder Yundan, swiftly intervene and stop this fiend." Then, with keen sight, the Strength Elder noticed Lin Chen was on the verge of breaching the exit, and his heart sank heavily. Should this young man escape, the calamity that would follow, not to mention the immense loss the Danling tribe would suffer, was unfathomable. Hearing the Strength Elder's roar, Lin Chen pushed himself to the limit, his foot crashing down upon the cave's exit. Success! A flicker of joy surged within Lin Chen as he propelled himself forward, his figure erupting like a cannonball. The Strength Elder felt as though his heart had lodged in his throat. A thunderous crash resounded as the mountain wall trembled slightly. Momentarily taken aback, the Strength Elder was unsure of what had transpired, only to hear Lin Chen's furious voice echo, "Who dares to obstruct me?" Lin Chen was frustrated. He had not anticipated that a stone door would suddenly manifest at the cave's entrance. Upon colliding with it, he found his supreme imperial body to be painfully jarred, while the door merely shuddered. This revelation chilled Lin Chen's heart, his expression turning grim, for it was evident that this was the handiwork of Elder Yundan. What was to be done next? Chapter 663. Let Him Go, Part 2. The mysterious elder from the Yulian Immortal Mountain had made his move. Even with Lin Chen's quadrupled divine perception enhancement, he could not detect a trace of the elder's presence or energy. A heavy sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Chen as he began to ponder what leverage he still possessed and what methods he could employ to escape. "Kid, this elder has set his sights on you. You are now caught in a perilous situation," the Blood Elder sighed. Originally, Lin Chen had the Blood Dawn Bell, which could have facilitated his escape. Why then did he foolishly choose to protect Jian Wudao and Yu Huang? Inescapable, he ultimately could not flee. Lin Chen could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Seeing that Lin Chen had not managed to escape, the Strength Elder erupted in anger. Feeling a mixture of surprise and delight, he had initially thought Lin Chen would evade capture, yet here he was, ensnared. "Now, let us see how you will handle this." The Strength Elder's gaze turned sinister. Not only he, but the second and third elders also bore similarly ominous expressions, especially Luo Wuyao. After experiencing a tumultuous rise and fall of emotions, now witnessing Lin Chen trapped, felt a sense of exultation blooming within him. "Ha, Lin Chen. Let us see where you can escape this time." Luo Wuyao's laughter resonated throughout the entire Immortal Dan city, pressing down upon Lin Chen. "If you have the capability, then by all means ignite another 100 million Law Spirit pills." As Luo Wuyao's voice faded, the powerful Danling clan members, who were teetering on the brink of death due to Lin Chen's actions, emitted a ghastly green light from their eyes. Lin Chen sensed that the Danling people resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, ready to pounce and tear him apart. "Lin Chen, today I shall strike you down with a single blow," Elderly bellowed, his body beginning to shimmer with holy light, clearly preparing to unleash his divine might once more. Lin Chen was taut with tension. The magical energy within him had dwindled to half. To escape, absent some miraculous intervention, would likely be a grand jest. "Hold!" A commanding voice suddenly reverberated throughout Immortal Dan City. Elder Li's expression shifted to one of utmost reverence, halting his intimidation, and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." The second elder, the third elder, Luo Wuyao, and over 100 members of the Danling clan, as well as outsiders. All knelt in unison. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his fists clenched. Though he appeared composed, his palms had begun to sweat profusely. The terror of a grand elder was not to be compared with that of a great sage. Suddenly, the skies above Immortal Dan City were enveloped in billowing white clouds, obscuring the firmament. Amongst the clouds, a middle-aged man clad in a robe sat upon a white cloud, descending gracefully from the heavens. This man emanated an ethereal aura, inscrutable and profound. Yet, gazing upon such an esteemed figure, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger rise within him. Be at ease. The Grand Elder Yun Dan spoke with an unassuming tone, as if enveloped in mist, his voice carrying an unusual charm. All the Danling clan members rose abruptly, gazing at the figure of Grand Elder Yun Dan with fervent adoration in their eyes. The Grand Elder cast a fleeting glance at Luo Wuyao, an elderly, before turning to Lin Chen, stating coolly, "You are Lin Chen, the embodiment of sin. Why have you attacked my Danling clan? Is it necessary to engage in riddles with this boy?" "Grand Elder's powers are formidable," Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Initially, Lin Chen held no animosity towards the Danling clan. However, he had to intervene for the sake of the 100 Dan record. As for the matter of seizing the treasures of the Danling clan, he had no recollection of engaging in such actions. "Grand Elder," Luo Wuyao's voice thundered, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, gritting his teeth. This Lin Chen not only disguised himself as one of our Danling people to seize the 100 Dan record, but also destroyed a third of the treasures within the Killing Immortal sect. We cannot let him off lightly. Indeed, Elderly chimed in hastily. "Grand Elder, the terrifying strike Lin Chen unleashed earlier was aimed at exterminating us completely. Had it not been for your intervention, our Luo residents would have surely been obliterated." As the elder of the Blood Clan and Luo Wuyao took the lead in voicing their grievances, numerous formidable members of the Danling clan began to express their inner turmoil and cold-blooded intent. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but sigh, fully aware that the sinner, Lin Chen, would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Great Venerable today. After all, the power of a Great Venerable is a terrifying force. Could Lin Chen possibly withstand such might? Lin Chen's heart raced, and he leaned slightly forward, his expression grave. "Elder Blood, can you devise any strategy? Given the severity of my actions against the Danling clan, the esteemed Yun Dan will surely not let me go unpunished." Lin Chen had many unfinished matters and certainly did not wish to perish within the confines of the Danling clan. Yet, how could one possibly defeat a Great Venerable? He felt powerless, praying for a miracle. Elder Blood shook his head. Despite once being a figure of great renown, he had yet to witness any prodigy capable of slaying a Great Venerable at the Dao map level, not to mention killing. Even the prospect of contending against such disparity seemed insurmountable. Hearing Elder Blood's words, Lin Chen felt a bitter pang in his heart. Just moments ago, he had plundered an abundance of treasures, yet now they served him no purpose. Indeed, Lin Chen bore a heavy burden of sin, amidst the chorus of murderous intent. The Great Venerable Yun Dan spoke calmly. As Lin Chen heard these words, he exhaled a deep breath, suppressing the sense of helplessness within him, and ignited his fighting spirit. His internal energy surged wildly. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved that he would not meet a disgraceful end. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the composed figure of the Great Venerable Yun Dan. Should the latter make even the slightest move, Lin Chen would unleash his full strength in a desperate struggle. The mere utterance of the Great Venerable stirred excitement among the Danling clan members, who interpreted it as a sign that he would personally eliminate Lin Chen. Luo Wuyao's heart brimmed with elation, silently reveling in the thought that despite Lin Chen's formidable prowess, he would soon witness him grapple with the formidable Yun Dan. Elder Blood observed Lin Chen's tense demeanor with a hint of disdain, thinking to himself that the notion of contending against a Great Venerable was foolish. Yet, he also mused that to perish at the hands of the Great Venerable Yun Dan would be a stroke of luck for Lin Chen. With all eyes upon him, the Great Venerable Yun Dan offered a faint smile and addressed Lin Chen, stating, "However, my friend Lin Chen, I harbor no intent to harm you. Rather, I shall set you free. Just refrain from treating our Danling clan in such a manner in the future." His voice, calm yet imbued with an enigmatic power, resonated in the minds of everyone present, exploding like a bombshell. The crowd was left in a state of shock. Luo Wuyao's expression reflected astonishment, while the faces of the three great saints transformed into various expressions of disbelief, showcasing a spectacle of emotions. How could this Lin Chen be released? Chapter 664, The Ancient Tomb of the Void King. The esteemed Yun Dan merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Luo Wuya quickly reacted, his expression exceedingly grim as he addressed Yun Dan. Why would you release this scourge? He has already tarnished our Danling clan's foundations on the Holy Spirit continent. Li Lao and two other great sages also cast their gazes towards Yun Dan. Having been reduced to such a state, how could he still choose to release him? Were it not for his own insufficient strength, Luo Wuya might have exclaimed in outrage, labeling him a madman. Lin Chen, equally perplexed, found himself in the same state of confusion as Blood Elder. Was it truly the case that in this era, one could seize from others without consequence? Throughout, Yun Dan did not cast a single glance at Luo Wuya or the others. Instead, he abruptly raised his hand and pointed fiercely at Lin Chen, unleashing a torrent of terrifying, mysterious, and immense power. Lin Chen's hair stood on end, nearly provoking him to curse aloud. Damn it! How could he let me go? It turned out that this esteemed figure was toying with him. The most absurd part was that he had almost believed it. Luo Wuya, Li Lao, and the others were overjoyed. The onlookers from the Danling clan sighed in relief. It seemed their esteemed leader had not lost his sanity and had merely spoken a falsehood moments prior. However, Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, prepared to take action, only to discover that this enigmatic force had not targeted him, but instead crashed into the stone door behind him. With a resounding bang, Lin Chen keenly observed that the stone door left by Yun Dan was, astonishingly, blown open. Luo Wuya and the other great sages were left speechless, utterly stunned. While Lin Chen stood in a daze, the entire assembly rendered motionless. Lin Chen, my friend, all you need to do is agree to absolve our Danling clan of any grievances, and you may depart, Yun Dan stated with a placid smile. Very well, no problem. Lin Chen swiftly acquiesced, a surge of sharp energy radiating from him as he rapidly flew towards the opening. Luo Wuya, Li Lao, and the others changed color, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. Initially exceedingly wary, Lin Chen had anticipated that this old fellow might genuinely be toying with him. However, upon stepping out of the Yulian Immortal Mountain, he felt neither joy nor a sense of accomplishment, only a fog of confusion. Lin Chen, what are you still doing standing there? The other party has lost their mind and let you go. We should make haste. Blood Elder bellowed at the bewildered Lin Chen. Nodding repeatedly, Lin Chen agreed. After all, having come this far, it was only natural to flee swiftly. An unprecedented farce unfolded within the Danling clan. They had been invaded by an enemy, losing a third of their foundation and nearly obliterating Xiandan City, yet the esteemed Yun Dan had chosen to release Lin Chen. Ignoring the opposition of all, Yun Dan offered no explanation, and after Lin Chen's departure, he too vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of stunned, astonished, and furious members of the Danling clan. At this moment, within a magnificent core formation exuding faint rays of Tao light, the esteemed Yun Dan stood respectfully, facing a woman before him. The woman, her features obscured, possessed an extraordinarily alluring figure, curvaceous and enchanting, yet imbued with an undeniable elegance. As she spoke, her voice resonated with a subtle, ethereal quality. She has departed, declared the esteemed Yun Dan, adding, yet Lin Chen remains oblivious to the means by which he might preserve his life. It was not only Lin Chen who grappled with confusion. The members of the Danling clan shared in this bewilderment, and even Yun Dan himself seemed to grasp only fragments of understanding. The bloodthirsty demon lord from a millennium ago, now embodied in Lin Chen, and the awakening of her essence. Was this not a tale woven by fate? The woman continued, take good care of him. It is essential that you offer him some assistance. I shall return to the human realm and reclaim the entirety of my corporeal essence. Yun Dan's form trembled, and even with his elevated stature, a flicker of elation danced across his countenance. Is she truly awakening? The woman ceased her discourse, releasing a soft, wistful sigh before vanishing from sight. This gentle exhalation lingered, fading into silence. Old blood, do you possess knowledge of certain matters? Lin Chen navigated through the clouds, uncertain of the whereabouts of Jian Wudao and Yu Huang, compelled to search aimlessly. However, it was evident that they would not be lingering near the Danling clan. Old blood sighed. then spoke earnestly. Lin Chen, fortune has smiled upon you. Yet, this circumstance may also herald misfortune. Lin Chen regarded Old Blood's cryptic words with disdain, pondering the improbability of a scenario where one could rob another and simultaneously ensure their own survival, a veritable blessing from the heavens. Nevertheless, a contemplative expression crossed Lin Chen's face. He recalled Old Blood's earlier remarks regarding the Danling clan. Had not the Blood Demon Lord nearly annihilated them in the past? It was only due to the intervention of the clan's princess that catastrophe was averted. Could it be that the princess had returned? Yet, why would she extend her hand to save him? Surely, she ought to harbor resentment towards him. A chill crept over Lin Chen, prompting him to shake his head in an effort to dispel such thoughts. 500 miles away, Lin Chen finally located Jian Wudao and Yu Huang. Their expressions were icy, avoiding one another's gaze and remaining silent. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, their frosty demeanors softened slightly. Jian Wudao, observing Lin Chen's intact form, noted only a hint of disarray and fatigue in his aura, stating, "You have not disappointed me, Lin Chen." Lin Chen refrained from elaborating on his escape, instead requesting, "May I have a copy of the prescription?" Jian Wudao handed Lin Chen a jade slip, pausing before responding, "This contains the formula. I must attend to some matters." Without granting Lin Chen the opportunity for further dialogue, Jian Wudao turned and vanished into the horizon. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jian Wudao's abrupt departure. Yet the palpable tension between him and Yu Huang suggested that Jian Wudao was aware that such an atmosphere was untenable. Yu Huang, her cold, beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin Chen, asked pointedly, "What is the reason for your presence?" Lin Chen offered a wry smile, shaking his head. "There isn't much to explain." He acknowledged Jian Wudao's significant contribution to acquiring the prescription and immediately regretted mentioning him, recognizing the irony that Jian Wudao was, after all, his rival. "Oh." The gaze of the Rain Emperor withdrew, and he soon cast his eyes towards the horizon, remarking on the impending date of the opening of the ancient tomb of the Void King. "What place is this ancient tomb of the Void King?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow. "In a week's time, at the juncture between the outer and inner regions of the chaotic ancient domain, a tomb of a former Void King will manifest," the Rain Emperor explained. A tomb of a Void King. Lin Chen's powerful frame trembled at the thought. A Void King is an existence even more formidable than a great sovereign. If it is indeed the tomb of such a caliber, it must contain numerous potent treasures. Indeed, one of the most crucial medicinal ingredients from the prescription is located within. According to my intelligence, this ancient tomb of the Void King may be the only place where such an ingredient can be found, the Rain Emperor stated with an impassive expression. Gazing upon the cold yet beautiful visage before him, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, his previous fatigue dissipating in an instant. Upon hearing the Rain Emperor's words, he pondered, if that is the case, then visiting this ancient tomb of the Void King is imperative. Obtaining the prescription is merely the first step. He would also need to acquire the necessary medicinal ingredients from the apothecary and enlist someone skilled in their refinement. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen extended his consciousness into the jade slip, discovering that it contained a meticulously detailed method for concocting the mixed clear celestial pill, which listed no fewer than 999 types of medicinal ingredients. Lin Chen inhaled sharply, astonished that the refinement of this pill required such a multitude of ingredients. "Most of the ingredients needed are rare and not found in my Hengtian sect," the Rain Emperor remarked with a stoic expression. "I will not be going to this ancient tomb of the Void King. Whoever obtains that principal ingredient will." The Rain Emperor did not finish her sentence, for within her beautiful eyes flickered a pair of fierce, menacing gazes. "And what of you?" Lin Chen's tone turned icy. "For the sake of that one ingredient, you would offer yourself up?" The Rain Emperor slightly parted her lips, her gaze fixed upon Lin Chen, before she closed them again, neither confirming nor denying his accusation. Lin Chen's heart seethed with anger. His earlier good spirits were utterly shattered in that moment. He felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet he realized that such outbursts would serve no purpose. This sensation left him exceedingly dissatisfied. He regarded the exquisite face before him, snorting coldly, with an air of dominance emerging between his brows. "I will not concern myself with such matters. If it is not your own will, then who would desire you?" The Rain Emperor regarded Lin Chen with an unyielding expression, her voice chilling as she replied, "It is my own will." Enraged, Lin Chen was about to unleash his ire when a sudden flash of insight crossed his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned forth a grand, albeit damaged, palace of a supreme royal artifact. This was a palace he had plundered from the depths of the Danling clan, but at present, this exquisite artifact lay in ruin, requiring considerable effort for restoration. However, what Lin Chen valued more than the artifact itself was the treasures concealed within it. The Rain Emperor looked at Lin Chen with confusion, yet she refrained from questioning him. As if understanding something, Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable find. With a sweeping motion, Lin Chen extended his hand towards the interior of the Grand Hall, unleashing a wave of pressure. As he pulled back, an abundance of extraordinary medicinal power manifested before him, revealing a plethora of rare herbs that materialized in front of the Rain Emperor. She was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the countless exceptional herbs, her heart gave a slight, fervent thump. Ha ha ha, my luck is truly remarkable. Lin Chen laughed heartily, then with a swift motion, he presented all these invaluable herbs to the Rain Emperor. As a member of the Danling clan, it was inconceivable for her to lack medicinal materials when it came to alchemy. Furthermore, observing the multitude of precious herbs, it seemed that they nearly encompassed the majority of the required ingredients from the prescription. The remaining ones would be easily acquired. Thank you, the Rain Emperor murmured softly. There's no need for thanks. Lin Chen's expression suddenly turned cold as he averted his gaze from her, stating, now that we have the herbs, you shall procure them yourself. I will assist you. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. I trust you will not treat yourself as a bargaining chip. Lin Chen felt a surge of discontent within him, a sentiment he was unaware of that permeated his tone with a hint of resentment. What man would willingly witness his beloved treated as a commodity? Lin Chen would never allow it. Thus, regardless of the obstacles in his path, he was determined to secure those herbs. The Rain Emperor observed Lin Chen's demeanor. Her frosty, beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as if something glimmering was dancing within them. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen's icy expression softened. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. Was she smiling? However, Lin Chen lamented that the Rain Emperor did not truly smile. Her eyes merely shimmered with brilliance. He shook his head, quickly regaining his composure and adopting a stern expression. He felt that his previous display was far too unbecoming. Yet, Lin Chen could not deny that when he saw the glistening light in the Rain Emperor's cold, beautiful gaze, his heart inexplicably raced with fervor. If only her lips would curve into a smile, she would be utterly enchanting. The Rain Emperor regarded Lin Chen, her expression returning to normal, and inquired, "Are you angry with me?" Of course. Lin Chen's voice rose, attempting to mask his embarrassment as he retorted, "Who would want to see the woman they cherish treated as a bargaining chip? And you foolishly offered yourself. Do you not realize the harm this causes me?" Lin Chen's frustration flared as he broached the subject, an undercurrent of anger directed at the Rain Emperor. Despite understanding her actions were for the sake of her master, he could not suppress his dissatisfaction. The Rain Emperor remained impassive and replied, "Regardless of your feelings, whoever obtains that item, I will undoubtedly pay a high price to acquire it." With that, she turned to leave. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Was buying it not equivalent to offering oneself? Damn it! Had he misunderstood? His face flushed slightly as he looked up at her haughty, azure silhouette, and his earlier irritation dissipated into nothingness, replaced by an uncontrollable, fervent heartbeat. It was a fiery sensation. Chapter 665. The 5 elements robe time is of the essence, and Rain Empress must prepare other medicinal materials. Although Lin Chen yearns to spend more time with her, it is simply not feasible at the moment. His heart still tingles with curiosity about the 3 treasures. Yet he must first seek out that dark tribe girl. After flying for a considerable duration, Lin Chen finally arrived at the designated location and, utilizing his sensing abilities, detected the presence of the dark tribe girl. "You have indeed survived," Lu Qingwei remarked coolly. Lin Chen's expression darkened. "It seems you wish for my demise." "That is certainly not the case," Lu Qingwei replied, shaking her head and extending her hand. "What of the life-rejuvenating pill?" Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and 5 magical talismans, which had been suppressing the life-rejuvenating pill, fell into Lu Qingyue's grasp. "Are you aware of the information regarding the tomb of the Void King?" Lin Chen inquired. A tomb of a Void King was soon to be revealed, inevitably attracting the attention of various factions. "I am well aware," Lu Qingwei responded, raising her tone. "What? Do you wish to negotiate with me?" Lin Chen felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It seems that even among old acquaintances, there is no camaraderie. She always demands compensation at the outset. Very well, what do you wish to know? Lu Qingyue observed Lin Chen's troubled expression with apparent amusement. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. I wish to know which noteworthy figures are involved. His objective in visiting the tomb of the Void King was to acquire a rare medicinal herb within. Thus, he needed to ascertain which prodigies intended to make a move on it. Considering the favor owed to that esteemed individual, I can provide this information free of charge. Lu Qingyue said, tossing Lin Chen a jade slip. This tomb of the Void King presents an opportunity for you. Lin Chen chuckled. You seem particularly loquacious today. One must understand that this girl usually resorts to threats at the slightest provocation. When did she become so talkative? A glint of cold light flashed before Lin Chen's eyes, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, this girl was not to be trifled with. After parting ways with Lu Qingyue, Lin Chen did not act upon the jade slip. He now acutely felt the significance of strength in the current chaotic ancient domain. While the periphery posed little threat to him, what lay within would undoubtedly present a vastly different landscape. With Reign Empress, Qing Ro, Hong Ling, and his own father, alongside formidable adversaries like Lu Tontian and Tianji Daoist, Lin Chen recognized that he required strength to confront these challenges. He accelerated his pace, preparing to head to the Chen Alliance, which must have already been made aware of the situation. Lin Chen, hold on before you go to the Chen Alliance. Blood Elder suddenly interjected. Find a safer place and explore the treasures within this damning clan's 3 palaces. Lin Chen paused for a moment, understanding Blood Elder's intention. It was to prevent him from handing all the treasures over to the Chen Alliance, akin to the time he had plundered the Black Dragon Society's treasury, only to surrender all the spoils to the Chen Alliance. If all the treasures were bestowed upon Lin Chen, his foundational strength would be significantly enhanced. Humans are inherently selfish. Blood Elder remarked. I understand your desire to strengthen the Chen Alliance. However, this must be predicated upon enhancing your own capabilities. Shui Lao spoke with solemnity, asserting that while collective strength can be formidable, individual prowess possesses the potential to shatter all barriers. Lin Chen fell into a contemplative silence, and Shui Lao refrained from further admonishing him, instead allowing him the space for introspection. Lin Chen, not one to be deemed foolish, recognized the validity of Shui Lao's words. Reflecting on the bonds that tethered him, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, his gaze now resolute. He would strive to advance the Chen Alliance. After a while, Lin Chen discovered a desolate mountain and, upon establishing several powerful formations, concealed himself within its embrace. He retrieved the remnants of 3 shattered supreme imperial artifacts, his eyes shimmering with an emerald glow, prompting Shui Lao to chuckle with delight. There was an inexplicable sense of achievement that Lin Chen derived from seizing the possessions of others. Curious about the treasures within the palaces, Lin Chen flicked his finger, activating one of the structures. Instantly, a formidable aura of regal authority surged forth, with thousands of strands of imperial essence radiating intensely, coalescing into a tempest of royal vigor that rushed towards him. To his astonishment, Lin Chen beheld over 1,000 mid-grade imperial artifacts. Shui Lao could hardly contain his excitement, proclaiming that the sheer number of mid-grade artifacts, alongside the few remnants of supreme artifacts, would undoubtedly elevate the Xianshan King Tower to the status of a supreme artifact. A smile crept upon Lin Chen's lips as well, recognizing the profound significance of these mid-grade artifacts for his own empowerment. Lin Chen entrusted them to Shui Lao before he opened the second palace. Within the second palace lay an ancient medicinal cauldron, adorned with the 4 symbols: White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Phoenix, bestowing an aura of alchemical mastery. Lin Chen felt a ripple of energy emanating from the cauldron, prompting a momentary pause from Shui Lao, who then burst into laughter, exclaiming that it was the rare 4-beast medicinal cauldron, capable of concocting formidable elixirs. Realizing its potential, Lin Chen accepted the cauldron, recalling the alchemist Xiao Yao, who was likely on the verge of emergence. Despite his anticipation, Lin Chen had yet to uncover anything of personal utility, which left him with a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, hope lingered as he approached the final palace, silently wishing for something extraordinary. Drawing forth the contents of the third palace, he found a crystalline vial filled with a vibrant, aromatic liquid. Disappointment washed over him. To think that such an inconsequential item could tarnish the sanctity of a supreme artifact's protection. The earlier sense of satisfaction from his plunder had dissipated entirely. Lin Chen, you have truly struck gold, Blood Elder suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. This is the 5 elements spirit liquid, a rarity encountered once in a century. Each droplet is of immeasurable value, and astonishingly, the Danling clan possesses a vial of it. Your fortune has indeed arrived. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. Blood Elder, what is the origin of this colorful spirit liquid? Blood Elder moderated his tone, adopting a serious demeanor. Lin Chen, are you aware of the potency of the 5 elements body refining pill within you? This colorful spirit liquid embodies the essence of the 5 elements, far surpassing even the great 5 elements body refining pill. Lin Chen's expression transformed into one of sheer exhilaration. He could hardly fathom that the contents of this small vial were even more precious than the great 5 elements body refining pill he had encountered before. Could this not refine his internal organs? It was noteworthy that Lin Chen's 5 elements divine refinement technique had been dormant for quite some time. Now, encountering this colorful spirit liquid was truly a stroke of luck. Blood Elder's tone shifted suddenly, commanding Lin Chen. This colorful spirit liquid has been exposed to the external environment for too long. Its efficacy will dissipate rapidly. Consume it at once. Lin Chen perceptively noticed that the colorful spirit liquid in the vial was gradually diminishing, transforming into a peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air. Upon hearing Blood Elder's words, Lin Chen swiftly consumed the colorful spirit liquid in one gulp. As the spirit liquid entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current, surging into Lin Chen's body. In an instant, he felt as though his internal organs were ignited, burning with fervor. The 5 elements divine refinement technique. Lin Chen immediately activated the 5 elements divine refinement technique, as if his internal organs had gained independent life, beginning to absorb this elemental essence. The long-dormant potency of the great 5 elements body refining pill within Lin Chen was completely awakened by the power of the colorful spirit liquid. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors enveloped Lin Chen's body, manifesting an extraordinary spectacle. Blood Elder observed this scene and couldn't help but murmur, this young man possesses remarkable fortune. Perhaps the ancient technique from years past may yet see the light of day again. The process of refinement continued fervently. Lin Chen endured the immense pain of this transformation. Over the past few days, his internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, had undergone a formidable enhancement. His heart's rhythm pulsed vigorously, channeling a fiery energy within, the essence of the 5 elements. Finally, on the 4th day, the colorful spirit liquid within Lin Chen, along with the potency of the great 5 elements body refining pill, was entirely absorbed. Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, and he stood upright. The ground around him began to tremble, and a fierce silver light flickered around his form, as if his silver bones had been stirred. 5 elements power, enter my being. 5 elements grand radiance. Reveal yourself to me, Lin Chen suddenly shouted with fervor, as 5 distinct colors of radiant light illuminated his chest, exuding an ethereal quality. In an instant, a long robe materialized around Lin Chen. This robe, a harmonious fusion of 5 radiant hues, shimmered with a divine luminescence, as if he had donned a garment of treasures. Sounds echoed all around, reminiscent of a melodic serenade. The 5 elements robe, a manifestation of the quintessence of elemental forces within, had been refined to an extraordinary level. At this moment, Lin Chen was imbued with a surging torrent of power, far surpassing the prowess of his previous supreme royal physique. While his former royal body was fundamentally rooted in skeletal strength, the 5 elements robe now harnessed the very essence of his being. The harmonious fusion of internal and external forces rendered him immensely powerful. Moreover, the 5 elements robe was infused with elemental strength, bestowing upon him an invulnerability against malevolence. Impervious to all forms of attack, Lin Chen's strength surged once more. The manifestation of the 5 elements robe enveloped him in an aura of formidable majesty, as if his very form were unbreakable. Excellent. I can feel the life force within me has significantly amplified, Lin Chen exclaimed with joy, astonished by the immense benefit he had unexpectedly acquired. His internal organs had strengthened, establishing a vital cycle that would enhance his overall combat capabilities to an unimaginable extent. Lin Chen was eager to discover how his full manifestation of ruling the world would fare with his current physical might. Contemplating the potential burden would be minimal. What would it be like to unleash the formidable 40 million units of magical power through ruling the world? A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he suddenly vanished from his location. Shortly thereafter, the ground he once occupied erupted with a myriad of fissures, the earth fracturing violently. Following the battle with the Black Dragon Heavenly Society, the Chen Alliance emerged as the northern sovereign of the chaotic ancient domain. Most astonishing was the enigmatic leader of the Chen Alliance, who had plundered the entirety of the Black Dragon Heavenly Society, claiming 100 royal artifacts as rewards. This incited great excitement among the disciples of the Chen Alliance, driving them to redouble their efforts in cultivation, creating an atmosphere of flourishing prosperity. Certainly, within this month, several significant events had sent shockwaves throughout the chaotic ancient domain. Lin Chen, who had been absent for 3 entire months under mysterious circumstances, reappeared in the Damling clan, devastating 1/3 of its foundational strength. His power had grown even more formidable compared to his previous self. The celestial mechanism Taoist, who had previously targeted Lin Chen, resumed his calculations. While he could not pinpoint Lin Chen's exact location, he surmised that he was likely situated in the periphery of the chaotic ancient domain. In an instant, the entire periphery of the chaotic ancient domain was once again rife with tumultuous undercurrents. Disciples of the mysterious Heavenly Emperor sect began to flood into the outskirts of the chaotic ancient domain, with numerous cultivators seeking to eradicate Lin Chen. However, the higher echelons of several major factions remained indifferent to this news. In just a few days, the day of the opening of the tomb of the Void King would arrive, rendering their desire to eliminate Lin Chen secondary to the imminent significance of the tomb of the Void King. In the Alliance leader's residence, strategists Wang Lai, Lin Chen, as well as Ouyang Zun and Hong Ba, were all gathered. The emergence of the tomb of the Void King was indeed a matter of considerable importance. The voice of Hong Ba resonated with authority as he addressed the strategist, asking whether the Chen Alliance should intervene. The strategist closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them, slowly articulating, "The temptation is substantial. We must venture to the tomb of the Void King. However, the disciples and prodigies of the Chen Alliance cannot accompany us, lest they meet a dire fate." Wang Lai was about to object when a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the room. "I concur with the strategist." Everyone was taken aback, only to see Lin Chen, a smile gracing his face, stepping through the door. "Alliance leader," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes shimmering with astonishment, for they sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Chen. The Alliance leader had become even more formidable than before. Hong Ba regarded Lin Chen with a grave expression, his demeanor serious. His lips moved slightly as he uttered the words Dao Map Realm, which sent shockwaves through the hearts of the strategist, Lin Chen, and Wang Lai. "Heavenly Father, what kind of prodigy is this? In just over a month, the Alliance leader has ascended to the Dao Map Realm. What an extraordinary talent." Ouyang Zun's expression was one of excitement as he felt a significant pressure from his elder brother, who truly was awe-inspiring. "Very well. There is no need for us to be distant," Lin Chen said with a smile, taking his seat in the position of Alliance leader. "I am already aware of the situation concerning the tomb of the Void King. I have decided to personally accompany the Grand Elder. Await news of my triumphant return." "Elder brother, this is unwise." Ouyang Zun's expression changed slightly. "The tomb of the Void King is extremely perilous. You need not go personally." The others hesitated to speak, but Lin Chen did not afford them the chance, merely smiling faintly, a hint of authority evident in his demeanor. "It is precisely because of the danger that I shall accompany the Grand Elder. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will forsake the treasures of the tomb to preserve my life." Seeing Lin Chen's resolute stance, they felt it futile to argue further and nodded, accepting his decision. Subsequently, Lin Chen met with Xiao Yao, Ouyang Dazuan, and Feng Huadashi. "You rascal, what you've done has shaken the continent," Xiao Yao scolded, though pride illuminated his face. Feng Huadashi nodded solemnly at Lin Chen, urging, "Lin Chen, do take care. If your identity is exposed, the Chen Alliance cannot withstand such a storm." Lin Chen acknowledged this, stating, "Three esteemed seniors, I am fully aware of the current circumstances. Regardless, my identity must remain concealed. That is all that matters." Feng Huadashi replied. At that moment, Ouyang Dazuan suddenly interjected, "Lin Chen, do you truly intend to venture to the tomb of the Void King?" Although you have reached the Dao map realm, the dangers of the tomb are beyond ordinary. I cannot guarantee your safety. Xiao Yao and Feng Huadashi's gazes converged on Lin Chen. Remembering the precious herb, Lin Chen displayed no fear and resolutely declared, I must go to the tomb of the Void King. Ouyang Dazuan gazed at Lin Chen, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking, Lin Chen, are you aware of that matter? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, shaking his head and replying, what matter? Ouyang Dazuan glanced at Xiao Yao and Feng Huadashing, nodding slightly. It was Feng Huadashing who inquired, are you unaware of Lutong Tian's expedition to the ancient tomb of the Void King? Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, his voice laced with an intimidating chill. What does Lutong Tian intend to do at the ancient tomb of the Void King? Xiao Yao sighed deeply, responding, this is something only we old fellows are privy to. Initially, I did not wish to divulge it, but since you are so insistent, I must reveal it. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Yao continued. According to the news from the Taqing sect, Lutong Tian aims to acquire an artifact from the ancient tomb of the Void King to elevate himself to the great saint realm. Moreover, this ascension could lead to a monumental transformation in Lutong Tian's power. Upon hearing Xiao Yao's words, Lin Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Was it not his father's directive to obtain Lutong Tian's martial arts divine map? Hence, with Lutong Tian seeking to ascend to the great saint realm, Lin Chen would not allow him to succeed. Otherwise, the chances of acquiring the martial arts divine map would diminish significantly. The eyes of Xiao Yao, Feng Huadashing, and Ouyang Dazuan converged on Lin Chen. They noticed that, contrary to their expectations of a fierce aura emanating from him, he merely squinted slightly, prompting them to inwardly sigh. The murderous intent within him had surged. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a chilling light, his body coiling like a beast poised to pounce. Lutong Tian, very well. It has been 3 months since we last met, and this time, the ancient tomb of the Void King shall be our battleground. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly. The hatred he had suppressed for years now sought resolution. The mere thought of the imminent emergence of the ancient tomb of the Void King caused his blood to boil intensely within him. Chapter 667. The prominent talents within the Chen Alliance. Lin Chen had long established his faith, and upon his return, the immense aura he exuded intensified this faith even further. However, this power of belief was still rather feeble, lacking substantial effect on Lin Chen. Days swiftly passed. Lin Chen and Huaqing Dazuan quietly departed without anyone's knowledge. Initially, Lin Chen intended to bring along Cici, but upon reconsideration, he realized that the ancient tomb of the Void King was of such perilous nature that even the great Zun would feel an overwhelming sense of danger. Thus, he abandoned the idea of taking the young lad with him. Furthermore, to Lin Chen's knowledge, the boy had numerous romantic entanglements, particularly with the captain, Zhou Ruoqing, with whom he seemed to be deepening his connection. Young man, many extraordinary talents will undoubtedly converge upon the ancient tomb of the Void King. Huaqing Dazuan remarked with a smile directed at Lin Chen. However, do not fret too much. It is rumored that beings of the great saint level are unable to enter the ancient tomb. The inability of those at the great sage level to enter left Lin Chen astonished. But, esteemed elder, if you, the great venerable of transformation, proceed, won't you be unable to enter the tomb? A hint of helplessness flashed across the brows of the great venerable of transformation. Who told you to be the leader? It's easy to seize treasures, but taking them away is another matter altogether. A warm feeling coursed through Lin Chen's heart. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. Goodness, when did you ever speak to me so courteously? The two were making their way towards the designated location with utmost effort. The emergence of the ancient tomb of the Void King had stirred the entirety of the chaotic ancient domain, with countless factions vying to reach it. The site of the tomb was situated at the boundary between the periphery and the interior of the chaotic ancient domain. The deeper one ventured into the domain, the more potent the chaotic laws became, capable of infiltrating the human heart and sowing confusion. However, with the 5 elements' great radiance robe condensed around him, Lin Chen was impervious to any influence, unaffected even by the turmoil of the inner regions. The chaotic laws grew increasingly formidable. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen conversed with the great venerable of transformation regarding cultivation matters. Given the presence of the blood elder, an ancient being within Lin Chen, the great venerable was astonished. Secretly lamenting that he had indeed not misjudged, this young man was extraordinary. This area was the domain of the middle court. Upon arriving at the site of the ancient tomb of the Void King, Lin Chen discovered a natural barrier dividing the periphery from the interior. This barrier was composed of chaotic laws, coalescing into a diamond-shaped crystalline form, stacked together and emanating an unsettling, ghostly glow that deterred any from trespassing lightly. Along the way, Lin Chen encountered numerous prodigies, each embodying immense Tao patterns within, striding with confidence and exuding a commanding presence. Moreover, according to the messages relayed by the Great Venerable of Transformation, several great sages had already taken to lurking alongside these prodigies. Lin Chen maintained a low profile, at times even moving stealthily. After all, this was the territory of the middle court, and having previously offended He Chunyang, he dared not reveal himself easily. With some time remaining before the emergence of the ancient tomb, Lin Chen pondered visiting the young lady's jade slip he had received. He needed basic intelligence on the incoming individuals, for knowledge of both oneself and the adversary leads to assured victory in every battle. Delving into the jade slip with his divine sense, he uncovered details regarding 5 individuals. He Yuan, the true disciple of the middle court, known for his ruthlessness, was a disciple of a great venerable of the middle court. Zhou Ruoqing, the true disciple of the heavenly monarch sect, possessed a mysterious identity, rumored to belong to an ancient race, specifics unknown. Xiao Yao, ranked second among the chaotic periphery, practiced peculiar techniques, known as the smiling demon. Tiangu, the holy son of the forbidden land of the ancients, as a Kunping celestial beast, awakened the true essence of the Kunping upon entering the Tao diagram realm. Boasting terrifying power, Lu Tontian, the foremost true disciple of the Mingtian sect, had mastered the ancient ice and fire Tao diagram. Lin Chen took a deep breath, astonished to find that these 5 prodigies had set their sights on the ancient tomb of the Void King. However, he found some solace in the fact that the number of prodigies present was not as overwhelming as he had imagined. Otherwise, true chaos would ensue. In this region, a considerable number of individuals had congregated, each possessing at least the cultivation of the Qi condensation realm, their expressions marked by an air of hostility. Although their skills were modest, they harbored a flicker of hope for a fortuitous opportunity. The Rain Sovereign was certain to arrive, and among the myriad of prodigies, many were undoubtedly harboring aspirations centered around him. Lin Chen mused internally, acutely aware of the multitude of rivals he faced. Notable among them were figures like Jian Wudao and Luo Wuya. As Lin Chen pondered, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd. "Look, it's someone from the central court. Who is that leading the charge?" I sense an aura of tremendous dread emanating from him. It was He Yuan, the foremost true disciple of the central court. His terrifying prowess, unmistakable. Following closely was his brother, He Chunyang. He Yuan, how astonishing. The emergence of this ancient tomb of the Void King indeed draws an endless allure. He Yuan was the very person mentioned in the Jade Tablet. Lin Chen gazed ahead and immediately spotted a group of disciples from the central court approaching. At the forefront was a young man clad in ancient golden armor, his most striking feature being his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with countless glimmers of battle, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, for he sensed an unfathomable aura radiating from this young man. He Yuan was indeed formidable. However, what captivated Lin Chen's attention even more was the figure behind, He Chunyang. The young man with a sullen countenance was none other than He Chunyang himself, who had vied for the 7-foot Void Sky Sword. In just half a month, He Chunyang had remarkably stepped into the realm of half-step Tao map. As Lin Chen scrutinized them, He Chunyang seemed to sense his gaze, abruptly locking eyes with Lin Chen, an eerie and frigid aura emanating from him. Lin Chen's heart raced as he realized he had been discovered. His ability to conceal his presence with the devouring demon art, combined with the hidden immortal great killing technique, should have allowed him to remain undetected. Yet, he could not fathom how he had been so easily revealed. Just as Lin Chen was taken aback, He Chunyang's furious voice rang out. "You bastard! How dare you show your face before me? Do you wish for death?" This outburst immediately drew the attention of all around. The once inconspicuous Lin Chen suddenly became the focal point of the gathering. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unaware of the conflict between the prodigy of the central court, He Chunyang, and this individual. Even the disciples from the central court turned to regard He Chunyang, evidently perplexed by his outburst. Lin Chen cast a glance at the enraged He Chunyang, offering him a radiant smile before turning on his heel and departing amidst the bewildered stares of many. He Chaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly shocked that the once reckless Chen Ling had chosen to turn away and completely disregard him. The proud He Chaoyang, clearly provoked by Lin Chen's actions, wore an expression of fury as he bellowed, "Chen Ling, halt at once and return what you have taken. I shall spare you." The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone around gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this young man before them was none other than the renowned leader of the Chen Alliance? Even He Yuan, clad in ancient golden armor, cast his gaze towards Lin Chen's retreating figure. Lin Chen's reputation had soared to great heights during that legendary battle. Who could possibly be unaware of him? Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not look back. Instead, he quickened his pace, seemingly intent on leaving this place entirely. "Stop right there." He Chaoyang, unable to contain his rage any longer, launched a powerful punch aimed at Lin Chen's back. The surrounding elemental energy converged towards the force of his blow, as if it had become the very epicenter of a storm. This strike, fierce and commanding, surged with vitality, causing many onlookers to feel a chill of apprehension. Indeed, He Chaoyang was formidable. However, sensing the impending strike, Lin Chen's figure suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight, reappearing a mile away. He Chaoyang's pupils constricted. Even he had been unable to fully perceive Lin Chen's movement. Subtly, he sensed that the aura emanating from that figure was now even more terrifying than before. Chen Ling's cultivation had evidently grown stronger. A glimmer of realization flashed in He Yuan's eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Those present were no ordinary individuals. They understood the significance of Lin Chen's recent maneuver. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Chen Ling was no simple adversary. At this moment, rather than fleeing, Lin Chen turned around, his expression as calm as ever as he faced He Chaoyang. Seeing Lin Chen turn, He Chaoyang's earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by an ominous demeanor. "Chen Ling, why have you stopped running? If you wish to avoid the downfall of your alliance, I advise you." Before He Chaoyang could finish, Lin Chen interrupted him coolly. "He Chaoyang, our grievances have become mere wisps of smoke. I shall overlook your attempts to pursue me." He Chaoyang's face flushed with rage. "What do you mean by overlooking? You've stolen my quasi-Dao artifact, and you expect me to simply forget?" Lin Chen showed no concern for He Chaoyang's fury, turning to depart from this contentious place. For the moment, it was prudent for him to remain low-key. Enraged, He Chaoyang began to smirk, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen's retreating figure. "Chen Ling, I grant you one final opportunity. If you do not voluntarily return what is mine, be prepared to face the consequences." The laughter that followed grew increasingly sinister, resembling that of a venomous serpent. He Chaoyang could hardly believe he had encountered Chen Ling here. The loss of the 7-foot void sky sword had been an unbearable humiliation for him. Moreover, he had initially ascended effortlessly, experiencing a remarkable surge in his cultivation, only to have it all undone by Lin Chen. Yet now, the individual at his side was no longer the ancestor of death, but rather He Yuan, the foremost disciple of the Central Court and his own brother. Although Lin Chen had grown exceedingly formidable, he could not be compared to his brother, especially in the domain of the Central Court. He Chaoyang organized these thoughts in his mind, fully confident in his plan to eliminate Lin Chen. No matter what, he would not escape this place. The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing that this disciple of the Central Court was about to confront the leader of the Chen Alliance, stirring excitement among those proud youths. Upon hearing the threatening words, Lin Chen paused momentarily, turned his head slightly, and remarked indifferently, "He Chaoyang, are you addressing me?" He Chaoyang's expression stiffened, swiftly darkening with fury. He felt a seething anger igniting within him. How dare this wretch disregard him so brazenly? One of the disciples from the Central Court, a being of considerable strength, bellowed at Lin Chen with authority, "You must be seeking death to speak to our senior brother in such a manner." He was indeed a subordinate of He Chaoyang, and upon witnessing his brother's wrath, he hastened to assert his dominance. Lin Chen's previously calm gaze now glimmered with a cold light, locking onto the Central Court disciple. The disciple felt an instinctive dread as the hairs on his body stood on end, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. That piercing gaze evoked a palpable sense of impending doom. Silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes awaited the unfolding drama. Eager to see how the disciple of the Central Court would challenge the Northern Overlord, He Yuan remained silent, appearing intrigued by the spectacle. With the might of the Central Court behind him, He Chaoyang, consumed by murderous intent, could no longer restrain himself and launched an attack on Lin Chen, delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, the essence of the Central's intent surged forth, obliterating the chaotic laws around them. The force was terrifying, a display of supreme martial arts. At last, the long-suffering Lin Chen responded, delivering a seemingly simple punch, radiant colors shimmering from behind him. Boom! The onlookers gasped, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. This punch had shattered the supreme martial arts unleashed by He Chaoyang. He Chaoyang's pupils constricted in realization. Lin Chen had become exponentially more formidable than before, and he sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. A gust of wind swept through as Lin Chen's figure appeared before He Chaoyang in a flash, causing He Chaoyang's countenance to change dramatically. Unable to contain himself, he stammered, "Lin Chen, what do you intend to do?" Lin Chen merely gazed at He Chaoyang with a calm demeanor, saying nothing, which left He Chaoyang feeling unnerved. The previous display of power had effectively silenced the assembled prodigies and other disciples of the Central Court. "You are Chen Ling." At this moment, He Yuan, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his tone imbued with the haughtiness cultivated over years of superiority. "Hello," Lin Chen replied with utmost courtesy. He Yuan did not spare Lin Chen a glance, merely stating dismissively, "Mind your status. Do not overstep." A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. "I understand." He Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As Lin Chen prepared to turn away, the onlookers, who had been observing the scene, could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. Faced with He Yuan's sharp demeanor, even the leader of the Chen Alliance seemed to be retreating. It appeared to be more humiliating than they had anticipated, lacking even a rebuttal. Witnessing Lin Chen's attitude, He Chaoyang's spirits soared once again. Indeed, with his brother present, why should he fear this young man? Should he dare to act against him, it would only signify a death wish. With a sense of confidence, He Chaoyang sneered at Lin Chen's retreating figure. "Chen Ling, when did you become such a coward? You didn't even dare to pursue me after I hunted you down last time. I assure you, this time, I, He Chaoyang, will not let you off." Many of the distinguished individuals present sighed inwardly at He Chaoyang's threats. Indeed, the Central Court reigned supreme in this realm. No matter Lin Chen's capabilities, he still had to bow his head. "Do you believe I will strike you?" Lin Chen turned back, frowning as he regarded He Chaoyang. He Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Lin Chen's sudden inquiry. However, realization dawned upon him swiftly. A murderous intent flickered in He Chaoyang's eyes. Filled with confidence, he was unafraid of Lin Chen. Did Lin Chen truly have the audacity to confront him? Could he provoke the Central Court? "Do you have the guts to strike me? If you do, I will ensure the entire Chen Alliance perishes," He Chaoyang mocked. Yet, before his derision could fully escape his lips, a resounding slap echoed through the air. He Chaoyang's pupils constricted, his expression frozen in shock. The impact was not overwhelming, yet it delivered a sharp, stinging pain that resonated through him. He actually struck this man. Everyone stood in astonishment. He Chaoyang quickly regained his composure, frantically shouting at Lin Chen, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Lin Chen, growing impatient, interrupted him with a semblance of remorse, stating, "I apologize. Seeing that you did not refuse, I assumed it was an agreement. Thus, I struck you. You struck me simply because I did not refuse, and an apology suffices?" He Chaoyang's fury erupted, his rage overwhelming him, causing him to cough up blood. Chapter 669, All Arrive. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. He Chaoyang had been struck in front of everyone, and the sound of that slap echoed ominously. Was Chen Ling truly so reckless? He Chaoyang's face contorted in rage as he roared, "Chen Ling, I will kill you. How dare you strike me? If you have the ability, dare to hit me again." A terrifying aura surged from He Chaoyang, a formidable killing intent aimed directly at Lin Chen. He Chaoyang was utterly incensed by Lin Chen's provocations. Without a second thought, he launched himself at Lin Chen, throwing a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of central principles with unparalleled force. The sharp crack echoed through the air, momentarily stunning everyone present, including He Yuan. Once again, He Chaoyang felt the sting of a slap across his face, the imprint of 5 fingers glaringly evident. His contorted expression froze for a moment before he regained his composure, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Lin Chen, incredulous that he dared to continue. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Chen's impatient voice rang out, "If you wish for me to strike you so badly, then I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, He Chaoyang's pupils constricted sharply, and in the next instant, he was met with another searing blow to his face. The rhythmic sound of slaps resonated through the air, reminiscent of a morbid symphony, casting an eerie silence over the onlookers. Lin Chen's actions undeniably shattered the preconceived notions held by these prodigies. Was it possible that this Chen Ling intended to wage war against the central court? Lin Chen was acutely aware that unless he took decisive action, He Chaoyang would continue to revel in the situation. This reminded him of the time he had slapped He Tiansha, and he had to admit that striking an adversary was an exhilarating experience. Now, as he continued to deliver blows to He Chaoyang, transforming him into a grotesque visage, he found a perverse pleasure in it, intensifying the force of his strikes. Stop! A booming voice cut through the air like thunder, rushing towards Lin Chen as if an ancient lion were poised to strike. Lin Chen indeed halted, casting a glance to find He Yuan's face as pale as death. Gazing intently at him, He Chaoyang, now dazed from the relentless slaps, seized upon his brother's words as if they were a lifeline. "Brother, kill him. Spare me the disgrace." "Get out of here," He Yuan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He Chaoyang, his face swollen and bloodied, felt not only the physical pain but a profound sense of humiliation. Faced with his brother's wrath, despite the myriad of humiliations he felt, he could only cast a venomous glance at Lin Chen before retreating. The other prodigies around them, witnessing He Chaoyang's disfigured face, were torn between laughter and restraint. Even some disciples from the central court wore expressions of he sensed an overwhelming and terrifying battle intent emanating from He Yuan, whose golden armor, an artifact of ancient origin, subtly revealed a heart-pounding edge. Indeed, He Yuan exuded tenfold the imposing presence of He Chaoyang. "Since a confrontation has already ensued, what will you do?" Lin Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. The surrounding prodigies felt a shiver of apprehension, realizing that the true disciple of the central court, He Yuan, was on the verge of unleashing his fury. They pondered deeply who was more formidable, He Yuan or the enigmatic leader of the Chen Alliance. "I will take your life," He Yuan declared. His words thundered like a celestial detonation, an overwhelming killing aura surging forth. He Yuan suddenly unleashed his might, an imposing force that seemed to devour the heavens, and the ancient luster of his golden armor began to shimmer as if a son of the god of slaughter had descended. With a powerful hand, he reached out towards Lin Chen, unleashing boundless energy that manifested as a colossal ancient lion's claw, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. Showcasing its immense power, Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and he retaliated with an equally fierce punch, an endless stream of silver light erupting from his fist. The two figures were propelled back 5 steps. The ground between them began to crack violently, fissures snaking across the terrain, the earth shook, and mountains erupted. The surrounding prodigies were stunned by the overwhelming force of their collision, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. He Yuan, wielding a peerless imperial weapon, briefly displayed a hint of surprise before it vanished, acknowledging the prowess of the Chen Alliance leader. Lin Chen remained silent, sensing the terrifying power contained within He Yuan's form. With every move, it seemed as if the essence of an ancient lion empowered him, his strength rivaling that of Lin Chen's peerless imperial weapon. Lin Chen, He Yuan is no ordinary opponent. He has evidently invoked a supreme technique, embodying the might of an ancient lion, unparalleled in power, Blood Old explained. Lin Chen nodded, recognizing He Yuan as a figure listed among Lu Qingyue's roster, undeniably formidable. "However, I have already stated that my comrades from the central court are not to be trifled with," He Yuan replied coldly. A chilling murderous intent spread forth, indicating that He Yuan was poised to strike once more. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous aura descended like a legion of divine generals. All the prodigies were drawn to this sudden, overwhelming presence, as a figure approached through the sky, radiating immense energy. Lin Chen glanced over and was momentarily taken aback, for the newcomer was none other than Tiangu. However, the Tiangu before him was markedly different. With each movement, countless waves of energy danced around him, resembling a humanoid ancient behemoth exerting pressure in all directions. "Haha, Brother Yuan, who are you teaching a lesson here?" Tiangu laughed heartily as he descended beside He Yuan, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. "Leader of the Chen Alliance," He Yuan remarked, taken aback by Tiangu's unexpected arrival, and he tempered his murderous intent, speaking in a subdued tone. "In the realm of the Chen Alliance, the leader, Tiangu, gazed intently at Lin Chen, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had long heard of the illustrious name of the Chen Alliance leader, yet now he pondered how Lin Chen had provoked his ally, He Yuan. He Yuan cast a sidelong glance at He Chuyang, who immediately responded with a grim tone. Brother Tiange, this Chen Ling has audaciously dared to strike at me here. You must ensure justice is served. Upon witnessing He Chuyang's swollen visage resembling that of a pig, Tiange was momentarily taken aback, his expression morphing into one of suppressed amusement. Though he recognized the gravity of the situation, he soon discerned the conflict at hand. His bond with He Yuan was deeper, and he questioned the strength of a Chen alliance that stood so isolated. Chen Ling, I must speak a word of fairness. Have you not gone too far? Tiange inquired, his demeanor exuding an overwhelming presence. It was he who invited the slap. This matter does not concern me, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Are you, Tiange, perhaps intending to administer justice on his behalf? Tiange returned a cool smile, one tinged with frost. There is no need for justice. You must simply recognize your errors. Lin Chen's gaze grew icy, and he remained silent. He Chuyang, inwardly amused, thought to himself that with two great prodigies bearing down, what could Lin Chen possibly do? The surrounding talents felt a pang of apprehension, aware that trouble was brewing for Lin Chen. Two formidable prodigies were not easily confronted. I am not at fault. Nor shall I change, Lin Chen stated expressionless. Tiange's brows furrowed slightly, taken aback by Lin Chen's apparent lack of awareness. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his allegiance to He Yuan. Consequently, a murderous intent radiated from him. Then I shall be compelled to act. An overwhelming force emanated from Tiange, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he transformed into a colossal mystical beast, the Kunping. He Yuan, too, bore a cold smirk, his armor gleaming, resonating with the echoes of a lion's roar from his very being. At this juncture, both prodigies unleashed their formidable might, bearing down upon Lin Chen with tremendous force. Lin Chen, feeling the immense pressure, could only endure a bitter smile. While he was not particularly fearful, the current predicament was decidedly grim. He had not anticipated Tiange's arrival, let alone his support for He Yuan. Should a battle erupt here, regardless of the outcome, Lin Chen would find himself at a disadvantage. The Chen Alliance had inadvertently entangled itself with the ancestral demon's forbidden territory, and with the current strength of the alliance, how could it endure against these two titanic forces? In the shadows, the venerable Hua Qing wore a rueful smile, recognizing that Lin Chen remained unchanged, a troublemaker at heart. The question loomed, what should he do now? While Lin Chen was not afraid of a confrontation, the potential repercussions were daunting. Damn it, that scoundrel He Chuyang. One day, I shall deliver a resounding slap to you. Lin Chen seethed internally. Had it not been for this provocateur, he would not have found himself ensnared in such a dilemma. At this moment, the two prodigies finally struck with lightning speed, their thunderous might surging toward Lin Chen, despite the bitter laughter echoing in his heart. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve as he prepared to retaliate with ferocity. The great battle was on the verge of eruption when a commanding voice suddenly reverberated through the air. A figure materialized in the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the three combatants. The atmosphere was rife with astonishment. Who could possibly intervene in such a tumultuous moment? This unexpected turn of events caused both Tiange and He Yuan to cease their actions. Lin Chen felt a flicker of joy in his heart. He had not anticipated the arrival of a savior. The newcomer possessed an impressive aura, suggesting that the situation might take a favorable turn. He raised his gaze to identify the person, only to be momentarily stunned. The individual was none other than Lutong Tian. At this moment, Lutong Tian appeared unchanged from before, hovering midair with a calm yet authoritative demeanor. He emanated a chilling pressure, the temperature shifting erratically, as if one had entered a realm of ice and fire. Upon hearing Lutong Tian's command, the two prominent figures, He Yuan and Tiange, halted their actions. Lutong Tian, what is your intention? Do you intend to shield this Lin Chen, the leader of the Chen Alliance? Tiange inquired coldly. Lutong Tian's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I have commanded a halt, and thus it shall be. There is no favoritism, and no further explanation is necessary. He Yuan let out a cold huff and cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, choosing to remain silent. Tiange's expression darkened. He felt irked by Lutong Tian's stance. However, they were both acutely aware of Lutong Tian's formidable strength, compelling them to suppress their discontent. The prestige of the first true disciple of the Hunyuan sect was not to be underestimated. Even someone of Yu Huang's caliber ranked merely second. The surrounding prodigies exchanged glances. Their anticipation of a grand spectacle abruptly altered by Lu Tongtian's arrival, leaving them with a sense of regret. Lin Chen remained silent, utterly astonished that his next encounter with Lu Tongtian would transpire under such circumstances. The anticipated bloodshed had not materialized. Instead, his mortal enemy had inadvertently aided him. The current situation was delicate and required discretion. Once I obtain the medicinal herbs, Lu Tongtian, I shall settle accounts with you. Lin Chen mused silently before turning and soaring away. He Chaoyang, amidst the disciples of the central courtyard, cast a dark glance at Lin Chen's departure, seething with resentment. He had not expected Lin Chen's luck to shine so brightly, especially at such a critical moment, encountering Lu Tongtian. Chenling, I will not let you off so easily. He Chaoyang vowed ominously. Lu Tongtian glanced at the departing Chenling, but remained silent, redirecting his gaze towards the naturally formed barrier. Consider carefully, Tiange. The dangers within the ancient tomb of the Void King are not to be underestimated, especially since the great sage level cannot enter. He Yuan suddenly transmitted to Tiange. He Yuan shot a cold glance at Lin Chen's retreating figure, huffing disdainfully, and chose not to elaborate further. Tiange's eyes brightened, a knowing smile gracing his face. Upon hearing He Yuan's remarks, he understood why He Yuan had complied without hesitation in the face of Lu Tongtian's overwhelming presence. Soon after, several other remarkable figures arrived. Among them was Xiaoyao, a handsome young man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding charm and elegance. He treated the beautiful female cultivators with utmost courtesy, while the male cultivators who approached him in hopes of striking up a conversation were met with cold indifference. According to Lin Chen's assessment, Xiaoyao was akin to Cici, belonging to that flamboyant type. 4 of the prominent figures had already gathered, yet the prodigies from the mysterious Heavenly Emperor sect remained elusive. Lin Chen paid little mind to the powerful force that had initiated the pursuit order. His focus remained steadfastly on Lu Tongtian. Young man, 2 great dignitaries and 3 grand sages have already arrived, the great dignitary of Huaqing remarked, marveling at the hidden talents within the chaotic ancient domain. Lin Chen was inwardly astonished upon hearing Huaqing's exclamation, realizing that several formidable presences had appeared around him without his awareness. However, he felt little psychological pressure from the grand sage level this time. He was determined not to let Lu Tongtian slip away. The immense, terrifying barrier formed between the outer and inner regions of the chaotic ancient domain emanated an ever-growing sense of dread. The chaotic laws that radiated from it had reached a heart-stopping intensity. Lin Chen understood that the tomb of the Void King was on the verge of manifesting. At last, to Lin Chen's delight, Jian Wudao emerged, wielding a sword and exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. His appearance drew the attention of He Yuan, Tiange, and others. The 5th-ranked sword demon on the chaos rankings was certainly not to be underestimated. Lin Chen, the mystical visitor of the Chaos Gate, has arrived. And the Rain Emperor can no longer extricate herself, Jian Wudao stated coldly. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering what could be more significant than this mysterious guest. Jian Wudao paused slightly before adding, "She has entrusted you to obtain the elixir." Lin Chen nodded, a cold glint sparking in his eyes. Naturally, he would not allow anyone to lay claim to this elixir. Yet, a faint sigh escaped him. He had observed Jian Wudao's affection for the Rain Emperor. Although Lin Chen found Jian Wudao to be quite admirable and a potential friend, he would not yield an inch when it came to the woman he cherished, unless... Of course, the Rain Emperor fell for Jian Wudao. Jian Wudao then fell silent before continuing, "Lu Tongtian's current strength is not to be underestimated." Lin Chen remained reticent. What did it matter how powerful Lu Tongtian was? He had resolved to acquire the martial arts divine diagram for himself. Lu Tongtian's objective this time was undoubtedly to obtain a relic known as the Flying Immortal Monument from within the tomb of the Void King. Jian Wudao suddenly lowered his voice, warning, "No matter what, you must not allow him to seize that relic. Otherwise, confronting him will be exceedingly difficult." Flying Immortal Monument. Lin Chen mused, furrowing his brow. He was fully aware that Lu Tongtian had come to the tomb of the Void King primarily to enhance his own power. However, what manner of entity is this ancient steel of ascendancy that even Jian Wudao has uttered the word difficult thrice? Lin Chen's curiosity towards this steel grew immensely. Jian Wudao shook his head, indicating that he too was unaware of the specifics. Consequently, Lin Chen fell silent. An indescribable peculiarity lingered in the atmosphere, tinged with a subtle melancholy. Despite the numerous individuals engaging in jovial banter, their innermost thoughts were predominantly fixated on the anticipated unveiling of the ancient tomb of the Void King. After the passage of 3 hours, a thunderous sound erupted from within this natural barrier. A terrifying pressure, reminiscent of a cataclysmic flood breaching its banks, surged forth. The previously subdued ambience erupted like a bomb, igniting excitement among the talented individuals present. Each face radiated exhilaration, with some unable to restrain their exclamations. Haha, the ancient tomb of the Void King has finally opened. Kill, kill, kill. This time, I must obtain the treasures and forge my path to greatness. The opportunity to soar into the heavens has arrived. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall perish. In contrast to the fervent shouts of these prodigies, Lin Chen and Jian Wudao remained somewhat reticent. As the overwhelming pressure burst forth, it seemed as if an ancient being was slowly awakening. Indeed, the ancient tomb of the Void King was on the verge of materialization. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze revealing a hint of cold determination. We must prepare to depart. Jian Wudao took a step forward but abruptly halted, questioning. Why did she entrust you with obtaining the medicine? Lin Chen paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, because she believes. Chapter 671, The Wave of King Thunder. The sky was shrouded in gloom. A fierce wind swept through the chaotic ancient domain, carrying with it an essence reminiscent of primordial times, spreading across the land. Within the natural barrier, the faint outline of a colossal palace began to materialize, akin to a magnificent celestial mountain rising from the boundless ocean. The majesty emanating from it sent shivers down my spine. The great venerable Ruoqing could not contain his astonishment, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Even though he was of a venerable rank, the presence of the ancient tomb of the Void King stirred his heart. Lin Chen and Jian Wudao remained motionless, quietly awaiting an unknown event. As the ancient tomb of the Void King emerged, a strand of true essence within Lin Chen trembled violently. The heart-stirring pressure felt by the great venerable Ruoqing illustrated just how formidable the force affecting Lin Chen and Jian Wudao was. Not only did Lin Chen and Jian Wudao remain unmoved, but the disciples led by Lu Tontian, Tian Ge, He Yuan, as well as Zui Xiaoyao, also exhibited no signs of movement. Meanwhile, those at the levels of the Gangxi and Shenlu realms, upon witnessing the emergence of the ancient tomb of the Void King, were filled with a blood-red fervor, their minds consumed by insatiable greed, compelling them to surge towards the tomb. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators rushed toward the unveiling of the ancient tomb of the Void King. Suddenly, a suffocatingly hot breath surged forth from the ancient tomb of the Void King. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he coldly uttered, "It's here." A thunderous roar erupted from the air, reverberating like a celestial explosion. The ground around them began to fracture, as if trampled by a colossal beast. An overwhelming aura of dread emanated from the shimmering illusion of a palace that had materialized, accompanied by the tumultuous roar of a raging sea. This unexpected transformation caused the throng of dozens of cultivators to halt in their tracks, rendered speechless as they gazed in bewilderment. The sea churned violently, a vivid flash of purple lightning appearing before their eyes. Lin Chen's pupils narrowed once more as he beheld an ocean composed of thunder, roaring and sweeping forth with the might to shake mountains and forests. This boundless sea of thunder spread in all directions, its waves rolling ominously, exuding an aura of kingship. In that instant, as the ocean of thunder expanded, Lin Chen distinctly sensed that each bolt of lightning contained a potent essence of sovereignty, as if a regal being resided within the storm. "This is the King Thunder Tide." The great venerable Ruoqing suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Chen, be cautious." Lin Chen's body tensed. The heartless ancient sword behind Jian Wudao, quivering violently, poised to unleash its power. Those cultivators driven by greed, upon witnessing the formidable presence of the King Thunder Tide, abruptly awakened to their peril, their expressions shifting to terror as they frantically fled. Yet, the encroaching King Thunder Tide surged forth like a ravenous beast, descending upon them with blinding speed. Screams of agony filled the air as countless cultivators unleashed their magical powers and treasures in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet all were extinguished beneath the might of the King Thunder Tide. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators were obliterated into nothingness. The greedy hearts of those remaining felt as though doused with icy water upon witnessing such ferocity. How could they possibly evade the onslaught? I shall take my leave first, Tiangu said with a faint smile, suddenly extending his arms, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind that seemed to unfurl two colossal wings behind him. With a resounding thud, Tiangu vanished from his position, charging headlong into the King Thunder Tide, embodying the brilliance of an immortal phoenix. Follow closely behind me, he Yuan urged, transforming into an ancient mighty lion as he too plunged into the roaring tide. Lu Tongtian, Zui Xiaoyao, and others were equally resolute, joining the fray within the King Thunder Tide. The prodigies from various other factions swiftly entered the tumult as well. A silver light erupted from beneath Lin Chen's feet, propelling him forward like a beam of light into the heart of the King Thunder Tide. The moment he made contact, he felt an onslaught of countless bolts of thunder bearing down upon him. The thunder, imbued with the majesty of kings, amplified its power significantly. Lin Chen, with an impassive demeanor, suddenly radiated a myriad of silver lights, forming a shimmering silver armor around him. As the thunder struck his body, it was extinguished in an instant, leaving no trace of harm. Instead, Lin Chen quietly channeled his devouring magic, absorbing wisps of thunderous energy to refine his physique. Despite the kingly intent that infiltrated the thunder and struck at him, Lin Chen's robust internal organs remained impervious to all malevolence. Thus, he sustained no injury. Under the protection of these two formidable defenses, the onslaught of royal thunder posed no threat to Lin Chen. Rather, it proved immensely beneficial. He relished the advantages he continuously garnered amidst this tempest of royal thunder. However, at that moment, a chill flickered in Lin Chen's gaze. Blood Elder chuckled and remarked, Lin Chen, wherever you go, you seem to offend so many. Someone has set their sights on you." Ahead, Jian Wudao, exuding a radiant aura of sword energy, glanced back at Lin Chen. "Blood Elder, spare me your mockery," Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. "It seems I am just an easy target." His tone turned slightly frigid as he unleashed his vast consciousness, akin to opening a domain, enveloping all movements around him in his scrutiny. The palpable killing intent emanating from Tiangu was unmistakable. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance and perceived Tiangu transforming into a colossal kunping, navigating the storm of royal thunder as if it were mere water, unhindered. Yet, as Lin Chen's eyes met Tiangu's, the latter offered a smile in return. Not far from Tiangu, He Chaoyang wore a sinister grin, and Lin Chen's heart instantly comprehended the unfolding situation. Haha. The leader of the Chen Alliance is indeed formidable. This royal thunder wave has no effect on you at all. Tiangu laughed heartily, his arms sweeping as if wielding a massive wing, fanning the royal thunder towards Lin Chen in an overwhelming surge. Lin Chen remained unyielding, allowing a small fraction of the royal thunder to strike him, steadfast as a mountain, betraying no reaction. Tiangu's response indicated to Lin Chen that this man was seeking trouble. Observing the swift advance of Lu Tongtian and He Yuan, Lin Chen coldly smiled and shot a glance at He Chaoyang, asserting, "Tiangu, do not presume I am easily bullied." He then turned away, refusing to cast another glance at Tiangu. He Chaoyang lingered beside Tiangu, clearly having whispered something that incited the latter's aggression. However, Lin Chen was singularly focused on procuring medicinal herbs, devoid of any desire to engage in conflict with Tiangu. Nonetheless, the words spoken without intent resonated with Tiangu. As Lin Chen coldly uttered his parting remark and turned away, the smile on Tiangu's face immediately vanished. What audacity from Chen Ling, he thought. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tiangu's eyes as he cast a glance at He Chaoyang, sneering coldly, "If what you speak of is indeed true, I shall slay this Chen Ling." He Chaoyang shot a venomous glance at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth, and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Tiangu. Chapter 672, Dragon and Phoenix Flower. Tiangu could never have imagined that within Chen Ling's body lay a quasi-Dao artifact. At this moment, Tiangu's desire for such an artifact was immense, particularly recalling the first battle of Taixing Sect, where Lin Chen wielded the Blood Dawn Bell with devastating power. That scene remained indelibly etched in his mind. With a heart consumed by malice, Tiangu resolved to execute a plan. As he concentrated, two ethereal, colossal wings unfurled from his back. These illusory wings, with feathers as white as snow and as sharp as blades, exuded an ancient might that sent shivers down one's spine. "Move," Tiangu bellowed, and with a powerful flap of his spectral wings, darkness enveloped the heavens and earth. A tempest erupted, and a fierce gale surged forth like a tornado. In an instant, the surrounding waves of King Thunder were swept up by this ferocious whirlwind, forming a colossal vortex of thunder measuring a full 40 meters, spiraling menacingly towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He had already harbored enmity towards Tiange, and now, in the guise of Chen Ling, he found himself entangled with He Chaoyang. It was evident that He Chaoyang had bestowed some benefit upon Tiange, inciting such ruthlessness. Both of these individuals were sworn enemies. They could not be allowed to live. Empower me with the might of the 5 blossoms, impervious to all evils. Unbroken by any law, Lin Chen shouted, as a dazzling array of colors emanated from his back, resembling a celestial phenomenon. The thunderous vortex crashed against Lin Chen, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet, this noise chilled He Chaoyang to the bone. For all the King Thunder summoned by Tiange was shattered upon impact with Lin Chen's form. It was as if Lin Chen stood as an unparalleled treasure, impervious to all forms of power. The might of the 5 elements refining divine technique erupted fully at that moment. The radiant hues were ignited from the elemental energies within Lin Chen's internal organs, and the initial display of power left onlookers astounded. This young man possesses considerable skill. Tiange mused inwardly, though he merely snorted coldly. But this is not the time to deal with you. Soon, you shall see. With his keen perception, Tiange discerned the extraordinary nature of the colorful light. Having the power to decimate the Black Dragon Society, it was clear that this Chen Ling was no ordinary figure. This Chen Ling still holds value, Tiange thought as he turned to leave. He Chaoyang's expression shifted, casting a resentful glance at Lin Chen as he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. In the distance, the formidable Wang Lei whirlpool, stretching an impressive 100 meters, resembled a colossal thunder dragon, surging with boundless might toward the backs of Tiange and He Chaoyang. The overwhelming force emanating from this tempest was palpable, and upon turning to behold the immense thunder dragon, Tiange's countenance turned a sickly shade of green. Jian Wudao, observing the dazzling blades of wind rising in the distance, remarked with a hint of indifference. Lin Chen chuckled, knowing that while he dared not strike down Tiange in plain sight, he would not let the opportunity slip away. His gaze returned to its usual calmness as he suddenly accelerated, darting forth from the torrent of Wang Lei, alongside Jian Wudao, until they stood before the grand spectral palace of the Void King's ancient tomb. Upon arriving at this location, Lin Chen felt an intensely terrifying pressure of ancient origins pressing down upon him. His expression shifted as he summoned the mysterious power of the 5 elements within, allowing him to withstand the ancient might. Had it been an ordinary individual at the peak of the Gang Qi or the Divine Flow stage, they would likely have been crushed by this formidable ancient pressure. Among those who reached the Grand Palace's spectral form were also the likes of Lu Tongtian and He Yuan, alongside other renowned prodigies. Some even at the Dao-Tu stage. Crossing the Wang Lei tide was no small feat, reserved for those of considerable renown. However, no one dared to recklessly step into the palace's terrifying aura. The potential dangers within were unknown. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie calmness, with no one willing to take the first step. The risk entailed in that first move was immense. Esteemed guests, if none of you are inclined to proceed, I shall venture forth, finally declared a young man, bearing an ancient sword upon his back, his expression tinged with madness. This individual was also a prominent prodigy known throughout the chaotic ancient domain, existing at the Dao-Tu stage. Having finished his proclamation with a cupped fist, he swiftly turned and shot like an arrow into the entrance of the spectral palace. In that fleeting moment, every eye, including Lin Chen's, involuntarily narrowed. Others soon could no longer contain their curiosity and swiftly followed suit. As several prodigies entered, the spectral palace of the Void King showed no sign of reaction or disturbance, bringing a sense of relief to many observers. It seemed that this initial step was indeed devoid of peril, contemplating the treasures that might await within. Even these prodigies could not resist the urge to hasten inside. Let us proceed, Lin Chen whispered, swiftly slipping into the palace. At that moment, Tiange's ferocious roar resonated. Chen Ling, how dare you make a move against me? Do you wish to perish? He Chaoyang and the others furrowed their brows, perplexed by Tiange's sudden fury. Lin Chen merely glanced back, offering a playful grin before vanishing into the palace. Tianji's expression darkened, and even as He Chaoyang attempted to communicate with him, he ignored the plea, snorting dismissively before hastening to keep pace with Lin Chen. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the ancient tomb of the Void King, he distinctly sensed a more intense tremor of the true essence of Tao within him. However, this terrifying sensation was fleeting. Nonetheless, it undoubtedly served as a signal for Lin Chen. This ancient tomb was not to be trifled with. After all, the great master Ruoqing was unable to enter the tomb, leaving Lin Chen without any means of protection. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld an expansive prairie beneath a cerulean sky, where clouds drifted lazily and the earth was carpeted with lush green grass. It was a scene that could soothe the spirit, yet Lin Chen's heart sank heavily. This seemingly idyllic landscape was permeated by an eerie silence, reminiscent of the putrid aura emanating from an aging elder on the brink of decay. The talented individuals who had intruded into this realm wore expressions of bewilderment, for the horrific spectacles they had envisioned did not materialize. The anticipated scene of piled-up corpses was conspicuously absent. Instead, the Void King's tomb presented a disquieting tableau of profound stillness. Exchanging glances with Jian Wudao, they both recognized the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This prairie was far from ordinary. Ultimately, the allure of immense treasure clouded their judgment. An entity of Tao diagram realm, driven by madness, soared deep into the heart of the prairie. All eyes were riveted upon this figure. Soon, this Tao diagram entity reached the farthest edge of the visible prairie. It was evident to everyone that the once frenzied expression on its face now radiated overwhelming joy, its countenance flushed with excitement. A tremor of anticipation coursed through the crowd. What treasures lay at the end of this prairie? However, at that moment, Lin Chen's expression shifted suddenly as he prepared to shout a warning. He then witnessed a decayed black hand erupting from the verdant soil, seizing the Tao diagram entity with ferocity. A burst of black light emanated from the hand, enveloping the entity entirely, drawing it swiftly into the earth. In the next instant, a chilling scream pierced the silence. The once still prairie grew even more silent. A shiver ran through everyone present, and even some of the talented individuals cast nervous glances at the ground beneath their feet. Beneath this seemingly tranquil expanse, who could say whether a dark hand might suddenly emerge? Lin Chen's expression was grave. Indeed, as he had suspected, this prairie was anything but simple. Yet just as Lin Chen pondered this, a sudden roar akin to that of a dragon, accompanied by the cry of a phoenix, resonated from the far end of the prairie, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. This unexpected occurrence disrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. He was eager to discern what had transpired at the prairie's edge that could provoke such a tumult. At that moment, Jian Wudao, who had remained cold and silent, expressed a hint of excitement in his voice, which caught Lin Chen's attention. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. These were phenomena that could only be produced by the legendary dragon phoenix flower. Lin Chen was taken aback. What exactly is the dragon and phoenix flower? Sword Wudao murmured. The dragon and phoenix flower. This is indeed the final precious herb we have been seeking. Chapter 673. Merciless killings. The dragon roars through the 9 heavens, while the phoenix gives a gentle cry to the world. These two ancient mythical beasts, as recorded in ancient texts, emit sounds that carry an overwhelming pressure. The extraordinary phenomenon lasted but a moment before vanishing without a trace. All the young prodigies present were profoundly shaken. While dragon roars and phoenix cries are not uncommon, the simultaneous emergence of both ancient primordial celestial beasts is indeed a rare occurrence. The ancient human race once declared, when divine beasts appear, extraordinary treasures emerge. This refers to the rare phenomenon of dragon roars and phoenix cries, recalling the moment when the Tao diagram was seized by the dark hand. The uncontainable joy that illuminated the face at the edge of the grassland raised questions about what lay behind it. Is the dragon and phoenix flower the very thing that the Rain Emperor seeks? When the dragon roared and the phoenix called, Lin Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Yet he quickly regained his composure, becoming more concerned about Sword Wudao's erratic emotions. Lin Chen had not anticipated that the herb they sought would materialize before them at this very moment. Indeed, the dragon roar and phoenix cries signify the appearance of the dragon and phoenix flower, Sword Wudao said coldly, having regained his composure and reverting to his usual icy demeanor. Lin Chen remained silent, refraining from responding to Sword Wudao's words. Instead, He began to scrutinize the expressions of the prodigies around him. Those elite individuals whom Lin Chen valued displayed serene and unfazed expressions, as if this event was entirely expected. However, Lin Chen discerned a flicker of intrigue in their eyes. His gaze swept over to Tiangu, where he paused momentarily, noticing the flickering uncertainty in the other's eyes. Could it be that this formidable rival also coveted the treasure? Greed swelled among the young prodigies, and one by one, they cautiously advanced toward the grassland ahead, acutely aware of the ominous fate that had befallen the Dao diagram bearer, which left an indelible shock in their hearts. He Yuan, Lu Tong Tian, and Zui Xiaoyao did not linger, setting forth as well. However, in comparison, their pace was significantly swifter than that of the Dao diagram bearers. Though they dared not fly too quickly, even the proud Lu Tong Tian exercised utmost caution within this ancient tomb of the Void King. Chenling, savor your fleeting life. Tiangu remarked coldly to Lin Chen, spreading his illusory wings and suddenly shooting forth. His speed was unmatched among the young prodigies. The surrounding prodigies, who were cautiously advancing, changed their expressions upon witnessing Tiangu's swift departure. Yet, they soon wore mocking smiles, thinking that flying so fast would inevitably lead him to be caught and crushed by that dark hand. What shall we do? Sword Wu Dao asked, his expression unwavering. This grassland is perilous. The essence of Jian Wu Dao's words implies whether they should emulate Tiangu and advance rapidly. However, with such haste, would there still be a chance to evade that colossal hand? This question remains unanswered by anyone. The origins of that formidable hand are shrouded in mystery, and its terror is beyond the comprehension of these exceptional talents. It is, in truth, a gamble with one's very life. Lin Chen observed Tiangu's sudden flight with a cold smile, thinking that no one would dare contest him for the dragon and phoenix flower. In an instant, a myriad of silvery rays erupted from his body, dazzling and fearsome, unleashing a terrifying aura. The surrounding exceptional talents sensed something amiss, their gazes shifting with a hint of dread. Even Tiangu and the other prodigies were no exceptions. Yet, as they turned, they beheld a dragon-like silver light rushing past them, accompanied by a formidable gust of wind that followed in its wake. The expressions on the faces of these prodigies changed drastically, and even Tiangu's countenance shifted violently as he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" However, the only reply was the fleeting brilliance of the silver light. Tiangu's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, but he quickly masked his inner turmoil, resuming his speed. Undeterred by the vanishing silver light, he could only curse under his breath. This madman is seeking his own demise, and I won't stop him. It seemed that Tiangu's unspoken curses echoed the sentiments of countless other prodigies. Yet, in the next moment, their faces turned ashen, more dismal than liver. For Lin Chen's figure had inexplicably floated unscathed to the edge of the grassland, an ancient sword resting on his back. What is going on? How did this fellow survive that mysterious black hand? Fortunately, these exceptional talents were not ordinary. Their vast experience and resilient mentality allowed them to react swiftly. This madman had, against all odds, hit the jackpot. Esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave first. Beware of the black hand beneath your feet, and do not act as impulsively as I did. Lin Chen chuckled, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the slowly ascending prodigies, his demeanor calm and composed. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, leaped, and vanished into the expanse of the grassland. At that moment, not only did Lu Tongtian's expression darken, but even He Yuan, Zui Xiaoyao, and Tiangu's countenances grew increasingly grim. All prodigies, spurred by Lin Chen's words, fell into a frenzy. Charge! Tiangu, with a face full of madness, disregarded He Chaoyang's urgent shouts and transformed into a whirlwind, racing towards the edge of the grassland. One by one, the others followed suit, propelled by the allure of the mysterious treasure, too immense to resist. Tiangu vowed that he would not allow Lin Chen to seize that treasure. He Chaoyang's expression fluctuated as he watched Lin Chen standing safely at the grassland's edge. Although tempted, he was ultimately gripped by fear and attempted to dissuade Tiangu. However, how could He Chaoyang know that Tiangu would disregard his cries? Damn it, He Chaoyang gritted his teeth. Lin Chen had previously faced no issues, so why would he now? Without a moment's hesitation, He Chaoyang unleashed his full strength and soared into the sky. Yet, in the very next instant, a wave of terror suddenly enveloped his heart. The grassland abruptly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black abyss, from which a colossal, dark hand rushed towards He Chaoyang with lightning speed. His expression turned utterly dazed. What on earth is happening? The formidable dark hand re-emerged from the grassland, revealing its ghastly and decayed form, seizing hold of a powerful entity. The chilling silence of death once again enveloped the entire grassland. Nevertheless, Tiange, Lutong Tian, Zui Xiaoyao He Yuan, and other prodigies of the Dao diagram realm gradually traversed the expanse of the grassland. Upon hearing the successive cries of anguish, Tiange felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his heart gripped by unease. Had that dark hand reached for him, would he have survived? Suddenly, Tiange pondered whether this Chen Ling had intentionally lured them into a trap. With this thought, a sense of dread and a murderous intent surged within him. Casting a glance at the other prodigies, he noticed their expressions were subtly grim. However, as he sensed the ancient aura faintly emanating from beneath the far end of the grassland, a fiery determination ignited in his heart. Chen Ling, you are finished, Tiange roared, soaring through the skies. After his roar, he was eager to plunge towards the edge of the grassland, but as he prepared to move, his expression shifted in alarm. Beneath the edge of the grassland, a terrifying sword energy suddenly erupted into the sky. A vast expanse of grassland was reduced to ashes beneath this sword energy. As if it were being peeled away, revealing the blackened earth beneath, there stood Jian Wudao, wielding the merciless ancient sword, shrouded in demonic energy. His gaze as cold as ice. With a swift motion, Jian Wudao brandished the ancient sword, pointing it at the numerous prodigies before him, exuding an aura of terrifying intent. Unperturbed by their presence, who dares to move? Death awaits. In the 674th chapter, The Hellhound, Jian Wudao coldly smiled. I shall continue to refer to you as Jian Wudao. His identity was certainly not a secret among the prodigies. However, Tiange was slightly astonished by the connection between Jian Wudao and Chen Ling. Nevertheless, Tiange was not intimidated by Jian Wudao. He advanced with purposeful strides, the wind howling around him, and coldly declared, Jian Wudao, do you truly believe that you alone can obstruct us? Zui Xiaoyao also chuckled, exuding a charming demeanor. Brother Wudao, the treasure belongs to us all. Your actions are disrupting the rules. Jian Wudao remained expressionless, his silence only amplifying the menacing aura surrounding him. Get lost. Lutong Tian, who had been silent until now, finally erupted. Unlike Tiange and Zui Xiaoyao, he was not one for lengthy dialogue. Uttering a single command, he suddenly shot forth. In the realm of tumultuous extremes, the heavens erupted with torrents of fiery rain and icy droplets, intertwining in a magnificent spectacle of elemental chaos. A formidable surge of sword energy cascaded forth as Sword Wudao made his move, unleashing unparalleled might. The impending battle was ignited, and the celestial prodigies, including Tiange, exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Lu Tongtian's sudden silence before launching into conflict. Despite their hesitation, they could not ignore the significance of Sword Wudao's presence. Yet, with the onset of war, what further deliberation remained? Lin Chen, utterly astonished, beheld an astonishing sight at the edge of the vast prairie. Before him lay a vast, bottomless pit, within which stood a grand palace tower. This edifice, stretching several hundred meters, was enshrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of profound desolation. Ancient carvings adorned its surface, as if etched by peculiar weapons of yore. Lin Chen discerned that this palace was anything but ordinary. The ancient specter, Blood Elder, remarked with a somber tone. Within this palace, at least 100 threads of sanctified power are in motion, and that is merely the periphery. It is possible that deeper within lie the laws of great sovereigns and the principles of the Void King. Lin Chen, taken aback by Blood Elder's revelation, realized the sheer magnitude of sanctified power coursing through the palace. Should this mausoleum of silence unleash its full potential, the ensuing devastation would be unimaginable. However, Lin Chen's primary focus was not the palace itself, but rather the elusive dragon and phoenix flower. His eye of insight ignited with fervor, scouring the depths of the colossal pit. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. Beneath the abyss lay an enigmatic stone pool, enveloped in a formidable and mysterious force. Intricate paths of energy wove a vast net, ensnaring the entire pool. Within the depths of this stone basin, the faint echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated. This must surely be the dragon and phoenix flower, cunningly concealed by the web of energy to thwart discovery by others. Such a masterful concealment, Blood Elder sighed. Without your eye of insight, even Lu Tongtian and his companions would fail to locate the dragon and phoenix flower. Nodding in understanding, Lin Chen refrained from further words and propelled himself towards the stone pool. Upon his arrival, he found himself standing at the entrance of a cavern within the dark stone wall of the pit. An ancient stone pool stood proudly, its surface rippling with potent spiritual liquid. The net of energy concealed the pool, its luminescence obscuring the inner workings. Lin Chen's heart raced with caution. 30 threads of energy were far mightier than he was at present. The prowess of the Void King guarding this ancient tomb was indeed remarkable. With a fervent determination, Lin Chen summoned the essence of truth within his eyes, igniting black flames that began to resonate with the principles of the Tao. As he harnessed this essence, he gained clarity, unraveling the hidden intricacies of the energy net. Beneath this intricate web, he beheld a peculiar little flower swaying gently amidst the currents of energy. The delicate flower unfurls 2 petals, one shaped like a dragon and the other resembling a phoenix, both vividly intertwined. Within the flower's circumference, an enigmatic essence of profound principles brews, as if it harbors the very essence of the Tao. This dragon phoenix flower is indeed extraordinary. Though my knowledge of such rare treasures is limited, it is clear that within the flower's path lies a trace of the Taoist laws. The elder, with a smacking of his lips, remarked that although it is but a faint thread, consuming it would significantly enhance one's power, making the ascent to the great sage an attainable feat, with even greater benefits to follow. Young one, he urged, it would be wise to keep this flower for yourself. Even if presented to the Reign Sovereign, it would be futile against the formidable elixirs of the Taoist poison. Fortifying your own strength is far more prudent. The elder began to sow seeds of temptation, dismissing the likes of the heartless fairy and the Reign Sovereign as mere trifles. What mattered was Lin Chen's ascension to power. The laws of the Tao, after all, are the domain of emperors. Yet now they seemed to reside within the confines of a single petal. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, while the prospect of becoming a great sage was enticing. He had no intention of consuming the dragon phoenix flower himself. The net woven from 30 strands of Tao marks, though formidable, was not beyond his capability to break. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, as the rhythmic thumping of a great drum resonated within him. Radiant colors enveloped his form, silver glimmered, and a terrifying strength brewed within. Clearly, he intended to shatter this web of marks with his current inner sanctity and outer kingship. However, at that moment, the elder's voice escalated in urgency, exclaiming, "Young one, I forgot to mention that such rare treasures are often guarded by fearsome beasts." Lin Chen's body jolted, cold sweat trickling down his back, for he suddenly sensed a terrifying killing intent locking onto him, an aura comparable to that of a great sage. Swiftly turning, he beheld a monstrous beast standing 10 meters away, towering at 3 meters in height. This creature, possessing 3 heads, bore a striking resemblance to a dog, its blood-red fangs bared, cloaked in darkness, exuding a foul stench. Yet, unlike the mundane coldness of earthly dogs, this 3-headed beast emanated a chilling killing intent that sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine. With difficulty, he swallowed hard, frustration bubbling within him. He would rather confront the various prodigies of the grasslands than face a beast of such caliber. What infuriated him further was that the elder had chosen this moment to divulge such critical information. Lin Chen, this is the Hellhound, an ancient and rare species, its combat prowess rivaling that of 3 great sages. The presence of such a creature here indicates that the master of this ancient tomb is no ordinary being. The elder continued, his voice rising in pitch. As he stared into the 6 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated upon him, beads of cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead. Comparable to the 3 revered sages, how can this battle continue? At the edge of the grassland, explosions erupted, soaring into the sky, while powerful traces of energy occasionally crushed down, showcasing immense might. In contrast to the previous scenario where Latongshan faced off against Jian Wudao alone, Kinga had also joined the fray, transforming into a Kuanping, exuding terrifying power. Yet, at that moment, beneath the grassland's brink, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing every individual to shudder in unison. He Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the source of this ominous presence. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor, taking a moment to reflect before stating that the aura felt exceptionally formidable. He Yuan fell silent, realizing that his words were almost redundant. The battle between Tiange, Lin Chen, and Jian Wudao also came to a halt. Jian Wudao appeared somewhat disheveled. Under the combined assault of the two great prodigies, he found himself devoid of any counterattack capability. However, as the ancient and formidable energy began to ripple, the tension on his face finally eased. If he was not mistaken, it could only mean that Lin Chen had acquired the dragon and phoenix flower. Jian Wudao gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to wield his sword once more. In this critical moment, he was determined to thwart their advance. Tiange swiftly grasped the implications of the situation, his expression darkening as he admonished Jian Wudao to quickly withdraw. Otherwise, even as the foremost disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, he would not spare him. Lin Chen remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Jian Wudao, clearly conveying the same sentiment as Tiange. Drunken Xiaoyao and He Yuan also turned their attention towards Jian Wudao, as did several other figures from the Dao diagram realm, all fixated on him. With the ancient fluctuations emanating from below, it was evident that a precious artifact was about to emerge. They could not simply stand by and allow Jian Wudao's status to hinder their pursuit of the treasures below. Relentless sword cannon, Jian Wudao roared, an overwhelming sword intent erupting from his being. An ancient sword manual hovered above his head, exuding a sense of mercilessness, as it manifested 30 threads of Dao traces. In that instant, the countenance of every prodigy present turned grave. The relentless sword cannon was an ancient tome of swordsmanship, renowned for its terrifying power. And they understood the gravity of Jian Wudao's resolve to fight. Very well, very well. Tiange's expression darkened to an almost palpable intensity. The emergence of the relentless sword cannon indicated the presence of a colossal treasure below, prompting Jian Wudao to risk everything for its protection. In that case, let us engage in this contest. As Tiange's voice faded, an overwhelming force surged skyward. An ancient, primal will erupted from his form, and an enormous mythical beast manifested above him. A colossal Kunpeng hovered over Tiange, spreading its wings, exhaling clouds and mists, exuding immense pressure. Soaring to heights of 90,000 miles, Tiange bellowed, reciting an ancient legend. In an instant, the majestic beast Kunpeng unfurled its wings, roaring across the heavens. As the wings spread wide, they summoned a tempest of unprecedented ferocity. Jian Wudao's expression grew tense. An overwhelming sense of ruthless intent erupted forth, as if an ancient entity, shrouded in the veil of time, bestowed upon him an aura of merciless antiquity. This was a monumental clash. However, at that moment, a strand of divine consciousness penetrated Jian Wudao's mind, causing him to pause in surprise before promptly retracting the ethereal manifestation of the ruthless sword classic. The onlookers were taken aback. Why had Jian Wudao hastily put away the ruthless sword classic just as the Kunpeng took flight and sped away? Tiange, momentarily stunned, soon erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Jian Wudao, you recognize the power of my Kunpeng, ascending to the heavens at an astonishing speed. If you can thwart me, I shall commend your awareness. After his declaration, the wings of the Kunpeng unfurled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, Tiange's figure darted towards the edge of the grassland. The other prodigies prepared to take action as well. Suddenly, 3 terrifying roars reverberated through the air, emanating immense power. Tiange's descending form was sent soaring into the sky, and the ethereal silhouette of the Kunpeng trembled violently, blood gushing from its mouth. At that moment, Tiange's countenance transformed into one of sheer horror. The crowd gasped as Lin Chen, who had leapt down, reappeared, gazing at the airborne Tiange with laughter. Thank you, Brother Tiange, for your timely assistance. With that, Lin Chen swiftly took off, his speed remarkable. Tiange's expression darkened, witnessing 6 ominous gazes locking onto him from below, nearly causing him to spew blood in anger. He felt utterly betrayed. Chapter 675. The Ancient Nether Palace amidst the howls of the hellish 3-headed dog. It seemed as though the entire grassland trembled. The pressure exuded by the great sage engulfed the sky, rivaling that of 3 mighty sages. All the prodigies felt their faces slightly pale under this oppressive force. However, the one most distressed was Tiange, for the murderous intent of the hellish 3-headed dog was entirely fixated upon him. At that moment, he harbored a desire to tear Lin Chen to shreds. Lin Chen fled with remarkable speed, laughing as he did so. He had intended to deceive, but he had not anticipated Tiange's foolish charge into the fray. leading to his own downfall. You truly possess a cunning strategy, Blood Elder, Lin Chen chuckled, observing the scene above. But I find it quite enjoyable. Blood Elder, brimming with pride, replied, you ought to consider my identity. The hellish three-headed dog harbors a profound hatred. It retaliates against those who dare to offend it. Poor Tiangu is in for a rough fate. I dare say the hellish three-headed dog will not spare him, even disregarding the dragon and phoenix flowers, intent on tearing him to shreds. As Lin Chen contemplated Tiangu's impending doom, he felt a surge of delight. If Tiangu were to confront the hellish three-headed dog head-on, it was Lin Chen who would ultimately regret it. Nonetheless, Blood Elder's plan was to lure the hellish three-headed dog onto the grassland and allow these prodigies to deal with it. Yet, Lin Chen was unaware that just as he prepared to lead it forth, Tiangu charged down with ferocity, colliding violently with the hellish three-headed dog, delivering a blow that elicited a howl of anguish from the beast. Thus, the infernal three-headed dog unleashed its retaliation, culminating in the present spectacle. The onlookers, all paragons of their respective realms, were drenched in cold sweat. Even the inebriated Xian Yao wiped the perspiration from his brow, relieved that this Chen Ling was indeed troublesome. For now, Tiangu was in grave peril. He Yuan parted his lips, yet ultimately remained silent. With a thunderous roar, the infernal three-headed dog swiftly extended its ebony claws, an ominous, decayed hand reaching towards Tiangu. The hearts of all the paragons skipped a beat, for that hand seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the colossal hand that had abruptly emerged from the grasslands. Tiangu's complexion turned ashen as the Kunpeng behind him once again exuded an overwhelming aura, hastily fleeing towards the prairie. The infernal three-headed dog was exceedingly displeased. Tiangu's Kunpeng phantom had already irked it. As a creature of the underworld, how could it tolerate a beast revered by mortals as divine? Moreover, this Tiangu had the audacity to ambush it. With these thoughts swirling in its mind, the infernal three-headed dog's fury intensified, roaring as it pursued Tiangu's fleeing figure, disregarding the earlier thief entirely. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Many paragons kept their thoughts to themselves, leaving only the sound of the infernal three-headed dog in pursuit of Tiangu. Observing Tiangu's desperate escape, it was evident he was no match for the infernal beast. Jin Wudao approached Lin Chen silently, and had Lin Chen paid close attention, he would have noticed the peculiar expression on his companion's face, one that resembled a smile, yet also bore the weight of reevaluation of Lin Chen himself. Surrounded by curious gazes from the other paragons, Lin Chen initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon reflection, he transformed into a visage of unwavering confidence. What was wrong with tricking others? It was only just to ensnare Tiangu in such a manner. However, unbeknownst to Lin Chen, many of the paragons harbored deep admiration for him. To redirect calamity towards one's adversary was indeed a remarkable feat. With the infernal three-headed dog distracted by Tiangu, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to claim the dragon and phoenix flower. Without hesitation, he soared towards the vast chasm. The other paragons, awakening to the moment, watched Lin Chen take flight, their expressions shifting as they hastily followed suit. With danger averted, was it not the perfect time to vie for the treasure? Yet, just as Lin Chen reached the chasm's brink, and as the other paragons began to arrive, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lin Chen, retreat. Shui Lao bellowed. Something terrifying is awakening from the depths of that chasm. Lin Chen's countenance paled as he swiftly retreated. The other paragons, momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's abrupt withdrawal, soon found their expressions transformed with alarm. A colossal explosion reverberated from the depths of the abyss, akin to the cataclysmic collapse of a celestial mountain. The immense, obsidian palace suspended above the chasm seemed to be lifted by an unseen force, now laid bare before the eyes of the gathered paragons. In tandem, hundreds of overwhelming auras surged forth from the depths of the dark chasm. One by one, extraordinary treasures surged forth from the depths of the abyss, soaring towards the ominous palace. Magical artifacts, talismans, and rare celestial herbs ascended from the pit. Lin Chen's keen eyes quickly spotted an exquisite imperial armor darting into the palace with remarkable speed. He even glimpsed the rare and precious life creation pill and the ultimate stone of the monarch mine, among others. These treasures coalesced into a torrent, rushing into the palace with tremendous force. All the exceptional talents present were momentarily stunned, their eyes reddening with disbelief. Such an abundance of treasures rivaled the entire foundation of a formidable power. Lin Chen also observed the presence of semi-precious artifacts and some ancient items of indescribable nature, their radiant essence clearly indicating they were no ordinary objects. Suddenly, Lin Chen recognized something profoundly familiar, the dragon and phoenix flower. Drawn by an irresistible force, it surged into the fray. In an instant, Lin Chen's awareness ignited, his expression shifting dramatically as torrents of arcane energy erupted within him. A colossal hand of power surged forth, aiming to grasp the dragon and phoenix flower. The other prodigies, witnessing Lin Chen's decisive action, froze momentarily, their expressions shifting to alarm as they prepared to unleash their own powers to seize it. However, as Lin Chen's hand grasped the flower, an overwhelming force erupted from it. Bang, bang, bang. It felt as though a massive hammer struck his chest thrice, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from his mouth as he staggered backward. Were it not for his exquisite imperial body, fortified by the quintessence of the 5 elements, he would have sustained grievous injuries. The dragon and phoenix flower harbors terrifying power, far beyond your capability to seize. The elder blood screamed. The surrounding prodigies, witnessing Lin Chen's condition, felt a chill in their hearts and halted their actions. They were acutely aware of Lin Chen's imperial physique, yet even he had suffered significant harm. They could only imagine the fate that awaited them. Now, they could only watch helplessly as an overwhelming array of treasures flooded into the palace. Lin Chen's gaze reddened with a burning desire to unleash his devouring magic and consume the dragon and phoenix flower. However, he knew he could not manifest his consuming phenomenon at this moment, for it would expose his identity before the eyes of figures like Lu Tong. This ancient tomb, while accessible, posed a tremendous risk should his identity be revealed within its confines. Thus, Lin Chen was compelled to suppress his restless heart, helplessly watching as the dragon and phoenix flower vanished into the palace. As the last glimmers of treasure disappeared, Lin Chen cursed vehemently, his countenance darkened ominously. Jian Wudao's expression also soured. The dragon and phoenix flower had been so close, yet the mysterious power erupting from the pit had whisked it away into the palace. What could they do now? Should they storm into this enigmatic palace? Just then, a low hum resonated from the pitch-black, desolate palace. Before the grand entrance of the palace, a dark plaque emerged, adorned with 4 gilded characters, Eternal Ancient Palace. The numerous prodigies present were momentarily taken aback as the tightly closed gates of the palace emitted a creaking sound and gradually swung open. Accompanying this revelation was a couplet that unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. To seek treasures, one must first sacrifice life. The 6 ancient characters, devoid of any magical aura, sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 676, The 8 Gates of Life and Death, 3rd update. As the palace doors opened, a glimpse into the profound and shadowy interior was revealed. Even with the use of the Eye of Insight, Lin Chen was astonished to discover that he could not penetrate the depths of the palace's interior. The entire eternal ancient palace was shrouded in a veil of mystery, as even his consciousness could not breach its boundaries. Particularly striking were the 6 lifeless ancient characters flanking the entrance, which exerted a formidable impact on the gathered prodigies. To seek treasures, one must first sacrifice life, Lin Chen mused, his gaze shifting. Such a domineering proclamation suggested that acquiring treasures required a willingness to relinquish one's life. He suddenly pondered whether the treasures that had flown into this palace were perhaps orchestrated by the enigmatic master of the tomb, the Phantom King. This thought instilled a profound sense of dread within Lin Chen. Jian Wudao remained silent, while Zui Xiaoyao beside him remarked in admiration about the tomb owner's cunning methods, rightly deserving of being called an ancient fiend of 1,000 years. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zui Xiaoyao. He had never harbored fond feelings for this individual, who was deemed significant enough to be included on a list of important figures. How simple could that be? Noticing Lin Chen's gaze upon him, Zui Xiaoyao flashed a charming smile, which made Lin Chen feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to hastily turn away. The surrounding prodigies were equally silent. Despite the immense allure within, the absence of any malevolent aura or magical fluctuations emanating from the 6 ancient characters halted their advance. The answer to which was more important, treasures or life, was undeniably clear. Lu Tongtian cast a casual glance at the crowd, disregarding Lin Chen, and took the lead, stepping toward the eternal ancient palace. His initiative stirred considerable interest among the prodigies, yet Lin Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that the Phaeacian ancient steel held extraordinary significance for Lu Tongtian. Otherwise, he would not assume the role of the risk-laden leader. Once I find the dragon and phoenix flower, I shall deal with you properly, Lin Chen silently vowed. His steps hastening toward the grand hall. Jian Wudao followed suit. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, He Yuan scoffed, his expression consistently grim. The disciples he had brought from the central court had dwindled to just himself, marking a significant loss. The weight of this misfortune rested squarely on He Yuan's shoulders, and thus his countenance remained sour. Naturally, He Yuan had shifted the blame entirely onto Chun Ling. This eternal ancient palace is your last chance for survival. He Yuan sneered as he too stepped into the shadowy palace. At last, nearly 2/3 of the assembly ventured into the eternal ancient palace. Precisely 10 individuals have reached the Dao diagram realm, while the remaining ones have ventured towards the abyss, seeking potential benefits. As Lin Chen stepped into the ancient and eerie palace, his body instinctively tensed, enveloped by an elusive sense of foreboding. This feeling of danger was ineffable, akin to a whisper of a storm, yet palpably real. The palace was indeed peculiar, harboring a power equivalent to that of a Void King. With a sigh, Blood Elder remarked, Lin Chen, your fate now hinges on luck. Any resistance before a Void King is utterly futile. However, take solace in the fact that fortune has often favored you. Lin Chen's expression darkened, nearly erupting in expletives. Was this truly a way to offer comfort? Nonetheless, Blood Elder's words heightened Lin Chen's vigilance. The power of the Void King's laws was undeniably terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a chill within his heart, followed by 2 piercing screams that reverberated through the air. Turning around, he beheld 2 Dao diagram realm prodigies, blood cascading from their 7 orifices, their faces etched with sheer terror as if they had encountered an unimaginable horror. Their vitality waned rapidly. This phenomenon stunned not only Lin Chen, but also Lu Tongtian and the others. The absence of any discernible magic rendered their deaths profoundly bewildering. Alas, Blood Elder lamented softly. Lin Chen felt a cold shiver, but the elder's sigh suggested he possessed some knowledge about the situation, albeit unwilling to divulge it. The inky black hall now felt exceedingly frigid, a palpable aura of death enveloping them. Even the prodigies of the Dao diagram realm felt a weight upon their hearts. At that moment, a distant voice echoed, the last 2 who entered, their demise was deserved. This sudden proclamation startled Lin Chen. If his instincts were correct, the speaker was undoubtedly the master of this Void King's ancient tomb. This voice was likely a remnant of the master's consciousness. The remaining few prodigies exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. The Void King's tomb had silently extinguished the existence of 2 Dao diagram beings. What fate awaited them if they were to draw its ire? Fear not, the voice continued. I, the Nether Void King, have traversed a millennium, yet I could not evade calamity. This ancient tomb remains, seeking a successor among you 8. Upon hearing the Nether Void King's words, some prodigies felt a slight alleviation in their demeanor, for safety was paramount. However, this relief was swiftly replaced by fervor. To become a successor of a Void King was an unparalleled opportunity. Lu Tongtian maintained an indifferent expression, unperturbed and fearless, as did Lin Chen. The 8 gates, the Nether Void King continued, will soon manifest. 8 portals shall represent 8 paths. Only 4 will lead to survival. Each person may select but one. Who among you shall endure will depend on your fortune, for my successor must possess luck. With that, the voice of the Nether Void King fell into silence. In the depths of this pitch-black palace, 8 stone doors materialized, 4 of which had managed to survive. These portals were identical in appearance, devoid of any patterns. Yet they emanated an ancient and desolate aura. The atmosphere was tinged with a profound stillness, as if an immense weight pressed upon the heart. This moment represented a choice between life and death. Once again, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, an awareness that the control over his fate lay beyond his grasp. It was time to take a gamble. Turning to Jian Wudao, Lin Chen spoke coldly, suggesting that they each enter separate portals for the greatest chance of survival. Jian Wudao nodded silently in agreement. This was a path of no return. It harbored the possibility that both might perish, or that one might survive while the other fell. After a brief silence, Lu Tongtian decisively chose the first portal. stepping inside with a demeanor that suggested he had transcended the fear of death, exuding an air of indomitable strength that dismissed any threats. Even Lin Chen could not help but acknowledge the terrifying nature of Lu Tongtian. With a steely gaze, Lin Chen wasted no time and plunged into one of the portals as well. He was followed by He Yuan and Zue Xiaoyao, who, recognizing the necessity of their choices, entered without hesitation. These prodigies, nurtured by great sects and blessed with fortuitous destinies, possessed their own pride and would not shy away from this gamble of fate. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 figures in the Dao diagram realm exchanged glances, their hearts growing cold as they remained silent, contemplating the gravity of their situation.